Reborn into another world, bound to a God-Tier Master System, I commence with the extraordinary skill of uttering incantations at will and can strengthen myself by taking on disciples. However, on this desolate island, where shall I find my apprentices? What? A lost little Yukong, named Kakarot? It is decided, thou art the one. Yuan, Kakarot, from this day forth, thou shalt be called Tiandashing, the beautiful Monkey King. Congratulations, host, for comprehending the divine ability. Disha. Congratulations, host, for comprehending the divine ability. Tiangong San Shiliu Bien. Chapter 1. Wukong arrives, imparting the 72 transformations. Ding. The God-Tier Master System is activated. Reward. A dojo. Function 1. Within the dojo, the host's words manifest reality. Function 2. Within the dojo, the host and disciples possess supreme comprehension. Function 3. Outside the dojo, disciples may summon their master at any time. Function 4. The host can master all talents, skills, and bloodlines of disciples without limitation. Function 5. For each successful cultivation of a disciple, a random reward is granted. Current world, Dragon Ball. Yuan, reborn on a solitary island, gazes in astonishment at the information within his mind. The God-Tier Master System. Its name alone reveals its purpose. Yet, Yuan cannot find joy in it, for he resides in the world of Dragon Ball, a realm where cataclysms can strike the earth at any moment. Fortunately, according to the system, Yuan is invincible as long as he remains within the dojo. Presently, the dojo encompasses the island he inhabits, which is not large, merely the size of 2 football fields. The island is barren, save for a few coconut trees. Observing the empty expanse of the island, inspiration strikes Yuan, and he points with purpose. I decree, let there be a mountain. Boom! In an instant, a small mountain rises from the ground. I decree, let there be water. Splash! A pond appears beside the small mountain. Mastery within the realm of comprehension is undeniably domineering. Yuan hovers above, continually adjusting the island's features. Before long, a paradise-like I'll manifest before his eyes, crowned by a dojo atop the mountain. The dojo, though not ostentatious, possesses an extraordinary aura. A long staircase extends from the dojo down to the foot of the mountain. Yuan bestows upon his dojo a magnificent name, Tianting. Having completed these arrangements, he steps into the dojo. With a place to call his own, Yuan begins to ponder how he might recruit disciples in the world of Dragon Ball. Although invincible within the dojo, Yuan is merely an ordinary person beyond its confines. Therefore, the perilous endeavor of seeking disciples is one he will not undertake. However, remaining indoors will not bring forth disciples from the heavens. What a conundrum! Though troubled, Yuan does not rush into the matter of accepting disciples. At present, he is unaware of the temporal context of the Dragon Ball world. Venturing out impulsively would undoubtedly be perilous. Thus, he resolves to utilize the dojo's functions of words manifesting reality and supreme comprehension to enhance his own strength first. Yuan sits cross-legged, beginning to comprehend the laws of the world and devising a cultivation method suited to himself. On the first day, congratulations, host, for comprehending the cultivation method, Biju Xuango. On the second day, congratulations, host, for comprehending the divine ability, Tiangong San Shiliu Bien. On the third day, congratulations, host, for comprehending the divine ability, Disha Bien. On the fourth day, instead of continuing to develop new methods and divine abilities, Yuan harnesses the abundant spiritual energy around him to cultivate his foundational power. Within the dojo, Yuan feels as if he has merged with the cosmos, his spiritual energy boundless. However, once he leaves the dojo, his energy is limited to his own reserves. Merely employing a divine ability could deplete his inner reserves. Therefore, to prepare for any future necessity to leave the dojo, Yuan resolutely begins to enhance his foundational power. With the dojo's enhancement, Yuan's strength progresses swiftly. Yet, lacking a frame of reference, he remains uncertain of his current power level within the Dragon Ball world. Exercising caution, he maintains a steady regimen of cultivation in the days that follow. Boom! With a resounding crash, Yuan opens his eyes, a look of perplexity crossing his face. Something has evidently descended upon his dojo. With a hint of curiosity, he steps outside. Before him stands a half-grown child. Upon discerning the child's appearance, Yuan's expression shifts to one of peculiar intrigue. Where am I? Little Wukong descends from his cloud, curiously surveying his surroundings. The splendid dojo ignites a sense of wonder within him. His presence here is entirely accidental. After saving a turtle alongside Bulma, they encountered an old man who gifted him a cloud. Upon mounting it, he soared into the sky, only to lose track of events and land here. Had Lu Yuan been aware of little Wukong's thoughts, he would surely marvel at the unpredictability of fate. To elevate the decorum of his dojo, he had established a flying prohibition around it, and thus the cloud crashed down due to this very rule. Despite the serendipitous nature of events, Lu Yuan perceives this as a fortunate windfall. With curiosity piqued, Lu Yuan opens little Wukong's information template. Suan Wukong. Bloodline, Saiyan unawakened. Combat power, 5. Ability, Great Ape Transformation. Potential, Golden Legend. The combat power seems rather low. Upon reviewing little Wukong's template, Lu Yuan is not overly surprised. At this stage, little Wukong has yet to awaken his Saiyan bloodline, let alone attain Super Saiyan status. Nonetheless, the golden potential sufficiently attests to Wukong's value. It is worth noting that potential is categorized as white ordinary, green rare, blue precious, purple epic, gold legend, and red myth. Moreover, potential is not static. Lu Yuan estimates that once Wukong's Super Saiyan bloodline is activated, his bloodline level will soar to red myth. Mister, are you the master of this island? Little Wukong's inquiry interrupts Lu Yuan's reflections. He gazes at little Wukong, noting that he still possesses an innocent and harmless demeanor. In other words, he is quite easy to persuade. Contemplating this, Lu Yuan's face broke into a smile that hinted at deeper meanings. Indeed, this entire island is my domain. You have intruded upon my territory without my permission. How should I deal with you? Lu Yuan stroked his chin, feigning deep thought. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Wukong assumed Lu Yuan was angered and hurriedly leaped down from the cloud. With great politeness, he bowed and apologized, saying, "Uncle, I'm sorry. I accidentally wandered in here. Please forgive me." Quite polite indeed. Lu Yuan, who was merely playing upon the situation, felt no genuine anger. With a smile, he replied, "No matter. You did not mean to intrude. I shall forgive you this time. Since we have a guest, let me show you my Taoist temple." "Thank you, uncle." Filled with curiosity about the place, Suan Wukong promptly followed Lu Yuan, his little tail wagging behind him. Gone was the imposing aura of a former Super Saiyan. Instead, he appeared adorably naive. Before long, Lu Yuan led Suan Wukong to his Taoist temple. Wow! Gazing at the vast temple before him, adorned with opulent decorations, Suan Wukong was astounded. The appearance of Lu Yuan's temple drew inspiration from the celestial realm depicted in ancient myths, lavishly decorated and shrouded in ethereal clouds, truly a place of profound ambience. However, the little one soon found himself dazzled by the splendor. "Uncle, this place." After recovering from his astonishment, Suan Wukong turned to inquire about the nature of this place, only to discover that Lu Yuan had vanished, replaced by another figure that bore an uncanny resemblance to him, another Xiao Wukong. "Wow, who are you?" Suan Wukong exclaimed incredulously, pointing at his duplicate. The mimic wore a knowing smile and jestingly replied, "Who am I? I was just about to ask you the same." Not one to be outdone, Suan Wukong, with the potential of a golden legend, quickly realized, "Uncle, is that you?" Yuan, not one to keep secrets, transformed into a plump giant panda. Holding a piece of bamboo he appeared to have found from nowhere, munching away as he said, "It's not me. I am not that dashing, imposing preacher Lu Yuan." Upon hearing this, Suan Wukong burst into laughter. Lu Yuan joined in his laughter, morphing into the form of a celestial being he had initially embodied. "So, what do you think of my 72 transformations?" "Ah, how fun!" Suan Wukong nodded vigorously, his eyes filled with curiosity as he regarded Lu Yuan, seemingly pondering the source of such extraordinary abilities. Sensing the moment was ripe, Lu Yuan enticingly asked, "So, do you wish to learn?" "Yes." Suan Wukong replied without a moment's hesitation. Lu Yuan stroked his chin and said with a smile, "If you want to learn, I shall teach you. However, you must take me as your master." Without any hesitation, Suan Wukong performed a formal bow, declaring, "Master, I bow to you, your disciple Wukong." Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the first disciple. Chapter 2, The Science. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the first disciple, gaining the bloodline power of the Saiyan heritage. As expected, after Son Goku successfully became a disciple, he swiftly inherited the Saiyan bloodline possessed by little Goku. The potency of the Saiyan bloodline is undeniable. As long as one does not perish, they can become infinitely powerful. Such a lineage is a formidable force in any universe. Furthermore, as little Goku grows stronger, the abilities he can acquire will also multiply, including techniques such as the Kaioken and the Ultra Instinct. These are indeed formidable skills. However, these extraordinary abilities will only be learned by little Goku at a later stage. Yet, within Lu Yuan's heart, a bolder notion took root. Could little Goku cultivate celestial arts? This was to be Lu Yuan's endeavor. It is essential to recognize that the Dragon Ball world is fraught with peril, particularly for the Earthlings residing in this realm. They often find themselves facing annihilation. Ironically, the very forces that protect the Earth are not of its own kin, but rather the Saiyans, Goku, and Vegeta. The reason for this is the lack of bloodlines and legacies among Earth's inhabitants. However, Lu Yuan's presence might alter this narrative. Little Goku represents Lu Yuan's experiment. It is worth noting that among Earthlings, there exist a few with considerable potential, such as the three-eyed Tianjin, who bears a striking resemblance to Erlang Shun, the bald Krillin, Princess Iron Fan, and the Ox King. These individuals possess promising development potential, yet they remain stifled by the absence of a legacy and the inability to unlock their own powers. If Lu Yuan could develop celestial arts and impart them to them, perhaps the Guardians of Earth would no longer be limited to Goku and his companions, but would include these individuals as well. Moreover, Lu Yuan's transformation of his dojo into a mythological celestial palace reveals his grand ambitions. He harbors aspirations of establishing a true celestial realm within the Dragon Ball universe. Master, when will you teach me that transformation spell? Little Goku's eyes sparkled with eagerness as he gazed at Tang Xian. Yuan? Lu Yuan chuckled and shook his head. Then, without warning, a whisk appeared in his hand. He gently tapped it 3 times atop little Goku's head. Bang, bang, bang. With each crisp sound, little Goku suddenly found an influx of knowledge flooding his mind. The 72 transformations of the earthly fiends, the 89 profound arts, and the flying nimbus. Upon absorbing this newfound wisdom, little Goku was filled with uncontainable joy. The 72 transformations of the earthly fiends were the techniques Lu Yuan had previously demonstrated, while the 89 profound arts served to enhance the physical body. The flying nimbus shared a name with the cloud he had just ridden, yet it was far more powerful, capable of traversing vast distances of 108,000 miles in a single day. Though this was little Goku's first journey away from home, he instinctively understood the value of these techniques. Thank you, Master. Lu Yuan waved his hand and ventured deeper into the Taoist temple. As he walked, he remarked, "You should begin your studies. Come to me with any questions. Feel free to find a place to stay nearby. Just settle wherever you feel comfortable. Since you have become my disciple, it is only fitting that I bestow upon you a new title, given your monkey-like demeanor." Lu Yuan pretended to ponder for a moment before breaking into a smile. "From now on, you shall be known as the great sage equal to heaven, the beautiful Monkey King." With that, Lu Yuan's figure vanished into the mist of the temple, an enigmatic spectacle. Watching the direction of Lu Yuan's departure, little Wukong beamed with delight. The great sage equal to heaven, the beautiful Monkey King. What a magnificent title. He chuckled. With his new moniker, little Wukong eagerly immersed himself in his training. After leaving the temple, Lu Yuan returned to his opulent bedroom. The decor was resplendent, featuring ancient redwood furniture alongside some surreal, otherworldly artifacts, juxtaposed with modern appliances such as a computer, television, and refrigerator. The amalgamation of styles created a harmonious blend, a perfect marriage of the classical and the contemporary. Lu Yuan reclined upon a bed resembling a cloud, lost in a half-dreaming contemplation. At this stage, little Wukong's training did not require his constant attention. After all, the 3 magical techniques he imparted were sufficient for little Wukong to absorb for quite some time, even though he was the protagonist, possessing the bloodline of a Saiyan. This remained true. Lu Yuan's current musings revolve around attracting more talented individuals. There was still a considerable time before the main storyline commenced, and to achieve greater gains, he needed to gather more disciples. The growth these disciples would attain in the main narrative would ultimately reflect back upon him. It could be said that the more disciples he had, the more formidable they became, leading to greater rewards for himself. A perfect virtuous cycle. Lu Yuan had no concerns regarding his ability to teach. With the system's enhancements, his disciples would possess top-tier comprehension within the temple, ensuring remarkable progress. The challenge he faced was how to entice more disciples to join him. After all, the Dragon Ball world was fraught with danger, even if Earth was relatively safe for the moment. However, Lu Yuan was uncertain whether his actions would inadvertently alter the trajectory of this world. If Frieza were to discover Earth prematurely and send Vegeta and the others, he would feel secure within the temple, yet venturing outside might pose a risk. With even a 1 in 10,000 chance of downfall, rounded, that equated to nearly a certainty. Oh, how delightful it would be to have a renowned individual assist in recruiting disciples outside, Yuan pondered. Just as he contemplated this dilemma, he sensed a sudden influx of unexpected visitors arriving at his temple. Upon seeing the newcomers, Yuan sprang up from his bed in astonishment. Before them stood the unexpected visitors to their sanctuary, Master Rashi and Bulma. The one who rejuvenated Yuan's spirit was none other than Master Rashi. Although this old man was rather lecherous and lacked significant prowess, it must be acknowledged that he possessed a remarkable talent for persuasion. Fortune favored him as he found someone to offer him a pillow when he was drowsy. However, to appoint Master Rashi as the spokesperson for his sanctuary, careful planning was essential. With this thought, Yuan began to lightly tap his fingers in the air. Before long, unbeknownst to outsiders, the entire island underwent a radical transformation. Such a change was so profound that even the little monkey king, who was within the sanctuary, remained oblivious. "Old man, are you certain that Goku fell here?" Bulma inquired, glancing at the island shrouded in mist, instinctively feeling a sense of trepidation. She turned to Master Rashi for reassurance. The old master also regarded the island with curiosity, as it was not far from his own residence. Yet, he was certain that prior to his voyage, such a sizable island did not exist. It had appeared suddenly. Nevertheless, as one of the foremost martial artists in the world, Master Rashi held great confidence in his abilities, believing that this peculiar island would pose no challenge. "I am certain. I sense that Nimbus Cloud has landed here," he affirmed. Bulma nodded and urged, "In that case, let us hurry and search for little Goku." With her inherent simplicity, Bulma ventured deeper into the island. Master Rashi offered no objection and, leaning on his cane, followed suit. Their figures swiftly vanished into the mist enveloping the island. Unbeknownst to them, a colossal, ethereal visage began to materialize in the sky above, revealing itself to be Yuan's face. Watching the two enter the mist, a knowing smile graced Yuan's features. Moments later, the immense countenance in the sky gradually faded away without a sound. Chapter 3. The Southern Heavenly Gate. Old man, do you not sense that something is amiss around us? Bulma remarked, her instincts alerting her to the unusual tranquility of their surroundings. Master Rashi surveyed the area, his previously relaxed demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. As a martial artist, his perception surpassed Bulma's by a considerable margin. He could sense that since their arrival on this island, an unseen presence had been observing them. This sensation was intense, and Master Rashi even felt that it was deliberately revealed to him. Yet, he could not locate the source of this gaze, which left him quite uneasy. With this in mind, he said gravely, "Miss, there is something peculiar about this place. Stay close to me." "Oh, all right," Bulma responded, glancing around before retreating behind Master Rashi for safety. In Bulma's hand rested a Dragon Ball radar. Above the radar, a red that indicated the location of the Dragon Ball. Little Goku possessed the Dragon Ball, and it was through this device that they sought him out, guided by the radar. Master Rashi and Bulma swiftly traversed the central region of the island. However, as they approached the heart of the isle, a growing unease settled within them, and the peculiar gaze that seemed to observe them became increasingly vivid. Before long, they arrived at a grand entrance. Before them stood a towering archway, flanked by a colossal statue. The statue bore an unusual visage, resembling a turtle, yet markedly different from a dragon, as its head was distinctly that of a dragon. The statue was immense, easily exceeding 10 meters in height, and sat majestically beneath the grand arch. With a hint of curiosity, Bulma and Master Rashi gazed upward at the arch heavenly court, South Gate, read the inscription on the plaque, prompting Master Rashi to fall into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, Bulma's thoughts wandered less into the realm of concern. Instead, she felt a surge of curiosity about her surroundings. Displaying a commendable audacity, she approached the imposing statue. "Oh man, doesn't this statue look incredibly lifelike, almost as if it could come to life?" she exclaimed, marveling at the figure as she playfully tapped it. Suddenly, she noticed the fear-stricken expression on Master Rashi's face. He appeared horrified, not at her, but at something behind her. An ominous shadow loomed over her, causing her to stiffen as she tilted her head back. To her shock, the statue that had remained still had lowered its head, now locking eyes with her, its grotesque mouth even dripping with saliva. The sight of such a colossal being fixated upon her sent Bulma into a panic. "Watch out!" Master Rashi shouted, swiftly propelling Bulma aside. A tremendous crash echoed as the ground erupted where she had just stood. Master Rashi, disheveled, lifted his gaze to find that the strange statue had risen to its feet, its menacing gaze fixed upon them. Intruders in the heavenly court shall face no mercy. Run. Without a moment's hesitation, Master Rashi seized Bulma's hand and turned to flee. The guardian of the South Gate, the Xuanwu beast, would not allow them to escape so easily. Rising to its full height, it pursued the intruders with relentless determination. Despite appearing frail, Master Rashi demonstrated the agility of a seasoned warrior, dragging Bulma through the dense foliage in a frantic bid for safety. Behind them, the Xuanwu beast thundered forward, its massive form undeterred by speed, barreling towards Master Rashi and Bulma like a juggernaut. "Old man, what kind of monster is this?" Bulma exclaimed in terror. "Do not inquire of me. I am equally in the dark." Master Rashi, bearing Bulma upon his back, exerted every ounce of strength he possessed. Who could fathom this peculiar place, where such a monstrous entity exists? With a mere glance, Master Rashi discerned that he was utterly outmatched by the creature. They had no option but to flee. In an instant, the previously tranquil forest erupted into chaos. Yuan reclined upon his cloud bed in the chamber, his consciousness enveloping the entire island. Amusedly observing Master Rashi's frantic escape, he savored a bowl of popcorn, the origins of which were a mystery, relishing each bite. "Run, run, yet should you fail, misfortune awaits." Although he had resolved to make Master Rashi one of his representatives, he understood that one does not truly treasure that which is too easily acquired. Before fully subjugating Master Rashi, Yuan decided to let the old man endure a modicum of hardship. The Xuanwu beast was the greeting gift Yuan had prepared for Master Rashi. In truth, this Xuanwu was significantly different from the mythical creature of legend. Yuan lacked the ability to create life. This Xuanwu was essentially a puppet, operating under a fundamental logic, expelling all who inadvertently approached the dojo. While Yuan harbored intentions of taking on disciples, he was not inclined to accept just anyone. He had designated his dojo as the Heavenly Court, a title not taken lightly. With the southern Heavenly Gate established, there were of course also the northern, western, and eastern Heavenly Gates, corresponding to the 4 cardinal directions of the dojo. Each of these gates housed a guardian beast. Master Rashi was fortunate, as Yuan had programmed the Xuanwu to possess immense strength and astonishing defense. In other respects, it was rather ordinary. If they were to encounter beasts like the Azure Dragon or the Phoenix, it would be uncertain whether Master Rashi and Bulma could escape. Watching Master Rashi and Bulma face numerous perilous situations, a mischievous smile crept upon Yuan's lips. This was the result of his covert interventions. Otherwise, Master Rashi's meager strength would have been swiftly extinguished by the Xuanwu. As the moment approached, Yuan brushed the remnants of his snack from his hands. The initial warning had been issued. It was now time for him to make his entrance. "Grandpa, run! The monster is upon us again!" Bulma cried out in terror as she saw the Xuanwu closing in once more. Master Rashi, feeling the urgency, was nearly spent. If this continued, it would only be a matter of time before they were caught. Realizing this, Master Rashi abruptly halted, crossing his hands at his waist. Bulma stood frozen in fear at his sudden stop. "Kamehameha!" Master Rashi exclaimed, raising his hands high as a surge of energy pulsed forth, hurtling towards the Xuanwu. Bang! The turtle school's Kamehameha struck the head of the Xuanwu beast, producing a crisp sound. However, to the despair of Master Rashi and Bulma, the Kamehameha inflicted no damage whatsoever on the Xuanwu beast, leaving not even a trace. Witnessing this, Master Rashi fell into utter despair, feeling exhausted and resigned to destruction. He closed his eyes, surrendering the fight, while Bulma, seeing this, also succumbed to despair and shut her eyes. Contrary to expectations, the feared fate of being crushed by the Xuanwu beast did not materialize. With confusion, the two opened their eyes to find that the once ferocious Xuanwu beast had inexplicably come to a halt. Perched atop the beast's head was a man dressed in ancient white garb, observing them with a bemused expression. "Good day to you both. It is rather impolite to intrude upon another's domain without a greeting," he remarked, reclining comfortably as if the beast were a sofa. To their astonishment, the once menacing Xuanwu beast now resembled a docile kitten, frozen in place, a stark contrast to its earlier ferocity. "Pray tell, what are your names? And what brings you to my celestial abode?" the enigmatic figure inquired. Master Rashi exchanged glances with Bulma, and with newfound courage, he spoke. "Respected warrior, I am Master Rashi, and this is Bulma. We have come in search of a child named son Yukong." "Oh, you seek little Yukong?" The man feigned surprise, his performance quite clumsy. Yet, at that moment, Master Rashi and Bulma, still shaken, failed to notice this detail. After contemplating for a moment, the man declared, "Since you seek little Wukong, you are not considered outsiders." Rising to his feet, he abruptly clapped his hands. With a few melodious bird calls, two pure, white cranes emerged from the woods. Landing gracefully before him, the man effortlessly stepped onto one of the crane's backs. Looking down at Master Rashi and Bulma, he smiled and gestured towards the other crane, saying, "Do not just stand there. Come aboard, or you shall not gain entry." Riding on clouds and cranes. Could this be the legendary method of the celestial beings? Master Rashi and Bulma exchanged astonished glances, each reflecting the other's disbelief. Chapter 4. Transformation of Master Rashi. Wow. As Master Rashi and Bulma ascended on the crane, soaring into the sky, they were instantly captivated by the breathtaking scenery surrounding them. At the center of the island stood a palace, half suspended in midair. Beneath it lay a series of picturesque mountain peaks, with the largest of these mountains boasting a magnificent waterfall cascading down its side. The radiance surrounding the palace bathed the nearby mountains in a celestial glow, resembling a paradise on earth. Even more astonishing to Bulma and Master Rashi was the road leading to the central palace, which was not a conventional path, but rather a resplendent rainbow bridge. Such an extraordinary landscape instantly led Master Rashi and Bulma to realize that Lu Yuan's identity was anything but ordinary. How could someone residing in such a place possibly be an average person? "May I inquire about your identity?" After a moment's astonishment, Master Rashi could not restrain himself from asking Lin, who stood upon the back of the crane. "Me? I am merely an ordinary person who prefers to stay indoors." Lu Yuan replied nonchalantly. "An ordinary person?" Upon hearing this, the corners of Master Rashi's mouth twitched uncontrollably. If Lu Yuan was considered an ordinary man, what did that make them? In Master Rashi's eyes, Lu Yuan resembled the legendary immortals far more than himself. After all, he had never witnessed anyone capable of soaring through the skies on a crane as Lu Yuan did. Just as Master Rashi continued to ponder Lu Yuan's origins, they arrived at Lu Yuan's temple, which was none other than the central palace. Master Rashi dismounted from the crane, curiously surveying his surroundings. Before him stood a remarkably ancient palace, nearly devoid of any trace of modernity, yet exuding an aura of the extraordinary, resplendent and vibrant. With ethereal bridges and circling cranes, it invoked a sense of inferiority, making one feel utterly unworthy of dwelling in such a celestial realm. "Wukong, someone is looking for you," Lu Yuan said softly, directing his attention toward a section of the palace, disregarding Master Rashi's presence. Shortly thereafter, a small figure dashed out from the palace. "Bulma, Grandpa Rashi." Wukong. Little Wukong joyfully ran towards Bulma, who eagerly embraced him. The two appeared immensely delighted in their reunion. After a moment, Wukong, brimming with curiosity, asked, "Bulma, how did you come to this place?" Bulma's expression faltered as she recalled the scene of being pursued by the Xuanwu beast, and she said with a hint of grievance, "I followed the Dragon Ball radar to find my way here." So was the Dragon Ball radar. Little Wukong looked at the Dragon Ball hanging around his neck, realization dawning upon him. "All right, Wukong, you may descend now. I have something to discuss with them." "Yes, master." Little Wukong obediently climbed down from Bulma's arms and walked over to Lu Yuan's side. At that moment, Bulma and Master Rashi finally understood that Lu Yuan was, in fact, little Wukong's master. Among them, Master Rashi was the most astonished, as he had intended to take son Wukong as his own disciple. After all, the late son Wukong had once been his pupil. However, in the face of Lu Yuan, Master Rashi felt hesitant to bring up such matters, for compared to Lu Yuan, his own title of immortal seemed rather unmerited. Lu Yuan approached Master Rashi and Bulma, scrutinizing them carefully. Under his gaze, they both felt a sense of unease. Master Rashi, bloodline, earthling, combat power, 100 potential, rare blue. Bulma, bloodline, earthling, combat power, potential, ordinary white. Unsurprisingly, among these two individuals, only Master Rashi possesses a modicum of potential. Bulma, on the other hand, is merely an ordinary human. However, what surprises Lu Yuan is that the Master Rashi, who serves merely as a background character in the original work, surprisingly possesses potential of a blue level. Upon reflection, it makes sense. After all, Master Rashi holds the title of the world's strongest. Although this title only applies among Earthlings, it is merely a reflection of the current low power structure on Earth, rather than a testament to Master Rashi's own capabilities. Conversely, The fact that Master Roshi has achieved this level of strength in such a system speaks volumes about his innate talent. After careful consideration, Lu Yuan believes that Master Roshi's potential might, in fact, exceed his own expectations. The assessment of potential is comprehensive, encompassing comprehension, bloodline, talent, and more. The fact that Master Roshi has attained blue-level potential evidently relies solely on his understanding, as other aspects such as bloodline and talent are hardly noteworthy. Were he to be endowed with a superior bloodline and talent, his potential might not be inferior to that of the current son Wukong. This thought filled Lu Yuan with a sense of discovery, akin to finding a treasure. Just as Lu Yuan pondered how to persuade Master Roshi, unexpectedly, Master Roshi spoke first. "Master, may I inquire if you are an immortal?" After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yuan replied, "In a certain sense, yes." Upon hearing this, Master Roshi's expression became richly varied, filled with both surprise and astonishment. His name alone reveals his yearning for immortality. At his age, he is acutely aware of his limitations, knowing that without a significant opportunity, his current strength is indeed his utmost limit. Now, an opportunity lies before him. Without hesitation, Master Roshi suddenly knelt on the ground, exclaiming, "O immortal, please grant me the path to immortality." The sincerity of his demeanor starkly contrasted with the lecherous old man he had been before. "The path to immortality, you say?" Lu Yuan's voice was calm, yet it resonated with palpable tension in Master Roshi's ears. He was uncertain whether this immortal would still regard him, an elderly man nearing his 60s, with favor. Yet, he was unwilling to abandon this chance. "I can offer you an opportunity." Master Roshi's heart soared with joy as he lifted his head, his expression one of disbelief. Nearby, little Wukong observed the scene, his small face filled with confusion. Is Grandpa Roshi trying to become a disciple? But isn't becoming a disciple supposed to be easy? Why does it seem so difficult? Gazing at Master Roshi, Lu Yuan extended 3 fingers. "If you fulfill 3 of my requirements, I shall agree to accept you as an esteemed disciple. Please, immortal, state your demands. First, I require you to bring me 5 individuals within 3 years. Here is the list." A list fluttered before Master Roshi, revealing a series of unfamiliar names. Determined, he resolved to set aside his pride and bring back every individual inscribed upon this list, each of whom had been meticulously selected by Lu Yuan. The names included Tian Shinhan, Kaiatsu, Krillin, the Bull Demon King, and his daughter, Chi-Chi, although Chi-Chi lacked notable distinction in the original narrative. Lu Yuan held high hopes for her, given her lineage as the daughter of the Bull Demon King and Princess Iron Fan. Furthermore, Lu Yuan stipulated 3 requirements. First, to gather the 7 Dragon Balls within 3 years. Second, to achieve the Golden Core stage of cultivation within the same time frame. Should these conditions be met, he would accept the individual as a registered disciple. The first 2 demands were comprehensible to Master Roshi. However, the final requirement left him somewhat perplexed. What is the Golden Core stage? "Close your eyes," Lu Yuan instructed. Complying obediently, Master Roshi shut his eyes. With a mere gesture, Lu Yuan directed his finger to the center of Roshi's forehead. A tremendous surge of spiritual energy emanated from Lu Yuan, flooding Master Roshi's mind with profound knowledge. Within his consciousness, he beheld a colossal deity, a towering giant whose every movement exuded an overwhelming combat prowess. Ding! The giant spirit body refinement technique, Golden Core level, has been transmitted. This technique, conceived by Lu Yuan, was inspired by the abilities of the giant spirit god from his previous life. Unlike the potential-laden golden legend of Goku, Master Roshi was unable to endure excessive transformation. The Golden Core stage represented his utmost limit. Before long, Roshi's frail form underwent a dramatic metamorphosis under Lu Yuan's spiritual enhancement. His emaciated physique swelled instantly, transforming him from an elderly figure into a robust, towering man over 3 meters tall, reminiscent of the iconic Colonel Sanders from viral videos. This transformation occurred due to Lu Yuan's thorough rejuvenation of his body, albeit a process applicable only to those of rare potential below the purple tier. Lu Yuan's interest in altering others' physiques was limited, with Master Roshi being an exception. "Wow!" exclaimed young Goku, astonished by Master Roshi's transformation. The contrast between his former and current appearances was striking. After absorbing the technique, Master Roshi opened his eyes, feeling an unprecedented strength coursing through him. His gaze toward Lu Yuan shifted to one of reverence. After stretching his newly enhanced body, he knelt before Lu Yuan. "Thank you for your grace, esteemed one." Lu Yuan nodded. "Go forth. I hope you will not disappoint me." Master Roshi bowed, once more before turning to depart the island. Observing Rashi's retreating figure, Lu Yuan donned a knowing smile, eagerly anticipating the return of Master Rashi with Tien and the others, followed by the training he would impart upon them. In the forthcoming saga, will the formidable Bic, the Saiyan Vegeta, and Frieza continue to assert their dominance on Earth? The clash of the Erlang God against the Saiyans? The Monkey King taking on Frieza? The mere thought of such epic confrontations brings an amused smile to Lu Yuan's face. Chapter 5. Global Chi Distribution. After departing from the dojo, the first destination for Master Rashi was to bring his recently acquired disciple, Krillin. It is noteworthy that Krillin was indeed on the list provided by Lu Yuan, while he had heard of others such as Tien Shinhan and the Bull Demon King. Locating them within a short span of time proved to be quite a challenge. Thus, it was more pragmatic to first bring Krillin back to the dojo. After all, securing one individual was far better than returning empty-handed. Bulma, who accompanied Master Rashi to the island, did not leave with him. Initially, her arrival was marked by trepidation towards the surrounding area, but she soon found herself filled with curiosity about this idyllic paradise, a place she had never imagined existed on Earth. Little Goku, what kind of person is your master? A deity? After Lu Yuan's departure, Bulma could not suppress her inquisitiveness. The enigmatic Lu Yuan and the recent display of his ethereal flight ignited a profound curiosity within her. Little Goku scratched his head, responding, "I'm not quite sure either. I just recently became his disciple, and he hasn't shared much about himself." "Oh, I see," Bulma replied, somewhat disappointed, yet she quickly reconciled with it. She then observed little Goku sitting cross-legged on the ground, engaging in a unique form of meditation. This peculiar sight prompted her to inquire again, "Goku, what are you doing?" With his eyes now open, little Goku, slightly irked by the interruption, still patiently replied, "This is a technique my master taught me. It's called the 8-9 mystical arts." 8-9 mystical arts? What is that, some kind of divine magic? Bulma's interest was piqued, and she pressed for more information. It must be a form of divine magic. My master said that if I can master the 8-9 mystical arts, not only will my body become impervious, but I will also gain the ability to be reborn from my blood. Even if my body is reduced to ashes, I could still resurrect. Wow, that's incredible. Indeed, little Goku beamed with pride, resembling a child eager to show off a new toy. Just as he was about to elaborate further, Lu Yuan appeared unexpectedly. "Master!" little Goku exclaimed, rising joyfully at the sight of Tang Xian. Meanwhile, Bulma felt a tinge of nervousness. The bond between her and Lu Yuan was not as intimate as that of little Goku, and her instinctive apprehension towards him seemed quite natural. "Wukong, you should focus on your training first. I have a matter to discuss with her." Upon hearing this, little Wukong cast a glance at Bulma beside him, then obediently rose and headed towards the back mountain. Once Wukong departed, the previously lively Bulma suddenly felt a wave of tension wash over her. To face Li Yuan alone, claiming not to feel fear would be an utter falsehood. However, from Li Yuan's early remarks, Bulma could surmise that he was not a malevolent individual. Thus, her anxiety was palpable, yet not overwhelmingly daunting. Li Yuan observed Bulma before him, intrigued, and glanced at her status panel. Bulma, Bloodline, Earthling, Combat Power, 2, Potential, Rare Blue. Ah, a blue-level potential? Li Yuan was somewhat taken aback upon discovering Bulma's potential. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Although her combat prowess was lacking in the original narrative, she had developed numerous advanced technologies. This indicated her intelligence was quite remarkable. A clever individual in a technological realm becomes a scientist, while in a world of fantasy, they might evolve into an exceptional practitioner of the mystical arts. After all, the essence of magic is not vastly different from science. Both are rigorously structured fields. Contemplating this, Li Yuan's gaze towards Bulma grew increasingly fascinating. Under his scrutiny, Bulma felt even more apprehensive. "Your name is Bulma, is it not?" "Ah, yes," she stammered. Li Yuan approached her, cupping her chin and appraising her from head to toe. With her nervousness palpable, Li Yuan smiled and remarked, "You possess considerable talent. Have you ever considered joining my celestial realm and becoming my disciple?" "Ah." Bulma was taken aback, astonished that Li Yuan would utter such words. Yet, her surprise swiftly transformed into delight as she exclaimed, "Can I really? What is there to prevent you?" Li Yuan replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Bulma did not hesitate for a moment and nodded vigorously. "Very well, spend the next few days resting at the dojo. I shall return shortly to provide you with the cultivation techniques." "All right," Bulma exclaimed joyfully, leaping with excitement. Just as she was about to say more to Lu Yuan, She found he had vanished once again. Faced with Liu Yuan's enigmatic comings and goings, and his extraordinary abilities, Bulma could hardly contain her exhilaration. Standing in place, she could not help but envision a future where she, like Liu Yuan, possessed such wondrous powers. Having accepted Bulma as his disciple, Liu Yuan now had a second student. Although Bulma's potential did not rival that of little Yukong, it was still quite commendable. Furthermore, Liu Yuan harbored a suspicion that the Earthling bloodline might not be as inferior as one might assume. To validate this theory, he deemed it necessary to conduct an experiment. Ding! The host has completed the initiation of 2 disciples, activating the global infusion of spiritual energy. A sudden system notification caught Liu Yuan by surprise. With a hint of curiosity, he accessed the system to discern the meaning behind this so-called infusion of spiritual energy. Global infusion of spiritual energy. Due to the host completing designated tasks, a worldwide infusion of spiritual energy has commenced. Following this, the spiritual energy on Earth will continuously rise, reaching certain levels, which will give rise to various miraculous phenomena. Phenomenon 1. Awakening. Spiritual energy possesses extraordinary effects, and those with exceptional talents may awaken special abilities under its influence, significantly enhancing their combat prowess. Phenomenon 2. Demonization. Not every creature can withstand the deluge of spiritual energy. Some beings, during the absorption process, may experience genetic collapse, transforming into grotesque, bloodthirsty monsters. Phenomenon 3. Emergence of relics. Some previously dormant relics may resurface following the infusion of spiritual energy, which may harbor both beneficial and detrimental elements, potentially containing unimaginable opportunities. Contemplating the system panel's revelations, Liu Yuan found himself in deep thought. He had not anticipated the infusion of spiritual energy, and the previous system had offered no forewarning. The consequences of this energy were a double-edged sword. On one hand, his sanctuary would benefit from the gathering effect, resulting in a nearly exponential increase in the speed of spiritual energy accumulation. On the other hand, the world would likely experience more turmoil, as the infusion could awaken strange abilities in ordinary people and spawn various monsters. However, overall, the global infusion of spiritual energy seemed to present more advantages than disadvantages for him. Chapter 6. Finding Tien Shin'an. 3 months later, Liu Yuan swiftly felt the effects of the global infusion. The Earth in the original Dragon Ball series, while graced by the miraculous presence of the dragon, is essentially a creation brought forth by the Namekians, not an entity belonging solely to Earth. Although the power structure in Dragon Ball appears rather modest, it is inhabited by a multitude of diverse beings. There exist half-wolves akin to werewolves and individuals reminiscent of Tien Shin'an. These beings' appearances starkly differ from those of typical Earthlings, suggesting that the bloodlines of Earthlings contain a plethora of other entities. With the resurgence of spiritual energy, the bloodlines of these beings have also become extraordinary under its nourishment. In the original narrative, Master Roshi's combat power of around 100 could nearly dominate the entire Earth, earning him the title of the strongest. However, following the global infusion of spiritual energy, a mere 100 points of spiritual power evidently fell short. A multitude of animals and peculiar beings saw their combat abilities soar due to the effects of spiritual energy. Let us not forget the exceptionally gifted individuals among humanity, under the influence of spiritual energy, have awakened numerous extraordinary abilities. It is safe to say that the Earth of today is utterly transformed from the one observed by Liu Yuan in the Dragon Ball world. In the land of rice. Master Roshi, where are we headed? Krillin inquired, glancing at Master Roshi who was ambling ahead, while gently rubbing his somewhat sore legs. Master Roshi turned his head, glancing at the diminutive Krillin with a smile, and responded, I am on my way to gather your future fellow disciples. Your future fellow disciples? Upon hearing this, Krillin's spirits were instantly lifted. 3 months prior, Master Roshi had suddenly approached him, revealing that he had discovered a true immortal, and that by accomplishing the tasks set forth by this immortal, he could become a disciple. One of the immortal's requirements was for him to locate 5 individuals, one of whom was, in fact, Krillin. This news filled young Krillin with elation. In Master Roshi's description, the immortal seemed to possess divine capabilities, which left Krillin in awe, feeling exceedingly fortunate. However, the urgency of Master Roshi's quest was palpable, as he needed to find these individuals within 3 years. Thus, he took Krillin along, intending to gather everyone and bring them to the island where Liu Yuan resided. After locating Krillin, Master Roshi's next destination was to seek out Tenshinhan and Chaozu. He was aware that they were his fellow disciples, students of the Crane Hermit. Coincidentally, his fellow disciple, the Crane Hermit, was a minister in the land of Rice, making him relatively easy to find. Master Rashi swiftly located the residence of his fellow disciple, the Crane Hermit, within the land of Rice. Without hesitation, he approached the main entrance. Several guards stationed at the entrance, upon noticing the peculiar Master Rashi, shouted, "Halt! Who are you? Do you not realize this is the residence of our nation's minister, the Crane Hermit?" Master Rashi, unfazed, smiled and addressed the two guards. "I kindly ask you to relay a message, stating that his elder brother, Master Rashi, has come to visit." The elder brother of Minister Crane? The guards exchanged glances, nodded, and proceeded into the residence. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man with a goatee emerged from the dwelling, accompanied by a young boy and a slightly older child. Upon noticing the third eye situated on the forehead of the young man, Master Rashi immediately deduced that he had found the three-eyed being, Tenshinhan, while the child beside him was Chaozu. As Master Rashi scrutinized Tenshinhan and Chaozu, the Crane Hermit was likewise observing him. However, unlike Master Rashi's tranquil gaze, the Crane Hermit's eyes glimmered with a dangerous intent, akin to that of a predator regarding its unsuspecting prey. Aware of the Crane Hermit's piercing gaze, Master Rashi turned and smiled, greeting him. "It has been a long time, my dear disciple." In stark contrast to the exuberance of Master Rashi, the expression of Master Crane was notably somber. "Junior? I am not your junior. Are you not afraid that I might slay you for daring to seek me out?" Master Rashi, unfazed by Crane's menacing demeanor, chuckled. "It has been years since we last met, yet your tone remains as severe as ever." "Huh, Master Rashi, you are as arrogant as you have always been." The sharp exchange of words instantly thickened the atmosphere between the two. At that moment, Krillin and the others sensed the tension. Realizing this was no ordinary reunion of brothers, but rather the encounter of adversaries. "Speak, what is it that you desire from me?" Master Crane stepped forward, levitating in the air, casting a commanding gaze upon Master Rashi. His ability to hover was a testament to his unique skill, the sky dance technique. Master Rashi glanced at Crane before turning his attention to Tien and Kaiatsu. "Junior, your elder brother has come to request the favor of borrowing 2 individuals." "Borrow 2 individuals? Whom do you speak of?" "Your newly acquired disciples, Tien and Kaiatsu." Upon hearing this, Master Crane's expression darkened considerably. Tien and Kaiatsu, taken aback, exchanged worried looks. They had not anticipated that the unfamiliar Master Rashi would seek them out specifically. "Master Rashi, do not overstep your bounds. These are my newly accepted disciples. How dare you demand them so brazenly?" In an instant, the aura surrounding Master Crane transformed into a tempest of fury, clearly incensed. Master Rashi, having anticipated this reaction, spoke with conviction. "Junior, this is for their own good. Recently, I encountered a true immortal whose powers are beyond your comprehension. If I can fulfill the task assigned by this immortal, I will be accepted as a named disciple. I have a premonition that if I can cultivate under this immortal's guidance for a time, I may finally vanquish the fiend known as King Piccolo, rather than merely sealing him away with the Demon Seal Wave." Upon hearing this, Master Crane smirked derisively. "Master Rashi, do you truly expect me to believe your words? Very well. If you wish to claim these 2 disciples, do not blame me for lacking courtesy. Defeat me, and I shall allow them to accompany you." "How does that sound?" Master Rashi paused, his expression a mixture of surprise and curiosity. "Are you serious?" With utmost confidence, Master Crane replied, "Indeed, it is the truth. After all these years apart, let me see if your abilities have progressed. Should you happen to meet your demise at my hands, do not say I did not warn you." As he spoke, Master Crane raised his hand, pointing a finger at Master Rashi. A surge of energy began to gather at his fingertip. Dodome Wave. Like a laser, the Dodome Wave shot forth from Master Crane's hand, aimed directly at Master Turtle. To everyone's astonishment, Master Turtle did not evade the formidable attack. It appeared he intended to withstand it head-on. This elicited a cruel smile from Master Crane, who envisioned the gruesome scene of Master Turtle succumbing to his Dodome Wave. Chapter 7. The Future Lies in Sorcery. Observing Master Turtle's lack of evasion, Master Crane's expression turned merciless. He believed he understood Master Turtle's capabilities well, given that they hailed from the same school and were intimately familiar with each other's strengths and weaknesses. Although the two had not met for some time, Master Crane doubted that Master Turtle could undergo any remarkable transformation in such a brief period. The prowess of a martial artist lies in their techniques, not their physical form. Master Crane could not fathom that Master Turtle could withstand his Dong wave solely through sheer physicality. Master Turtle, perish! With a voice as sinister as his intent. Master Crane unleashed the Dong wave, directing it straight at Master Turtle's forehead. Yet, as the wave hurtled toward him, Master Turtle bore a confident smile. In the next instant, he raised his hand and swatted at the oncoming wave as if swatting a fly. Bang! The astonishing power of the Dong wave veered off course upon contact with Master Turtle's palm, crashing into the ground nearby. A deep, elongated pit suddenly appeared on the surface, with a depth likely exceeding 7 or 8 meters, a testament to the wave's incredible might. Had an ordinary person been struck, they would have certainly suffered a grievous injury, if not death. However, Master Turtle effortlessly deflected the wave, his hand unscathed and devoid of any marks. His remarkable physical prowess left Master Crane, who stood a short distance away, utterly speechless in shock. This spectacle did not escape the notice of Tin Shinhan and Kaiotsu, who observed with wide eyes. They considered Master Crane to be immensely powerful, yet this newly emerged Master Turtle appeared to surpass him. Such a revelation left them in awe, particularly as both were disciples of Master Crane and well aware of the Dong wave's might. They could hardly believe that someone could block it with mere physical strength. Was this person a monster? Tin Shinhan and Kaiotsu gazed incredulously at Master Turtle. Meanwhile, Master Turtle seemed to regard the event as trivial. Dusting off his hands and addressing Master Crane. Brother, the times have changed. Martial arts can no longer keep pace with this era. Master Crane's expression darkened immediately. He glared fiercely at Master Turtle and, lowering his voice, declared, Master Turtle, do not think that your newfound abilities grant you the right to dictate terms before me. I shall take this seriously. As he spoke, the aura of the Crane Hermit began to rise steadily. If the onlookers had been equipped with combat power measuring devices at that moment, they would have witnessed the Crane Hermit's battle prowess escalating at an astonishing rate, ultimately reaching around 120. While a combat power of 120 may appear modest, it is essential to recall that in the original work, the Turtle Hermit, with just over 100, could launch a Kamehameha that struck the moon. Therefore, for the Crane Hermit, an ordinary individual, surpassing 100 in combat power was nothing short of extraordinary. With his palms pressed together, the Crane Hermit bellowed, solar fist. A blinding radiance emanated from him, dazzling enough to nearly blind the onlookers, including Jiaozi. Seizing this rare opportunity, the Crane Hermit swiftly closed the distance to the Turtle Hermit, launching a powerful punch aimed at his vital points. Disciple, it seems you have yet to give up. The Turtle Hermit chuckled lightly, extending a hand to grasp the Crane Hermit's fist. Suddenly, the Crane Hermit felt an overwhelming sense of danger. Instinct urged him to evade. However, his pride and determination not to concede to the Turtle Hermit compelled him to stand firm. With a resounding crash, their palms collided, producing a deep, thunderous sound. A wave of white energy erupted from the epicenter of their clash, sweeping outward and generating fierce winds that forced Tin Shinhan and the others to retreat to a safer distance, where they remained awed by the unfolding battle. As they reached a secure location, they were soon captivated by the spectacle nearby. Both the Turtle Hermit and the Crane Hermit unleashed speeds akin to monstrous beings. The Crane Hermit, employing some unknown method, significantly enhanced his velocity and strength. Each of his strikes carried immense force, akin to earth-shattering impacts. Yet despite this, he was unable to gain the upper hand against the Turtle Hermit. Their figures blurred as they intertwined, creating a cascade of afterimages amidst the air. The sound of their clashes echoed like rolling thunder, accompanied by sparks igniting from their collisions. Is this truly within the realm of human capability? Tin Shinhan pondered, overwhelmed by the spectacle before him. Jiaozi readily concurred with this sentiment. In the skies above, the battle between the Crane Hermit and the Turtle Hermit intensified. It appeared as though they were evenly matched, yet only the Crane Hermit was aware of the reality beneath the surface. Each of his attacks was effortlessly neutralized by the Turtle Hermit, whose apparent ease was not feigned. This realization cast a shadow over the Crane Hermit's expression. He yearned to conclude the battle, yet found no opportunity to do so. Junior brother, it appears that I, your senior, am indeed superior in skill, remarked Master Rashi with a smile, effortlessly fending off the attacks of Crane Hermit. Silence. I shall certainly kill you. The Crane Hermit bellowed, his fury evident. His assaults became increasingly relentless, each strike aimed at a vital point. Observing this, Master Rashi sighed inwardly, resolving to conclude this battle that had been destined since its inception. Junior brother, Allow me to demonstrate the essence of celestial arts, he declared, effortlessly repelling the crane hermit while channeling his internal energy. Boom! With a thunderous sound, Master Roshi's body emanated a brilliant display of electric light. The interwoven lightning made him appear as if a deity of thunder had descended. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. Soon, Master Roshi's form began to swell, transforming into a towering figure of approximately 5 meters. His robust muscles exuded an imposing aura, beyond the overwhelming sense of pressure from his size. What truly instilled fear in the crane hermit was the spiritual pressure surrounding Master Roshi, a distinctive ability of practitioners. The emergence of this spiritual pressure left the crane hermit gasping for breath. Master Roshi's transformation was entirely attributed to the technique bestowed upon him by Yuan, known as the Giant Spirit Transformation Technique. This technique was inspired by the research conducted on the giant spirit god. With sufficient mastery, evolving into a 100-meter giant was not an impossibility. Post-transformation, Master Roshi's demeanor shifted dramatically, transitioning from the gentle aesthetic of Japanese manga to the rugged style reminiscent of Hong Kong comics. Be cautious, junior brother, he warned before instantly appearing before the crane hermit. The crane hermit's pupils contracted, for he could not discern how Master Roshi had arrived at such proximity. This indicated that Master Roshi's speed had reached a level beyond the crane hermit's perception. What further instilled dread in the crane hermit was Master Roshi's colossal stature. Speed was evidently not his forte. It was strength that defined Master Roshi's prowess. Given that he could not even match Master Roshi's speed, it was futile to consider strength. Junior brother, times have changed, Master Roshi stated with a smile, delivering a powerful punch. Boom! The crane hermit was struck with staggering force, and in the next moment, his body was sent crashing against the wall behind him. The enormous 5-meter-high barrier collapsed with a thunderous crash, engulfing the crane hermit in a cloud of dust. Master Roshi did not pursue further. Instead, he landed gracefully, gazing with a complex expression towards the dissipating smoke. As the haze cleared, the crane hermit-esque figure emerged. Albeit in a dire state, his right arm twisted and clearly fractured. Wounds marred his body, a testament to the excruciating impact of Master Roshi's punch. This was, however, a merciful strike. Had it not been so, that very blow would have sent Crane Hermit to the afterlife, transforming him into a true immortal. Master, are you all right? Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu, witnessing the conclusion of the battle, hurried to Crane Hermit's side, eager to assist him. Get away! Crane Hermit brusquely dismissed his 2 disciples with a forceful shove. With a grim expression, he turned his gaze towards Master Roshi and spoke in a somber tone. Senior brother, I concede that I am no match for you at this moment, but you must understand where we are. This is the Kingdom of Rice. As a minister of this realm, it is no simple task for you to leave here alive. With that, he signaled to the guards nearby, who promptly comprehended his intent and swiftly assembled a throng of warriors to encircle Master Roshi. Seeing this formidable display, Krillin felt a surge of anxiety. Although the combat prowess of these warriors was not particularly high, they were armed and posed a significant threat. Krillin harbored no illusions about his own capabilities compared to Master Roshi. Master Roshi, what shall we do now? He inquired, cleverly seeking refuge beside the esteemed martial artist. Master Roshi cast a glance at the smug Crane Hermit and then at the fully equipped warriors of the Kingdom of Rice. Ah, my junior brother, you still fail to grasp the distinction between martial artists and practitioners. Allow me to demonstrate the difference, he said, turning to face the encroaching warriors. The leader of the Kingdom of Rice's warriors, recognizing the gravity of the situation, shouted, "Open fire!" lacking the finesse of Crane Hermit. They were too fearful to allow Master Roshi to approach. The air filled with the sound of gunfire as a barrage of bullets rained towards him. Krillin, terrified, instinctively crouched down, covering his head. However, he soon sensed something amiss. There were no sounds of bullets striking any objects. Peering through his fingers, he beheld a scene that would forever be etched in his memory. The countless bullets hung, suspended in mid-air, as if time itself had halted, all effortlessly halted by Master Roshi's outstretched hand. With a mere gesture, Master Roshi pointed skyward, and in an astonishing display of skill, the bullets were propelled upwards, soaring into the heavens. This miraculous spectacle left not only the warriors of the Kingdom of Rice in stunned silence, but also rendered Crane Hermit utterly speechless. After demonstrating this extraordinary feat, Master Roshi approached Crane Hermit directly. Junior brother, the age of warriors has come to an end. What lies ahead belongs to the practitioners. The face of the Crane Hermit revealed an expression of reluctance, evidently unable to accept the statement. The turtle hermit, however, made no attempt to persuade him, turning his attention instead to Tien Shinhan and Kakarot, curiously scrutinizing the two. After all, these two had been specifically chosen by Lu Yuan as potential disciples. The turtle hermit was quite intrigued by the talents that could have captured Lu Yuan's attention. Upon a brief observation, he had to concede that both Tien Shinhan and Kakarot were indeed individuals of remarkable aptitude. Tien Shinhan, a hybrid of human and three-eyed beings, bore a prominent third eye on his forehead, instantly marking him as extraordinary. Kakarot, too, was no ordinary person. The turtle hermit sensed a formidable spiritual power residing within him, manifesting as telekinesis. It was noteworthy that Kakarot possessed no special lineage. He was merely an earthling. It was no wonder the hermit had sent me specifically to find them. After observing the two, the turtle hermit felt a surge of astonishment at their talents. Previously, he had only heard that his peer, the crane hermit, had found two gifted disciples, but he had been unaware of the true extent of their abilities. Compared to himself, these two were nothing short of prodigious. Disregarding the surrounding warriors of the rice country, the turtle hermit approached Tien Shinhan and Kakarot. Tien Shinhan, Kakarot, you are fortunate. The hermit has sent me to seek you, inviting you to join me in the pursuit of immortality. Tien Shinhan and Kakarot regarded the turtle hermit with trepidation, recalling the formidable combat prowess he had displayed. As for the hermit he mentioned, they had little concept of who that might be, despite both their names containing the term hermit. However, Tien Shinhan and Kakarot understood that this so-called hermit was likely quite different from the one the turtle hermit referred to. The elder Tien Shinhan stepped forward, looking at the turtle hermit earnestly. Will following this hermit grant us powers comparable to yours? The turtle hermit chuckled. I cannot compare myself to that individual. The disparity in strength between us is akin to heaven and earth. Tien Shinhan's pupils constricted. After all, the turtle hermit was the strongest person he had ever encountered. The realization that this other hermit was even more powerful filled him with awe. Contemplating this, Tien Shinhan made his decision. Turtle hermit, I, Tien Shinhan, am willing to accompany you to meet this hermit. Seeing Tien Shinhan's agreement to follow the turtle hermit, Kakarot immediately stepped forward as well. I, too, am willing. After all, Tien Shinhan and Kakarot had only just been accepted as disciples by the crane hermit, and their bond with him was still nascent. Moreover, they had recently overheard the conversation between the crane hermit and the turtle hermit. Now that the turtle hermit had prevailed, it was only natural for them to follow him. The turtle sage, upon observing the perceptiveness of Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi, joyfully stroked his beard. Among the 5 names on the list, 3 had now been identified, leaving just 2 remaining. The crane sage glanced at his 2 disciples following the turtle sage's departure. Although displeased, he refrained from voicing his dissatisfaction. After all, he was acutely aware that he was no match for the turtle sage at this moment. Chapter 9. Deceiving Little Wukong Heavenly Court Dojo. Nearly half a year had elapsed since Little Wukong arrived at the dojo. During this period, his rate of progress had been remarkably swift. With the mastery of the 8-9 mysteries, the Nimbus Cloud, and the 72 transformations of the earthly fiends, he was simultaneously cultivating 1 technique and 2 divine abilities. However, under the dojo's auspices, his advancement had not faltered, and this was achieved without the activation of his Saiyan bloodline. It is well known that the Saiyan lineage is renowned for its combative nature. Each battle, as long as one survives, serves to enhance their strength, marking them as an inherently martial race. This bears a striking resemblance to the monkey that once caused havoc in the Heavenly Palace. Aside from Little Wukong's impressive progress, Bulma's development also pleasantly surprised Liu Yuan. Unlike his hands-on guidance with Little Wukong, Liu Yuan adopted a more laissez-faire approach with Bulma. The technique imparted to her was entirely distinct from that of Little Wukong, specifically the Sword Immortals technique, the Purple Mist sword control. True to her nature as a brilliant scientist, Bulma exhibited astonishing potential on her path to cultivation. Both disciples approached their training with earnest dedication, much to their master's satisfaction. Utilizing his divine consciousness, Liu Yuan observed the cultivation progress of his 2 students and felt a profound sense of contentment. Thanks to the system, he was able to fully inherit all of his disciples' abilities, including their cultivation levels. In essence, the greater the strength of his disciples, the more formidable he became as their master. Nevertheless, within the confines of the dojo, he was an invincible presence, leaving him somewhat uncertain of his own strength beyond its borders, only able to make rough estimations. After a period of idleness, Li Yuan resolved to fulfill his responsibilities as a master. Remaining cooped up in his chamber was not an option. He must engage with his disciples to nurture their bond. With this thought in mind, Li Yuan performed a spatial contraction, instantly arriving before a majestic waterfall. This magnificent cascade was surrounded by numerous wild beasts. Unlike their wild counterparts, these creatures possessed a certain spiritual awareness and coexisted harmoniously. At the base of the waterfall, a small figure was resolutely enduring the tremendous pressure of the cascading water. Seated in a meditative posture, an abundance of spiritual energy was being absorbed into this diminutive form, integrating into its flesh and blood through a unique circulation method. While the waterfall's force continually pounded against its body, the small figure in question is none other than the young Wukong. While diligently cultivating, Wukong suddenly sensed something and opened his eyes to find Li Yuan standing outside the waterfall, wearing a smile that was both enigmatic and amused. "Master!" Wukong exclaimed joyfully, and with a leap, he sprang from beneath the waterfall to stand before Li Yuan. Li Yuan regarded Wukong with a smile, clearly pleased by the formidable aura of spiritual energy emanating from him. "Wukong, it appears you have not been negligent in your training today. I am quite satisfied." Feeling bashful from the praise, Wukong scratched his head. "Master, the techniques you have taught me are truly remarkable. If I do not dedicate myself to my cultivation, it will be a disservice to you." "I am glad to hear you express such sentiments," Li Yuan replied. He gazed thoughtfully at his surroundings before asking, "Wukong, have you ever pondered a profound question? What is the purpose of our cultivation?" "What purpose?" Wukong found himself momentarily lost in contemplation, grappling with the depth of the inquiry. Li Yuan allowed him the space to think without rushing to fill the silence. After a brief moment, Wukong seemed to arrive at a conclusion, albeit uncertainly. "Master, perhaps we cultivate to prevent others from bullying us? After all, if we grow strong enough that no one can defeat us, then no one would dare to intimidate us." Wukong's straightforward response revealed the hardships he had faced in his youth. Li Yuan had not anticipated such an answer, which deviated from his previous assumptions. Perceptive as he was, Wukong sensed that Li Yuan had further thoughts on the matter. Curiously, he inquired, "Master, what is your purpose for cultivating?" Li Yuan met Wukong's innocent gaze and replied calmly, "For me, the pursuit of cultivation is solely for the sake of longevity." "Longevity?" Wukong echoed. "Indeed, longevity," Li Yuan stated, his expression growing contemplative. "Wukong, do you understand that all beings in this world cannot escape the cycle of aging, illness, and death? Death is an inevitable aspect of life. Master, is death truly terrifying? Between life and death lies great terror." Wukong appeared puzzled by these words, his face reflecting confusion as he looked at Li Yuan. Realizing that mere words would not suffice to convey the depth of this concept, Li Yuan waved his hand. In an instant, a scene materialized before Wukong, reminiscent of a cinematic portrayal. Before him unfolded the life of a macaque. At birth, it was nurtured by its kin, gradually growing and learning to survive in the wild. As time passed, the macaque attained a certain status within its group, beginning to savor life alongside its fellow monkeys. Yet, as the years rolled on, the macaque's body weakened. Ultimately, it grew so frail that it could no longer walk and was forced to remain within the confines of its clan's cave. In the final gathering of the clan, the past succumbed to oblivion. Upon witnessing the life of this macaque, little Wukong felt an inexplicable sorrow. Yet beneath that sorrow lay an ineffable fear, for he seemed to discern his own reflection within the macaque's existence. Was he not akin to that macaque, having been nurtured under the protection of Li Yuan since his birth? Little Wukong could not help but ponder whether his future would mirror that of the macaque, gradually aging and ultimately facing death. And with death, all the beauty of this world would be severed from him. Contemplating this, little Wukong anxiously turned to Li Yuan, asking, "Master, can cultivation truly grant immortality, allowing one to evade death? I do not wish to perish." Observing the tension in little Wukong, Li Yuan recognized that his philosophical teachings had successfully resonated. With a gentle smile, he replied, "Wukong, do you know why I chose to bestow upon you the title of the great sage equal to heaven?" "I do not know," came the reply. "To align with the heavens and to be equal to them, dear Wukong, is my aspiration for your eternal life." As he spoke, Li Yuan affectionately ruffled little Wukong's hair. "Rest assured, the teachings I impart to you are the methods of longevity. If you diligently cultivate, given your innate talent, death shall be entirely divorced from you." Upon hearing this, little Wukong's spirits soared. After all, the illusions Li Yuan had previously shown him had cast a profound shadow over his mind. unveiling the terrifying nature of mortality for the first time. Initially, little Yukong had considered that if he could master these 3 skills to a certain degree, he would then indulge in leisure. However, following Yuan's enlightening discourse, that thought dissipated, and he resolved to devote himself even more ardently to his training. Noticing the transformation in little Yukong, Yuan silently chuckled to himself, feeling quite competent as a mentor. Chapter 10. The Arrival of Bulma. The Celestial Academy. The Academy was no longer solely Lu Yuan's domain. With the addition of little Yukong and Bulma, the once desolate space now thrived with life. Previously, Lu Yuan had occupied his time by crafting various puppets, but these were not devoid of potential for growth. In the Academy, Lu Yuan's words manifested into reality. Claiming to transmute decay into the miraculous and to animate the inanimate was no exaggeration. The Xuanwu beast, which once guarded the southern heavenly gate, was fundamentally a unique puppet fashioned from stones found on the island by Lu Yuan. Yet, as global spiritual energy revitalized, the Xuanwu beast itself reaped tremendous benefits. Evolving throughout this process, it was not beyond possibility that it could one day become a true guardian deity. Beyond these concerns, Lu Yuan's primary focus remained on his 2 current disciples, Bulma and little Yukong. After all, Lu Yuan's system enabled him to fully acquire the abilities of his disciples. The stronger they became, the more formidable he, as their master, would be. If Lu Yuan aspired to venture beyond the academy and explore the world, he would undoubtedly require a certain level of strength. Lu Yuan was not particularly diligent. Rather than exhausting himself with relentless toil, he preferred to transfer the burden of cultivation onto his disciples. The allure of such a leisurely existence, akin to that of a carefree overseer, was simply irresistible. With this thought, Lu Yuan resolved to check on the progress of his 2 cherished disciples. With a subtle sense of perception, he discerned the locations of Bulma and Goku. With a casual wave of his hand, the scene before him shifted dramatically. In the next moment, Lu Yuan found himself at the site where Bulma and Goku were training, the renowned Flower Fruit Mountain. At the base of the mountain, Goku was diligently honing his skills. He was seen carrying a massive stone on his back, tirelessly training under the relentless cascade of a waterfall, embodying Lu Yuan's teachings. The roaring waterfall, combined with the weight of the stone, exerted pressure on every cell in Goku's body, fervently awakening his latent potential. Such an intense training regimen would likely leave others with numerous injuries in a short span of time. However, Goku, equipped with the supreme technique of the 8-9 profound arts imparted by Lu Yuan and endowed with Saiyan blood, found this level of training to be trivial. His strength progressed at an astonishing pace, achieving remarkable advancements daily. In stark contrast, Bulma appeared quite frustrated. She sat on a rock outside the waterfall, casting envious glances at Goku below, her expression clouded with worry. "Bulma, what troubles you?" Upon hearing the voice behind her, she quickly turned to see Lu Yuan standing there. It seemed that Bulma had been harboring a multitude of thoughts, which she unleashed without hesitation. "Master, do you think I am utterly useless? Why do you feel that way?" Lu Yuan inquired, puzzled. Bulma took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling dramatically. "Master, you have taught me some techniques, yet after all this time, I still haven't mastered them. Meanwhile, Goku hardly needs your guidance and continues to make daily progress." Lu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle at her words. It was clear that Bulma felt overshadowed by Goku's rapid advancement. This situation was akin to students in the same class, where one consistently excels while the other struggles, much like a mediocre student facing a top achiever. Approaching Bulma, Lu Yuan observed her despondent demeanor and gently patted her head with a smile. "Bulma, each individual is unique. The same endeavor may yield different results for different people. Goku is Goku, and you are you. There is no need for comparison. Be confident in yourself. You possess your own strengths. Or else why would I have taken you as my disciple?" "Really?" Bulma exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with surprise as she leaped up joyfully at Lu Yuan's words. Master, what are my strengths?" Lu Yuan's lips twitched slightly as he replied, "Well, your strength lies in your intelligence." Bulma's expression stiffened. What did he mean by that? If I were truly intelligent, would I have made no progress after so many days? Is Master indirectly criticizing me? With this thought, Bulma felt despondent again. Noticing her reaction, Lu Yuan realized that Bulma might have misunderstood him. After some contemplation, he continued, "Bulma, in addition to your innate intelligence, your meticulousness is also a virtue. It aligns perfectly with the skills I have to offer, which are quite suitable for you." Indeed, upon hearing that there were new techniques to learn, Bulma's interest was instantly piqued. Lu Yuan extended his finger and gently tapped her forehead. In the next moment, a torrent of information surged into Bulma's mind. These techniques included the Chiman Duanjia, symbolizing formation, the Evergreen Rejuvenation Technique, representing healing, and lastly, the Mighty Strength Technique, emblematic of power. These three techniques were not randomly imparted by Lu Yuan. Rather, he had carefully analyzed them and determined that they were genuinely appropriate for Bulma. With her scientist-like intellect, mastering the Chiman Duanjia would undoubtedly come naturally to her. The Evergreen Rejuvenation Technique and Mighty Strength Technique would provide her with essential self-defense capabilities. From the outset, Lu Yuan envisioned Bulma's role as supportive, as no one could rival the Saiyans in combat prowess. Thus, he tailored these techniques for her, inspired by the renowned medical ninja Tsunade from his previous life. Upon acquiring the new techniques, Bulma immediately began her training. Lu Yuan observed her for a while, and upon noticing that she had entered a focused state, he nodded and decided to leave. Since his disciples were diligently honing their skills, it was best for him, as their master, to refrain from interrupting and to take some time off. A week later, while fishing by the seaside, Lu Yuan suddenly heard a whoosh of air beside him. Without turning around, he instinctively reached out to grab the assailant. Bang! The opponent's fist collided with Lu Yuan's palm, producing a resounding impact that startled the fish drawn by his bait. Clearly, fishing was no longer an option. Bulma, why did you ambush your master? Lu Yuan turned, a hint of exasperation evident as he regarded Bulma, who had unexpectedly attacked him. She playfully stuck out her tongue and exclaimed with excitement, Master, I am not the same as I was a week ago. I have become stronger. Her confidence radiated, an undeniable sense of pride swelling within her. Lu Yuan sighed. And what of it? Your newfound strength bears no relation to ambushing your master. Bulma withdrew her hand, placing her hands on her hips. Master, I wish to spar with you to demonstrate the results of my recent training. Lu Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Bulma and slowly rose to his feet. What should be done if the disciple becomes overzealous? A good thrashing should suffice. Very well, you may proceed. Chapter 11. Wukong's 72 Transformations. Upon hearing Lu Yuan acquiesce to her request, Bulma's excitement surged. It was not that she had inflated confidence in her ability to overpower Lu Yuan. Rather, the more she trained, the more she understood the terrifying prowess he possessed. It was precisely this realization that allowed her to act without restraint, knowing she could not harm him regardless. Taking a deep breath, Bulma concentrated her energy. With a sudden burst, a mystical Bagua formation appeared beneath her feet, and her aura began to rise dramatically, her hair billowing outward. Oh, Lu Yuan observed with intrigue, taken aback by how seamlessly the art of Chiman Duanjia resonated with Bulma. In the brief span of a week, she had undergone a remarkable transformation. Master, be careful, she confidently declared, adjusting her energy to its peak before vanishing in an instant. When she reappeared, she was already atop Tang Xian's head. Her sudden disappearance was not due to any teleportation ability. Rather, her speed had reached a level beyond ordinary perception. Bulma, closing in with ferocity, aimed a powerful kick at Lu Yuan. He sidestepped deftly, and her kick struck the sandy beach instead. Boom! The impact produced a thunderous noise akin to an explosion, creating a massive pit over 5 meters in diameter at Lu Yuan's original position. This demonstrated the extraordinary level of Bulma's physical prowess, augmented by her mastery of the strength technique. Though she had missed Lu Yuan, it was as if she had foreseen his evasion, arriving precisely at the spot he would retreat to. She launched another relentless assault, her terrifying strikes unyielding and continuous. Lu Yuan, hands clasped behind his back, evaded with an air of ease, strolling as if in the tranquil confines of his own garden. As he effortlessly dodged while observing the vast Bagua formation beneath them, he remarked with a smile, Very well done. You have indeed grasped the fundamentals of this Chiman Duanjia technique. Within this formation, it is challenging for an ordinary person to escape your perception. Bulma remained silent, focusing instead on her approach. A punch flew toward him, but Lin merely turned his head, allowing her fist to sweep past his cheek. The force of her punch stirred the sands behind Tang Xian, leaving a long trail in its wake. Yet, no matter how impressive the attack, it was futile unless it made contact. Seeing that she could not even graze Tang Xian, Bulma grew anxious. Master, we agreed to spar. Why aren't you fighting back? Do you truly wish for me to retaliate? If I were to engage, this battle would conclude in an instant. Upon hearing these words, Bulma replied earnestly, Master, I am quite formidable now. It would not be so easy for you to defeat me with just one move. Sensing Bulma's confidence, Lu Yuan decided to let her experience the harsh realities of life. Suddenly, Lu Yuan halted, ceasing to evade Bulma's attacks. Seizing the opportunity, Bulma launched a punch. Her formidable strength, causing a thick plume of white smoke to arise from her fist, a result of the friction with the air generating copious steam. In contrast, Lu Yuan appeared utterly composed as he extended a finger and gave a gentle flick. Boom! In the instant Lu Yuan snapped his fingers, the air before him erupted violently. A terrifying shockwave surged forth, sweeping Bulma away. Caught in this overwhelming force, Bulma was thrown into the air and crashed onto the beach. After tumbling several times, she finally came to a stop, lying in a long sand pit that had formed in the open expanse. Dazed, Bulma struggled to comprehend how she had been defeated by Lu Yuan. She recalled only the moment Lin snapped his fingers, at which point her control seemed to slip away. When she regained her senses, she realized she had been bested. Staggering to her feet, Bulma discovered that Lu Yuan had somehow appeared beside her. Even more perplexing was the strange look in Lu Yuan's eyes as he regarded her. Without a moment to ponder, Bulma blurted out, "Master, how did you defeat me?" Lu Yuan turned his head, scratching his face, and replied, "Oh, it was nothing much. I merely took it a bit more seriously." Bulma was evidently dissatisfied with this response. Just as she was about to inquire further, she noticed something amiss with her attire. Looking down, she realized that much of her clothing had disintegrated into dust due to the aftermath of their battle, leaving only a few pieces of her undergarments intact, revealing her voluptuous form in full view. In that moment, Bulma finally understood the reason behind Lu Yuan's peculiar gaze. With a mix of embarrassment and anger, she let out a sharp scream, casting a fierce glance at Lu Yuan before hastily making her way to a small wooden cabin at the edge of the beach. This cabin served as a resting place for the master and his disciples, containing some of her spare clothing. As she ran towards the cabin, Lu Yuan turned to gaze at the vast ocean, his thoughts seemingly adrift. Reflecting on Bulma's captivating figure, he couldn't help but wonder if this rejuvenation technique had also triggered a second developmental phase. After all, when he had seen Bulma just a week prior, she had not possessed such allure. Moments after Bulma departed, a tremendous roar erupted from the sea, and the next instant, a dragon-like creature burst forth from the waves. After soaring through the air for a while, it landed gracefully before Lu Yuan. Observing the small dragon, which measured only 10 meters in length, Lu Yuan smiled and remarked, "Wukong, it seems you have mastered the 72 transformations." The dragon nodded happily, and in a flash of white light, it transformed back into its original form, that of the little Wukong. Wukong gazed at Lu Yuan, its tail swaying joyfully behind it, radiating delight. "Master, this 72 transformations is truly marvelous. I feel as though I can change into anything now." Lu Yuan nodded in response. The earthly fiend's 72 transformations harnesses the essence of heaven and earth. The path of transformation is merely one application of the 72 transformations. It possesses many other extraordinary aspects, but you must explore them on your own. Upon hearing this, little Wukong fell into contemplation, evidently struck by a revelation. Lu Yuan, witnessing this, felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Little Wukong's innate understanding was indeed remarkable. Just as Lu Yuan was about to speak again, a sudden rumble of thunder echoed from the sky. He looked up to find that the previously clear sky above the beach had been shrouded by ominous dark clouds. The thick, heavy clouds loomed over the island, reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. Observing this scene, Lu Yuan's brow furrowed in concern. Lowering his gaze, he noticed that little Wukong had inexplicably closed its eyes, appearing to be in a state of deep contemplation. Lu Yuan's expression grew increasingly serious, for this was no ordinary cloud, but rather the thunderclouds heralding Wukong's tribulation. Chapter 12. The Tribulation. The dark clouds enveloped the entire island. Lu Yuan was somewhat taken aback by the emergence of the thunder tribulation, as he hadn't anticipated little Wukong's cultivation speed to be so rapid. It was astonishing that in such a short span of time, Wukong had reached the threshold requiring a tribulation. Although the Dragon Ball world differed from the immortal realms Lu Yuan was familiar with, he sensed that the global revival of spiritual energy had transformed the earth in some manner. The most evident change was that the earth seemed to have given rise to a nascent form of heavenly principle. Otherwise, the tribulation would not have manifested. Traditionally, tribulations serve as tests imposed by the heavenly way upon cultivators. Successfully traversing them grants significant rewards, while failure results in utter annihilation. Little Wukong's tribulation was not due to reaching a certain cultivation level, but rather a consequence of mastering the 72 transformations. Such a profound ability, capable of seizing the essence of heaven and earth, typically invites the onset of a tribulation upon mastery. As little Wukong delved deeper into its understanding, the thunderclouds thickened ominously, and the winds and thunder grew increasingly pronounced. Finally, when the thunderclouds reached a critical mass, little Wukong opened its eyes. It appeared somewhat astonished by the changes occurring above. Gazing upon the scene that resembled the apocalypse, little Wukong could not help but turn to Lu Yuan. "Master, what is happening?" The thunderclouds above were clearly unlike ordinary dark clouds. Little Wukong could sense the looming threat they posed, especially that inexplicable feeling that made him acutely aware that these thunderclouds were directed at him. Lu Yuan also looked up at the thunderclouds and said calmly, "This is the thunder tribulation, which typically manifests only when a cultivator reaches a certain level of mastery or when a particular divine ability, feared by heaven and earth, emerges." The notion of a divine ability feared by heaven and earth instantly reminded little Wukong of his 72 transformations, and his expression grew solemn. "Master, what must I do to survive the tribulation?" Lu Yuan smiled at him and replied, "You need do nothing, as my disciple. The mere thunder tribulation cannot harm you." As he spoke, Lu Yuan extended his hand towards the thunderclouds and gently waved it, as if wiping away a stain from the sky. With a crackle, the incessant thunder ceased, and accompanied by the sound of shattering glass, the thunderclouds began to dissipate. Lu Yuan appeared as though he had merely performed a trivial act, exhibiting an air of nonchalance. A ray of sunlight broke through the clouds, illuminating the ground below. With the sun's return, the tension on little Wukong's face gradually eased. "Master, will I encounter such thunder tribulations in the future?" Although he had navigated this crisis, the astute little Wukong quickly realized that as he mastered more divine abilities, he might indeed face similar situations. He pondered what he would do if Lu Yuan were not by his side, for his master could not accompany him indefinitely. Lu Yuan was pleasantly surprised that little Wukong, at such a young age, possessed such foresight. Feeling gratified, he said, "Wukong, these thunderclouds are the manifestation of the heavenly principles. As long as you have not transcended the heavenly path in your cultivation, these thunder tribulations will always accompany you." "Master, does that mean I will encounter them again?" Little Wukong asked earnestly, pointing to where the thunderclouds had vanished. Lu Yuan nodded. "Master, what should I do when faced with such tribulations? In truth, these thunder tribulations do not pose a significant threat to you." "Huh?" Little Wukong was taken aback, not expecting Lu Yuan to say such a thing. Observing little Wukong's bewildered expression, Lu Yuan chuckled and explained, "The 8-9 mystical skill that I have imparted to you is, in itself, one of the finest body refinement techniques in this world. The might of the thunder tribulation lies in its ability to penetrate and disrupt spells. Generally, spells have little efficacy against the thunder tribulation. The 8-9 profound art is a method of body refinement, cultivating one's inherent potential. For you, as long as the 8-9 profound art is not neglected, the mere tribulations of thunder will hardly cause you harm. Is that true?" Upon hearing this, the little Wukong leaped up in delight. Although he greatly admired the 72 transformations, he had scarcely faltered in his practice of the 8-9 profound art. After all, Lu Yuan had previously emphasized that the 8-9 profound art is the foundation upon which he stands. It must never be forgotten at any time. Looking at Lu Yuan, the little Wukong suddenly expressed his eagerness, saying, "Master, since this thunder tribulation cannot harm me, could you summon it again? I wish to ascertain the extent of my current strength." "Oh." Lu Yuan observed the little one with a smile that was neither fully serious nor entirely amused. This clever child understood well. Typically, when one faces tribulation, even with protectors, they would not dare to claim absolute certainty. Yet, witnessing Lu Yuan disperse the thunderclouds with a mere wave had evidently instilled confidence in Wukong that he was impervious to harm with Lu Yuan present. Given that he would not be in danger, the little Wukong naturally wished to utilize the thunder tribulation to temper himself. Since the little Wukong had expressed such a desire, Lu Yuan would not refuse. With another wave of his hand, the clear sky once again darkened. Enormous thunderclouds began to envelop the entire island anew. Gazing at the thunderclouds above him, the little Wukong's eyes sparkled with fierce determination. He fully activated the 8-9 profound art within him. A torrent of golden light erupted from his body. "Wukong, brace yourself. With these words, a massive bolt of lightning struck down from the heavens. The little Wukong did not flinch. Instead, he chose to endure the impact with his body. Boom! The thunder crashed down upon the spot where the little Wukong stood. Producing a deafening explosion. Countless electric sparks danced around him, initially tense while engulfed in the thunder. He soon grew confident upon realizing that the lightning posed no threat to him. A smile graced Lu Yuan's lips as he commanded another bolt of lightning to descend. Boom! Haha, bring it on. The little Wukong charged forward, bracing himself against the thunder once more. Boom! 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 The relentless barrage of lightning began to rain down continuously, each strike growing ever more powerful. At first, the little Wukong could withstand the thunder tribulation solely through the 8-9 profound art. However, as the onslaught continued, he was compelled to employ additional techniques to counteract the damage inflicted by the tribulation. Countless bolts of lightning struck as if heralding the apocalypse, relentlessly bombarding the little Wukong. Observing the unwavering figure of the little Wukong amidst the tempest of thunder, Lu Yuan stroked his chin, lost in thought. It seemed that the little Wukong's strength was growing even more rapidly than he had anticipated. Chapter 13. With a wave of his hand, he vanished. As the power of the thunder tribulation intensified, the commotion on the island grew increasingly pronounced. Emerging from the wooden cabin, Bulma, newly attired, noticed the unsettling commotion outside. Initially, she dismissed it, attributing the noise to an impending storm. However, as the thunder and explosive sounds intensified, she began to sense something amiss. What storm rumbles without rain? This was no mere tempest. It was a cacophony of thunder. Upon stepping outside, Bulma was immediately startled by the scene before her. There stood Goku, struggling amidst the torrential thunder, while Lu Yuan appeared to be an amused spectator, choosing not to intervene, but rather observing with keen interest. What on earth were Master and Goku engaged in? With curiosity piqued, Bulma approached Lu Yuan. Meanwhile, within the tumult of the thunderstorm, Goku's initial confidence had dissipated. The relentless thunder now bore down upon him with overwhelming pressure. Each strike sent jolts of fear coursing through him. At this juncture, Goku found himself filled with regret. Had he known the tempest would be so terrifying, he would never have arrogantly requested Lu Yuan to conjure such formidable thunder. As yet another bolt struck him, leaving him battered and bruised, Goku could no longer contain his distress. Master, please disperse these thunderclouds. I can hardly endure any longer. Goku pleaded, his eyes filled with desperation. Yet, Lu Yuan seemed oblivious to his plight, cheerfully directing another bolt to descend. Seeing this, Goku dared not speak further, hastily fortifying his defenses. Lu Yuan, with a smile, remarked, Goku, this is for your own good. This tribulation is unlike any other, and in my estimation, you still have much endurance left. Goku's expression shifted to one of profound grievance. He felt he was nearing his limits, while Lu Yuan claimed he could persist for a long while yet. Was his master deliberately putting him through this torment? After all, he had done nothing wrong to deserve such relentless punishment. However, Goku soon realized that the thunder indeed held the transformative potential that Lu Yuan had alluded to. His practice of the 8-9 mystical arts under the waterfall had honed his body significantly, yet that method left certain limitations unaddressed. The thunderstorm's baptism, however, was different. The terrifying bolts penetrated every cell within him. Each wave of thunder brought about palpable changes in his physique. With this revelation, Goku steeled his resolve. During this tumultuous ordeal, he consciously engaged in the practice of the 8-9 mystical arts, clearly recognizing this thunderstorm as an opportunity for profound cultivation. Seeing the remarkable aptitude of little Wukong, Lu Yuan felt an even greater satisfaction with his disciple. However, satisfaction aside, Lu Yuan did not pause in his actions. He aimed to awaken the full potential within little Wukong. The Saiyan bloodline could not be subdued by mere flashes of lightning. Boom! 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 Not far away, Bulma instinctively shuddered at the sight of little Wukong being incessantly struck by thunder. She couldn't help but imagine, if she were to switch places with little Wukong, whether she could endure to such an extent. After a brief contemplation, Bulma reached a resolute conclusion. Not only could she not reach little Wukong's level, but even the question of how long she could endure was uncertain. After all, she was not a monster like little Wukong. As the power of the lightning intensified, little Wukong could no longer hold on. Master, I can't take it anymore. Just a little longer. Master, I truly can't hold on any longer. Is that so? Then just a few more strikes, hold on. Master, that is already over 10 strikes. Is it not finished yet? Only one more left? Just hang in there. After enduring over 100 strikes, little Wukong lay on the ground, devoid of any spirit. Around him were the marks left by the relentless thunder. At that moment, he appeared as though he had just emerged from a fierce battle, his skin charred and the air tinged with the scent of roasted flesh. Yuan approached little Wukong, smiling as he inquired, "Wukong, how do you feel?" Exhausted, little Wukong opened his eyes wearily, gazing at Yuan with a look of despair. He vividly remembered Yuan mentioning only one final strike long ago, yet he had endured over 100. A man's words are but deceit. Clearly at that moment, little Wukong had no desire to converse with him. He felt thoroughly duped by Yuan. If only little Wukong had experienced Yuan's military training in a past life, he would never have believed such fabrications. The last strike? Perhaps it was just the last billion. Of course, Yuan's intentions were for little Wukong's benefit, aiming to unleash his full potential. Nevertheless, having endured this trial by thunder, little Wukong would undoubtedly experience a qualitative leap. From Yuan's current perspective, little Wukong's combat power had likely reached around 3,000. It is worth noting that when Vegeta first arrived on Earth, his power was just over 10,000. Little Wukong now possessed roughly one-third of Vegeta's power, rendering him nearly invincible on present-day Earth. Just then, Bulma could no longer restrain herself and approached. She first glanced at little Wukong, then turned her gaze to Yuan. "Master, what exactly were you doing just now? Why was there such a tremendous commotion?" It was the commotion caused by Wukong's tribulation, a scene that one might encounter in the future. What? I might face such a terrifying thunder tribulation too. Upon hearing that she could also be subjected to such a fearsome ordeal, Bulma's delicate face turned pale with fright. Unlike little Wukong, she did not possess such a formidable physique, nor had she ever practiced the profound art of the 8-9 mysteries. Under such thunderous conditions, it was uncertain whether she could survive. Yuan, noticing Bulma's concerns, chuckled reassuringly. "Fear not. You need not worry excessively. As long as you diligently train, the thunder tribulation will pose no threat to you." "Really?" Bulma gazed at Yuan with a hint of disbelief, struggling to accept that she could withstand such a dreadful thunderstorm. "If you remain skeptical, once little Wukong awakens, you may challenge him. With your current abilities, you should be able to spar with him for a while, providing you with an excellent opportunity to gauge your own strength." Upon hearing this, Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 14. Wukong vs. Bulma. The thought of battling little Wukong had crossed Bulma's mind before. Although she was well aware of his capabilities, his youthful appearance was quite deceptive. Currently, little Wukong resembled an innocent child, making it difficult for anyone to perceive him as a threat. Moreover, Bulma had made significant progress in her own strength recently, although she had been easily defeated by Yuan with a mere flick of his finger. That was to be expected when pitted against a being she regarded as an omnipotent deity. It was hardly shameful for a mortal to lose to a divine entity. Thus, she wholeheartedly supported Yuan's suggestion. "Wukong, do you agree to battle Bulma?" Yuan inquired of little Wukong, seeking his consent. After a moment's contemplation, little Wukong nodded obediently. Despite having recently endured a thunder tribulation and experiencing considerable depletion of his spiritual energy, his training in the 8-9 mysteries was a form of physical cultivation, meaning that spiritual energy would not greatly diminish his combat prowess. "Since neither of you opposes this, I shall act as the referee and oversee your duel." With that, Yuan suddenly waved his hand. Boom! Accompanied by a series of thunderous sounds, Bulma and little Wukong found their bodies ascending. Upon closer inspection, they realized that a substantial piece of land had emerged from the beach beneath their feet. At that moment, they stood upon this land, which was quite expansive, approximately 1/5 the size of Small Island. This arena was more than adequate for their battle. As for Yuan's remarkable abilities, Bulma and little Wukong gained a clearer understanding of his extraordinary prowess. Who else could conjure a massive floating island with such ease? Only a celestial being like Yuan could accomplish such a miraculous feat after arranging the battleground. A cloud suddenly reappeared beneath Yuan's feet. He reclined onto the cloud, a wine flask appearing in his hand. As the cloud ascended higher, Yuan ultimately settled above the two combatants. He savored a delightful sip of fruit wine and addressed the young Monkey King and Bulma below. "You two, sparring should be kept light. Do not let emotions be bruised." The young Monkey King nodded, clearly heeding Yuan's words. Bulma, too, acknowledged his advice, given the strong camaraderie she shared with the young Monkey King. However, camaraderie aside, Bulma would not hold back in the duel, despite her strength being significantly inferior to his. The two stood at opposite ends of the battlefield, gazing at one another. After a moment of silence, Bulma initiated the attack. Empowered by the giant power technique, her physical prowess surged to an astonishing level, her combat strength exceeding 1,000. In contrast, the young Monkey King boasted a combat power just above 3,000. Although a disparity existed, it was not insurmountable. In response to Bulma's aggressive advance, the young Monkey King chose to confront her head-on. With a thunderous clash, their figures collided, igniting a fierce battle. Their expertise in martial arts rendered the confrontation intensely dynamic, with countless shards of stone soaring into the air. Each punch and kick possessed the potential for devastating destruction. Observing this spectacle from above, Yuan exhibited a satisfied expression. Both the young Monkey King and Bulma demonstrated commendable combat strength, embodying the prowess expected of their cultivation levels. The young Monkey King, endowed with Saiyan blood, possessed an almost instinctive combat intuition, allowing him to make decisive choices during battle. Conversely, Bulma had begun her training in the mysterious art of Chimin Duanjia. Though she was merely a novice, even this foundational knowledge immensely aided her. The 8 trigrams array beneath her feet extended over a wide radius, enabling her to achieve a semblance of foresight within that space. Thus, despite her slightly slower speed compared to the young Monkey King, she was able to respond preemptively, making the exchange of blows quite reciprocal. Moreover, while Bulma had not cultivated the profound 8-9 mystical art, she had mastered the evergreen rejuvenation technique. This ability could be applied to both herself and others, allowing her to engage in battle without excessive concern. Even if injured, she could recover swiftly, epitomizing the perfect amalgamation of a warrior and a healer. Observing Bulma's combat style, which bore a striking resemblance to Tsunade's, Yuan couldn't help but marvel internally, wondering if he had inadvertently unleashed a female warrior upon the world. Not only did Bulma's fighting technique echo that of Tsunade, but her physique appeared to be gradually evolving in a similar direction as well. Just as Goku and Bulma engaged in an intense battle, Yuan sensed someone approaching the island. Curiosity piqued. He turned his gaze in that direction. Soon, he discerned several figures emerging upon the surface of the sea. Upon recognizing the newcomers, a smile graced Yuan's face, for it was none other than Master Roshi and his companions. Having honored Yuan's request to recruit disciples from the outside world, Master Roshi had now returned after nearly half a year. It was only natural that he wouldn't be able to locate everyone on his list at once. Sending back those he had found was undoubtedly the most prudent course of action. This time, the individuals Master Roshi brought back were Krillin, Tin, and Kaiatsu, 3 individuals Yuan held in high regard. However, he remained curious about their talents. Outside the Heavenly Temple Dojo, Krillin, unable to contain his impatience after days of sailing on the ocean, inquired, Master Roshi, haven't we arrived at the Heavenly Temple Dojo yet? At that moment, Master Roshi, who had been skillfully guiding the enormous sea turtle beneath him, turned to see Tien and Kairatsu, looking at him with anticipation, clearly eager to meet the legendary sage of whom Master Roshi had spoken. After calculating their journey's duration, Master Roshi chuckled and reassured them, don't fret, we shall arrive shortly. At his words, Krillin and the others felt a surge of excitement, as Master Roshi had indicated that the formidable sage held great promise for them. Unlike Roshi, they would not need to complete arduous tasks before being allowed to learn directly from a sage. Is that over there? Krillin exclaimed, spotting a colossal island emerging on the horizon. He stood up in exhilaration atop the turtle's back. Master Roshi squinted at the sight and replied with a grin, indeed, children, that is the Heavenly Temple Dojo. Upon hearing this, Ten and Katsu perked up, their spirits lifted as they gazed eagerly toward the dojo. In the sky above, amidst the battlefield, Bulma and Goku were locked in a fierce struggle, each exchanging blows with fervor. Although the battle was captivating, Bai Shiwan's attention had drifted away from them. He noticed that a massive sea turtle had arrived at the beach, ferrying Master Roshi and the others ashore. After setting them down, Master Roshi affectionately patted the turtle's head, bidding it farewell as it departed. Upon their inaugural visit to this locale, Krillin and his companions gazed around with curiosity. They found themselves on a seemingly ordinary island, its environment indistinguishable from that of any other small isle. However, what set this island apart was the dense fog that enveloped its depths, obscuring any understanding of the happenings within. Master Roshi, are you certain this is the Heavenly Dojo? Krillin, unable to discern any extraordinary attributes of the island, voiced his skepticism. Master Rashi stroked his beard, smiling quietly, as he awaited the arrival of Yuan, confident that Yuan had already sensed their presence. Indeed, just as they set foot on the island, a tremendous commotion erupted from the clouds above. With a resounding roar, a colossal azure dragon, measuring over 100 meters in length, materialized in the sky. The dragon soared gracefully for a moment before hovering above Krillin and his companions. Faced with this formidable creature, Krillin and Tien instinctively recoiled, seeking refuge behind Master Rashi. It was their first encounter with a being that belonged solely to myth and legend. However, Master Rashi displayed no trepidation. He respectfully bowed to the dragon above. "Great dragon, I have brought them as commanded by the celestial being." The dragon gazed down at Master Rashi and the others with an impassive expression, remaining silent. After a brief pause, a faint voice resonated in their ears. "Bring them up." The tone was unremarkable, and Krillin and the others glanced around, perplexed, as no one appeared to be speaking. Yet, the voice was unmistakably clear to them. Master Rashi, familiar with this voice, reverently gestured towards the heavens. "Thank you, celestial being." With the utterance of Liu Yuan's words, the dragon descended from the sky, landing before Master Rashi and the others. Its immense form instilled in them a profound sense of their own insignificance. "What are you all standing there for? Come with me," Master Rashi urged, a smile gracing his face. With a single leap, he effortlessly ascended onto the dragon's back. Regaining their composure, Krillin and the others mimicked Master Rashi's actions, scrambling onto the dragon's back. Once they settled in, the dragon soared into the sky. "Ah!" Krillin, experiencing a fear of heights for the first time, let out a startled scream. Tien and Kaiotsu fared little better, their faces turning ashen with fright. In no time, guided by the dragon, they approached the cloud-laden heights. The dense clouds seemed to anticipate the arrival of a few individuals, suddenly parting to reveal a vast chasm. The azure dragon soared directly into this void, plunging deep into the cloud layers. Shortly thereafter, the group beheld a small island suspended in the air above Cloud City. The azure dragon landed gracefully at the island's edge. The turtle sage and the others immediately understood the situation and disembarked from the dragon. Gazing at the desolate surroundings, the turtle sage appeared perplexed, uncertain of why Liu Yuan had summoned them to this place. Suddenly, a terrifying commotion echoed from a distance. Curiosity piqued. They turned towards the source of the noise and witnessed a fierce battle between Bulma and Sun Wukong, a clash so intense that it darkened the skies. Due to the overwhelming strength of Bulma and Wukong, Krillin and the others struggled to discern their movements, catching only fleeting glimpses of their silhouettes. Only the turtle sage could fully comprehend the unfolding battle. However, upon recognizing Bulma amidst the fray, the turtle sage was utterly astounded. He gazed in disbelief at the fierce exchanges between Bulma and the young Wukong, unable to fathom how Bulma, once an ordinary person, had ascended to such formidable heights in just a few short months. Was this truly the same Bulma he had known? What a jest! If she was merely an ordinary person, what did that make him? In contrast, Krillin and the others were not as deeply shaken as the turtle sage, for they had not previously known Bulma and were unaware of her origins, believing her strength to be innate. "Turtle sage, it has been a long time." A gentle voice interrupted their rapt attention. Turning, they beheld Lien, clad in a flowing white robe, regarding them with a knowing smile. The turtle sage promptly knelt, respectfully declaring, "I am but the humble turtle sage, here to pay my respects to the esteemed immortal." Seeing this, Krillin and the others hastily followed suit, prostrating themselves before Liu Yuan. "We pay homage to the esteemed immortal." If there had been any skepticism regarding the turtle sage's words before, witnessing the azure dragon and the fierce battle between Bulma and young Wukong left them with no trace of doubt. The seemingly cultured and refined young man before them was indeed the most enigmatic immortal in this realm. "Rise, I do not concern myself with such formalities." Upon hearing this, the turtle sage and the others quickly stood. Liu Yuan cast a glance at the turtle sage before turning his attention to Krillin and the others. "Krillin, bloodline, Earthling, battle power, 2, potential, rare blue. Tin Shinhan, bloodline, three-eyed person, battle power, 3, potential, rare purple. Dumpling, bloodline mutant, combat power, 3, potential, rare purple." Remarkably, Tianjin Fan and Dumpling have not disappointed me. Both possess rare purple potential. I had previously suspected Tianjin Fan's considerable potential. However, Dumpling's formidable potential was unexpected. Yet, It soon came to mind that Dumpling seems to be a superhuman. Thus, it follows that Dumpling is no ordinary individual. Among the trio, only Krillin's talent could be deemed somewhat average. Nevertheless, even Bulma, with her blue potential, has managed to reach her current level after discovering the right methods. With proper guidance, Krillin's achievements could also be noteworthy. Contemplating this, I cast a satisfied glance at Master Roshi. Well done. I am quite pleased with your efforts. Once Goku and the others finish their battle, I shall reward you accordingly. Thank you, Master. Chapter 16. 3 New Disciples. Although I did not specify what reward I would bestow upon myself, Master Roshi believed that I would not treat him poorly. After all, I am a deity of boundless capability. Such an entity can casually bestow treasures with a mere flick of a finger. Suppressing his excitement, Master Roshi curiously observed the battle between Bulma and little Goku. The clash between little Goku and Bulma was nearing its conclusion. Despite Bulma's cleverness in utilizing her extraordinary evasive techniques and rejuvenation abilities, she was evenly matched with little Goku for a brief period. However, after enduring the Thunder Tribulation, little Goku had experienced a transformative leap in strength. Even with Bulma exerting her utmost effort, she could not alter the outcome against little Goku, whose physical prowess overwhelmingly surpassed hers. Seizing an opportunity, little Goku delivered a powerful punch to Bulma's abdomen, sending her hurtling backwards into the ground with tremendous force, creating a sizable crater upon impact. Lying in the crater, Bulma gasped for breath, struggling to recover. Little Goku approached her, feeling a pang of guilt. "Sister Bulma, are you all right?" Bulma propped herself up and stood once more, casting a bewildered glance at little Goku. She was utterly astonished at how this little creature had managed to train to such an extent. Their training had commenced around the same time, yet the disparity between them was unfathomably vast. Despite giving her all, little Goku appeared entirely unscathed. Reflecting on their earlier encounter, Bulma couldn't help but internally scoff at his seemingly indestructible physique. Was such a body truly attainable by a mere human? The strength he exhibited could easily be likened to that of a humanoid robot. Little Wukong observed that Bulma was silent, and he mistakenly assumed that she was upset, not realizing that she was simply taken aback by his astounding abilities. Anxiously, he stood there, appearing somewhat flustered. Just then, applause echoed from a distance. "Very well done, both of you. I'm quite pleased," a voice remarked. The two turned their heads in the direction of the sound and discovered Yuan approaching with a group of people. Upon closer inspection, little Wukong and Bulma were delighted to find familiar faces among the crowd. Master Roshi. Little Wukong joyfully greeted Master Roshi, who smiled and stroked his beard. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lien, accompanied by the group, approached the two and cheerfully announced, "Wukong, Bulma, these individuals behind me will be your future junior disciples." "Really?" Upon hearing that these individuals were about to become his junior brothers, little Wukong leaped with excitement. After all, he was still a child, filled with a playful spirit. The vast heavenly dojo, including Yuan and Bulma, comprised merely the three of them, leaving little Wukong feeling somewhat lonely. However, upon seeing Dumpling and Krillin, who were around his age, he felt an immediate urge to introduce himself to them. Yet, he understood that it was not his moment to speak. Yuan pointed at little Wukong and Bulma, while introducing them to Krillin and the others. "This is my first disciple, son Wukong, who will be your future elder brother." "Greetings, elder brother." He was met with enthusiastic responses. "And this is Bulma, my later disciple, who will be your second elder sister." "Greetings, elder sister." Krillin and the others regarded little Wukong and Bulma with utmost respect, having witnessed their previous battle. The sheer destructive power they exhibited was on an entirely different level. Feeling slightly bashful at being referred to as elder brother, little Wukong scratched his head and smiled foolishly. Bulma, too, covered her mouth and smiled at Krillin and the others, especially intrigued by the three-eyed Tien Shinhan. "All right, you two, take a moment to rest. I will lead your junior disciples to the dojo." "Very well." Yuan turned to Krillin and the others, instructing, "Come closer." Although they were perplexed, Krillin and the others obediently moved to Yuan's side. Without any further ado, Yuan waved his hand, and the surrounding environment shifted dramatically. In an instant, they were transported from the sky battlefield to Yuan's dojo. What is happening?" Krillin and the others looked around the dojo in disbelief. Such astonishing feats of skill explained why Master Roshi had repeatedly cautioned them to treat Yuan with respect. It is but a jest. If Yuan truly wished to inflict harm, would it not be as effortless as a mere breath? They remain oblivious to their fate. perhaps meeting their demise at Lu Yuan's hands. In that moment, Klin's trepidation towards Lu Yuan intensified. Master Rashi, please find a place to rest for now. I shall keep my promise regarding your reward. Then I am most grateful, esteemed immortal. Master Rashi cast envious glances at Klin and the others left behind by Lu Yuan, shook his head, and departed from the dojo. Once Master Rashi had taken his leave, Lu Yuan stepped into the center of the dojo, his expression unusually grave. Though Master Rashi may have already confirmed this with you, I must inquire once more. Do you genuinely wish to become my disciples? Klin and the others exchanged glances, their hesitation non-existent. The three of them knelt upon the ground. We are willing. Very well. Henceforth, the three of you shall be true disciples of my heavenly Taoist hall. After welcoming his three new disciples, a chilling voice echoed in Lu Yuan's mind once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring 3 new disciples. Fulfilling the system's requirements to unlock the shop. The system shop is now open. The host may peruse at their leisure. A system shop? Lu Yuan's curiosity was piqued. He waved his hand toward Klin and the others. You may retire for now. There are plenty of vacant rooms. Choose one and settle in. Tomorrow, I shall formally arrange your training. Thank you, Master. After Klin and the others departed, Lu Yuan turned his attention to the system shop, discovering it to be far more beneficial than he had anticipated. Within the shop lay a plethora of items and special artifacts. For instance, techniques, magical treasures, unique bloodlines, and even extraordinary abilities akin to the Sharingan. Most crucially, these items could be bestowed upon his disciples. It is essential to note that whatever abilities his disciples possessed, he too would gain, including bloodlines. In other words, should he exchange for the Sharingan for one of his disciples, he would effectively acquire it for himself as well. It was indeed a double delight. Contemplating this, Lu Yuan began to explore the system, seeking out useful items. Chapter 17. Initiation Gifts, Sharingan, Single Tomo, Type, Talent, Effect, a unique ocular technique with formidable abilities such as observation, replication, and hypnosis. The bearer possesses extraordinary insight, capable of perceiving energy flows, dispelling illusions, and replicating body techniques and certain divine abilities. It can evolve. Price, 100,000 spiritual power points. Note, a special talent from the world of Naruto. Human limiter unlocked. Type, special bloodline. Effect, capable of transcending the physical limits of humanity. To assimilate this bloodline, one must possess a complete lineage of earthlings and must also be bald, enduring the lifelong consequence of never growing hair. Coupled with a unique training regimen, it enables one to surpass human boundaries. Price, 200,000 spiritual points. Note, originates from the special bloodline of One Punch Man. As Lu Yuan gazed upon the system items appearing in the marketplace, he was swiftly captivated by these 2 offerings. Firstly, regarding the Sharingan. If one were to consider which of Lu Yuan's disciples would be most suited for this extraordinary eye, without a doubt, it would be Tien Shinhan. As a member of the Three-Eyed Clan, his third eye inherently possesses a degree of unique capabilities. Should that eye be replaced with the Sharingan, Tien would undoubtedly adapt to this transformation in a remarkably short time and develop its potential to a commendable level. On the other hand, the unlocking of human limiters appears to be a tailor-made bloodline for Krillin. It is imperative to note that the prerequisites for unlocking human limiters consist of 2 conditions. One must be an earthling and, secondly, bald. Among Lu Yuan's current disciples, while Tien is also bald, he only harbors half of an earthling bloodline, thus failing to meet the criteria. Conversely, Krillin perfectly satisfies all the conditions for this bloodline. Lu Yuan instantly recognized the origin of this bloodline. It evidently stems from the One Punch Man universe. If Krillin could adapt to this bloodline and employ an appropriate training method, it would not be beyond the realm of possibility for him to evolve into a being akin to that bald powerhouse from One Punch Man. As for the final item concerning Dumpling, considering his status as a superhuman and his latent purple potential, Lu Yuan resolved to maximize the development of his abilities. In his recollections, the most formidable superhumans predominantly hailed from the realm of American comics. After a prolonged contemplation, Lu Yuan ultimately identified a system item capable of amplifying Dumpling's potential to its fullest. Quantum Body. Type, Super Ability. Effect, a body composed entirely of infinite quantum. Neither material nor energy, it possesses limitless potential. In a sense, it is the embryonic form of a deity. Price, 500,000 spiritual points. Note, derived from the unique ability of Dr. Manhattan from The Watchmen. Indeed, Lu Yuan's final proposition for Dumpling involves the superpower of Dr. Manhattan from the Watchmen. Once endowed with a quantum body, Dumpling would be nearly immune to physical harm, unless faced with extraordinary means. Otherwise, inflicting damage upon him would be virtually impossible. It is essential to acknowledge that Dr. Manhattan is an almost invincible presence within the Watchmen narrative, his abilities encompassing, but not limited to, the quantum body, a form that is an infinite quantum body, neither material nor energy. Quantum reaction, with a response time of Planck time, approximately 1 times 10 to the power of negative 43 seconds. Quantum analysis, capable of swiftly deciphering any form of existence, unveiling its principles and essence. Ontological duplication, enabling infinite replication of oneself, with each possessing its own consciousness. Abilities akin to the original. Memory extraction, the ability to unearth latent memories concealed within the thoughts of all living beings, as well as the capacity to influence others' minds. And so forth. The quantum body serves as the foundation for all of this, provided that Jiaozi diligently continues his training. He could potentially ascend to the level of Dr. Manhattan, achieving a form of divinity. Of course, while the notion is appealing, the costs involved, including the Sharingan of characters like Tianjin Fan, amount to a staggering 800,000 spiritual power points. Fortunately, beneath the dojo where Lu Yuan resides lies a vast spiritual energy vein. However, upon full development of the vein, Lu Yuan estimates he could accumulate around 5 million spiritual power points. This sum is not particularly substantial, especially considering that Earth has only just begun its spiritual revival, and the formation of such energy veins requires time. Previously, Lu Yuan had regarded these spiritual energy veins as reserve resources stored in his warehouse. Now, it is time to put them to use. As for expending these spiritual points on his disciples, would Lu Yuan feel any regret? Not in the slightest. For what belongs to his disciples ultimately belongs to him. The abilities acquired by his disciples are, in essence, his own. Imagining a future where Tianjin Fan unlocks the Mangekyo Sharingan, Krillin transforms into a formidable powerhouse, and Jiaozi becomes an invincible quantum Superman. Lu Yuan cannot help but feel a sense of anticipation. Should Tianjin Fan and the others flourish, they might be capable of confronting foes like Vegeta and Frieza without the need for Goku's intervention. As for the more formidable adversaries, such as Majin Buu and the God of Destruction, Lu Yuan believes that fully realized versions of Jiaozi and the others, under his guidance, would not lack the strength to contend. Moreover, even if his disciples were ultimately unable to overcome those formidable foes, he, as their master, would always be there to support them. This is merely the path he has currently designed for Tianjin Fan and the others. In the future, he will undoubtedly craft even more powerful routes based on actual circumstances. However, the spiritual power points required at that time may well be astronomical. Reflecting on this, Lu Yuan's previously indifferent stance towards the spiritual energy veins has shifted to one of significance. His thoughts began to expand. Might there be spiritual energy veins on other planets beyond Earth? After all, the essence of spiritual energy is a form of supernatural substance. In a universe capable of giving rise to beings like Frieza, it is clear that supernatural materials are not in short supply. However, Lu Yuan has no intention of hastening Jiaozi and the others' departure from Earth to explore the cosmos just yet. After all, they're still in a phase of growth. In Lu Yuan's view, without a combat power exceeding 100,000, leaving Earth would equate to courting death. The current state of Earth is relatively secure, and there are no formidable foes on the horizon, allowing his disciples ample time to develop. As for the imminent arrival of the Demon King Piccolo, Lu Yuan merely smiled and remained silent. The creature, with a mere 1,000 in combat power, pales in comparison to the current little Goku, who could easily overpower him. Even Bulma might triumph over him. A demon? Merely a frog in a well, ignorant of the vastness of the sky. Contemplating this, Lu Yuan resolved to summon his disciples, having previously pondered what suitable gifts to present them as initiation tokens. This dilemma was swiftly resolved, as the gifts were already at hand. Chapter 18, A Metamorphosis. Once Lu Yuan finalized the gifts for his disciples, he felt a sense of relief. He certainly wouldn't slight the turtle hermit, who had brought Tin and the others and fulfilled his requirements flawlessly. After careful consideration, Lu Yuan concluded that the most appropriate gift for the turtle hermit would pertain to longevity. After all, the Dragon Ball universe is quite peculiar. While the upper limits of combat power are astonishingly high, it seems that there is no corresponding lifespan to match. Ironically, in the original tale, Son Goku ultimately succumbs to a heart disease. What a jest. A Super Saiyan, impervious to Frieza's energy blasts, falls victim to a mere heart condition. This illustrates the bizarre rules governing lifespan in the Dragon Ball universe. Thus, for the aging turtle hermit, the finest gift would undoubtedly be one that enhances his longevity. Peach of Immortality, 5,000 years. Type, Celestial Fruit. Effect, extends a user's lifespan by 1,000 years. Improves physical constitution. This is the item Lu Yuan exchanged from the system's marketplace and prepared as a gift for the turtle hermit. However, he did not intend to bestow all the peaches he acquired from the system upon the turtle hermit. He exchanged a total of 3 peaches. One for the turtle hermit and the other 2 he planned to plant in a suitable location. After all, his dojo is named the Heavenly Court Dojo. What kind of heavenly court would it be without an orchard of peaches? In the Heavenly Court Dojo, Tien and the others sat upright, their expressions serious as they awaited their master, Lu Yuan, the esteemed owner of the dojo. Observing his disciple's nervous demeanor, Lu Yuan smiled and said, "There is no need for anxiety. I have summoned you today to present you with initiation gifts." Gifts for initiation? Upon hearing that they would receive gifts today, Tien and the others were taken aback, astonished by the unexpected generosity. However, the gift bestowed by Lu Yuan is undoubtedly extraordinary. Tianjin Fan and the others, filled with curiosity about the nature of the present, could hardly contain their excitement. Tianjin Fan, as you are the eldest among us, please step forward, Lu Yuan beckoned. With a hint of trepidation, Tianjin Fan rose and approached Lu Yuan. Without unnecessary gestures, Lu Yuan placed his hand upon Tianjin Fan's head. In an instant, a radiant glow began to coalesce above Tianjin Fan, illuminating the space around him. "Ah!" Tianjin Fan exclaimed, overwhelmed by the transformation coursing through his body. He felt as though countless flames were igniting within him, an intense sensation akin to being engulfed in a furnace, stirring an urge to unleash his pent-up energy. His cries sent tremors of fear through Krillin and the others, yet they soon realized that Tianjin Fan's form was undergoing a remarkable metamorphosis. His physique appeared somewhat ethereal, and under the influence of an unseen force, his veins shimmered with a faint golden hue. In a short while, a colossal and spectral eye emerged above his head, a mystical orb with an enigmatic pattern at its pupil, reminiscent of an unknown Tomo. "Tianjin Fan, today I bestow upon you the Sharingan. I hope you will cultivate it diligently and not disappoint my expectations," Lu Yuan declared. With those words, Tianjin Fan's body returned to its normal state, drenched in sweat as he gazed at Lu Yuan, his eyes brimming with exhilaration. At that moment, he felt an unprecedented surge of power within him, an experience beyond his wildest imagination. The transformation of his body was merely one aspect. What thrilled Tianjin Fan most was the emergence of his third eye. Previously, his third eye was no different from that of an ordinary person, merely possessing slightly enhanced vision. However, he now sensed a profound evolution within his gaze. Is this truly the Sharingan that my master spoke of? Tianjin Fan pondered, fully aware that his eyes could not have evolved without reason. This was clearly the work of Lu Yuan, and such extraordinary skill instilled in him a deeper reverence for his master. "Thank you, master," he expressed earnestly. "Now, I shall refrain from revealing the full capabilities of the Sharingan. You must explore its potential for yourself. I trust you will not let me down," Lu Yuan replied. "I assure you I will not disappoint you, master," Tianjin Fan affirmed, his resolve unwavering. Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction, and then turned his attention to Krillin. "Krillin, it is now your turn." "Oh, all right," Krillin exclaimed, as if awakening from a dream, casting a curious glance at the dramatically transformed Tianjin Fan, eager to discover what gift Lu Yuan would bestow upon him. "However, I lack the third eye possessed by Tien Shinhan. I doubt my master would bestow upon me the Sharingan, though those Tomo-patterned pupils appear rather striking." As Krillin approached, Lu Yuan replicated the action, placing his hand atop Krillin's head. Unlike Tien Shinhan, the commotion caused by Krillin was not as pronounced. I observed as Krillin's body levitated and began to shimmer ethereally. Above his head materialized a vivid representation of Earth, a mere reflection of Earth's will. This illusory globe then merged into Krillin's being. Accompanied by a sound akin to shattering glass, Krillin gradually descended from the air. After a few moments, he awoke, curiosity prompting him to explore his own form, only to find nothing amiss. After some further contemplation, he surmised that he appeared unchanged. Were it not for the inquiring gazes of Goku and Tien Shinhan, he might have doubted that Lu Yuan had indeed gifted him anything. "Master, what exactly have you bestowed upon me?" he queried, perplexed. Lu Yuan smiled gently. What I have granted you is no less than what Tian Xinhan received, yet it requires your diligent study. Very well, Krillin replied, scratching his bald head in bewilderment. Goten, come here. Yes. Goten, like a child, promptly approached Lu Yuan. This time, the commotion surrounding Goten mirrored that of Krillin and the others. Yet, Goten's transformation was the most pronounced. Upon the conclusion of the ritual, Goten's formerly snow-white skin had entirely shifted to a pale blue. An aura of mysterious energy coursing beneath the surface, imparting an enigmatic presence. Unlike Krillin and the others, what Lu Yuan granted Goten was a quantum form, an embodiment of superpower. As a natural superhuman, Goten immediately sensed the terrifying augmentation of his abilities. Yet, further exploration of these powers awaited him. Undeniably, he felt an unprecedented surge of vitality. Once his 3 disciples were settled, Lu Yuan smiled and instructed, go summon Master Roshi and Goku. I have matters to discuss with them. Understood. Chapter 19, Trial Task. Master, did you call for me? Master Roshi, summoned once more, gazed at Lu Yuan with palpable excitement. After all, Lu Yuan had promised him a gift, resulting in a restless night filled with anticipation. Noticing Master Roshi's dark circles, Lu Yuan deduced the events of the previous night and remarked with a smile, Master Roshi, at your age, you must take care of your health. Master Roshi awkwardly scratched his head, unable to retort. Lu Yuan shook his head with a chuckle and extended his palm. An enticing peach materialized in his hand, and a delightful aroma of ripe peaches began to permeate the entire dojo. The turtle sage instinctively inhaled, immediately enveloped by a sensation of serenity. What divine artifact is this? Gazing at the peach in Lu Yuan's hand, the turtle sage could not quell his curiosity. This is the Pan Tao, categorized into 3 varieties. The first matures once every 3,000 years, granting immortality and a light, agile body to those who partake. The second, ripening every 6,000 years, bestows ascension and eternal youth. The third, ripening every 9,000 years, allows one to share longevity with heaven and earth and the sun and moon. What I present to you is the first type, a Pan Tao approximately 5,000 years old. Upon hearing this, the turtle sage leapt to his feet in excitement. For someone of his advanced age, nothing could ignite greater exhilaration than the prospect of eternal life. As a reward for fulfilling his task, this Pan Tao is bestowed upon you. With a wave of his hand, Lu Yuan sent the peach soaring towards the turtle sage, landing gently in his grasp. Cradling the Pan Tao, the turtle sage could not resist consuming it in one swift motion. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming and pure power coursing through his body. The warm sensation provoked involuntary murmurs of delight. Moreover, his appearance began to transform. The wrinkles around his face visibly diminished, and his frail frame grew robust. Before long, the once venerable turtle sage appeared to be in the prime of life, akin to a man in his 50s or 60s, radiating a vitality that was unmistakably different. How is it? I have not wronged you, have I? Thank you, esteemed immortal, for your generous gift. The turtle sage's gaze towards Lu Yuan intensified with fervor, now fully aware of his remarkable abilities. Master, you called for me. At that moment, a boisterous voice echoed from outside. Shortly after, Sun Wukong and Bulma entered the dojo in succession. Lu Yuan, observing Sun Wukong, sighed, Wukong, please refrain from shouting so loudly when you enter next time. Oh, I understand. Bulma stifled a laugh at the scene. Realizing he was speaking to a brick wall, Lu Yuan decided it was inconsequential. Krillin, Kaiotsu, you may step outside and focus on your training. In due time, I shall assess your progress. Yes. Once Krillin and the others departed, the dojo was left with only the turtle sage, Bulma, and Sun Wukong. Addressing the trio, Lu Yuan remarked, Wukong, Bulma, you have been training here for quite some time. Solely immersing yourselves in training is not beneficial. It is essential to venture outside more often. Coincidentally, since the turtle sage is here, you shall accompany him off the island to assist in retrieving a few more disciples whom I hold in high regard. We can go out and play. Sun Wukong exclaimed, brimming with joy. You shall be aiding your master in locating disciples, you fool. Bulma could not resist giving Goku a light tap on the head. Goku, unfazed, replied with a cheerful grin. Then was going out to have fun. Realizing there was no saving him from his naivete, Bulma looked at him in exasperation, aware that he was clearly not listening. Meanwhile, Master Roshi, having overheard Leon's intention to take Goku and Bulma with him, recognized it as a trial set forth by Yuan. With a smile, he turned to them and said, Goku, Bulma, since the immortal has spoken, I kindly ask for your assistance during this outing. Master Roshi adopted a humble demeanor, for he had witnessed the prowess of both Goku and Bulma in battle. Even now, reflecting on that moment, he felt they would be formidable opponents beyond his current capabilities. Goku beamed and assured, "Don't worry, Grandpa Roshi, I got this." As he spoke, he playfully raised his fist, as if to emphasize his strength. Observing the trio, Yuan, aware of their abilities, knew they likely had no rival on Earth at present. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to remind them, "Goku, Bulma, although you have made significant progress in your training, remember that there are always those stronger than you. Exercise caution. During this expedition, aside from bringing back the disciples I mentioned, do gather the Dragon Balls as well. While I may not regard the dragon's power highly, it can still fulfill some of your wishes. Can the dragon really grant my wishes?" Goku could not help but inquire. Noticing the eagerness in Goku's eyes, Yuan replied with a smile. "As long as your wishes fall within the dragon's capabilities, they can indeed be realized." Curiously, Bulma asked, "Who is stronger, the dragon or you?" "Master?" Yuan chuckled and responded, "The mere dragon is no match for me. All right, rest well for the next couple of days. When Master Roshi is ready, I will send you all off together. Remember, you must return only after locating those disciples." Understood. 3 days later, in an unknown forest, 3 figures abruptly emerged amidst the wilderness. This was a desolate area rarely trodden by humans, often prowled by ferocious beasts, making it a place where ordinary folks dared not venture. The trio's appearance was indeed peculiar: an elderly man, a child, and a woman, none of whom seemed like individuals equipped with formidable combat prowess to wander the wild. "Goku, you brought the dragon radar, right?" Bulma asked. "I did," Goku replied, producing the radar and presenting it to Bulma. "That's good. We don't know where Master mentioned those disciples are, so let us first search for the Dragon Balls. After all, didn't Master say the dragon could grant any wish we desire?" "Absolutely." Goku nodded enthusiastically. For him, the fact that they were out and about was all that mattered. As for what to seek first, it is of little consequence. The turtle hermit, standing nearby, smiled silently, unperturbed by the urgency of the situation. It was perfectly acceptable to begin the search for the Dragon Balls. Having finally escaped the confines of the dojo, Goku and Bulma felt as if they were untamed stallions, joyfully following the radar deeper into the forest. Along their path, a village gradually materialized before them. Chapter 20, Little Beiji, Oolong. "Bulma, are you certain the Dragon Ball is in this direction?" Goku inquired, having trailed behind Bulma for an indeterminate length of time, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. After all, according to the indications provided by the Dragon Ball radar, they were not far from the nearest Dragon Ball. Yet, after an hour of fruitless searching, doubt began to creep into Goku's mind regarding the reliability of the radar. Bulma, exasperated, tapped Goku on the head and rolled her eyes. "My radar is definitely functioning correctly. It should be nearby. Let's keep searching. It won't take long." Goku surveyed their surroundings, realizing they were amidst an unfamiliar jungle. In such an environment, locating the Dragon Ball posed a significant challenge. Although Goku's strength had remarkably increased, it was evident that such prowess did not necessarily aid in the quest for lost items. "Bulma, there's a village ahead. Perhaps we should inquire there?" Goku suggested, spotting the wisps of smoke rising in the distance. After a moment's contemplation, Bulma agreed with a nod. The turtle hermit, accompanying them, offered no objections, his demeanor reflecting a sense of tranquility. Having recently consumed the heavenly peach, he felt blessed with several additional millennia of life. With the specter of death no longer looming, he embraced a profoundly laid-back outlook. Before long, Goku and the others reached the village, casting a glance before entering. Just then, a peculiar creature, resembling a pig-headed humanoid, abruptly appeared before them, blocking their path. "Halt! Who are you?" the creature demanded loudly. Goku gazed at the unexpected obstruction, his eyes filled with curiosity. The creature, Oolong, was a small pig demon, reminiscent of Zhu Beiji from Journey to the West, earning him the moniker of Little Beiji. Oolong scrutinized Goku and his companions with a perplexed expression, for it was indeed unusual for a group of unidentified individuals to appear in such an isolated village. Particularly, the eclectic combination of an elder, a woman, and a child was hardly typical of a standard expedition. In response to Oolong's inquiry, Goku scratched his head and replied, "We are disciples from the Heavenly Court Dojo, here following the Dragon Ball radar." Dragon Ball radar? Oolong wore a perplexed expression, for it was his first encounter with the concept of the Dragon Ball radar. The innocent Goku, noticing Oolong's bewilderment, promptly seized the radar from Bulma's hands and placed it before Oolong, explaining, This is the Dragon Ball radar. It can assist us in locating the Dragon Balls. If we gather all 7, we can summon the Eternal Dragon, who can grant any wish. It's truly remarkable. What? The Eternal Dragon can grant any wish? Yuan found this hard to believe, as it was the first time he had heard the legend of the Dragon God. He was momentarily taken aback by the astonishment of the Eternal Dragon's capabilities. You came to our village in search of the Dragon Balls, did you not? Indeed, Goku replied, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. So what does this Dragon Ball look like? Yuan's expression turned sly as he posed the question to the naive Goku. Without a second thought, Goku revealed a Dragon Ball hanging around his neck, which was a 1-star Dragon Ball. This one on my neck is a Dragon Ball. The others look quite similar. Oh, Yuan mused, observing the Dragon Ball around Goku's neck. Soon, he recalled having seen a Dragon Ball resembling that one in the home of a villager in his village. However, the thought of Goku's earlier claim that the Dragon Balls could grant any wish made Yuan reluctant to allow Goku and his companions to enter the village. After all, possessing such a treasure, why would he share it with others? With this in mind, Yuan began to fabricate a lie. There are no Dragon Balls in our village. You should seek them elsewhere. The unsuspecting Goku, not doubting Yuan's words, turned to Bulma and said, Bulma, he says there are no Dragon Balls here. Let's go somewhere else. Bulma, exasperated by Goku's naivety, rubbed her forehead and then playfully punched Goku on the head. You fool. Does he really expect us to believe him? The radar clearly indicates that the Dragon Balls are nearby. Are you suggesting he is deceiving us? But why would he lie? We don't even know him, Goku replied innocently. There's no hope for you. It's best to just give up, Bulma lamented, regarding Goku with a sense of despair. She felt that Goku was sorely lacking in worldly wisdom. Although he exhibited great intelligence in other matters, he remained utterly naive in social interactions. I am not deceiving you. I assure you, there are truly no Dragon Balls in the village. Bulma, he still insists there are none, Goku stated. Idiot. How can we just leave without seeing the Dragon Balls ourselves? Perhaps this chubby fellow wants to find them for himself. Yuan's facade faltered as Bulma's words struck a chord. Initially, their intent was merely to deceive Bulma and her companions. Yet it has become evident that they will not depart easily. Moreover, Bulma possesses the Dragon Ball radar, which has sparked a myriad of thoughts within Oolong's mind. After all, if he wishes to gather all 7 Dragon Balls, he cannot rely solely on his own efforts without the aid of the radar. It would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Contemplating this, Oolong conceived a bold plan. Not only would he seize the Dragon Balls from the village, but he would also pilfer the Dragon Ball from Goku and the radar from Bulma. If successful, he could embark on a quest to collect all 7 Dragon Balls and fulfill his desires. With this notion in mind, Oolong's gaze toward Goku and the others turned perilous. I've already stated that there are no Dragon Balls in this village. If you approach any closer, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Upon hearing this, Goku found himself even more perplexed. They merely wished to enter the village, so why was Oolong so agitated? However, recalling his Master Roshi's instructions to gather the Dragon Balls, combined with Bulma's earlier assertion that the village might indeed harbor them, Goku earnestly replied, perhaps you should refrain from blocking our way. We simply wish to enter and search for the Dragon Balls. I have no desire to fight. With that, Goku attempted to step toward the village. Observing this, a glimmer of cunning flashed in Oolong's eyes, as if he had been anticipating Goku's move. Thus, Oolong feigned anger and shouted, I've already stated that there is nothing you seek in this village. Since you insist on barging in, do not blame me for my ungraciousness. With his words, Oolong's form began to transform. In an instant, he morphed into a large, portly tiger, blocking Goku's path. Chapter 21, A Game of Deception. Goku's eyes sparkled upon witnessing Oolong's transformation into a tiger. Meanwhile, Bulma and Master Roshi exchanged disdainful glances. To others, Oolong's appearance might seem terrifying. However, to those with battle powers exceeding 1,000, a mere tiger posed no threat whatsoever. Oolong, witnessing Goku and his companions rendered speechless by his transformation, wore a smug expression upon his rotund feline visage. What do you think? Is my transformation not impressive? I told you, there's nothing you seek in this village. I see you are not searching for Dragon Balls, but rather acting as thieves, intending to plunder the village. Unfortunately for you, you have encountered the formidable and cunning Oolong. Now I offer you a chance. Hand over the Dragon Balls and the radar, and I shall let you go. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. In his self-satisfied state, Oolong failed to notice the peculiar glances exchanged between Goku and Bulma, as if they were observing something amusing. Goku regarded Oolong with curiosity, inquiring, how can you transform? Have you also mastered the art of the 72 transformations? What is the transformation of the 72 changes? Oolong wore a perplexed expression. His ability to transform was inherent to his superpower. Each transformation could only last 5 minutes, and after one transformation concluded, Oolong required a minute's rest before he could transform again. However, these details were evidently unknown to Goku and the others. Upon learning that Oolong was unaware of the 72 changes, Goku realized that Oolong's transformations stemmed from his own unique abilities. With a playful spirit, Goku mimicked Oolong and transformed into a chubby tiger, which appeared more lifelike than Oolong's own transformation. This sight left Oolong utterly astounded. He pointed at Goku, exclaiming in shock, "You, how can you also transform?" The tiger that Goku had become tilted its head in contemplation and replied, "This is the 72 changes taught to me by my master, allowing me to become anything." Master? Upon hearing that Goku's ability to transform was due to something he had learned, rather than a superpower akin to his own, Oolong regained his confidence. He believed that transformation was his natural talent, and Goku's acquired skill could never compare. With this thought in mind, Oolong let out a fierce tiger roar and charged at Goku, his demeanor indistinguishable from that of a true tiger. Goku, in turn, mirrored him, roaring in defiance before colliding with Oolong. The two identical tigers immediately engaged in a fierce struggle. For a moment, the scene became intensely competitive. Bulma observed the two indistinguishable tigers, struggling to discern which one was Goku. However, it soon became clear that one of the tigers rapidly began to falter. Despite their identical appearances, the difference in their combat prowess was stark. Oolong's tiger was quickly pinned to the ground by Goku's, rendered immobile. Goku, however, did not apply excessive force. He simply restrained Oolong. Oolong attempted to resist multiple times, but found himself unable to escape, leading him to feel a mix of alarm and dread, thinking he had encountered a monster. He could hardly believe that Goku possessed the same ability as him, yet with greater strength. This realization deeply struck the proud Oolong. "Stop, stop! I concede," Oolong cried out in surrender upon recognizing his inability to break free. Hearing this, Goku released him. Yet, the moment Goku let go, Oolong swiftly scurried away. In a moment of distraction, he snatched the Dragon Ball that hung around Goku's neck. "Ha ha ha! Even if you possess the same abilities as me, I, Oolong, am still superior." Grasping the Dragon Ball, Oolong mockingly laughed at little Wukong before swiftly turning and fleeing without a trace of regret. Little Wukong, having fallen for Oolong's trickery, did not feel anger. Instead, he gazed in the direction of Oolong's escape and pursued him relentlessly. The two figures soon vanished into the depths of the forest. Observing little Wukong's departure, Bulma shook her head in exasperation, remarking on his naivety and how easily he had been deceived. She pondered what might occur if she were not there to guide him. The turtle hermit, overhearing her words, merely smiled without uttering a sound. Neither he nor Bulma harbored any concerns for little Wukong, for despite his innocence, he was indeed the strongest among the trio. Moreover, it was evident to them that aside from his transformation ability, Oolong possessed no remarkable skills that could pose any real threat to little Wukong. "Let's proceed," Master Roshi, Bulma suggested. "Let little Wukong handle that little chubby fellow on his own." The turtle hermit nodded in agreement, and together they made their way toward the village. In the forest, Oolong fled with all his might, glancing back at little Wukong who was steadfastly pursuing him. Realizing he was being closely followed, Oolong felt a wave of dismay wash over him. However, having lived in this area for many years, he was well acquainted with his surroundings. After creating some distance, Oolong paused for a moment to catch his breath, and then decisively transformed into a large tree. In this wooded environment, his transformation blended seamlessly with the surrounding foliage, rendering him nearly undetectable to the untrained eye. Just moments after Oolong had taken on the guise of a tree, little Wukong arrived, still in the form of a tiger. He surveyed his surroundings with a puzzled expression, seemingly wondering why Oolong had vanished so suddenly. In the next instant, the pupils of little Wukong's eyes transformed into golden flames, a powerful ability bestowed upon him by Yuan, an ocular technique capable of piercing through illusions and transformations. Before long, he discerned the tree that Oolong had become. A playful idea struck him, and feigning ignorance, he distanced himself. He then transformed into a woodcutter and retraced his steps toward the tree. Unbeknownst to Oolong, who believed he had successfully outwitted little Wukong, he felt a surge of pride in his cleverness. Indeed, when it came to transformations, Oolong was quite formidable. Just as Oolong contemplated reverting to his original form, he was startled by a sound nearby, prompting him to remain in his tree disguise. Shortly thereafter, a woodcutter approached Oolong. Little Wukong, eyeing the tree with a grin, exclaimed, "This one is perfect." And with that, he raised the axe in his hand, preparing to strike. Upon witnessing this, Oolong was rendered speechless. If that axe were to fall, he would surely be cleaved in two. "Don't chop. I'm not a tree," he pleaded in panic. With a sudden revelation, Oolong shouted at the woodcutter, and at that moment, little Wukong also shed his disguise. "I'm not a woodcutter." Oolong was taken aback upon seeing little Wukong so close. "Goodness, you've known all along. Haven to you? You've been toying with me." Chapter 22, Repairing Oolong. At this juncture, Oolong realized that he had been discovered by little Wukong from the very beginning. Otherwise, little Wukong would not have gone to such lengths to masquerade as a woodcutter to deceive him. Oolong reverted to his true form, his expression dark as he gazed at little Wukong. "Who exactly are you?" "I." Little Wukong pointed to himself, pondering before replying, "I am merely an ordinary cultivator." "An ordinary cultivator?" Oolong scoffed, incredulous. "How can you possess the same transformation technique as I do?" "But I have explained. The 72 transformations were taught to me by my master," little Wukong responded with innocence. Oolong, feeling despondent, realized that any thought of resistance had vanished the moment he encountered little Wukong. He had already experienced the latter's formidable prowess and knew he stood no chance against him. This was indisputable. With this in mind, Oolong retrieved the Dragon Ball he had pilfered from little Wukong and returned it to him. Little Wukong accepted the Dragon Ball and placed it around his neck once more. "I've returned your Dragon Ball. Can I leave now?" "That should be fine," little Wukong replied nonchalantly, harboring no significant animosity towards Oolong. In fact, the current little Wukong was quite innocent, generally unwilling to think ill of others. Although Oolong had previously stolen his Dragon Ball, it was not a matter of great concern for little Wukong. Seeing that little Wukong was willing to let him go, Oolong breathed a sigh of relief. "By the way, what about your companions? Why haven't they come after you?" "You mean Bulma and the others?" "They went to the village to search for Dragon Balls," Oolong explained. "What? They went to the village?" "Indeed, what of it?" little Wukong inquired, puzzled by Oolong's reaction. "Is there something wrong with the village? Are they not allowed to enter?" Without further ado, Oolong dashed toward the village, prompting little Wukong to follow suit. The two of them arrived at the village shortly thereafter. Upon their return, little Wukong noticed Bulma surrounded by several elderly villagers, who seemed to be expressing their gratitude. Alongside Bulma were a few young maidens. Witnessing this scene, little Wukong was filled with bewilderment. "I was gone only for a short while. What transpired in my absence?" "Oolong, what's going on with Bulma and the others?" Little Wukong intended to ask Oolong, only to find that he had mysteriously vanished. At this moment, Bulma beheld the returning Goku. She cast a glance around him and noticed that the rotund Oolong was conspicuously absent from his side. Without hesitation, Bulma approached Goku and inquired, "Goku, where is that pig-headed fellow?" "The pig-headed fellow? Ah, you must be referring to Oolong," Goku replied, his expression one of bewilderment, entirely oblivious to the situation at hand. Bulma then elucidated, revealing that Oolong was quite the restless spirit, harboring an unusual proclivity for collecting young girls' undergarments. Furthermore, Oolong had exploited his transformation abilities to abduct several maidens from the village. The young women before them were those whom Oolong had hidden nearby, fortuitously discovered and rescued by Bulma. According to the villagers, Oolong had a cave on a neighboring hill, where it appeared he had imprisoned even more young maidens. Goku listened in shock, astonished that such bizarre inclinations existed in the world, which utterly challenged his previously held beliefs. "Goku, did you not manage to capture that rascal?" Bulma expressed her disbelief, doubting that Oolong could have eluded Goku's grasp. She suspected that Goku had deliberately let him go. After a moment of contemplation, Goku responded, "Oolong was right beside me just now, and then he suddenly vanished." Bulma placed her hand on her forehead, realizing the reason behind Oolong's disappearance. It was evident that he had noticed her uncovering his little secret and, fearing retribution, had seized the opportunity to escape. Yet, despite Oolong's peculiar interests, he had not harmed the maidens. Rather, he had provided for their sustenance and shelter. His eccentric hobby was merely that, eccentric. After all, in the original tale, Oolong had once made a wish to the dragon for girls' undergarments, so such bizarre behavior was not entirely surprising. "Goku, I have located the Dragon Ball from the village, but I must teach that scoundrel Oolong a lesson for daring to imprison young girls. That greatly displeases me." Observing Bulma's displeasure, Goku refrained from arguing. "Very well, Bulma. I shall lead you to him. I have memorized his scent and should be able to find him swiftly. Excellent. Let's proceed. With knowledge of Oolong's whereabouts, Bulma sprang into action. The group set off immediately, with Goku leading the way. Following the trail left by Oolong, they soon arrived at the entrance of a cave. Goku, are you certain this is the place? Bulma asked. It should be. The scent dissipates here, indicating he must be inside the cave. All right. With determination, Bulma approached the cave's closed entrance, took a deep breath, and in the next moment, delivered a forceful punch to the door. The heavy wooden door shattered with a thunderous crash, echoing through the air, accompanied by the resounding thud of the door hitting the ground. Bulma and her companions boldly entered the cavern. Soon, Bulma spotted several other missing girls within the cave, as well as Oolong, who was sneakily attempting to abscond with his treasures. It was evident that this rascal had anticipated Bulma and her friends might come searching for him. However, he had not expected their arrival to be so swift. At that moment, Oolong was nearly at the exit when Bulma intercepted him. Gazing at Bulma, whose expression was anything but welcoming, Oolong forced a sheepish smile and said, "Well, I haven't really wronged you, so how about letting me go?" Bulma cracked her knuckles, revealing a peculiar grin aimed at Oolong. In that instant, a strong sense of foreboding washed over Oolong. Suddenly, with a piercing scream, he was sent soaring into the sky by Bulma's punch, transforming into a shooting star that vanished from sight. Having vented her frustrations, Bulma's eyes gleamed as she surveyed the treasures left behind in the cave. Since no one else would claim them, she thought it only fitting to keep them for herself. Meanwhile, Oolong, having landed, grimaced as he rubbed his backside, contemplating the force of Bulma's punch. He was filled with dread. The thought of being unable to return to the cave he had inhabited for years left him feeling quite disgruntled. It was clear that the strength of Bulma and her companions was beyond his capacity to confront. Suddenly, Oolong recalled how Goku and others seemed to possess incredible power due to their master. With this realization, he resolved to seek out a formidable teacher himself, hoping to gain the strength necessary for revenge. Chapter 23. An unexpected encounter with Yamcha in the desert. A striking motorcycle sped wildly across the sands, carrying 3 individuals. Goku and Master Roshi occupied the vacant seat beside the motorcycle, while Bulma skillfully handled the controls. Although all 3 possessed the ability to fly, Bulma insisted that flying would lack the excitement of an adventure. Riding a motorcycle through the desert was, in her view, far more stylish. As a wealthy heiress, the cost of the motorcycle was merely a trifle to her. Their presence in this desert was prompted by the Dragon Radar, which had detected traces of a Dragon Ball in the area. Currently, they were on a quest to locate it. Bulma, have we not yet reached our destination? Goku, having been seated on a motorcycle for quite some time, felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. The monotonous scenery of the desert offered little enjoyment, and apart from Bulma's thrilling ride, he could hardly feel any excitement. Bulma took out her radar and glanced at it, saying, "We are almost there." However, little Goku did not feel any excitement upon hearing this. He had heard Bulma utter these words countless times before, and his inquiry was merely symbolic. Soon, they arrived at a massive rock formation. In the desert, encountering such a sight was quite rare. Bulma, having driven at a breakneck speed, seemed a bit weary and decided to halt the vehicle in this rocky area. "Goku, we're not far from the Dragon Balls. Let's take a break here," she suggested. At last, they could rest. Little Goku dismounted from the motorcycle and stretched his limbs. For someone as energetic as him, sitting still in a vehicle for hours was somewhat of a trial. Meanwhile, Master Roshi appeared unbothered by the journey. In fact, he seemed to embody a more laid-back demeanor, akin to the slow nature of a turtle, reflective of his namesake. However, anyone who underestimated him would surely face dire consequences. For beneath his seemingly frail exterior lay an astonishing strength. Bulma stowed the motorcycle in the storage ring gifted by Yuan and retrieved some food, promptly setting up a barbecue on the ground. The sight of grilled food invigorated little Goku. For him, there were 2 great pleasures in life, fighting and feasting. In the arid desert, there were hardly any people, let alone animals, to engage in combat with, leaving him with only the latter enjoyment. Just as Bulma and the others began preparing lunch, a masked man, not far from them, observed little Goku and his companions through binoculars. The man's expression was icy, suggesting he had spent considerable time in the desert. He took note of Bulma's ability to store the motorcycle and produce a bounty of food from a ring, his face twisting into a greedy expression. If he could obtain such a ring, he would never have to worry about supplies in the desert again. Out of caution, the man assessed Bulma's group, a woman, a child, and an elderly man. This combination seemed to suggest Bulma possessed a fair amount of combat prowess. Yet in his eyes, she was merely a girl, and he doubted she could pose a threat to him. With that thought, he cast aside his hesitation. Despite the presence of a woman, how could he, Yamcha, the desert bandit, let such a treasure slip through his fingers? Resolute, Yamcha gritted his teeth, mounted his motorcycle, and sped towards little Goku and the others. Wukong, do you hear any sounds? Little Wukong, savoring a delicious roasted pig's trotter, unhesitatingly replied, "There is someone approaching us. But their aura is so feeble that they pose no threat to us at all." Bulma's perception, while not as keen as little Wukong's, still exceeded a combat power of 1,000. She soon noticed Yamcha drawing near. Shortly thereafter, the thunderous roar of a motorcycle echoed not far from where Bulma and the others stood. After parking at a respectable distance, Yamcha dismounted. Faced with a group of the elderly, weak, and infirm, he felt confident that this robbery would be an assured success. Thus, he arrogantly strode towards Bulma and her companions. However, to Yamcha's surprise, despite Bulma and the others clearly acknowledging his presence, they seemed utterly indifferent to him. Their relaxed demeanor did not appear feigned, which instilled an inexplicable sense of foreboding within Yamcha. Yet, driven by his greed for Bulma's storage ring, he suppressed his unease and approached her directly. "Who are you?" Little Wukong inquired, curiously glancing up at Yamcha while munching on his roasted trotter. Yamcha smirked menacingly at little Wukong. "I'm a desert bandit, here to rob you." He tore off the mask covering his face, threatening little Wukong and the others. Oddly enough, upon hearing that he was a bandit, Bulma and the others showed no fear. Instead, they seemed somewhat eager for the confrontation. "Wukong, do not intervene. I shall handle this." Bulma exclaimed with a thrill at the prospect of Yamcha's identity as a bandit. One might think she herself was the robber. Strangely, though Yamcha had been quite assertive towards little Wukong, he instinctively stepped back when confronted by Bulma. This retreat was not due to any recognition of Bulma's strength, but rather a subconscious shyness triggered by the presence of a woman, indicative of a psychological affliction. Nonetheless, his desire for the storage ring propelled him to overcome his trepidation. Gazing intently at Bulma as she approached, he earnestly stated, "Madam, though I'm a desert pirate, I abide by my own rules. If you hand over that ring capable of storing items, I assure you no harm will come to you. What say you?" "Oh, you wish to possess my storage ring?" Bulma raised her left hand, showcasing a striking silver ring on her index finger. Yamcha nodded, greedily eyeing the ring on Bulma's hand. In response, a playful expression danced across Bulma's face. "While acquiring my ring is not out of the question, it hinges on one condition. You must defeat me first. As long as you can defeat me, the storage ring in my possession shall be yours." "What do you say? Quite a bargain, isn't it? Is this to be taken seriously?" "Indeed," Bulma declared with unwavering confidence. Yamcha fell into silence for a moment, after which his aura shifted dramatically. "In that case, do not blame me for being ungracious." Chapter 24. The Little Cat Poor. Although Yamcha found girls easily shy, the insatiable greed within him overcame the discomfort that felt akin to an affliction. As a desert bandit, Yamcha was devoid of any moral compass. Added to this was the allure of the storage ring, a veritable mobile warehouse in the desert. Its utility is self-evident. However, despite his greed, Yamcha had no intention of taking Bulma's life. Engaging in battle with a girl felt beneath him. To use excessive force would be rather excessive. Yet, what Yamcha did not anticipate was that Bulma held a similar perspective. To her, given the aura emanating from Yamcha, should she unleash her full power, a single punch could conclude their skirmish, depriving her of the joy of combat. In the desert, Yamcha began to confront Bulma. Little Goku and Master Roshi willingly vacated the area for them. What puzzled Yamcha was that when Bulma proposed to fight him, neither little Goku nor Master Roshi objected. It was as if they believed Bulma alone was sufficient to conquer him. This left Yamcha feeling somewhat discontented. "Am I not a desert bandit? Are you really sending a woman to battle me, showing such disdain for my prowess? Hey, are you going to fight or not?" Bulma exclaimed, irritated by Yamcha's prolonged inaction. Upon hearing this, Yamcha dispelled his hesitation and surged forward with great force. Bang! In an instant, Yamcha's form vanished from his position, launching towards Bulma like a cannonball. His speed was so remarkable that most could hardly perceive it. Yet Bulma was far from ordinary. With ease, she observed the approaching Yamcha and slightly tilted her body. Bang! Yamcha's attack whooshed past Bulma, landing on the ground beside her. In an instant, a cloud of sand erupted, illustrating the considerable power behind Yamcha's punch. However, Bulma dismissed this attack entirely. Even if she had not evaded it, given her defensive capabilities, Yamcha would be unable to inflict any harm upon her. After all, she could stand her ground alongside little Goku. Yamcha was hardly a threat. Yamcha, possessing keen instincts for battle, soon sensed something amiss. Initially, he had assumed that Bulma, despite possessing some fighting spirit, would undoubtedly be no match for him. From the brief exchanges thus far, it appears that Bulma is not as inept as she initially believed. In fact, her prowess seems to surpass her own expectations significantly. It is difficult to fathom that she is but a girl. Contemplating this, Yamcha resolved to take the matter seriously. Instantly, the aura surrounding Yamcha intensified, and his figure took on a more elusive quality. Now, this was becoming intriguing. Noticing Yamcha's transformation, Bulma smiled. In the past, the only individuals Bulma could spar with at the dojo, aside from Goku, were Yuan. However, both possessed strength far beyond Bulma's own, leaving her somewhat speechless. She relished combat, yet not the kind that borders on masochism. While Goku could at least hold his ground, Yuan was a force from which she could not even hope to defend herself. The overwhelming power he wielded was beyond her imagination, making her wonder what level of training she would need to reach in order to stand a chance against him. Now, encountering someone as seemingly soft as Yamcha, she felt it was her duty to take advantage of the situation. The sound of fists connecting echoed as Yamcha's attacks became increasingly ferocious, each strike stirring up clouds of dust. Yet, to Bulma's astonishment, she did not retaliate in kind. Instead, she nimbly evaded his blows, which was precisely what astonished Yamcha the most. For Bulma's speed did not seem to surpass his own. In fact, he realized that her agility was quite comparable to his. Yet, she consistently managed to evade his strikes as if she possessed a foresight into his movements. This peculiar scenario left Yamcha feeling utterly at a loss. If he could not land a hit, how could he hope to triumph over her? Not far away, Goku and Master Roshi watched leisurely as Bulma toyed with Yamcha. Goku showed little interest in this battle of disparity. Master Roshi, he inquired, why doesn't Bulma just finish the fight quickly? There is no intrigue in facing such an opponent. Master Roshi chuckled, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Goku, perhaps Bulma has been cooped up at the dojo for too long, which is why she seeks to have some fun outside. But why would she feel confined there? After all, I and my master are present, Goku replied, perplexed. Master Roshi smiled knowingly at Goku. It is precisely because the dojo is home to you and Yuan that Bulma feels stifled. With two such formidable beings, how could she ever hope to match your prowess? Meanwhile, upon realizing that he could not land a single blow on Bulma, Yamcha became increasingly frustrated. Are you just going to evade my attacks, woman? At this, Bulma paused, casting a teasing glance at Yamcha, and replied nonchalantly, if I were not dodging, this battle would conclude rather swiftly. Hearing this, Yamcha could only grimace in response. He gazed at Bulma before him and roared in fury, woman, you underestimate me. The great Yamcha. In the next moment, Yamcha charged at Bulma once more, his anger palpable, clearly provoked by her words. Yet this time, Bulma did not evade. In response to Yamcha's attack, she chose to counter with a punch. Bang! Their fists collided, unleashing a tremendous force. Yamcha was immediately sent flying, crashing violently against the rocks behind him. The hard stone shattered into countless fragments, and a thick cloud of dust enveloped his figure, obscuring the scene within. Bulma, observing Yamcha, could not help but feel a twinge of concern. Surely, her punch had not incapacitated him completely. After all, she had only exerted about 10% of her strength. Yet, even that fraction was beyond what someone like Yamcha could withstand. Just as Bulma pondered Yamcha's condition, a figure leaped from the smoke. At that moment, Yamcha had lost the confidence he once held. His gaze towards Bulma was now filled with trepidation. Moreover, his clothing was covered in dust, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. What manner of creature was this woman? As Yamcha regarded Bulma, fear gripped his heart, and he began to doubt the necessity of standing his ground. Confronting Bulma's displayed strength seemed an insurmountable challenge. However, driven by his greed for the storage ring, he resolved to act. Poir! Yamcha shouted, and a small blue cat dashed forth from his side, having concealed itself nearby all along. Poir was a companion Yamcha had encountered in the desert, resembling a charming little blue feline. The origins of Poir were quite intriguing. Akin to Oolong, whom Bulma and the others had previously encountered, it hailed from a transformation kindergarten. Those who emerged from this establishment were often adept at transformation, possessing superhuman abilities. Yamcha's call for Poir was not merely for show. Poir, it seems I will need your strength today. Yamcha said earnestly to the adorable creature. Puar, understanding the gravity of the moment, replied, "Leave it to me." In an instant, the little blue cat began to undergo a remarkable transformation, soon morphing into a formidable wolf fang fist. Yamcha donned this powerful appendage, and his aura intensified dramatically, akin to a character in a game donning exceptional equipment. Bulma, witnessing this transformation, gasped in astonishment. Wow, could that little cat actually transform? How delightful! Upon hearing Bulma's teasing voice, Yamcha's expression turned grave. Puar is my companion, not merely a little cat, and transformation is not a trivial ability. It is the means by which Puar and I can survive better in the desert. Bulma, upon hearing this, seemed somewhat noncommittal. Hey Goku, come here for a moment. Goku, who was in the midst of his meal, looked puzzled but nonetheless scampered over to Bulma's side. Bulma, what do you want? Bulma lifted Goku with a grin, saying, "Look at that little cat. It can transform into a fist. Since it can also perform transformation techniques, why not transform into a fist so I can play with it? Don't worry, after this, I'll give you more roasted meat. How about that?" The prospect of more roasted meat made Goku's eyes light up. For him, transforming was hardly a challenge. "All right, it's a deal," Goku exclaimed joyfully, and in an instant, he transformed into a fist, fitting snugly onto Bulma's hand. This scene left Yamcha and Puar, who were nearby, utterly astonished. "Puar, is that child one of your transformation kindergarten graduates?" Yamcha questioned, bewildered. "I have no idea. I didn't see him when I graduated." The revelation of Goku's transformation ability left the two in disbelief, suspecting he too was from the same school. However, Bulma clearly had no intention of clarifying this. Bulma tested the fist-shaped form Goku had taken on. It must be said, Goku's mastery of the 72 transformations was indeed impressive. Had she not witnessed Goku transform with her own eyes, Bulma would have never discerned that this fist was distinct from any ordinary boxing glove. "All right, you have a boxing glove, and so do I. This makes our battle fair." Bulma's expression was one of exhilaration as she observed Yamcha, who appeared eager to engage. Upon hearing this, Yamcha's expression darkened. Puar was his trump card, having turned the tide in many previous battles. Yet now, the opponent possessed a counterpart to Puar, instilling in Yamcha a profound sense of unease. Perhaps today, he would not acquire that wondrous ring. However, surrendering without a fight was not in Yamcha's nature. "Puar, let us go." "Right, meow." Yamcha leaped into action, merging his energy completely with Puar. His combat prowess effectively doubled, and his speed significantly increased. Yet, this enhancement was still insufficient to pose a threat to Bulma. The vast disparity between them could not be bridged by a mere boxing glove. Perhaps sensing Bulma's formidable strength, Yamcha resolved to unleash his full power. Wolf Fang Fist. Yamcha dashed forward, unleashing his most formidable technique, the Wolf Fang Fist. This unique move, inspired by the wild wolf, enabled him to execute rapid assaults akin to that of the beast itself. It was this very skill that allowed Yamcha to pilfer from unsuspecting travelers across the vast desert without encountering misfortune. His prowess was the reason for his survival thus far. In an instant, it seemed as though the silhouette of a wolf materialized behind Yamcha. A barrage of strikes ensued, scarcely granting Bulma a moment to breathe. Yet, much like before, despite Yamcha's execution of the Wolf Fang Fist, he could not land a blow on Bulma. He gazed at her in disbelief, his attacks relentless. No matter how fervently he tried, Bulma's movements were ghostly, evading him at crucial moments. Had it been merely this, Yamcha would not have succumbed to despair, for he was acutely aware of the terrifying power concealed within Bulma's slender frame. He understood that he must vanquish her before she could retaliate. With this thought, his urgency intensified. Bulma was the most formidable adversary he had encountered to date. However, often, the more anxious one becomes, the more difficult it is to achieve one's goals. Perhaps weary of the skirmish or deeming Yamcha too feeble, Bulma finally ceased her evasions. With a dull thud, both Yamcha and Bulma halted. Yamcha remained in an attacking stance, his fist firmly grasped by Bulma. His expression contorted, veins bulging. It was evident he had exerted all his strength. Yet, Bulma's immense power rendered his attempts to retract his fist futile. It felt as if it were ensnared by a vice, utterly immovable. "Let us end this," Bulma remarked disinterestedly. With that, she delivered a forceful punch to Yamcha's abdomen. Lacking any finesse, this strike was pure brute force. Yet, such an attack instilled within Yamcha a profound sense of impending doom, as if the assailant were not human, but a dinosaur clad in human skin. With a resounding impact, Bulma's punch connected solidly with Yamucha's body. His form bent grotesquely, contorted as though he had been struck by a speeding truck, and he crashed violently against the rocks behind him. A thunderous sound erupted throughout the rocky area, and the ground bore witness to the deep gash left by Yamucha's retreat, spanning several meters. Miss Bulma seems to have gone a bit too far, the turtle hermit observed from a distance, shaking his head in resignation. Regarding Yamucha, one cannot help but feel a profound sense of sympathy. Even he might not stand a chance against Bulma, let alone against Yamucha, who is significantly weaker. Sensing the diminishing aura of Yamucha, a transformed Goku reverted back to his original form. Bulma, do not forget your promise of barbecued meat. Fear not, it shall not be lacking. Chapter 26, The Unfortunate Brothers. Observing Yamucha, who had been struck into the rocks by Bulma, the untransformed Goku and Master Roshi gazed at the weakened Yamucha amidst the lingering smoke, unable to suppress their sympathy. How unfortunate to rob anyone. Yet you chose to target Bulma. Do not be deceived by Bulma's outwardly calm demeanor. Her inner character is quite fiery. Goku, Master Roshi, let us depart. This fellow seems to possess little beyond a motorcycle, remarked Goku. What a destitute individual, claiming to be a desert bandit. I would rather deem him a desert pauper. You've knocked him unconscious and now mock his poverty. Truly, Bulma. Goku and Master Roshi cast one last pitying glance at the unconscious Yamucha before following Bulma towards the Dragon Balls. After Bulma and the others had left for some time, Puar, having reverted from transformation, cautiously emerged from the ruins. Dragging Yamucha outside, he found him in a pitiful state. Fortunately, Yamucha's physical resilience was commendable, and since Bulma had not been excessively ruthless, he appeared somewhat tragic, yet was not in immediate danger. His survival was solely due to Bulma's mercy. Puar rummaged through Yamucha's motorcycle, retrieving some medical supplies to serve as a makeshift battlefield medic. Before long, Yamucha awoke from his stupor, his gaze falling upon the delighted Puar. His mind somewhat muddled. It seemed an eternity had passed before he regained consciousness. With a hoarse voice, Yamucha inquired, Puar, what of that woman and her companions? Puar, trembling involuntarily as he looked towards the direction Bulma had departed, revealed the psychological trauma inflicted upon his tender psyche by Bulma's formidable strength. They have already left, Meow. Upon hearing that Bulma and the others had departed, Yamucha could not help but exhale in relief. It was only then that he became acutely aware of his aching body, every part seemingly bearing the marks of significant injury. This robbery had truly ended in disaster. Yamucha had not anticipated that what he believed to be a near-certain success would lead him to such a dismal fate. Had it not been for Bulma's lack of murderous intent, he might have already become a lifeless corpse. It was during this battle that Yamucha, who had grown somewhat arrogant and believed himself unrivaled in the desert, began to reassess his own abilities. This time, fortune favored him. But what of the next encounter? One cannot simply hope that his adversaries will grant him leniency, as Bulma did. Such reflections ignited within Yamucha a desire for self-improvement. Through previous conversations with Bulma and the others, he discerned that they were disciples of a certain master. Yamucha did not consider his talents inferior to Bulma's. However, the strength she displayed was undeniably overwhelming. Thus, he concluded that the true source of Bulma and her companions' formidable prowess must lie in the teachings of their master. In contrast to someone like himself, who had honed his skills through unorthodox means, Bulma and her peers seemed akin to Saiyans of a grand lineage. Their combat abilities were undoubtedly on a different echelon. This realization illuminated for Yamucha the immense significance of having a mentor in one's cultivation journey. With this in mind, Yamucha spoke, Puar, it appears we can no longer persist as desert bandits. We should seek out a master to guide our training. Yet, Puar posed a poignant question. But where shall we find such a master? Indeed, this query was astute. The existence of a master is not something one can simply seek at will. The individual must be more powerful than oneself and willing to impart their wisdom. The former condition, evidently, is of paramount importance. The most prudent course of action would be to locate Bulma and the others and inquire about their master, then assess whether he could join their ranks. However, Yamucha swiftly dismissed this notion. His pride would never permit him to bow to Bulma and her companions, who had triumphed over him. After all, his motivation for seeking a master and gaining strength was largely to reclaim his honor from Bulma. Since he could not catch up to Bulma and the others, he began to contemplate alternative strategies. Puar, do you know where one might find powerful martial artists? This question left Puar momentarily speechless. After a moment of contemplation, it replied, Yamucha, shortly after I graduated from transforming kindergarten, I encountered you. My knowledge may not exceed yours, but I do have a classmate residing in a forest beyond the desert. His name is Oolong, and he emerged before me. He might know where powerful martial artists can be found. Can you locate your classmate? Yamucha inquired. I should be able to. We still maintain connections among our classmates from transforming kindergarten, and I have a general idea of his whereabouts. Then lead me to him. Certainly. With their plan established, Yamucha and Poir promptly set forth. It must be said that Yamucha's physical condition was commendable. He had nearly recovered his strength in a remarkably short span of time. After several days of travel, Yamucha and Poir swiftly located Oolong. By this time, Oolong had already relocated. As for his former residence, it had long since been dismantled by Bulma. After all, for a little trickster like Oolong, had he actually harmed those young maidens, Bulma might have transformed him into a roasted piglet without hesitation. Oolong, how did you end up moving here? Upon seeing the familiar Poir, Oolong felt no ire. He cast a glance at Yamucha, who stood beside Poir, and then diverted his attention. With a glum expression, he lamented. Poir, don't even mention it. I've had the worst luck. What happened? Poir inquired, curiosity piqued. You would believe it. I was living peacefully at home when I encountered 3 monsters. One a monkey, one a woman, and the other an old man. They completely wrecked my house. What? You encountered them too? Poir was taken aback, utterly astonished that they had also crossed paths with Bulma and her companions. Oolong, upon hearing this, recognized that Poir and the others had likewise fallen victim to Bulma's mischief. In an instant, the 2 classmates, transformed into toddlers, began to vent their frustrations about Bulma and her crew. However, they could only indulge in verbal grievances. When it came to exacting revenge, they lacked the courage. Before long, Oolong discerned the purpose of Poir and Yamucha's visit. I know a martial artist. Oolong pondered for a moment before revealing a name. I know of one. The legendary martial artist, Master Roshi. Master Roshi? Yamucha mused, falling into contemplation. Chapter 27. Intensified energy in the desert, guided by the Dragon Ball radar. Bulma and her companions swiftly found the Dragon Ball. This marked the 6th Dragon Ball they had discovered. Once they located the final Dragon Ball, they would have all 7, enabling them to summon the Eternal Dragon. Thus, their mission was halfway complete. The location of the last Dragon Ball was not far from their current position. After discussing their next steps, Bulma and Goku decided that once they secured the final Dragon Ball, they would seek out the disciple that Yuan had requested. With only 1 Dragon Ball remaining, the urgency had diminished, and Yuan had not mandated a strict timeline for their return. Bulma contemplated and ultimately resolved to take Goku and the others to explore the near city. After all, they had ventured out. It would be a disservice not to enjoy their outing. The desert cities offered little in terms of attractions, so they decided to head to a bustling metropolis in the region where Oolong resided. Thus, Bulma and her companions set forth on their journey. Meanwhile, Yamucha and the others resolved to seek out Master Roshi. As the minister of the Rice Kingdom, the Crane Hermit is relatively easy to locate. However, traveling to the Rice Kingdom solely by foot is clearly impractical. Thus, they resolved to journey to the nearest city and take the train. Serendipitously, the station they chose to board was the very city that Bulma and her companions intended to visit. Unbeknownst to each other, both parties were en route to the same destination. At the Heavenly Taoist Temple, although little Wukong and Bulma had departed, Lu Yuan remained quite occupied. The temple was now graced by the presence of Tien, Krillin, and Kakarot. Lu Yuan needed to periodically monitor their training progress. He was pleased to observe that all 3 possessed commendable training talents. With the temple's enhancement, their prowess was advancing at an astonishing rate. Tien had fully adapted to his Sharingan, while Kakarot's quantum body abilities had become increasingly proficient. As for Krillin, despite his slower pace of improvement compared to the others, this did not surprise Lu Yuan. After all, Krillin was measuring his progress against that of a certain bald-headed powerhouse who had trained for years to reach an invincible level. Krillin was now nearing the human limits. Typically, at this juncture, one's training speed would noticeably decelerate. However, Krillin was quite the exception. He had transcended human constraints and was steadily progressing. Though it might be challenging for the trio to catch up to little Wukong, they should easily surpass Bulma in due time. Wondering about Bulma and her friends, Lu Yuan felt a tinge of boredom and decided to check on their progress. With a casual gesture, a massive projection materialized before him, revealing Bulma and her companions indulging in the delights of the city. Lu Yuan shook his head in resignation, but was about to dismiss the image when he suddenly sensed something. Straightening his posture, he gestured once more, and a 3-dimensional city sprang into existence in his hands. This city was precisely where Bulma and the others were located. Within this three-dimensional representation, a conspicuous red that was buried deep underground, capturing Lu Yuan's attention. Observing the red dot, a contemplative expression crossed his face. Such a potent spiritual energy reaction. Could it indicate the emergence of a powerful beast so soon? Indeed, what intrigued Lu Yuan was a creature that had been affected by the global resurgence of spiritual energy. The spiritual response emanating from this being astonished Lu Yuan, as it rivaled that of little Yukong. This revelation piqued his curiosity. With a swift click, he soon discerned the true nature of the crimson dot. It was a colossal mutated centipede, its entire body emanating an eerie luminescence. Surrounding the creature were numerous grayish-white remnants of ore. Through the response of spiritual energy emanating from these fragments, Lu Yuan instantly comprehended that they were the remnants of a spiritual energy mine. At that moment, he grasped why this mutated centipede possessed strength that surpassed even that of the diminutive Yukon. Fortuitously, this creature had stumbled upon a vein of spiritual energy. Its ability to consume the essence of the energy mine to enhance its power was likely the source of its prowess. Indeed, one must never underestimate others. Even a mere centipede, under fortunate circumstances, can cultivate to an impressive level. Suddenly, the slumbering, mutated centipede stirred, as if sensing something, and awoke with a start. It lifted its head to gaze at the city above. Its two antennae waved restlessly, quickly locating its target, a child enjoying an ice cream cone beside a blue-haired girl. Though the child appeared harmless, the mutated centipede detected a tremendous surge of spiritual energy emanating from him. This child was none other than Wukong. A glint of greed flashed across the centipede's countenance. If it could devour Wukong, its power would ascend to new heights. After all, it could consume energy, ores. So devouring the astonishingly potent Wukong would be trivial in comparison. The essence of the mutated centipede was to devour spiritual energy. To it, Wukong was a delectable morsel. Observing this, Lu Yuan quickly grasped the centipede's intent. Did it truly intend to strike at Wukong? After a moment's contemplation, he refrained from informing Bulma and the others of the situation. Judging by the centipede's spiritual energy fluctuations, he believed that if Wukong and the others joined forces, they could indeed vanquish it. Previously, Lu Yuan had thought that no entity capable of threatening Wukong and his companions would emerge on Earth. However, it seemed he needed to revise that notion, for even on land, creatures like the mutated centipede had begun to appear. In the vast oceans, it was only logical that formidable beings would also manifest. Lu Yuan felt confident in allowing the mutated centipede to serve as a trial for Wukong and his friends, knowing he could intervene promptly should they find themselves in peril. With this thought, he regarded the expressions of Wukong and the others with amusement. For the mutated centipede was not a foe they could easily overcome. A moment's carelessness could lead to significant consequences. Just as Lu Yuan contemplated this, the mutated centipede sprang into action. A colossal figure, exceeding 100 meters in height, began to break through the earth, charging towards the city above. The tremendous commotion caused the very ground to tremble, creating an imposing spectacle. Chapter 28, Catastrophe. Bulma, did you hear any strange sounds? Sounds? I haven't heard anything unusual. Bulma replied, casting a puzzled glance at Goku as she shopped in the mall. Her perception was not as keen as Goku's, so she failed to notice anything amiss. However, Goku was different. While he had been joyfully savoring his ice cream, a furrow formed on his brow as an intense sense of unease surged within him. This sensation was unprecedented, compelling Goku's attention. Bulma, oblivious to these nuances, was entirely focused on her shopping. Meanwhile, Master Roshi observed Goku's reaction, deep in thought. He suspected that Goku wouldn't speak without reason. There must be something he sensed that prompted such words. Moreover, Goku was the strongest among the three, possessing the most acute senses capable of detecting situations beyond their awareness. Contemplating this, Master Roshi lowered his head and asked, Goku, what have you discovered? Goku looked at Master Roshi, his brow furrowed, and replied, I'm not sure. It feels strange, as if something malevolent is watching me. Wait, I think I can sense its presence. 500 meters, 400 meters, Master Roshi, Bulma, run. Without hesitation, Goku seized Bulma and Master Roshi, darting toward an open space. The sudden turn of events left Bulma bewildered. Yet, the moment they vacated their original location, the ground beneath them erupted with a deafening crack. Boom! Accompanied by a tremendous roar, a gigantic centipede, entirely crimson, emerged from the earth. Help! The disturbance caused by the enormous centipede immediately affected those nearby. Its 100-meter frame led to the collapse of numerous surrounding shops. This pedestrian street, bustling with people, witnessed catastrophic consequences from the centipede's sudden appearance. Cries, screams, and wails echoed through the area. It was only at this moment that Bulma grasped the situation. She gazed at the massive centipede that had taken the place of where they once stood, her expression grim. Had Goku not pulled her away in time, she might have already fallen prey to the mutated creature. The entity before her was no trivial threat like those they had encountered earlier. Bulma felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from the mutated centipede. She hadn't anticipated that, aside from Goku and Yuan. There existed other beings capable of instilling such a sense of dread. Goku, what is this creature? I am uncertain, yet this individual possesses formidable prowess. Bulma, Master Roshi, exercise caution. I cannot guarantee your safety from here on. Young Goku assumed a battle stance, his energy surging with astonishing velocity. This marked the first instance of young Goku's earnestness since embarking on his training journey, underscoring the immense threat posed by the mutated centipede. Upon hearing his words, Bulma nodded solemnly. Bulma, Master Roshi, you must proceed to rescue the others. I will devise a method to lure this creature away. Leave it to us. In that moment, Bulma shed her previous capriciousness and accepted young Goku's battle plan. Bulma, Master Roshi, I'm going in. With that, young Goku placed his hand to his ear. Soon, a golden staff materialized in his grasp. This weapon, bestowed upon him by Yuan before his departure, was known as the Rui Jingu Bang. Weighing an astonishing 13,500 pounds, it was an object that most could scarcely lift, let alone wield in combat. However, for young Goku, this weight was perfectly suitable. Gripping the golden staff, he charged fiercely toward the mutated centipede. The creature, undeterred, gazed greedily at young Goku and advanced to meet him. The impact, the staff struck the centipede's head with tremendous force, eliciting a pained cry from the beast. Cracks began to form on its hardened carapace. Yet, young Goku did not relent. On the contrary, he intensified his focus. He held nothing back, unleashing his full strength. Even so, he merely succeeded in fracturing the centipede's armor, revealing the formidable nature of his adversary. Without lingering for battle, young Goku, after delivering a blow to the mutated centipede, pivoted and dashed toward the outskirts. Naturally, the centipede would not allow him to escape easily and hastened in pursuit. Its colossal 100-meter frame resembled a gargantuan steamroller, trampling everything in its path as it closed in on young Goku. Countless buildings, vehicles, and pedestrians were obliterated in the creature's unintentional wake. Young Goku, though distressed by this devastation, was left powerless. If he did not lure the mutated centipede away and instead engaged in combat within the city, it would spell true disaster for its inhabitants. As both young Goku and the mutated centipede ventured further afield, numerous survivors gazed upon the ruins before them, their faces etched with sorrow. Those whose loved ones lay buried beneath the debris were driven to madness, desperately seeking to unearth their kin. Yet, their feeble strength proved insignificant against the torrents of concrete. Clear the way. Suddenly, a father, who was digging through the rubble in a frantic attempt to rescue his daughter, heard a voice call from behind. He turned to find a blue-haired girl had arrived at the ruins before him. The young girl remained oblivious to her surroundings, her eyes tightly shut. In a realm invisible to ordinary mortals, a mystical Bagua formation materialized beneath her feet. As it was not a battle, Bulma expanded the range of the Chi Min Bagua array to 100 meters. While such an extent considerably diminished the efficacy of the Bagua formation, it was just sufficient for detecting life forces. With the assistance of the array, Bulma swiftly discerned traces of life beneath the rubble. With a fierce punch, Bulma struck the debris beneath her. The father of the girl, buried within the ruins, was instantly filled with alarm and rage, fearing that Bulma's actions might harm his daughter. Yet, in the next moment, his fury transformed into elation as he witnessed Bulma emerging from the wreckage, cradling a small girl. The child appeared in dire condition, her body weakened and nearly asphyxiated by the pressure of the debris. After employing a healing spell on her, Bulma rejoined the rescue efforts. Meanwhile, Master Roshi was not idle either. With a robust display of strength, he enacted his abilities and transformed into a muscular elder, also beginning to rescue individuals from the ruins. Master Roshi possessed his own methods to assess vitality, and his efficiency was commendable. Under the combined efforts of Bulma and Master Roshi, more and more people were extricated from the debris, as long as there was a breath left in them. Bulma's healing spells would enable swift recovery. In the outskirts at the train station, Yamcha remarked, "Our train must have arrived, right?" "Yes, it's almost here. You two be cautious. Do not transform just yet. Wait until I board before you revert." "Understood." Yamcha gazed at the end of the tracks, watching the rails begin to tremble, mistakenly believing that the train was imminent. However, his expression froze in disbelief as he beheld an enormous centipede, exceeding 100 meters in length, charging towards the station. After a moment of hesitation, he shouted in terror, "Everyone, run!" The train station erupted into chaos. Chapter 29. The Centipede's Assault. On the railway, the mutated centipede surged forth from the city, moving with astonishing speed toward the train station. The crowd at the station was paralyzed with fear at the sight of such a colossal creature. Who had ever seen a centipede of this magnitude before? Meanwhile, little Goku, focused solely on fleeing, failed to realize that the direction he had led the mutated centipede was towards the train station. Being unfamiliar with the city, he had no idea that the station was situated here. With the distance so short, it was too late to change course. Observing the throngs of people at the station, Goku gritted his teeth, tightened his grip on the golden staff, and turned to confront the mutated centipede. Bang! The formidable golden staff collided fiercely with the head of the mutated centipede, producing a jarring metallic clang. The staff pressed against the creature's head as the young warrior, Sun Wukong, exerted every effort to halt its advance towards the train station. Yet, the astonishing size and strength of the mutated centipede rendered it impervious to his commands. In terms of spiritual energy, the centipede even surpassed Sun Wukong. How could this beast possess such immense power? Straining against the centipede, Sun Wukong found his legs embedded in the railway, pushed back relentlessly by the creature. The entire track seemed on the verge of being uprooted. The golden staff, which he wielded to counter the centipede, had bent into a U-shape under the pressure. The two, one human and one centipede, created a terrifying spectacle as they surged towards the train station. At the station, Yamcha watched in astonishment and fear as the mutated centipede barreled towards them. He never imagined that merely boarding a train would lead to such perilous circumstances. Was the outside world truly this dangerous? Regret washed over him as he reflected on his decision to leave the safety of the desert. Despite its harsh conditions, it was a realm where such colossal centipedes could not thrive. Just then, he spotted Sun Wukong struggling heroically to intercept the creature. Witnessing the centipede's decelerating pace, Yamcha felt a tumult of emotions. Not only had he encountered a giant centipede, but he had also crossed paths with the very group that had once incapacitated him. Had he truly not consulted the omens before venturing out today? On the railway, as the distance to the station diminished, Sun Wukong's heart grew heavier. The centipede's strength exceeded his expectations, making it an arduous task to impede its progress. Fortunately, just as it was about to crash into the station, the centipede finally came to a halt. Sun Wukong sighed in relief. Without hesitation, he executed a swift maneuver, and a cloud of agility materialized beneath his feet. With this cloud, he deftly led the centipede away to an uninhabited area. The centipede, undeterred, charged directly towards him. At the station, the survivors, shaken but relieved, watched as Sun Wukong diverted the monstrous centipede. Had it struck the station, their fates would have been dire. "Yamcha, what should we do now?" The transformed Oolong, now returned to his original form, asked with a troubled expression, clearly shaken by the recent events. The little cat, Puar, mirrored his apprehension. Yamcha glanced around at his companions, then spoke. "It seems we won't be catching that train after all. Let's leave this place at once." Agreed. Many shared Yamcha's sentiments, eager to escape the looming danger. As Yamcha exited the train station and made his way towards the city center, he was suddenly confronted by a surging crowd rushing in his direction. What had transpired? Yamcha gazed at the throng, bewildered, but soon discerned the cause of the commotion. Behind the crowd, a horde of bloodthirsty centipedes was in hot pursuit. Unlike the colossal mutated centipede he had encountered before, these creatures, while still imposing, measured only 2 to 3 meters in length. Goodness! Had he inadvertently stumbled into a nest of centipedes? Observing the myriad centipedes scattered throughout the city, Yamcha felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. What should he do? There was but one option: to fight. Did they truly wish to retreat and confront that gigantic creature again? Upon hearing this, Wulong and Puyalu found a semblance of logic in his words. Compared to that monstrous entity exceeding 100 meters, these 2 to 3 meter centipedes seemed far less terrifying. In the outskirts, after a brief chase between little Wukong and the mutated centipede, they finally found themselves in an area devoid of any onlookers. Little Wukong came to a halt, feeling secure enough to engage in battle without the fear of collateral damage. As he turned to face the enormous mutated centipede trailing behind him, his fighting spirit surged. Such a formidable opponent was undoubtedly a challenge. Gripping his golden staff tightly, he summoned the full extent of his inner strength. Take this. With a surge of energy, the golden staff began to swell to an impressive 40 meters in length. The staff descended from the heavens, crashing down upon the mutated centipede with tremendous force. Bang! The tremendous impact radiated outward from the centipede, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that severed numerous trees at their bases. The sheer might of the blow caused large swathes of land to sink into the earth. The mutated centipede now found itself ensnared within a vast circular crater. The power of Little Wukong's strike was indeed staggering. Yet in a fleeting moment, the triumph on Little Wukong's face evaporated. As he peered down, he was astonished to see the mutated centipede clenching his golden staff with its sharp, pincer-like mandibles, preventing it from crashing onto its body. Its myriad compound eyes glinted with a hint of human-like mockery. Despite its massive size, the creature exhibited a level of caution and subtlety. Having suffered once from the golden staff, it was no fool to allow it to fall easily upon itself again. This revelation enlightened Little Wukong. The adversary before him was not a mindless beast, but rather a sentient being with a degree of intelligence. Upon reflection, it was evident that such a creature could not simply be a common animal. It had lain in wait beneath the city, biding its time until it felt sufficiently powerful to emerge. Such a feat was not within the capability of an ordinary beast. Though the initial assault proved ineffective, Little Wukong remained undeterred. He once again raised the golden staff, intent on continuing his attack. However, the formidable spiritual energy emanating from the mutated centipede was no mere facade. Countless fragments of stone, seemingly under some enchantment, began to levitate, encircling the aberrant creature. Witnessing this spectacle, a sense of foreboding washed over Little Wukong. In the next moment, a barrage of colossal debris, akin to meteorites, hurtled towards him with alarming speed. The spiritual energy enveloping these stones posed the greatest threat to Little Wukong. Taking a deep breath, he adjusted the golden staff to a more manageable size of approximately 5 meters. Gazing at the dense swarm of rubble, he charged forward. Chapter 30, Weakness. Under the command of the mutated centipede, the massive stones coalesced into a terrifying celestial shower. Even the smallest of these fragments exceeded 5 meters in diameter. For an ordinary person, evading such an onslaught would be utterly impossible. Even a glancing blow could spell instant demise. Yet Little Wukong, having trained as a Saiyan, possessed an unparalleled reservoir of spiritual energy and physical prowess that set him apart from the average individual. He wielded the golden staff with determination, transforming it into an impenetrable barrier. As the hardened debris collided with the staff, it was reduced to mere dust. Despite the ferocity of the assault, Little Wukong emerged unscathed. The survivors of the train station, witnessing this extraordinary display, were left agape, their jaws nearly grazing the ground. Was this truly within the realm of human capability? They had never fathomed that an individual's power could reach such heights. This was undoubtedly the apex of human potential. Yet, their lack of exposure to the extraordinary clouded their judgment. What was shattering rocks compared to the ability to obliterate a planet with a single blow? As seen in the Dragon Ball saga, in that moment, Little Wukong was oblivious to the astonishment of others. Confronted by the formidable foe that was the mutated centipede, he felt pressure unlike any he had encountered before. Its size, strength, and formidable defense marked it as the most powerful adversary he had faced to date. Aside from Yuan, in such perilous circumstances, a single misstep could lead to his downfall. However, the more perilous the situation, the more it ignited the fierce tenacity inherent in his Saiyan bloodline. After all, combat was the very essence of Saiyon's existence. Clenching the golden staff tightly, Little Wukong shattered the last remaining rock and transformed into a streak of golden light, charging towards the mutated centipede. The creature, acutely aware of spiritual energy, did not underestimate the diminutive warrior before it. As Little Wukong closed the distance, he suddenly felt an overwhelming weight descend upon his body. The once forward-moving body suddenly plummeted a considerable distance, and its agile speed was inevitably affected in the process. Is this the capability of this creature? As he sensed the transformation of his body, Little Wukong instantly comprehended that this was the work of the mutated centipede. The sensation of being weighed down, as if by a heavy object, was unmistakably caused by the mutated centipede. Gravity manipulation. This is the true power of the mutated centipede. At this moment, little Wukong was under the influence of tenfold gravity, leaving him with an indescribable discomfort. After all, the effects of gravity are not limited to the body alone, but extend to the internal organs as well. The strain this places on the body is beyond what an ordinary person could fathom. However, time was of the essence, leaving little Wukong little opportunity to adjust himself. Seizing the moment, the mutated centipede charged directly at little Wukong. With its colossal frame, each attack sent tremors through the ground. Under the control of gravity, little Wukong found himself mired as if in a quagmire, inevitably hampering his movements. Attacks that he could previously evade with ease now became arduous challenges. The sluggishness in his actions led little Wukong to face perilous situations. Fortunately, he possessed the ability of the 72 transformations, many injuries that humans could not evade. Little Wukong could often elude through his transformations, dodging those redirected attacks. Yet, continuing in this manner was clearly not a viable strategy. Merely evading without counterattacking would mean that the initiative lay entirely in the hands of his adversary. While dodging the attacks, little Wukong searched for the mutated centipede's vulnerabilities. He firmly believed that this massive creature must possess weaknesses of its own. If he could uncover that weakness, defeating this giant would not be an insurmountable challenge. Although little Wukong appeared to be in a precarious situation, the reality was that, for the time being, the mutated centipede could not inflict harm upon him. This was a truth that both little Wukong and the astute mutated centipede were well aware of. In the heavenly palace, Yuan observed the scene where little Wukong was engaging in a dynamic exchange with the mutated centipede, feeling quite satisfied. He could discern that little Wukong understood his strengths and weaknesses, refraining from recklessly charging forward. In terms of strength and defense, the mutated centipede undoubtedly surpassed little Wukong. Yet, in terms of agility and techniques, little Wukong held the upper hand. This disparity made it challenging for either party to gain an advantage over the other in the short term. As for the mutated centipede's weaknesses, Yuan recognized them at a glance. He just wondered how long it would take little Wukong to perceive them. This creature was indeed a formidable opponent. Sweating profusely, little Wukong gazed up at the towering beast above him, his expression a mixture of exasperation and exhilaration, though his tone was filled with complaints. It was evident from his countenance that he relished the thrill of battle. By this point, they had been fighting for some time, and the environment around them lay in utter disarray due to their conflict. Numerous craters and debris littered the battlefield, resembling a site ravaged by bombardment. The mutated centipede, seemingly weary of its playful engagement with the young son Wukong, charged towards him once more, akin to a colossal mountain intent on crushing him. Furthermore, the creature unleashed a gravitational field, seeking to impede son Wukong's speed once again. However, having previously endured its effects, son Wukong had begun to acclimate to the gravity, affording the mutated centipede little opportunity. The creature collided forcefully with the ground where son Wukong had been, but he deftly evaded the attack. Before he could catch his breath, an overwhelming suction emanated from the direction of the centipede. Curious, son Wukong looked down to discover that the creature had, at some point, opened its cavernous maw, generating the terrifying vacuum that was now pulling in a multitude of objects. Gazing into the unfathomable abyss of its mouth, a brilliant idea sparked in son Wukong's mind. In an instant, he relinquished control of his body, allowing the mutated centipede to draw him in. This spectacle was witnessed in its entirety by Yuan in the dojo. Yet not a trace of concern marred his expression. Rather, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He had initially presumed that even if son Wukong discerned the creature's vulnerability, he would hesitate to act. A formidable fortress often begins to crumble from within. The mutated centipede's defenses were formidable. Yet this did not imply that its internal organs were equally resilient. In other words, if one could penetrate the creature's interior, this behemoth would effectively be surrendering its life into another's hands. However, such an endeavor required immense courage. After all, if one failed to inflict sufficient damage before being digested by the mutated centipede, it would indeed be akin to a lamb entering the jaws of a tiger, with predictable consequences. Chapter 31, Annihilation. Once son Wukong was engulfed by the mutated centipede, his senses were immediately inundated by a pungent stench. The interior was a grotesque amalgamation of flesh and mucus. The corrosive nature of the mucus was formidable. Even the hardest of rocks would struggle to withstand its degradation. Yet, son Wukong was no ordinary being. Having cultivated the profound techniques of the 8-9 mysteries, his body was his most resilient weapon. Although he had not undergone the alchemical trials for 49 days like the monkey from the journey to the west, the Saiyan heritage coursing through his veins bestowed upon him extraordinary physical prowess. Encased in a radiant golden aura, Sun Wukong was impervious to the acidic secretions of the mutated centipede surrounding him. Upon realizing that the viscous substance posed no harm to him, the little monkey king could not suppress the excitement that illuminated his face. The golden cudgel. It grew and grew and grew. Originally a mere 3 to 4 meters in length, under the infusion of the little monkey king's boundless spiritual energy, the cudgel began to extend indefinitely. At this moment, the little monkey king found himself within the body of the mutated centipede. Outside, the onlookers at the train station witnessed the horrifying sight of the little monkey king being consumed by the monstrous creature, their faces contorted with despair. They lacked the formidable strength of the little monkey king and felt utterly powerless in the face of such a terrifying giant. The thought of resistance was futile. A single step from a creature could easily crush a significant portion of them. Despair hung heavily in the air, enveloping the hearts of all present. Suddenly, to their astonishment, the once quiet mutated centipede began to emit agonized wails. Its body thrashed violently, writhing in pain as it rolled upon the ground, sending clouds of dust and debris swirling around. At that moment, some individuals with keen eyesight noticed peculiar, bulging formations appearing on the centipede's body, only to vanish shortly thereafter, accompanied by a dull thudding sound, as if a tumultuous commotion was taking place within its insides. Thus, many surmised that despite being swallowed by the mutated centipede, the outcome seemed entirely different from what they had imagined. This realization ignited a spark of exhilaration among the crowd, for it suggested that the little monkey king had intentionally allowed himself to be devoured. The current situation further supported this notion, offering a glimmer of hope for their salvation. Within the belly of the mutated centipede, the little monkey king resembled Neza from myth, armed with a golden cudgel personally forged by Yuan. He relentlessly targeted the creature's internal organs, wreaking havoc upon its insides. Despite the centipede's formidable exterior, its internal structures could not withstand the might of the little monkey king's onslaught. In a frenzied charge, he eventually found himself confronting a bizarre, blue crystal that loomed before him. Though the crystal measured approximately 5 to 6 meters, it paled in comparison to the centipede's massive body, which exceeded 100 meters in length. For reasons unknown, upon sighting the blue crystal, the little monkey king instinctively recognized it as the creature's vital weakness. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung the cudgel with all his might, striking the blue crystal fiercely. A chilling scream erupted from the mutated centipede, a cry filled with a pain that had never before been expressed, intermingled with a sense of fear. At that moment, the mutated centipede, fueled by a sudden surge of determination, plunged its own sharp limbs deep into its body, seemingly intent on excavating the small Wukong from within. Startled by the abrupt appearance of the lethal centipede appendage, Wukong gasped. The centipede's limbs writhed incessantly, as if searching for his precise location. Wukong's conviction solidified. The azure crystal was indeed the vulnerable core of the mutated beast before him. Seizing the opportunity, he wielded his golden staff with fervor, striking the blue crystal with all his might. A piercing scream echoed through the air as numerous fissures emerged upon the surface of the crystal. In response, the mutated centipede became increasingly frenzied, yet was too late for regret over having swallowed Wukong. Relentlessly, Wukong continued his assault on the azure crystal, and more cracks appeared across its surface. Ultimately, the immense blue crystal shattered completely, revealing a violet gem the size of a soccer ball. The moment Wukong laid eyes on the gem, he dashed forward, grasping it in his hand and stowing it within the storage ring gifted to him by Yuan. As he secured the violet gem, the colossal body of the mutated centipede seemed to lose all vigor. Its once fierce gaze dimmed, and it collapsed with a resounding thud. Stripped of its earlier ferocity, time slipped away unnoticed until a small figure burst forth from the remains of the mutated centipede. It was none other than Wukong himself. Standing atop the formidable carcass, he pondered why such a massive creature had perished immediately after he shattered the blue crystal and extracted the violet gem. Logically, his actions had not inflicted direct harm to the centipede's vital areas. He had not even damaged its head. Nevertheless, although Wukong remained uncertain of the nature of the violet gem he had acquired, he was well aware that it was a treasure, especially given the immense spiritual energy it contained. a most valuable asset. Wukong then considered the fate of Bulma and the others still in the city. With thoughts of them lingering in his mind, he wasted no time and soared towards the urban center. In the heart of the city, what had once been a bustling metropolis had transformed into a veritable hell on earth. The streets were littered with dismembered limbs, and the air was thick with the acrid stench of blood. Amidst the gruesome scene lay countless heaps of centipede corpses. Bulma and Master Roshi stood before two towering piles of centipede remains, rendered speechless by the chaos surrounding them. They could hardly fathom that their simple visit to the city had devolved into a nightmarish siege by monstrous creatures, and this was no ordinary onslaught. Especially considering the gargantuan centipede that had dwarfed them mere moments ago. The hearts of Master Roshi and Bulma grew heavy with an unshakable weight. Both possessed a keen sensitivity to spiritual energy, and they were acutely aware of the formidable strength of the mutated centipede. It was evident that even combined, they would struggle to defeat such a monstrous adversary. Fortunately, little Goku had drawn the terrifying creature away. Had he not done so, this city might very well have been reduced to ruins. Bulma, Master Roshi, little Goku. Upon hearing Goku's voice, Bulma turned with a beaming smile. Chapter 32. The trials conclude. As she beheld Goku soaring towards them, her expression brightened. After all, the earlier display of the mutated centipedes might have left them shaken. It would be disingenuous to claim she had not worried for Goku. Now, seeing him return unharmed, the anxiety that had gripped her heart dissipated entirely. Goku descended from the sky and approached Bulma and Master Roshi. What transpired here? He inquired, noting the chaos surrounding them and the numerous centipede carcasses. A look of confusion etched on his face. He had drawn the mutated centipede away, so why did it appear as though a fierce battle had just unfolded? Little Goku, you have no idea what occurred after your departure. Had it not been for Master Roshi and me, this city might have faced utter obliteration. Really? Is it that terrifying? Goku scratched his head, a multitude of questions evident in his expression. Indeed, it is quite dreadful. Just look at my new outfit, stained with the blood of those wretched creatures. This garment is beyond salvage. I shall change out of it and dispose of it immediately. This has truly cost me dearly. Observing the minimal stains on Bulma's attire, Goku couldn't help but think to himself that the outfit could still be washed and worn. Meanwhile, Yamcha and the others, resting in a nearby shop, spotted Goku and his companions. Previously, upon their return to the city, they had inadvertently encountered the centipede siege. Though Yamcha and his friends were not paragons of virtue, they nonetheless stepped forward in the face of such an alien invasion. This decision led them from the outskirts of the city to the very center where Bulma and Master Roshi were located. Were it not for the distraction posed by Bulma and Master Roshi, the centipedes would have undoubtedly overwhelmed Yamcha with their sheer numbers. This confrontation had truly illuminated the disparity between Yamcha and Bulma's group. Previously, he had believed he could hold his own against Bulma for an extended period. But it was clear now that she had merely been toying with him. Should she have fought with earnest intent, he might have been felled with a single blow. Each time he contemplated this, a wave of dread washed over him. The desire to seek out his master grew ever more intense within him. For someone as proud as Yamcha, accepting that he was outmatched by a girl was a bitter pill to swallow. Although the current strength of Bulma and her companions is overwhelming, Yamcha, as a martial artist, retains a profound confidence in himself. He believes that just because he is not on par with Bulma and the others now does not preclude the possibility of surpassing them in the future. As long as he finds a reliable master, he feels that his innate talent will allow him to catch up with Bulma's group swiftly. This is the essence of Yamcha's self-assurance. What shall we do now, Bulma? Little Goku surveyed the surroundings, witnessing the sorrow enveloping those mourning their lost loved ones. And he felt a pang of compassion. This brutal scene was unlike anything he had encountered before. There is nothing more we can do. We have done what we could. Without our intervention, their fate would have been far worse. From here on, they must rely on themselves. However, just as little Goku was about to express more, he was interrupted by Bulma. At that moment, Bulma, shedding her previously vivacious demeanor, spoke with a grave seriousness. Little Goku, even though we possess a power unimaginable to most, we are still human, and as humans, we have our limits. I understand your desire to assist them, but have you considered whether our capabilities can genuinely aid them? Their greatest sorrow stems from the loss of their kin, and we lack the ability to resurrect the dead. The turtle hermit, observing Bulma, was taken aback by her unexpected maturity beneath her seemingly innocent exterior. As someone who had lived past 50 years, he had witnessed similar devastation, reminiscent of the time when King Piccolo wreaked havoc upon the world. The feeling of helplessness from that experience remained vivid in his memory. After all, the Turtle Hermit's master, Master Roshi, had sacrificed his life to seal away King Piccolo. Otherwise, the world might have already fallen under his dominion. This realization had endowed the Turtle Hermit with a mindset far beyond that of ordinary individuals. He understood the grim reality surrounding him, recognizing that the inhabitants of this city could ultimately only rely on themselves to emerge from the depths of their despair. Seeing that Bulma and the Turtle Hermit had reached a consensus, little Goku, though unable to fully grasp their sentiments, chose to remain silent. Indeed, you are both commendable. Suddenly, a familiar voice reached Bulma and the others' ears. Master. Upon hearing that voice, Bulma and little Goku turned in surprise to see the figure of Lu Yuan. However, Lu Yuan appeared peculiar, standing amidst the ruins while people around him seemed oblivious to his presence, treating him as if he were non-existent. Lu Yuan approached the group, wearing a smile as he gazed at them. Lu Yuan first turned to Bulma, speaking with a tone filled with commendation. Bulma, I initially believed that among you, your temperament was the most impetuous. However, your recent words have compelled me to retract my earlier assessment. You are quite remarkable, possessing such clarity of understanding and knowing your limits. With a playful giggle, Bulma, who often exuded dominance in front of others, appeared as a bashful maiden, fidgeting with the hem of her garment in Lu Yuan's presence. After praising Bulma, Lin then addressed Goku. Goku, you too have distinguished yourself. I recognize your youth, and I do not impose high expectations upon you in terms of temperament for now. It pleases me that you have maintained a sense of equanimity despite acquiring formidable strength. Moreover, I have observed your recent battle with a mutated centipede. Your victory attests to the effectiveness of your recent training, which greatly satisfies me. Goku, upon hearing this, broke into an endearing grin. Originally, my intention in sending you down the mountain was to provide you with substantial training. However, given the recent upheavals in the world, your descent is somewhat ill-timed. As such, I shall escort you back. Lu Yuan continued, in light of your commendable performance, each of you may present one request to me, provided it is not excessive, and I shall endeavor to fulfill it. Really? Goku and Bulma exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide with astonishment. Master Roshi, witnessing this, could not suppress a look of envy, for it was a promise from the exalted Lu Yuan. While he harbored doubts regarding whether the dragon could grant each person's wish, he had no such reservations about Lu Yuan's ability to do so. In Rashi's eyes, Lu Yuan was an omnipotent being. Goku and Bulma exchanged glances, seemingly arriving at a mutual decision. Master, please revive all those who perished in this calamity. Chapitre 33, Célestial Technique. Lu Yuan regarded Goku and Bulma with rare surprise, for he had not anticipated such a request from his two disciples. It was well understood that his promises were exceedingly precious, a fact that Goku and Bulma surely recognized. Yet, even with this awareness, they had chosen to request the resurrection of those who had died in the disaster. They even seemed concerned that their request might be denied, as they had voiced it together. This was entirely unexpected for Lu Yuan. However, rather than feeling angered upon hearing their request, Lin was immensely pleased. Though such selfless behavior might appear foolish to the average person, Lu Yuan regarded his disciples' altruism as an invaluable treasure. After all, no one wishes for their disciples to be selfish, solely focused on their own desires. Today, Goku and Bulma had demonstrated a willingness to plead for the lives of strangers. One day, when one finds oneself in difficulty, it is likely that the apprentices, the Little Monkey King and Bulma, would rush forward without hesitation to offer their assistance. It can be said that this seemingly foolish request, in the eyes of others, has caused Lu Yuan to genuinely acknowledge and embrace both Bulma and the Little Monkey King. Reflecting on this, Lu Yuan smiled at the two and inquired, "Are you both certain that this is your only request of me? You should understand that my requests are not something one can take for granted. If reviving them is all you seek, you shall gain nothing in return." Upon hearing this, the Little Monkey King promptly declared, "Master, this is indeed my sole request. And what about you?" Lu Yuan turned his gaze toward Bulma, who immediately replied earnestly, "Master, I share the same sentiment as the Little Monkey King." Witnessing their unwavering resolve, Lu Yuan erupted into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha! Excellent! You too are commendable. Since you possess such goodwill, as your master, I shall not object. Wukong, Bulma, today I shall make an exception and intervene. Although this is merely a projection of my avatar, reviving a group of ordinary souls is no formidable task for me. Furthermore, I shall temporarily hold onto your requests. Resurrecting them shall serve as a reward for your kindness. As his words fell, Lu Yuan's form suddenly became ethereal. The once tranquil sky was abruptly swept by a fierce wind. In the next moment, the entire city was engulfed by immense dark clouds. Though it was daytime, it felt as if night had inexplicably descended. This spectacle left the inhabitants of the city astonished. Confused, they feared that the apocalypse was upon them and anxiously gazed upward. At that moment, Lu Yuan had already ascended into the sky. Above the city, the dark clouds swirled around Lu Yuan, forming an enormous vortex. His eyes transformed into a ghostly white, and within their profound depths, it seemed as though he could pierce through the fabric of time and space. In my name, I summoned the 10 Yama kings to manifest. Instantly, the voice of Lu Yuan resonated throughout the city. A sound as deep as a bell toll and imbued with profound mystery, causing many to feel a ringing in their ears, while some weakened souls fainted upon hearing it. Those who remained conscious were left in sheer astonishment. In the next moment, as if compelled by an unseen force, they all turned their gazes skyward. At that instant, they beheld Lu Yuan standing majestically in the heavens. Furthermore, the subsequent scenes surpassed their wildest imaginations. The sky above the city became a tumultuous spectacle. Although it was summer, an inexplicable chill enveloped their bodies. Soon they discerned the cause. A multitude of spirits danced across the sky. An eerie, ancient town suddenly materialized above this modern metropolis. The clash between the contemporary and the archaic, the collision of science and reality, profoundly shook the very foundations of belief in all present. Not long after the emergence of this ghost town, 10 figures clad in ancient official robes appeared, unmistakably the kings of hell from myth and legend. The presence of the 10 kings of hell left the crowd below in a state of absurd disbelief. First, they had faced mutated beasts assaulting the city, and now they were confronted by the legendary 10 kings of hell. What was happening in this world? Meanwhile, in the sky, Lu Yuan paid no heed to the reactions of the onlookers. With a smile that danced between amusement and mystery, he addressed the 10 kings of hell, who had come at his beckoning. Esteemed guests, I have summoned you today for a small favor. The 10 kings exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting astonishment. To be summoned in such a manner, who was this being before them? Yet, one thing was certain to them. This presence was not one they could afford to offend. The king of hell approached Lu Yuan with deep respect, saying, Might I inquire what task you have for us, esteemed one? His demeanor was humble, betraying no hint of arrogance. Lu Yuan regarded him with a smile and replied, I merely wish for you to assist me in a minor matter. Please speak, and we shall do our utmost. The king of hell urged, eager to comply. Lu Yuan gestured towards the ruins of the city below and calmly stated, This task is not difficult. I ask that you return to the underworld the souls of those who perished in the city today. The king of hell's expression shifted to one of concern. It is a great taboo for the underworld to return the deceased. If the dead could be revived, what purpose would the underworld serve? Sensing the king of hell's hesitation, Lu Yuan continued, Do not worry. I would not leave you empty-handed. I have come into possession of a cultivation technique, which I would like you to examine. With that, Lu Yuan presented a tome of the technique. The king of hell took it into his hands and immediately recognized the title on the cover, Soul Refinement Method. The name seemed unremarkable, yet upon delving into its contents, the king of hell's astonishment was palpable. This was indeed a method by which spirits could cultivate. Such a revelation was terrifying. Although the Dragon Ball world possessed an underworld, its significance was minimal, primarily due to the lack of power to back their authority. This had allowed the likes of Sun Wukong to escape from the underworld after death. However, with this technique in hand, the outcome would be entirely different. Realizing the implications, the king of hell spoke without hesitation. Since you have made this request, we shall not refuse. However, we can only release their souls, their physical bodies. That is beyond our consideration. Upon hearing this, the king of hell turned to the others, and the remaining kings of hell immediately understood, swiftly springing into action. Before long, a multitude of phantoms began to emerge from the ghostly cities in the sky, descending into the realm below. As all the souls took their positions, Lu Yuan waved his hand. In an instant, the previously overcast sky transformed into a tapestry of auspicious clouds, and a gentle rain of nectar fell silently. Upon touching the souls, this nectar instigated an extraordinary metamorphosis, enabling the phantoms to regain corporeal forms, a remarkable transmutation of decay into vitality. Observing this, the Yama lords grew increasingly wary of Lu Yuan. They bowed deeply to him as a farewell. Go forth. Lu Yuan made no effort to retain them. gesturing for their departure. Once tranquility returned, the city erupted in jubilant cheers, a celebration of the return of loved ones. Lu Yuan rejoined Sun Wukong and Bulma, smiling as he said, "Well, the matter here is resolved. Let us return together." Bulma and Sun Wukong gazed at Lu Yuan with admiration, responding without hesitation, "Yes." Chapter 34, Consecutive Breakthroughs. Lu Yuan waved his hand, and clouds and mist swirled around them, transporting him and the two companions into the air. The surrounding populace was still immersed in the joy of their loved one's revival. Even the ever-watchful Oolong was rendered speechless by the astonishing sight. Unbeknownst to them, their imagined adversary had vanished without a trace. Goodness gracious, where could one possibly find such a master? As for Puya and Yamcha, they stood frozen in bewilderment. Since the global infusion of spiritual energy, the landscape had undergone a dramatic transformation. The two disciples and Master Roshi were left in awe. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan had already surveyed the magnificent scenery through his mirror-like perception prior to their arrival, displaying no hint of surprise. This scene, once the stunned Master Roshi regained his composure, sparked a flurry of thoughts in his mind. Surely, the celestial being had altered the very essence of this world with his immense power. The mountains flourished, rivers shifted, and the land seemed vastly superior to what it had been. The celestial being indeed wielded great influence. Master Roshi's resolve to become Lu Yuan's disciple strengthened, and he became even more determined to seek out the remaining two. Lu Yuan, acutely aware of the changes in Master Roshi's expression, smirked and casually remarked, "I find this world too desolate. It offers little benefit for the cultivation of my disciples, so I made a modest enhancement." With that seemingly innocuous statement, he garnered the wide-eyed admiration of Sun Wukong and Bulma. Yet, it was the astonishment reflected in Master Roshi's gaze that truly pleased Lu Yuan. Indeed, his mastery of the heart communication technique had not been in vain. It seemed that this fellow had adjusted his attitude. Lu Yuan had utilized the 36 transformations of Tiangang to deduce the events that transpired during Sun Wukong's journey, growing dissatisfied with Master Roshi's lackadaisical approach. He seized this opportunity to deliver a well-deserved admonition. This is precisely why Master Roshi, despite having fulfilled all of Liu Yuan's tasks, remains merely a named disciple. The elderly are often cunning, and this ancient being has lived for an immeasurable time. Without a thorough examination, one cannot achieve success. Master Roshi is indeed a shrewd individual, having long since mastered the topography of this region. It was only upon encountering Liu Yuan recently that he experienced events he had not faced in a lifetime. The old man is astute, having resolved to diligently assist Liu Yuan in his endeavors. The remarkable power exhibited by Liu Yuan cannot merely be a fleeting glimpse. The possibility of transcending and ascending to immortality is certainly not beyond reach. On the return journey, there is no rush. Liu Yuan refrains from employing the terrifying Nimbus cloud that could traverse vast distances in a single day. Instead, they travel leisurely and with Liu Yuan's spiritual food and water. Those soaring in the sky are nourished. The diverse landscapes and terrains encountered along the way captivate Bulma, immersing her completely. Although Chimin Duanjia harnesses the powers of heaven and earth, it cannot escape the wisdom of nature itself. The various insights gained during this journey allow Bulma to clearly perceive a remarkable enhancement in both her Chimin Duanjia and her cultivation. This delightfully surprises Liu Yuan, who initially approached the journey with a sense of experimentation, realizing that he too can benefit from his disciples' enlightenment. Upon returning to the dojo, the three, feeling somewhat disheartened, immediately commence their respective training. Bulma and little Wukong, having been away from the dojo for quite some time, swiftly enter a state of enlightenment. Above them, calamity clouds begin to gather. Liu Yuan perceives this clearly, recognizing it as Bulma's miraculous tribulation. He never anticipated that slowing their pace would facilitate such significant progress in his second disciple. Liu Yuan waves his hand, sending the equally enlightened little Wukong 100 zhang away to prevent any disruption of this rare opportunity for insight. At that moment, an extraordinary phenomenon manifests around Bulma, distinct from that of Wukong. The moment her anomaly appears, it envelopes a radius of 5 to 6 meters, and Liu Yuan observes closely, recognizing it as the feng shui patterns of Chimin Duanjia. Ding! Congratulations, host disciple Bulma has comprehended the embryonic form of the domain, achieving minor success in Chimin Duanjia. Ding! Reward for the host, 1 million spiritual energy points. Ding! Congratulations. Host-disciple Sun Wukong has mastered the fundamentals of Biju Xuangu and comprehended his own minor miracle, the Sea Stabilization Toss. Ding! Reward for the host. The crafting function has been unlocked, and one rare tome of Samadhi True Fire, along with a banana leaf fan, has been bestowed. Yuan is momentarily taken aback by the flurry of notifications from the system, astonished by the impressive growth of both his senior and junior disciples. They have both broken through simultaneously, which is indeed exhilarating. Seeing the calamity clouds still brewing and his two disciples yet to awaken, Yuan understands that such matters cannot be easily remembered. He thus begins to explore the new system function, crafting. Compared to his own haphazard attempts, the system's crafting feature is extraordinarily superior. Yuan casually retrieves little Wukong's golden staff and tosses it into the mix, exchanging some materials from the store, spending 30,000 spiritual energy points. The primary material remains the golden cudgel, a mystical iron discovered by Yuan on the ocean floor some time ago. His previous craftsmanship was far inferior. He had even managed to bend a mere centipede, a creature hardly worthy of mention. Yuan was acutely aware, through the reflections of his past self, that he feared more for the safety of his disciple than for his own lack of skill. Nevertheless, he reassured himself, "My disciple shall not falter." The system's artifact forging function proved to be exceptionally powerful, allowing for a significant reduction in crafting time when the technique was correct. With just a few modifications, the enhancement of the golden cudgel was successfully completed. Yuan estimated that this refined weapon could enable little Wukong to reach a stage above the transformation into divinity. As he returned the newly forged golden cudgel to its original place, a new development emerged on Bulma's side. Following the emergence of the Tai Chi's dualities, ancient characters began to gradually appear within the entire domain. Yuan was astonished to see that ancient characters had also manifested within himself. However, compared to Bulma's, his were exponentially more complex and vast. Ding! Congratulations to the host disciple. Bulma has comprehended the 8 gates of transformation, creating her own domain. Ding! The host is rewarded with a piece of exquisite gold and 1,000,000 spirit points. With yet another monumental breakthrough, Yuan marveled at his own sagacity. As Bulma's breakthrough approached its climax, the ominous clouds above grew heavier. Finally, as Bulma opened her eyes, the heavenly tribulation commenced. A bolt of white lightning cleaved through the fabric of space, hurtling directly toward Bulma. It was evident that this seemingly delicate and alluring girl possessed an extraordinarily resilient spirit. Rather than seeking her master's assistance to dispel the ominous clouds, she clapped her hands on the ground. With a commanding exclamation, a massive yin-yang fish materialized on the surface, accompanied by the ephemeral appearance of various ancient characters associated with the 8 gates of transformation. The Chimanduanjia was not merely the simplified version of the Bagua from Legends. It represented the true Taoist arts from the Age of Deities. Although it might not have exhibited any formidable offensive capabilities, the outcome left Yuan utterly astonished. For the heavenly tribulation had gone awry. Chapter 35, The Pitiful Krillin. The 3 little ones, eager to witness the spectacle, were entirely oblivious to the true ferocity of the heavenly tribulation. This was the cosmos itself locking onto the victim of the tribulation. And for Bulma to resolve it in such a manner would indeed be tenfold more challenging. Subsequently, the 2nd and 3rd bolts followed. Bulma's method of transcending the tribulation seemed to have infuriated the heavens. Lightning fell like rain, and its intensity was several times greater than that faced by little Wukong. Yet, despite the torrential deluge, not a single bolt struck Bulma. The grandeur of Bulma's tribulation was so overwhelming that just as Yuan contemplated moving little Wukong further away, another surprise unfolded. Little Wukong rose and instinctively grasped the golden cudgel, pausing momentarily as he sensed a difference in its heft. Then a palpable shift in aura occurred. A wondrous energy rippled outward, as if the very winds around them had quieted significantly. With golden eyes wide open and feet firmly planted, he swung his right hand with all his might. The golden staff transformed into a shimmering thread, soaring towards the heavens. If mountains and seas can be subdued, what of this mere celestial tribulation? The once formidable calamity clouds dissipated entirely, replaced by the universal acknowledgement of heaven and earth, manifesting as pure energy absorbed by the young hero. Yuan was astonished. The manifestation of the heavenly path was progressing at an astonishing pace, and rewards from the heavens had already materialized in such a short time. Yet, it was evident that the heavenly path bore a memory. since the last time it had been violently erased and reformed by Lu Yuan, even if it was scattered by the little monkey. It showed no desire to reclaim its former glory. Seeing both disciples awake, Lu Yuan retracted the smile that hung on his lips, allowing only a slight smirk. After all, a master must maintain some dignity. You both have excelled, setting a fine example for your fellow disciples. Wukong, how does your golden staff feel? Is it to your liking? Wukong caught the staff that had flown back to him and began to wield it. With each swing, it felt like a lifelong companion. In such a brief time, the little monkey had practiced the 36 staff techniques taught by Lu Yuan, and though it felt slightly heavier, it was far more manageable. Moreover, I sense that the aura of this golden staff resonates with the new techniques I've recently comprehended. The young monkey, still embodying the innocence of youth, discovered that the staff had been reinforced by his master, making it all the more endearing to him. You clever little one, your intuition is remarkable. The golden staff also bears another name, the sea calming needle. As for your newly understood technique, your master has already devised a fitting name, the sea calming toss. This technique is truly exceptional and suits your golden staff perfectly. Wukong, you must continue to strive for excellence. Delighted by his master's affirmation, the little monkey beamed with joy. Lu Yuan seized this opportunity to impart wisdom to his disciples. You must learn diligently from your elder brother. The foundation I can provide is but the beginning. Although the paths to mastery are carefully chosen for you, they ultimately belong to no one but yourselves. To become true powerhouses, you must forge your own paths. Lu Yuan spoke extensively, understanding that without innovation, his disciples would struggle to stand on their own. Moreover, with the emergence of new techniques, he too would benefit. What joy it would bring. The following day, Lu Yuan summoned the little monkey to his abode, foregoing pleasantries. He directly presented the magical artifact he had crafted the previous night, the phoenix-winged purple gold crown, the golden armor of locking, and the lotus silk cloud sole boots. He had brought forth a complete set of equipment reminiscent of the great sage, Sun Wukong, and not a diminished version, but rather something even more formidable than the original. Despite the materials being identical, the human-crafted items often bore various flaws. After all, even immortals could err, but the system would not. It was perfectly crafted, embodying the true essence. This ensemble guaranteed that the little monkey would be able to preserve his life against any adversary in the early stages of his journey. Only through the battle between life and death can you truly accelerate your growth. Wukong, it is because I believe in you that I have bestowed upon you these 3 pieces of equipment. They may safeguard your life, but do not become overly reliant on them. True strength stems from within. Remember, longevity can only be achieved through your own efforts. These items merely serve as your protection. Observing the serious demeanor of Lin, little Wukong became earnest, nodding in agreement. All right, master, may I wear this outfit to play? It looks splendid. Faced with the bright eyes of little Wukong, Yuan relented. Go ahead, but do not linger too long. I have no concerns that you and your fellow disciples might develop any unsavory habits due to these possessions, whether in the original tale or through our current mentor-student interactions. Their character has proven to be commendable. I simply did not anticipate a young girl's yearning for beauty. In the afternoon, Yuan was training the 3 little ones in fundamental combat skills. Given little Wukong's innate combat prowess, it was only fitting that he personally guided these youngsters. Master, he was engaged in sparring with Krillin when he lost control. In an instant, Krillin's unfortunate little bald head flew out of sight, transforming into a shooting star across the sky. Wukong, go fetch your junior brother, Yuan called out to little Wukong from a distance, confident that Krillin would not meet a dire fate, as he was already recognized by the will of Earth. At worst, he could summon the underworld to retrieve him once more. As for the one who inadvertently harmed Krillin, it was Bulma, who had been unable to contain herself after catching sight of little Wukong's new equipment that morning. It was rather commendable that she had only just come to find Yuan now. Noticing her impatience, Yuan teased, young ladies should learn to exercise some modesty. One cannot tell whether Wukong is the monkey or if you, my dear, are the real monkey. Bulma, unfazed by Yuan's merely laughed and continued to gaze at him with wide eyes. However, the angle was slightly problematic. A mere shift of his gaze allowed Yuan to glimpse into the profound abyss. Realizing Yuan's attention had shifted, Bulma shyly scampered away, watching her youthful silhouette fade. Yuan felt a sense of tranquility wash over him. Yet, repeatedly taking advantage of his own disciple seemed rather inappropriate. With a piece of exquisite gold in hand, he contemplated crafting something beautiful for her. Given that the recent rise in the mysterious arts warranted some reward, it was not wholly unjustifiable. No, this was not an attempt at self-justification. It truly was not. Observing the earnest efforts of Jiaozi and Tianjin Fan, who were fiercely engaged in their training, Lu Yuan breathed a quiet sigh of relief. These young fellows were also inspired. Witnessing little Wukong's breakthrough had ignited their determination to grow stronger. Tianjin Fan activated his Sharingan to cast an illusion, only to be thwarted by Jiaozi's formidable mental fortitude. He exclaimed in frustration, "This is so unfair." Chapter 36, The Attempt. Lu Yuan shook his head. Having chosen his opponent, he must see the battle through to the end, even amidst tears. Tianjin Fan currently possessed no formidable energy attacks capable of harming Dumpling's quantum form. Moreover, his physical strikes were utterly futile. In stark contrast, Dumpling had partially unlocked his formidable psychic abilities, each mental assault prompting Tianjin Fan to gasp in shock. Ultimately, Tianjin Fan, with a pained expression, succumbed in the contest. Upon the conclusion of the match, little Wukong returned with a pale Krillin. Witnessing the unintended injury he had inflicted, Lu Yuan felt a pang of guilt. He promptly produced a large peach from his hand and handed it to Krillin. "Consume this to recuperate, and then we shall resume training. However, be prepared, for this fruit possesses considerable energy." The peach in Lu Yuan's hand was none other than the legendary Pan Tao. This was, in fact, an experiment on Lu Yuan's part. Although Krillin had transcended certain limitations, he remained fundamentally human. Lu Yuan's intention was to ascertain whether Krillin might have the opportunity to augment his capabilities further. Even if it were to fail, a mere peach would hardly be a loss. It could mend injuries, and its delightful flavor would surely please a child. The peach was indeed large, yet Krillin consumed it with remarkable speed. Having surpassed his limitations, Krillin's appetite had increased significantly, perhaps even more exaggerated than depicted in the comics. It might also be due to the superior quality of Lu Yuan's spiritual sustenance compared to that of Master Saitama, as his strength had been rapidly escalating. By Lu Yuan's estimations, at this rate, within 3 months his fourth disciple would be able to break through Wukong's golden form using sheer physical prowess. As Lu Yuan contemplated the promising futures of his 5 disciples, a sudden distress arose from Tianjin Fan. Master, my eyes hurt terribly." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan hurried to the side of the writhing Tianjin Fan. Sensing his master's presence, Tianjin Fan managed to suppress the agony in his third eye and composed himself. Lu Yuan gently removed his disciple's hands from his eyes, filled with elation. Before him, Tianjin Fan's third eye, his Sharingan, had fully evolved into a two-tomo state. Even more astonishingly, the color of his Sharingan had transformed from red to a brilliant golden hue. Overjoyed, Lu Yuan realized that his endeavor had borne fruit. He had enabled Tianjin Fan to cultivate the heavenly eye technique of Erlang Shun while possessing the Sharingan. In a mere 3 to 5 days, such progress had manifested. The sensations he experienced in response confirmed that this path was not only viable, but perhaps even more promising than the singular potential of the Sharingan alone. Ding! Congratulations to the host disciple for mastering a new ocular technique, the Wheel of Heavenly Eye. Wheel of Heavenly Eye dispels evil and delusion. Capable of casting illusions and traversing the realms of the 9 hells and 10 lands. Lu Yuan was elated. His experiment had received the system's endorsement, affirming its validity. It is somewhat regrettable that this time there were no rewards bestowed. Gazing into the crimson golden eyes of Tianjin Fan, a flicker of envy flashed in Klin's gaze. However, he firmly believed that his master would not neglect anyone, so he resolutely bit into the peach. It seemed as if he transferred all his envy onto the fruit, and the peach, larger than a human head, vanished at a visible speed. Not even the pit was discarded. He chewed it voraciously, savoring the translucent flesh that, upon swallowing, felt as though it transformed into liquid. Klin could feel this essence coursing through his body, a chill enveloping him. Yet instead of unlocking any extraordinary abilities, it nourished each cell within him. In an instant, Klin sensed that the injuries inflicted by his master had healed. His body, honed through relentless training, began to enhance rapidly. Lien, of course, was aware of his disciple's condition, though he felt a slight regret. Within the judgment of the peach, Klin was no longer deemed an extraordinary individual. The path to immortality was no longer attainable, yet aside from the essence of ginseng fruit, the peach had never failed to nourish. The complete digestion of a single peach bestowed upon Klin the benefits of over a month of arduous cultivation. observing Qin as he clumsily familiarized himself with his newfound strength. Yuan felt a profound sense of gratitude for having such a group of disciples. As evening fell, Yuan contemplated the exquisite golden object in his hand, reminiscing about the formations of the Chimen Duanjia. The complexity of this art, originally a Taoist treasure, now posed a challenge in crafting a fitting magical artifact. The difficulty was akin to adding another layer to an already intricate technique. Although the method was conceived during Li Yuan's moment of enlightenment, it had achieved a perfect harmony. Whether to amplify or diminish, he found himself at an impasse. The crafting of this artifact was tantamount to defying the natural order. Seated on his mat, Li Yuan murmured to himself, defying the natural order? The blind sage had discovered the essence of brilliance, while Li Yuan realized from which angle to approach. The heavenly principle of 9 was still lacking. Why must he enhance the efficacy of Chimen Duanjia? Simply sealing the leak would suffice, allowing Buma to place the singular flaw directly within the artifact. As long as the formation remained intact, so too would the artifact. The two complemented each other. Unless someone could strike with such force as to shatter both the formation and the artifact, would anyone truly regard Li Yuan as a mere ornament? With newfound clarity, Li Yuan commenced his refinement. He need not worry about Buma's close combat skills. Possessing the monster strength technique, she could contend with even little Yukong, and those who underestimated her would surely face misfortune. Early the next morning, Li Yuan communicated with little Yukong and Buma. However, he was unprepared for just how ardent the young girl was about sleeping in. She had completely disregarded his call, treating it as a fleeting dream she had forgotten. With no other option, Li Yuan spent the entire morning recounting stories to little Yukong, embracing the role of a loving father. By the time Li Yuan's expression grim sought out his second disciple, the sun was already high in the sky. After a violent breach, what came into view was a delicate figure clad only in undergarments. Lu Yuan did not anticipate that the recently contemplated shrinking the earth technique would manifest in such a manner, though the enchanting voice of Bulma was certainly inescapable. By the time both disciples were seated before Lu Yuan, the afternoon had already waned. Bulma, having grasped the situation, was blushing furiously. Lu Yuan, who had unknowingly taken advantage of his disciple on numerous occasions, felt a twinge of restlessness. Clearing his throat, he stated, "Let us now turn to serious matters." As a master, and having lived 2 lives, Lu Yuan was somewhat accustomed to maintaining a thick skin. First and foremost, Bulma, I have a remarkable gift for you. This artifact, known as the Linglong Pagoda, has been meticulously crafted by me for your use. Its most immediate purpose is to complement your Chimen Duanjia technique. It can absorb any flaws left in your formations and layouts. If a chink cannot be exploited, then it ceases to be a flaw. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's brief description of the pagoda's capabilities, Bulma's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, akin to the brilliance of a light bulb. This was truly tailor-made for her. Chapter 37, Pilaf. Observing the drool nearly escaping Bulma's lips, Lu Yuan offered a faint smile. I shan't tease you any longer, catch. With a casual wave, the Linglong Pagoda transformed into a vibrant arc of light, soaring directly into Bulma's hands. Before her lay this resplendent artifact, radiating an enigmatic essence. Unlike the heavy and dual-purpose pagoda of the mythical pagoda-bearing Heavenly King, Lu Yuan's creation was devoid of such weight and defensive capabilities. Instead, it offered unparalleled potential for growth. As Bulma's Chimen Duanjia progressed, this pagoda would evolve alongside her. Should the materials become insufficient, they could simply be replaced, or at worst, nurtured to undergo qualitative transformation. After allowing Bulma to revel in her joy for a while, Lu Yuan beckoned her to return. Once she was seated comfortably, he composed his expression. You must have noticed that Earth has recently undergone some changes. With a considerable influx of spiritual energy, a series of transformations will soon unfold. I have summoned you both to discuss these impending changes, so you may avoid unnecessary hardships when you venture forth. In the near future, your younger brothers will rely on you for guidance during their training. Upon mentioning their younger brother, both Sun Wukong and Bulma took on a more serious demeanor. Lu Yuan succinctly conveyed the system's insights to his 2 disciples. You must remember, if the opportunity arises, do explore the relics. There is an abundance of unknowns on Earth. Even a single relic could present an enormous opportunity for you. Curiously, Sun Wukong gazed at Lu Yuan and asked, Master, why do you not take action yourself? In response, Lu Yuan summoned the whisk he had used during Sun Wukong's initiation and struck him gently upon the head. Silly child, the spiritual energy has been infused by my immense magical prowess. Why would I concern myself with such trivial relics? Upon witnessing the situation, the little monkey quickly covered his head and pitifully exclaimed, "How could I not know? Master is such a scoundrel." Seeing that even Bulma was coming to the little monkey's defense, Yuan hastily clarified, "Have you been getting too mischievous again? This tattered whisk is hardly a magical artifact. How could it possibly break your protective golden body? That was not a punishment from your master." Wukong dared not obstruct it. Wukong, still young and sweet-toned, had Yuan reconsidering the need for further reprimands. The conversation flowed from the afternoon into the evening, covering topics far beyond Earth. The relationship between teacher and disciple extends beyond imparting knowledge and resolving doubts. Communication plays a vital role. It was only on this day that Yuan truly embraced the role of a mentor. The three of them sat together at the table, having neglected to share a meal for what felt like ages. It was Bulma's suggestion that reminded Yuan of how long it had been since he dined with his disciples. He promptly sent Wukong to fetch the three little ones and Master Roshi from the system's marketplace. He redeemed a substantial piece of unknown meat. After kindling a charcoal fire, Yuan commenced his first family banquet in the Celestial Palace. It is worth noting that this charcoal was not ordinary. Who has ever seen meat roasted with the true flames of samadhi? Observing everyone indulging in the feast, Yuan smiled with satisfaction. Given it was a family gathering, how could they not serve something exquisite? However, their current strength was still limited, and they remained unaware of how extraordinary this feast truly was. Once their appetites were sated, Wukong and Bulma formally approached Yuan with a request to continue searching for the last Dragon Ball on behalf of their master. No wonder the two youngsters appeared to harbor secret intentions. It turned out they were plotting this very endeavor. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan declared, "This time, Bulma and Master Roshi shall remain here to focus on their training. Wukong, make haste and return swiftly. Do not linger too long outside." Little Wukong stood and performed a respectful bow before seizing the Dragon Ball radar and leaping into the air. Riding on the Nimbus, he vanished in a flash, leaving only a ripple in the air. Yuan gazed at the distant stars and the food he had managed to protect, murmuring to himself, "This little rascal seems to have lost his sense. Next time, I must teach him to cherish his provisions." The others looked on enviously as Wukong transformed into a shooting star. "The big brother is off to play again. I wish I could go too," lamented the simple-minded Krillin, voicing his thoughts openly before Yuan. Naturally, this resulted in Yuan taking him out for training. On the other side, mere minutes later, little Wukong found himself back on solid ground. Following the guidance of the Dragon Ball radar, he swiftly arrived at the location of the Dragon Ball. Despite days of intense travel, there was not a hint of fatigue on Wukong's face. If Yuan had been watching, he would have remarked, "This little monkey is truly wild." With a splash, he dove once more. However, if there were an Olympic scoring system in place, Wukong might just receive a score of 0. Indeed, regardless of the trials endured, the essence of little Wukong remains unchanged. Leaping into the water has become one of his means of relaxation during the journey. The sudden, powerful current washed away the grime from Wukong's face, and he savored the refreshing drink. The surroundings were peculiar, with a tranquil desert dotted with towering mushrooms. Yet, the radar unmistakably indicated that the final Dragon Ball lay in this very place. Little Wukong slowed his pace, meticulously searching, until a grand castle emerged before him. This was none other than Pilaf's abode, where, in the original tale, Wukong and his companions were imprisoned. Recalling Yuan's words about swift resolutions, he felt the urgency to return and play with his fellow disciples. "Hello, is anyone home?" Little Wukong pondered. If the inhabitants were unaware of the Dragon Ball's worth, he could offer mundane treasures bestowed by his master in exchange. However, if the holder recognized its significance, he would need to devise a way to persuade them to part with it. It was evident that Yuan had not considered the possibility of little Wukong failing to retrieve the Dragon Ball, as the current possessor was none other than Pilaf himself. As the inaugural antagonist associated with the Dragon Balls, Yuan harbored no worries that little Wukong would hesitate. Even if he did, Pilaf's nature would ensure that he would not spare this unsuspecting lamb. As anticipated by Yuan, when little Wukong arrived, it was dusk. Pilaf had just returned from collecting protection fees from the dark streets, and was enjoying a sound slumber at home. Little did he expect that Wukong would bellow outside his residence, awakening him in a fit of rage. "Since you, little brat, seek your demise, I shall use you to test the superpowers I have awakened." As the leader of the dark streets, Pilaf was not the type to wake up with a smile. He was a thoroughgoing brigand. This time, He resolved to exact a toll on the life of the noisy intruder for disrupting his sweet dreams. Outside, little Wukong persisted in his shouts, guided by his instincts, which told him that the owner of the house was within. Unbeknownst to him, danger was stealthily approaching. Chapter 38, Pilaf Strikes. Kid, do you have any idea whose territory this is? Xiao Wu leaped forth, gazing at the seemingly 7- or 8-year-old child with a look of exasperation. It appeared that their king had recently encountered some issues, having become even more brutal than before. This little brat was better off being sent away quickly. Otherwise, he might not survive to grow up. Little Wukong, with an adorably innocent expression, replied, "Whose territory? I'm not sure. My master sent me to find the Dragon Ball, and my radar indicates it's right here." Upon hearing Wukong's words, Xiao Wu felt a chill run down her spine, realizing, oh no, with something that can locate the Dragon Balls, the king will certainly not let him go. Determinedly, she lunged forward, ready to confront the child before her. "Since the mighty king will not spare you, I shall seize the radar and cast you far away." Little Wukong, witnessing the sudden appearance of this elder sister rushing towards him, initially believed she was coming to welcome him, not even drawing her golden staff. For in his spiritual perception, little Wu harbored no malice or intent to kill. Rather, she radiated kindness. Observing that this little imp did not even attempt to evade, little Wu directly struck at the carotid artery of little Wukong with a swift motion, hoping this blow would render him unconscious, facilitating both his capture and the preservation of his life. The influx of spiritual energy heralded transformations across the earth. The Pilaf trio emerged as beneficiaries, despite their notorious misdeeds. Their seasoned bodies withstood the agony and harm of metamorphosis. The trio flawlessly completed their evolution and awakening, acquiring superhuman abilities, surpassing ordinary mortals by an unfathomable margin. Yet in contrast to the other two, little Wu, possessing the weakest strength, became little more than a servant, subject to their whims. Such formidable power resembled Pandora's box, unleashing humanity's most profound malevolence. Unluckily, Pilaf was among those evils. Little Wu observed keenly from the sidelines, but her lack of strength rendered her powerless to offer counsel. One glance at her tattered garments revealed the hardships she had endured. It was a pity that her goodwill went unrecognized as little Wukong, wearing a comfortable expression, gazed at the bewildered little Wu. Ability, floating sword body. Holder, little Wu. Description, every part of the body becomes a sword, inheriting the essence of swordsmanship. Had Lu Yuan seen little Wu's ability, he would have awakened with laughter, for it was an exemplary talent for cultivating a sword immortal. Lu Yuan had longed to mentor a sword immortal, yet lamented the lack of aptitude among his disciples, hindering his efforts. This was evident from his initial teachings of Bulma's purple mist sword technique. Little Wu struggled to comprehend the unfolding scene before her, bursting into tears. Despite her meager abilities, which typically involved merely slicing through objects, nothing had managed to withstand her until now. Yet, here she was thwarted even by a child, defiant against fate. She channeled all the power within her right hand and swung down decisively. Little Wukong's wide eyes brimmed with confusion. Wondering what this sister was up to, was she giving a massage? Before little Wu could succumb to despair, Pilaf emerged. Little Wu, you truly are no ordinary waste. You ought to reside in a garbage bin, yet you still entertain the notion of saving others? Pilaf, who had spent countless days and nights with little Wu, inherently understood her intentions. Little Wukong no longer bore the naive expression of before, for his spiritual perception revealed that this individual before him was steeped in profound malevolence. Dragon Ball radar? I, King Pilaf, hereby declare that this object belongs to me. As a reward for your arduous efforts in bringing it here, you may as well perish. Little Wukong immediately comprehended the source of the malevolence he sensed, and a surge of anger washed over his small face. He summoned his golden staff, and with both hands, swung it downwards with great force. As he wielded the staff, it grew in size, reaching nearly 100 meters in length in an instant. Looking at the enormous weapon now looming before him, Pilaf scoffed disdainfully. With a resounding clang, Wukong's formidable strength sent Pilaf flying, causing Xiao Wu to feel a mix of astonishment and concern. She was astonished that Wukong possessed the ability to defend himself, yet worried that this strike might provoke Pilaf's ire. Ability, enlargement, indestructible. Owner, Pilaf. Description, body expands, muscle power multiplies, no worldly means can harm me. Today, I will show you what true cruelty is. A deep voice emerged from the billowing smoke. Xiao Wu's face turned pale, for she understood that another life was about to vanish. Suddenly, a colossal hand burst through the haze, reaching directly for Wukong. However, having undergone recent training, Wukong's perspective had broadened. He quickly discerned that this massive claw was merely a bluff and posed no real threat. He swung the already towering golden staff once more, striking Pilaf on the wrist. The tremendous shockwave caused Xiaowu and Ashu, who had just arrived, to see stars. It was terrifying. Could this truly be just a child? As she watched Wukong effortlessly inflicting pain on Pilaf, Xiaowu found herself utterly captivated. In mere moments, she had transformed into an ardent admirer. Unbeknownst to Pilaf, Xiaowu had completely shifted her allegiance to Wukong. Yet, his anger continued to simmer as he grappled with the humiliation of being bested by a mere child. I, the illustrious King Pilaf, shall not be defeated by you. A little brat. A torrent of steam erupted, and within the mist, Pilaf's form began to shrink rapidly. He soon attained the stature of an average man on Earth, though he still appeared significantly larger than before. Coming again. Though his body had diminished, the pressure he exerted on Wukong intensified exponentially. Wukong's instincts screamed warnings. His adversary was formidable. He could not afford to be reckless any longer. Channeling all his energy, Wukong enveloped himself in a swirl of white mist, radiant colors shimmering around him. This was the manifestation of the fully activated indestructible body. His staff no longer extended to such an extreme length and was now angled toward the ground. Even the stark contrast of his eyes transformed, now golden and seemingly ablaze with fire. Wukong activated his fire eyes, aware that he must not underestimate his opponent. Under the watchful gaze of his fiery eyes, Pilaf appeared to undergo a transformation. His entire body bore the weight of forged ebony, radiating a deep, lustrous hue, save for his earlobes, which appeared slightly lighter, a possible vulnerability. Chapter 39, Triumph. If Xiaowu were to possess a combat power detector at this moment, she would be astonished to discover that both combatants had surpassed the remarkable threshold of 10,000 points. Though the later stages of Dragon Ball witnessed a collapse in combat power, soaring into the millions, on a world untouched by the menacing presence of King Piccolo. This was indeed the realm of supreme warriors. It was not just the legendary Turtle Hermit, who claimed the title of the world's strongest, but even the one residing within the rice cooker might not stand a chance. Despite having discerned Pilaf's weakness, Xiao Wukong felt no inclination to charge into battle. Observing Pilaf's fierce countenance, he remained composed, the words of his mentor, Lu Yuan, reverberating in his mind. Never underestimate any adversary, for each possesses the potential to turn the tide against you. Though Xiao Wukong struggled to fully grasp Lu Yuan's teachings, he was certain his master could not be mistaken. After a considerable wait, Pilaf grew impatient as Xiao Wukong did not advance. You clever little brat, he exclaimed, shaking his hands to summon a long spear, its icy blade gleaming ominously, causing Xiao Wukong to shudder. Doubt crept into his mind. Would his indestructible body withstand such a razor-sharp weapon? His master's words echoed in his thoughts. This villain indeed harbored hidden tactics. With a powerful stomp of his right foot, Pilaf seemed to flash before Xiao Wukong. The clash of spear against staff sending a tremendous shockwave through the sandy ground, creating a vast crater as the sand slowly cascaded into it. Lu Yuan's reforged golden staff lived up to its reputation, effortlessly surpassing the terrifying spear. The blade, as if slicing through space itself, left no trace upon the staff. Pilaf, witnessing the staff's formidable power, felt a mix of astonishment and delight. He was astonished that the weapon, which he once believed could cleave through dimensions, left no mark. Yet he was pleased, for such an invincible treasure would soon belong to him. This arrogant and conceited foe had not considered the possibility of facing defeat here. Seeing Xiao Wukong remain passive, Pilaf took the initiative, advancing swiftly. Although his spear play lacked finesse, it was nonetheless quick, accurate, and ferocious. With each thrust, he forced Xiao Wukong to retreat. However, compared to Pilaf's clumsy attempts, Xiao Wukong's staff techniques were far superior. The magical golden staff seemed to come alive in his hands, akin to a nimble serpent searching for its foe's weaknesses. In truth, Xiao Wukong's abilities surpassed Pilaf's in every regard, being the foremost disciple of Lu Yuan. How could he possibly falter against one who relied solely on instinct? Yet, a nagging feeling lingered within him. This adversary might still possess the capacity for a confident turnaround. Pilaf was increasingly alarmed. The young boy before him was utterly absurd. His technique and awareness of strength were not inferior to his own, and perhaps his speed and power even slightly surpassed his. Realizing this, Pilaf feigned a maneuver to evade. Ability: allow me to win once. Owner: Pilaf. Description: you are a person who has never tasted victory, and this has been your lifelong aspiration. Now, you possess an opportunity, albeit merely a singular chance. It was evident that the ethereal energy infused into the nascent manifestation of the Tao of Heaven, while hindered by Yuan's presence, could not directly confront the young Goku. Nevertheless, Pilaf remained resolute in seizing any opportunity that arose. Even Lin, observing from a mirrored perspective, furrowed his brow upon witnessing Pilaf's skill. This ability was not merely a counter to young Goku. Yuan sensed it was a test from the Tao of Heaven itself. The newly emerged Tao of Heaven was nothing to be concerned about. It was merely an opportunity for my disciples to hone their skills, serving as a means to gain experience. Perhaps Pilaf was oblivious to the grim implications this skill held for his future, to the extent that even the Tao of Heaven could not bear to witness it. Yet Yuan understood that Pilaf's role in Dragon Ball was unique. Unlike other villains who either met their demise or underwent redemption, this diminutive figure with a battle power below 5 had taken up the mantle of villainy all on his own. This time, perhaps he was closer to success than ever before. Of course, this was merely a semblance of proximity to victory. Let me win once, replicate all abilities possessed by the opponent, and compel a confrontation between the opponent and the ability holder. Though I may not be able to defeat you directly, I can acquire your abilities and then face you. This skill did not weaken or absorb abilities. Otherwise, young Goku might not have stood a chance. As Pilaf suddenly transformed under the scrutiny of Goku's keen gaze, the young boy found himself bewildered. How could this fellow change color so abruptly? From black iron to gold in an instant? This was likely Pilaf's final card, rendering Goku momentarily defenseless. Even the protective aura granted by the 8-9 mystical arts dimmed in response. While he may not have mastered the techniques, Pilaf possessed a keen intellect, arguably one of the sharpest in the Dragon Ball universe. In just this brief encounter, he had already adapted to Goku's staff techniques, merely lacking in extensive practice. Firearms and staffs are inseparable. Having acquired some foundational skills, Pilaf was now able to strike Goku without giving him a moment's respite. He even managed to puncture Goku's indestructible form multiple times, blood scattering across the arena. Yuan, observing the scene, felt a shift in his demeanor, yearning to extinguish Pilaf with a mere finger. However, as long as young Goku had not donned that golden armor, it signified his confidence as his master. All Yuan needed to do was place his faith in him, fully immersed in the exhilaration of mercilessly tormenting the young Goku. Pilaf suddenly felt a pang of anxiety as a flaw appeared in his assault. Sensing the opening, Goku swiftly distanced himself from Pilaf. The young warrior felt quite aggrieved by his injuries, pondering the reason behind such cruelty. Despite Pilaf having never tasted defeat at Goku's hands, the thrill of overpowering him brought an inexplicable satisfaction, as if something vital in his existence had been restored. Goku understood that if this relentless battle continued, his defeat was inevitable, prompting him to leap into the air. With a mighty throw, he unleashed his power. This was the very reason Goku had not donned a golden armor, and why Yuan allowed him to endure such torment. A surge of energy flowed into the golden staff, which radiated an even more blinding golden light. Pilaf, sensing a looming threat to his life, abandoned his adult form and reverted to his diminutive stature, gathering all his strength for defense. This strike would determine their fates. A brilliant flash illuminated the scene, revealing Pilaf, his skin torn at the heart of a colossal mushroom cloud. Goku had once again triumphed over a formidable foe, one that was destined to be his nemesis. Chapter 40. The Moon is Shattered. Perhaps Pilaf never anticipated such a devastating defeat. Even more so, he could not foresee that this lively little monkey would, barring unforeseen circumstances, become the singular obstacle in his life. For it was a hurdle he could not surpass. Yuan smiled softly, recognizing that his eldest disciple was growing increasingly formidable, finally demonstrating the potential to stand on his own. He had never considered whether a child of less than 10 could endure solitude. However, Goku's ability to defeat an opponent clearly influenced by the heavens was already commendable. Before Yuan could close the image before him, the ensuing events ignited his fury. Exhausted from employing his most powerful techniques to vanquish Pilaf, Goku collapsed backward, just as the full moon broke through the clouds. The moon's pristine light flooded Goku's eyes. while Lu Yuan's face darkened to the color of a soot-covered pot. Nearby, Ashu and Xiao Wu were left in stunned silence, their jaws seemingly dislocated at the sight before them. Bathed in moonlight, Goku underwent a dramatic transformation. His body was soon covered with visible fur, and his once youthful, cherubic face began to morph into a more simian visage. Goku's agonized cries echoed as his body expanded as if inflated. Within mere seconds, he towered over Pilaf's castle. The transformation persisted, and the dark fur that sprouted from him, influenced by the unyielding golden body, turned a striking shade of dark gold. The golden staff slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. Under ordinary circumstances, the little son Wukong would have ensured it was spotless, not even allowing a speck of dust to settle upon it. His garments lay in tatters, leaving only a solitary pair of underpants clinging valiantly to his form, sparing him the embarrassment of being obscured. The once proud Pilaf, now lying defeated, could not help but erupt into laughter upon witnessing his adversary's disheveled state. "I thought you were formidable for a mere child. It turns out you are nothing but a beast." His mocking words drove the already beleaguered Wukong into unconsciousness, leaving only instinctual ferocity in their wake, perhaps retaining a flicker of consciousness tinged with hostility. The gorilla that was once Wukong unleashed a powerful punch directed at Pilaf's location. The phrase "joy turned to sorrow" was fitting here. The once arrogant Pilaf nearly met his demise. With the scant remnants of his regained energy, he managed to transform his body into a protective golden shield against the gorilla's devastating blow, collapsing to the ground in a half-dead state. On the island, all training and meditation ceased as an overwhelming pressure surged from Lu Yuan's room, reaching into the heavens. Everyone felt their breaths constricted, and Krillin silently wept. Despite his daily struggles with grueling training, he sensed no such weight. While others might dismiss it as coincidence, Lu Yuan knew better. This was no mere test from the heavens, but a blatant scheme aimed at his beloved disciple, a serious affront. With a thought, Lu Yuan materialized above his dwelling, transforming into a meteor streaking towards the distance. This time, it was his true self. Left behind were the disciples. Most collapsed on the ground, gasping for air. This is bad. Master is furious, and someone is bound to face dire consequences. The amiable master had reached a boiling point, truly a rare occurrence. Wait. The only one capable of inciting such anger in Master is the eldest brother. The moment these words were uttered, a wave of indignation surged through the group, and they understood why Master had acted so decisively, rising without hesitation. "Wukong, do you know why I bestowed upon you the name Great Sage equal to heaven? It signifies longevity, as I wish for you to share the same lifespan as the heavens, though I hope for you to stand alongside the cosmos. Today, if the heavens dare to conspire against you, I shall step forth to reclaim your fate." Upon uttering these words, Lu Yuan sensed an unusual rejection emanating from the very realm that had birthed the Tao of heaven. It felt akin to parents dismissing a child deemed hopeless and stagnant. In mere minutes, or perhaps even less, Lu Yuan arrived above little Wukong, gazing down upon the shattered remnants of Pilaf's abode, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the beleaguered figure. Although he has committed numerous misdeeds, Lu Yuan remains quite fond of this persistent fellow. It is precisely such a character that, even when used as a pawn by the heavenly forces, Lu Yuan is willing to grant him chance. First, he must address the situation regarding his eldest disciple. Ultimately, it all boils down to the moon and its tail. Lu Yuan has always scoffed at the notion that transforming into a gorilla could unlock one's potential. Given his disciple's inherent capabilities, a methodical approach to cultivation, coupled with the opportunities he has procured for him, is undoubtedly far superior to such a foundation-destroying tactic. Disregarding the rampaging gorilla beside him, Lu Yuan summoned the golden staff. With a mighty strike, the sea was calmed. This strike, in Lu Yuan's hands, far surpassed that of the diminutive son Wukong. The golden light cleaved through the darkness. The surrounding area, spanning 100 miles, was illuminated, leaving Pilaf utterly disconcerted. Was this sudden arrival of a stranger truly in his right mind? Striking the moon with a staff, what could possibly be achieved by such an act? Yet Lu Yuan was unfazed by Pilaf's concerns. He turned to face the blue-skinned little imp before him. Pilaf, bloodline, monster-type earthling. Combat power, 10,800. Abilities, extraordinary intellect. Let me win once. Gigantification, indestructible. Potential, rare purple, promotion upon fulfilling a wish. Though this formidable individual had merely feigned a posture upon his arrival, Pilaf could not help but feel a sense of awe at Lu Yuan's unwavering gaze. Patience. Let the bullets fly for a moment. Lu Yuan utilized telepathy to glean Pilaf's thoughts and spoke candidly, startling Pilaf to retreat 3 steps. Though given his stature, it wasn't much of a distance. Boom! After a mere moment's delay, all those awake during the night bore witness to the grandest fireworks display in existence. The moon had shattered. Pilaf watched the man before him, who did not even turn his head, swallowing hard. Lu Yuan merely gazed into the distance. A true man never looks back at explosions. Meanwhile, the wildly destructive son, Wukong, ceased his antics, gradually reverting to his original form. Chapter 41, The Golden Legend. Son Wukong lay quietly on the sandy ground, peacefully asleep. Observing the little one resting serenely, Lu Yuan affectionately patted his head. A cloud materialized in his hands, transforming into a warm bed, allowing son Wukong to sink deeper into slumber. Pilaf, having never witnessed such a display, regarded Lu Yuan as a deity from Earth's mythology, promptly kneeling and bowing fervently. Lu Yuan, somewhat exasperated, used a surge of energy to lift him up. Are you a deity? This inquiry felt oddly familiar. Lu Yuan regarded the diminutive figure with a stern expression and nodded gently. Regarding Pilaf, Lu Yuan harbored no particular affection or disdain. Although he found himself at odds with the diminutive Wukong, it was merely a clash of ideals. Can you fulfill my wish? Pilaf implored, his face aglow with anticipation. In Lu Yuan's heart, there was only a profound sense of bewilderment. The dragon had 7 Dragon Balls to activate its powers, yet here was this half-hearted divine being, boldly asking without any preamble, I am an immortal, and your minor wish is but a trifling matter to me, he mused. Pilaf, elated, was about to voice his desire when Lu Yuan interjected. However, the cost for my assistance is considerable. Whether you can afford it remains to be seen. The moment those words escaped his lips, Pilaf's demeanor shifted to one of anxiety. This celestial being seemed genuine, and thus, the price he spoke of was likely steep. Oh, come now, esteemed immortal. For someone of my stature, anything that can be resolved with wealth is hardly a concern, Pilaf retorted, though Lu Yuan regarded him with a bemused smile. What gives you the confidence to assume that the intervention of an immortal can be settled with mere currency? The humor drained from Pilaf's expression as he realized he possessed nothing of value to offer. He awkwardly replied, Immortal, may I inquire about the cost? Just a hint would suffice. It was curious indeed that Pilaf, despite the circumstances, still clung to his aspirations. Why not share your wish with me first? And then I shall disclose the price, Lu Yuan suggested. Ah, well, esteemed immortal, I wish to conquer the world, Pilaf declared, his tone resolute, even as the childishness of his ambition rang out loudly. Lu Yuan regarded the little blue figure before him, a spark of mischief igniting within him. He raised a hand and, with a swift motion, conjured 2 forces that seemed capable of toppling the very world itself. Yet, to those present, such power was imperceptible. In that case, I shall bestow this upon you, Lu Yuan proclaimed, revealing an exquisitely crafted globe. Pilaf stared at the globe in confusion, pondering, is this immortal truly unwell? I wish to conquer the world, and yet he presents me with a mere globe? He hastily shook his head, asserting that he was but a child, unfit to bear such monumental responsibility, and had merely been jesting. Observing Pilaf's unwavering resolve, Lu Yuan inquired once more, are you truly certain you do not desire it? A splendid opportunity lies before you, and this lad is willing to forego it? No, truly, I am grateful for your generosity, but I am unworthy of such a gift, Pilaf replied, his gaze fixed on the globe, utterly at a loss for words. This immortal, in his attempts to persuade, would say anything. To suggest that this globe represented the Tao of heaven was laughable. If the Tao could be grasped in one's hands, could it still be called the Tao? Upon receiving Pilaf's affirmative response, Lu Yuan smiled faintly, hoping he would not come to regret his decision. However, his gaze soon shifted to the heavenly Tao, and the warmth of his smile vanished in an instant. In truth, Lu Yuan understood the thoughts of the heavenly Tao as the consciousness of the entire planet. It could not accept that its existence was merely a consequence of an individual's actions. It was akin to a couple suddenly confronted by an interloper claiming to assist them in having a child. This was the predicament the heavenly Tao found itself in, despite the earth within the Dragon Balls being repeatedly shattered. Nevertheless, over time, the earth would inevitably give rise to its own heavenly Tao. Yet, with Lu Yuan's infusion of spiritual energy, the entire process was hastened, leading the earth to question whether this heavenly Tao was indeed its rightful manifestation. Even the heavenly Tao itself was uncertain if its existence stemmed from Lu Yuan or from the earth itself. Most importantly, the supreme will of the universe would never permit any entity to exist above it. Based on these 2 points, the heavenly Tao devised a plan to manipulate little Wukong, aiming to diminish the available combat power around Lu Yuan. Had it not been for Lu Yuan's vigilant oversight, shielding the secrets of fate, little Wukong would have faced certain doom after his unconscious state at the hands of Pilaf. Understanding the situation was one thing, but Lu Yuan would not grant the heavenly Tao a second chance. Gazing at the globe in his hand, Lu Yuan initially intended to fulfill a dream for others, only to find that they held no interest. He could not be blamed for that. With a casual flick, he hurled the globe toward the horizon, forming his fingers into a gun shape, and a flash of golden light erupted. Just before the sun vanished, a brilliant white appeared in the west, erasing the nascent will of the heavenly Tao entirely. Although it was merely in its early stages, the moon was more than sufficient, even serving as the heavenly Tao itself. Consequently, those who revere the moon would experience a significant enhancement in their overall strength. Witnessing the globe, which the immortal had intended to gift him, being cast away into the skies, Pilaf felt the weight of despair, transforming into the moon in an almost playful manner. The emotional blow he endured amounted to tens of thousands of points. He sat dazed on the ground, his eyes vacant, muttering, "It was true, it was truly real." Observing Pilaf's worldviews collapsing and being rebuilt, Lu Yuan was suddenly struck by a different notion. He summoned the feather duster he typically used for tidying up after little Wukong and lightly tapped it against Pilaf's head. With a soft thud, Pilaf felt a flow of tranquility wash over his heart, dissipating his earlier agitation. A feeling arose within him. At the very least, he had once experienced a moment of significance. As this sensation emerged, Pilaf's information within Lu Yuan's system began to pulse rapidly. Pilaf, bloodline, monster type, earthling. Combat power, 12. 800, ability, ambitious mind, allow me to triumph once. Enlargement, indestructibility, potential, secondary golden legend, description. Although I have leveled up, it is predestined that I cannot surpass Sun Wukong. Even my talent is slightly inferior to his, yet he is the only one. I, King Pilaf, shall not be outdone by anyone, except for Sun Wukong. Chapter 42, The Unreliable System, Introduction. Lu Yuan began to question whether this was an addition by Pilaf himself. The final remark indeed belittled his stature. Observing Pilaf before him and recalling the subsequent Dragon Ball storyline, Lu Yuan's lips curled into a smile as he entertained a rather different notion this time. Pilaf, I am the sovereign of heaven, currently engaged in the construction of the celestial realm. I wish to recruit you for my heavenly endeavors. May I inquire how you feel about this? Gazing upon the unfathomably powerful immortal and his benevolent smile, Pilaf felt he had no grounds to decline. I would like to inquire what tasks you require of me. Revered immortal, and how shall our remuneration be calculated? Lu Yuan chuckled at Pilaf's cautious demeanor, fearful of inciting the immortal's displeasure. Indeed, the plight of adults is rather poignant. Yet, upon reflecting on Pilaf's character from the anime, Lu Yuan considered that having such an innocent subordinate might prove to be quite delightful, especially given his remarkable talent. His gaze shifted to Xiao Wu and to Xiao, revealing an immense surprise. Xiao Wu, bloodline, earthling, combat power, 800, ability, floating sword body, potential, purple rare. Xiao, bloodline, monster type earthling, combat power, 3. 900, ability, household destruction, canines counterattack, potential, blue precious. With these two little companions, the trio's abilities and potentials were all impressive. Fortunately, Lu Yuan possessed the most suitable cultivation technique for their training. Are you three willing to take me as your master? Once you achieve success in your cultivation, no one will impede your ambition to dominate the world, Lu Yuan proclaimed enticingly. The trio remained unaware of the immense fortune it would be to be accepted as Lu Yuan's disciples. Had Master Rashi been present, they would have already performed profound bows of reverence. However, upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, Pilaf, though momentarily hesitant, soon performed the bowing ceremony. He even presented the Dragon Balls he held, further intriguing Lu Yuan about Pilaf as an amusing student. Witnessing their lord's submission, Xiao did not hesitate and followed suit with 3 resounding bows. It was, however, the most eager to grow stronger, Xiao Wu, who blushed and stepped forward to ask, Immortal, will you lead us to commit wrongdoing? Before Lu Yuan's arrival, he had utilized mirroring along with the Tiangang 36 techniques to replay past events. Naturally, He comprehended what Xiao Wu was truly concerned about and replied with a smile. How could that be? As cultivators, we are most wary of cause and effect. While we may not actively do good deeds, we certainly do not bring calamity upon the world. Moreover, with Pilaf's accomplishments, it is only natural for him to emerge and atone for his previous transgressions. Lu Yuan's words were entirely sincere, devoid of any falsehood. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu promptly performed 3 respectful bows, refraining from posing any further inquiries. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring 3 excellent disciples. Given your established master-disciple relationship with Master Rashi, your total number of disciples has now reached 9. Ding! The system will now enter a 1-day update phase. Please be patient, host. Lu Yuan was exceedingly pleased with Xiao Wu, to the extent that his satisfaction nearly rivaled that of Pilaf. After encountering setbacks with the Zixia sword technique at Bulmas, this time he was determined to cultivate a true sword immortal. With a grand gesture, he transported the 5 of them directly to a height of 10,000 zhang. Little Wukong was still sound asleep, while the other 3, having never witnessed such a spectacle, cautiously peered over the edges of the clouds. Lu Yuan, unhurried, deemed this a valuable opportunity to broaden their horizons. Although he and the system could ensure their cultivation was error-free, the enhancement of their perspectives could only be achieved through their own experiences on the ground, or, as today, guided by Lu Yuan as they soared over mountains and rivers. You have but 1 day to fully appreciate the grandeur of this magnificent landscape. By tomorrow, your senior brother will awaken, and further travels will not afford you the luxury of savoring the scenery. With that said, he playfully delivered a light tap on each of their heads. Before they could express their discomfort, streams of profound knowledge flooded into their minds, a deep understanding of various terrains imparted by Lu Yuan. As they absorbed this wealth of information, they felt a significant qualitative leap in their abilities. In their ecstatic state, they were filled with even greater anticipation for their future lives as master and disciples. Despite the system undergoing updates, preventing Lu Yuan from imparting all the techniques at once, the little knowledge they received about landscape formations was more than sufficient for their current level. On the following day, as little Wukong awoke and the system updates concluded, Lu Yuan, filled with joy, accelerated their flight. Unfortunately, this was a trial for the Pilaf trio. As it was their first experience flying, they had been granted a day to acclimate, yet the abrupt twists and turns left them disoriented. Upon arriving at the dojo, Lu Yuan leaped down with the slightly dizzy little Wukong, completely disregarding the trio who were retching, expressing his disdain. You should be done purging by now. Gulme, allow your master to properly guide you. Gazing at Lu Yuan's smile, the 3 felt a shiver run down their spines, sensing an unusual aura emanating from their master. Unperturbed, Lu Yuan produced 3 dark pills, pinching them between his fingers. Who will go first? Pilaf and Ashura exchanged glances, and seizing the opportunity while Xiao Wu was distracted, they stepped forward. Caught off guard, Xiao Wu appeared bewildered. Lu Yuan smiled gently, declaring, from this day forth, you shall be my 6th disciple and the elder sister to the 2 of them. You must maintain a proper demeanor, young lady. As an elder sister, being bullied is simply unacceptable. With that, he flicked his finger, and the pill transformed into a stream of dark light, entering Xiao Wu's mouth and dissolving instantly. A series of crackling sounds emanated from her body, leaving the other 2 in astonished silence. You 2 shall decide your fate with rock, paper, scissors. The loser will be the 8th. Ultimately, Pilaf, as expected, lost and earned the infamous title of the 8th. Lu Yuan then snapped his fingers, striking the copper bell atop the mountain, its resounding peal echoing across the island. All disciples engaged in training, except for the trio behind Lu Yuan, ceased their practices, observing the grand bell. Lu Yuan felt a sense of pride in his creation. It was a reliable alarm that neither harmed nor strained his voice. As students approached, a swell of pride filled Lu Yuan's heart. These were my disciples. They possessed considerable talent and harmonious cultivation techniques, each disciple's progress soaring at an astonishing pace. It was truly a transformation day by day. With a sweep of his consciousness, he noted the absence of the old turtle. He reached into the mountains and grasped, as if the turtle sage were being lifted by his shell, and dropped him before the assembly. Chapter 43, A Share for Everyone. Today, I have welcomed 3 new disciples. Lu Yuan stated with a subtle smile. You 3, do not hesitate to greet your senior brothers. Immediately, Pilaf and the others bowed hurriedly, anxious to leave a favorable impression on their seniors present. Wu Tian, Lu Yuan addressed the turtle sage, though we lack the formal title of master and disciple. Our bond holds genuine significance. Although the task I assigned you remains incomplete, your current achievements are commendable. In recognition of your contributions, I formally accept you as my disciple. Hunking neat. Do you have any objections? I dare not express any dissent. The turtle sage was filled with excitement, having thought that he would not be able to formally apprentice before completing his task. He was taken aback by Yuan's generosity. To celebrate your newfound brothers, I shall reward each of you with a peach of immortality. Peach of immortality. Dumpling exclaimed, thrilled. I've heard that consuming this makes one incredibly powerful. Tianjin fan, do you think we will become as formidable as our senior brother after eating it? Call me brother. Tianjin fan retorted with a stern expression. Moreover, Master has stated that one must avoid the pitfalls of hasty achievement in cultivation. I know. You always scold me. Dumpling appeared quite aggrieved. Call me brother. A hexagram suddenly appeared on Tianjin fan's forehead. The excitement of those present was palpable. Even the turtle sage, who had tasted the celestial peaches, was filled with anticipation. Although the effect of these peaches is most pronounced upon first consumption, indulging in them further can still be quite beneficial for one's cultivation and foundational strength. Yet, when Pilaf beheld the modest peach that Yuan had produced, his heart sank in disappointment. It's just a peach. Who hasn't had one? He muttered under his breath. Though his voice was not loud, the keen ears of those assembled made it impossible to conceal his sentiment. Within the grand hall, some appeared indifferent, while others were solely focused on the celestial peach. Yuan observed this with a slight sigh. Although the attendees were ostensibly brothers and sisters, their interactions were minimal, maintaining the insular dynamics akin to those before their initiation. This state of affairs was untenable, Yuan pondered. In the original narrative, these individuals forged partnerships through a series of life and death crises, battling through perilous encounters. However, under the current circumstances, cultivating the profound bonds depicted in the original story would be exceedingly challenging. Yet, such matters cannot be resolved overnight. Yuan suppressed his concerns and resolved to observe how events would unfold. Master, brother, Xiao Wu stammered, still adjusting to her new title. Perhaps you should hold your tongue for now. She gently tugged at Pilaf's attire, her gaze scanning the crowd with unease. Noticing that the eyes upon them were far from friendly. What's the matter? I'm merely stating a fact, Pilaf grumbled. At last, the turtle sage, unable to remain silent, interjected with a benevolent reminder. This is a celestial peach that bears fruit once every 3,000 years. Mere mortals who consume it may ascend to immortality. His expression was earnest. However, none present are ordinary mortals, so the benefits they can reap are limited. Nevertheless, to an average person, this remains an extraordinarily rare treasure, perhaps rivaling even the legendary dragon that grants wishes. Just as Pilaf was about to retort, he was suddenly reminded of the opportunity he had squandered a day prior, the chance to rule the world. He promptly covered his mouth, hesitating before finally speaking up. Really? Is it truly so? I must apologize for my ignorance. With that, Pilaf bowed to the assembled crowd. Both Ashu and Xiao Wu, who had been quite tense, were now left speechless. Pilaf had always presented himself with an air of invincibility. Never had he displayed such humility. In truth, Pilaf remained reluctant to accept that the celestial peach possessed the extraordinary qualities described by the turtle sage. The gathering was composed entirely of disciples of Yuan, and as a newcomer, he understood that displaying excessive arrogance could lead to future ostracization. Moreover, it was merely a peach. Trying would not result in any loss. Even if it possessed only a fraction of the efficacy that the turtle sage claimed, he would still consider it a gain. Who would refuse something offered for free? However, Pilaf's ulterior motives were laid bare before Yuan's perceptive insight. Yet Yuan harbored no displeasure. Rather, he felt quite satisfied. He was unperturbed by any trivial schemes from his disciples, confident in his ability to train any impure-minded individuals into submission. What he truly feared was the potential folly of his disciples, should they lack the discernment of their conduct and bring disgrace upon the heavenly court. Despite Pilaf's many thoughts, he was astute enough to recognize the appropriate words to salvage the situation, proving he was not beyond redemption. As thoughts swirled, Yuan waved his hand, sending several peaches soaring towards the assembly. The speed of these peaches was astonishing, leaving the onlookers unable to react. Yet, upon reaching them, they came to an instantaneous halt, gracefully suspended before the gathered disciples. 9 disciples, 9 distinct directions, yet each peach arrived simultaneously, eliciting admiration for the master's extraordinary abilities. However, While each disciple received a whole peach, Pilaf was left with only a quarter of one. Confused, Pilaf's mind raced as he attempted to seize the peach from Xiao Wu's grasp, only to feel an unsettling chill in the next moment. Do you not even desire that half in your hand? Lu Yuan's authoritative voice resonated from the main seat, startling Pilaf. What? How could that be? He stammered, retracting his hand in embarrassment, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. Then what were you attempting to do just now? Lu Yuan's tone, though not raised, carried a profound sense of pressure. Actually, I intended to share with Xiao Wu. Pilaf's cold sweat poured down as he struggled to fabricate a plausible excuse. As he spoke, he hastily divided his quarter peach, offering half to Xiao Wu. Big brother, you are so very kind to me, Xiao Wu exclaimed, nearly moved to tears. This innocent girl, often bullied by Pilaf, had never experienced such kindness, and she was overwhelmed with gratitude. Chapter 44, Pilaf's Tragic Life. Considering that you are still novices and not yet accustomed, I shall overlook this instance, Lu Yuan spoke softly. Everyone else, take heed, as disciples of the same master. You are to support one another. Should I discover anyone oppressing their fellow disciples, do not blame me for purging the ranks. His calm voice resonated in the ears of all present like a thunderclap, instilling trepidation. The disciples dared not hesitate, nodding in agreement. Let this serve as a minor reprimand. I hope you will not repeat such mistakes in the future. With a wave of his hand, Li Yuan caused the peach in Pilaf's grasp to diminish once more, leaving him with but a tiny morsel. Gazing at the minuscule remnant of the peach, Pilaf felt a surge of despair. Yet he had no choice but to swallow it whole. Instantly, his pupils lost focus, and he became enraptured by the extraordinary effects of the peach. Due to his monstrous lineage, the actual benefits derived from the peach were significantly lessened. Yet even this mere fragment bestowed upon Pilaf a surge of power that made him feel capable of effortlessly overpowering his former self. This was merely a small bite of the peach. Others around him possessed the entirety. As reality returned, tears streamed down Pilaf's face, and he began to slap himself in anguish. This is what you get for not controlling your mouth, he lamented, witnessing Pilaf's heart-wrenching display. The other disciples could hardly contain their delight. Young Goku, filled with curiosity, innocently inquired, why is that little junior slapping himself? Is he foolish? Children often speak without thought, yet their innocent words can cut deep. Hearing Goku's remark only deepened Pilaf's sorrow, prompting him to sob uncontrollably. Enough with the theatrics, Li Yuan chided with a chuckle, approaching Pilaf and giving him a gentle kick. Let us go. I shall prepare a special training session for you. Really? Pilaf exclaimed, quickly drying his tears and springing to his feet with exuberance. Despite having lost a considerable portion of the peach, he had gained the prospect of his master's exclusive training. Perhaps this misfortune was a blessing in disguise. This was a specialized training session from his master. Others had none, yet he had been chosen. Could it be that Pilaf the Great possessed such remarkable potential that his master felt compelled to nurture it, with the promise of special training? How far could the peach be? Lost in this thought, Pilaf's joy was so immense that he nearly drooled. Observing Pilaf's delight, Li Yuan couldn't help but smile. Master, Pilaf gasped, panting for breath. You mean the special training is merely tilling the fields? And why have you sealed all my power? Pilaf cried in indignation. Yet even in his complaints, he dared not cease his labor. Above him, a black whip hovered ominously. Any sign of laziness would result in a merciless lash. The sting of the whip was excruciating, yet left no marks. Each time he was struck, Pilaf felt a surge of strength coursing through him, allowing him to toil tirelessly despite his ordinary physique from the moon's descent to its ascent. I haven't eaten for an entire day. May I have a moment's rest? Pilaf's tears brimmed in his eyes. I am truly foolish. Indeed, I only knew that my master intended to provide me with rigorous training, yet I was unaware that such training would entail toiling in the fields, or that I would be subjected to this with the physique of an ordinary person. As he spoke, Pilaf's eyes gradually became vacant, and he collapsed to the ground, refusing to rise even under the lash of the whip. After an entire day of exertion, his spirit had reached its limit. Observing this from a rocking chair, where he leisurely sipped tea, Lu Yuan clapped his hands, summoning a tub that emitted a peculiar aroma. With a splash, Pilaf was unceremoniously tossed into the medicinal bath. Tomorrow we continue. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, Pilaf's eyes brimmed with tears once more. He felt as though he had exhausted his tears, convinced that he could no longer feel pain. Do not inquire. To inquire is to acknowledge love. Yet, When the whip struck him anew the following day, he could not help but weep profusely. The agony was unbearable. Who could truly comprehend the suffering of King Pilaf? However, Lu Yuan was not tormenting Pilaf. Rather, he was forging his will and fortifying his body. Throughout the Dragon Ball saga, the number of villains willing to diligently train is scarce, with only a few, like Vegeta and Piccolo, redeeming themselves to join the ranks of the protagonists. Most villains rely solely on their innate talents, and Pilaf is no exception. Accustomed to preying on the weak and shying away from the strong, he has never dedicated himself to training, opting instead for underhanded tactics devoid of any willpower. It can be said that Pilaf fundamentally lacks the heart to become a formidable warrior. If he were like Bulma, who relies on intellect, he might not have to endure such hardships. Alas, he is not, and he possesses a certain foolishness. Thus, Lu Yuan resorts to this method to refine his resolve. Moreover, after each exhausting session, in a bid to make his subsequent efforts a tad easier and to endure fewer lashes, Pilaf instinctively adjusts his posture to optimize his exertion, learning how to exert force efficiently, thereby conserving energy. This practice aids him in mastering his own body, enabling him to fully unleash his combat potential in battle. What? You wonder what will happen if he cannot learn? Fear not. A few more lashes will ensure he catches on. In the initial days, it was solely Lu Yuan observing Pilaf labor in the fields. However, by the third day, Bulma had also joined the ranks of spectators, eagerly watching. Recently, she had reached a minor plateau in her training. Since it was not a significant issue, Lu Yuan refrained from providing extensive guidance, allowing her to indulge in a bit of laziness under the guise of contemplation. By the fourth day, Lu Yuan invited Xiao Wu to join them, preparing for a game of Do Di Zhu among the three of them. During their days on the island, Ashu had been quite proactive in seeking advice from his senior brothers, preparing to train alongside them. Ashu quickly found a favored senior, following Krillin around and training together. Xiao Wu, however, wandered aimlessly, uncertain of her own training path, and thus was straightforwardly brought along by Lu Yuan to partake in the game. Lu Yuan was not unwilling to impart his techniques to the trio. Rather, Pilaf was still honing his will, and Lu Yuan could not immediately determine which skills would be suitable for Xiao Wu and Ashu. Thus, this matter was temporarily set aside. There were countless methods available to enhance one's strength, so the delay of a day or two was of little consequence. After introducing the rules and demonstrating the techniques a couple of times, Bulma and Xiao Wu swiftly grasped the skills, and the three of them engaged in their practice with great enthusiasm. However, Pilaf, who was toiling away in the fields, suffered not only the physical exertion, but also endured the mental strain from the occasional bursts of laughter from the trio. The melancholy of Pilaf's existence deepened. Xiao Wu, though young, was well-behaved and sensible, her words and actions bringing a refreshing spring breeze, yet she possessed a commendable sense of propriety. Yet, comparisons often lead to discontent. Goku's emotional intelligence could hardly be deemed sufficient. It was, at best, a negative quantity. Bulma was lively and uninhibited, while Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi were both so consumed by their training that they scarcely spoke. Krillin, though somewhat more vivacious, still acted like a child in Lu Yuan's presence, hardly daring to breathe. As for Master Roshi, he had always been a lecherous old man, and expecting him to provide comfort was a fool's errand. Among the newly accepted disciples, Ashu was merely an Akita, and it was best not to dwell on that, especially with Pilaf currently engaged in farming. Reflecting on all this, Lu Yuan felt as if he were presiding over a zoo rather than a celestial court. Consequently, his gaze toward Xiao Wu softened more and more, as he found himself increasingly fond of her. However, he failed to notice Bulma's growing discomfort nearby. Playing like this is rather dull. Why not introduce some intriguing stakes? Bulma suggested, her playing cards dancing in her hands, each card moving with the grace of sprite. Over 50 cards, under Bulma's control, appeared not chaotic, but rather rhythmically orchestrated. Even the most skilled card master from his past life would be astonished. The way Bulma shuffled the cards subtly hinted at the rhythms of the mysterious arts, embodying a simplistic beauty that greatly pleased Lu Yuan. "Oh, what stakes do you propose?" he inquired. "The loser must grant the winner a wish. What do you think?" Bulma replied mischievously. Quite the clever ruse, Lu Yuan chuckled softly. As a master, was there truly a wish he would need his disciples to fulfill, regardless of the outcome? Thus, whether he won or lost, he would likely end up granting Bulma and Xiao Wu each a wish. "What is the matter, master? Are you afraid?" Bulma taunted, her eyes glinting with challenge. "If you're scared, you can concede, and I 1T ask for my wish. Is this a tactic to provoke me?" Lu Yuan smiled lightly, then suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. I must admit, I am indeed tempted by this challenge. Since you've expressed yourself so candidly, unless you truly manage to defeat me once, I shall remain steadfast in denying your wishes. Just watch my performance alongside Xiao Wu. Bulma, not want to back down easily. Despite having only recently ventured into this game, believes her extraordinary intellect could easily navigate a mere deck of cards. Moreover, she only needs to secure victory once, just once. Let it be known, no cheating is permitted. Bulma retorted playfully, you better not be a sore loser. That remark should be mine, Lu Yuan replied with a slight smile. Just don't end up crying if you lose too much. Come on, who is afraid of whom? The two exchanged a glance, and the air seemed to crackle with tension. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu quietly shrank her neck, minimizing her presence. She dared not involve herself in the rivalry between her master and senior sister, thus playing cautiously and remaining impartial in the ensuing rounds. It was unclear whether Lu Yuan was simply fortunate or Bulma particularly unfortunate, but regardless of whether she was the landlord or a farmer, Bulma consistently drew poor hands from the outset. After finally obtaining a few decent cards, she either found herself succumbing to Lu Yuan and Xiao Wu's coordination or was intimidated by Lu Yuan's astute psychological tactics, rendering her promising hands utterly ineffective. Her overwhelming desire to win resulted in hesitation, preventing her from playing boldly. In such circumstances, even Xiao Wu found herself powerless to assist. Bulma persevered through dozens of rounds without a single victory. Conversely, Xiao Wu, relieved of psychological burdens, managed to win against Lu Yuan following Bulma's 49th consecutive defeat. Regrettably, this time Xiao Wu was the landlord, while Bulma was allied with Lu Yuan as a farmer, placing her among the defeated, unable to voice her wish. What a pity! Lu Yuan placed his final 2 cards on the table, feigning disappointment. So, close to victory, Bulma gritted her teeth in frustration, realizing that her carefully crafted strategy had merely served to benefit others. Now that you've won, Xiao Wu, please articulate your wish, Lu Yuan said, stretching his upper body casually. Do not hesitate to express your desires. I shall not be stingy. I wish, Xiao Wu hesitated. I wish for you to teach me how to cultivate. She recognized her oversight towards his feelings. Such a considerate child made Lu Yuan feel a tinge of guilt. This wish doesn't count. Teaching you cultivation was already my promise. Lu Yuan gently shook his head. Perhaps you should choose another wish. Then, I hope you can teach me to cultivate as soon as possible, Xiao Wu said, her fingers fidgeting nervously, making her appear quite adorable. Oh, Lu Yuan inquired, intrigued. Do you yearn to become powerful? Not exactly, Xiao Wu replied, lowering her head. It's just that everyone has their own pursuits. Well, I find myself unsure of what I should do or what I am capable of, so I feel a bit. Xiao Wu is indeed obedient. Yet her excessive compliance is not necessarily a source of comfort. Observing the ethereal nature of Xiao Wu's drifting sword body on the system panel, Lu Yuan contemplated a path well suited for her. The original master of this route was a woman of passionate love and fierce hatred. A sword-wielding fairy whose essence perfectly aligns with Xiao Wu's drifting sword body. Her renowned sword, the Ziqing sword, was a name known far and wide in her past life. Indeed, this woman was none other than the fairy of purple mist. As a mere wick from the Buddha's oil lamp, her prowess was not to be underestimated. At her peak, she could easily vanquish Erlang Shun and the 4 heavenly kings in unison. It is worth noting that prior to the turmoil in the heavenly palace, even Sun Wukong struggled against Erlang Shun, underscoring Purple Mist's formidable strength. However, all of her power resided within the Ziqing sword, and after being ensnared by her emotions, she could hardly resemble the formidable figure who once battled Erlang Shun and the 4 heavenly kings. Devoid of her sword, she became akin to an ordinary, frail woman. Lu Yuan's choice of Purple Mist was also influenced by her character. While she was inherently passionate, her cultivation further amplified this trait. Thus, Lu Yuan hoped that after practicing Purple Mist's divine skill, Xiao Wu's disposition might see some improvement, not necessarily transforming her into a woman of fierce love and hate like Purple Mist, but rather preventing her from being overly gentle. Chapter 46. The divine skill approaches completion. Yet, one cannot overlook a significant flaw in Purple Mist's technique. Her entire strength was contingent upon the Ziqing sword. Without it, she was no different from an ordinary weak woman. This was partly due to her identity as a wick of the Buddha's lamp. Should Xiao Wu cultivate this skill, losing the sword would not render her entirely powerless, but her strength would undoubtedly diminish. Naturally, Lu Yuan would not entrust such a flawed technique to Xiao Wu. Fortunately, The system could provide an impeccable version of Purple Mist's divine skill, ensuring that the Ziqing sword and her innate power would complement each other, preventing her from becoming entirely incapacitated in the absence of the sword. Of course, both the perfected technique and the Ziqing sword were of considerable value. Yet Lu Yuan was generous enough to exchange for both in their entirety. This is the technique and sword tailored specifically for you by your master. With a flourish of his hand, a sword that dazzled the eyes appeared before Xiao Wu. Subsequently, Lu Yuan gently brushed his palm over her head, and the perfected version of Purple Mist's divine skill was fully imparted into her mind. Now, allow me to guide your cultivation. Xiao Wu closed her eyes and sat cross-legged, while Lu Yuan stood behind her, channeling his energy from a distance. The Purple Mist divine skill is distinct from others. It was originally crafted for her, and as a wick of the Buddha's lamp, her qualifications far surpassed those of ordinary individuals. Thus, this technique did not include foundational exercises. However, the system's refined version of Purple Mist's divine skill undoubtedly encompasses foundational elements. In contrast to the teaching method of allowing Xiao Wu to comprehend on her own after verbal instruction, Lu Yuan decided it would be more beneficial to guide her through the entirety of the cultivation technique himself. Unlike many of the senior disciples on the island, Xiao Wu, although still young, had surpassed the optimal age for foundational training. Thus, it was imperative for Lu Yuan to personally assist her in her practice, simultaneously aiding her in reshaping the meridians within her body to ensure that she would not encounter any errors in her future endeavors. To Lu Yuan's surprise, Xiao Wu's aptitude exceeded his expectations significantly. Before long, he had established a solid foundation for her, and within just a few hours, she was able to proficiently execute the technique on her own. As the cultivation method continuously circulated within her body, a remarkable transformation took place in Xiao Wu's demeanor within a single afternoon. Not only did her appearance undergo a substantial change, but her entire aura also experienced an inexplicable evolution. If the former Xiao Wu could be likened to a smooth stone, the current version possessed distinct edges. Master, I feel so strange. Xiao Wu slowly opened her eyes and remarked, I sense that I have changed in ways I cannot quite articulate. Take a look at your reflection. Lu Yuan snapped his fingers, conjuring a mirror made of water before them. Gazing into the azure mirror, Xiao Wu could scarcely believe her eyes. Is this really me? She exclaimed, extending a finger to gently touch her face. The warm sensation that greeted her fingertips startled her. What young girl does not cherish beauty? However, after spending days in the wilderness with Pilaf, traversing the world without a care, she barely managed to maintain even the most basic cleanliness. Had it not been for her inherent beauty, she might have easily been mistaken for a rustic girl from an unknown village. Wow, this technique is truly miraculous. Bulma exclaimed excitedly from the side. Master, I want this too. Enough of your nonsense. This technique is not suitable for you, Lu Yuan replied dismissively. Moreover, your own cultivation method is not inferior to Xiao Wu's, so refrain from being so demanding. Master, you are biased. Bulma pouted, her cheeks puffed up like a pufferfish. Lu Yuan smiled and shook his head, affectionately ruffling Bulma's hair. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu discreetly examined herself, her face turning a deep shade of crimson. This technique is simply astounding. What did you say, Xiao Wu? Lu Yuan, this time, did not pretend not to hear. He genuinely had not caught her words. In nothing. Xiao Wu quickly shook her head. Observing the jovial interactions among the group, Pilaf's gaze was filled with envy. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to seek happiness for himself. No matter what, he could no longer continue to toil in the fields. Master, I also want to play cards with you all. Pilaf shouted from the side. What are you talking about? I see you are merely coveting my wish. With a slight smirk, Yuan gazed at Pilaf. To his surprise, Pilaf exhibited no hesitation this time, boldly confessing his innermost thoughts. Indeed, master, I no longer wish to toil in the fields. I truly cannot endure it any longer. Pilaf's expression was one of despair. Your admission is commendably forthright, Yuan nodded. In that case, join us for a game of cards. Having observed the rules all day, do you comprehend them? Yes, I understand completely. Pilaf's face lit up with joy as he eagerly nodded, discarding his hoe and hurrying towards the trio. Xiao Wu, you should familiarize yourself with your techniques. Let Pilaf take your place. Subsequently, Lu Yuan created a barrier for Xiao Wu to prevent the commotion from disrupting her training. Meanwhile, Pilaf was eager to showcase his skills. Having spectated for an entire day, he felt a surge of confidence, vowing to triumph over Lu Yuan and Bulma. However, Participating in the game was a vastly different experience than observing from above. From his vantage point, Pilaf believed the players were quite foolish at times. They played cards that should not have been played, igniting within him an inexplicable sense of superiority. Yet when it was his turn to play, beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. The stark contrast between observing and participating lay in the inability to discern the cards others held while playing. As a spectator, Pilaf had access to all players' hands. This disparity in information instilled in him a false sense of competence. Unfortunately, Pilaf's initial round ended in a devastating defeat. Whether it was fortune or misfortune, he was dealt the landlord's cards. Haha, prepare to be trampled by the great King Pilaf. At the very onset of the game, he began to seize the landlord's position. Lu Yuan and Bulma exchanged glances and willingly ceded the landlord to Pilaf. Chapter 47. A Game Without Victory. Although the landlord's cards were promising, Pilaf found himself reluctant to play any of his vibrant hand. This was the consequence of being a mountain bandit. Treasures were meant to be hoarded, never shared, let alone spent. Ultimately, under Bulma's urging, he hesitantly played a 3. Yet, as Bulma and Lu Yuan played single cards to probe Pilaf's hand, they were astonished to find that apart from the initial 3, he refused to play any cards whatsoever. Regardless of their value or type, Pilaf remained obstinately silent. Observing this, Lu Yuan and Bulma wasted no time. They swiftly played their cards, one by one, until their hands were empty. I actually lost. Pilaf's demeanor transformed into one of utter dejection. Indeed, the mindset of Ping and Fu is not particularly difficult to comprehend. To him, the cards he holds are akin to treasured artifacts, perhaps to be utilized at an opportune moment. Even if they remain untouched, merely admiring them in his personal trove is equally delightful. In simpler terms, it can be encapsulated in 3 words: a penchant for collecting. Regrettably, when applied to the game of Do Di Zhu, such a habit ensures that Pilaf is destined for defeat. It may be manageable if he consistently played as the landlord, but once he assumes the role of a farmer, his teammates endure a torturous experience throughout the match. They can only watch helplessly as the landlord exhausts their entire hand, while their partner clings to their cards, unwilling to play even a single one. Though the pain may seem slight, the torment is perpetual. Were it not for the fact that Bulma and Lu Yuan did not remain Pilaf's partners consecutively, they might have long abandoned the game altogether. The most precarious moment arises when Lu Yuan and Pilaf team up against Bulma, the landlord. Had Lu Yuan not retained a strategic card until the end, they would likely have succumbed to Bulma. In the 7th round, Pilaf finally learned how to play his cards, and subsequent rounds began to unfold more smoothly. Curiously, when Pilaf initially hesitated to play, his hand was exceptionally strong. Yet now, his current cards are far from commendable, verging on useless. Whether as the landlord or farmer, Pilaf has yet to secure a victory across a continuous 30 rounds. Even more absurd is the fact that 10 of these rounds were played alongside Bulma. Every match with Pilaf as a partner left Bulma seething with frustration, wishing fervently to see him utterly defeated. At long last, in the 31st round, Lu Yuan and Pilaf found themselves paired together. Bulma's hand was remarkably favorable. However, before the final triumph, she dared not betray any sign of uncharacteristic emotion, fearing Lu Yuan might discern her strategy and devise a countermeasure. After an hour of cunning and strategy, Bulma finally achieved her long-sought victory against Lu Yuan. "Hooray! Hooray! Hooray!" she exclaimed, bursting with excitement. I won. I won. I finally defeated you once, master. Congratulations, you have finally achieved your desire," Lu Yuan replied with a smile, his eyes brimming with affection. "Well then, let us pause here for today." With a clap of his hands, the cluttered stone table before them gradually became transparent until it vanished entirely. "What? Is it over just like that?" Pilaf's face was a portrait of disappointment. "What else did you expect?" Lu Yuan chuckled softly at Pilaf's forlorn expression. "Considering your pitiful state, I shall grant you a modest wish today. Of course, no training is out of the question." "Very well," Pilaf sighed, but his eyes soon sparkled with renewed hope. "While I cannot cease my training, I can certainly adopt a different approach. There's no need to toil endlessly in the fields. Do you wish to pursue your training in a different manner?" Lu Yuan regarded Pilaf with a semblance of a smile. Bulma, standing nearby, could not suppress a shiver, for she understood that whenever the master displayed such a grin, it heralded misfortune for someone. Unfortunately, Pilaf remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation, reveling in the joy of not having to toil in the fields. However, Avoiding agricultural labor was not entirely out of the question. Are you familiar with the Red Ribbon Army? Yes, Pilaf replied, somewhat perplexed by the sudden shift in topic. Yet, he candidly recounted all he knew about the notorious Red Ribbon Army. They are deemed the most malevolent legion in the world, committing heinous acts of murder and arson. Pilaf's expression turned serious. Many national armies are no match for them. But soon, Pilaf grasped the underlying implication and donned a sycophantic smile. Of course, none of this poses any challenge in your presence, Master. The Red Ribbon Army is merely a collection of foul fish and rotten shrimp, easily crushed to dust by your little finger. For me, their strength is inconsequential. What matters is how formidable are they in your eyes. Yuan gazed at Pilaf, his expression imbued with an unusual mirth. For me? Pilaf's countenance shifted. Master, what do you mean? Since you find the mundane foundational training to be dull and unbearable, I shall assign you a task. What do you think of the mission to eliminate the Red Ribbon Army? Do you consider it daunting? It is. Extremely so. Without a moment's hesitation, Pilaf resolutely replied, For me, this is an utterly impossible task. In life, the gravest folly is to underestimate oneself. Yuan attempted to pat Pilaf on the shoulder, but realized the disparity in their heights rendered the gesture impossible without bending down, leading him to abandon the idea. For your previous self, this would have been a nearly insurmountable challenge. However, now you might as well give it a try. No, please, Master, spare me. Do not hesitate. Off you go. Yuan did not allow Pilaf the opportunity to protest further, seizing his collar and, with a swift kick, propelled him into the air, transforming him into a distant star that vanished from sight. In truth, Yuan had employed a teleportation technique to cast Pilaf directly into the stronghold of the Red Ribbon Army. Disoriented and dazed, Pilaf opened his eyes to find himself in a plaza surrounded by armed thugs, all eyeing him with ill intent. Panic surged within him, but in the next instant, as he sensed the long-lost power coursing through his veins, an unexpected confidence surged within him. Chapter 48. The Arrogant Pilaf. Whether it was a mere illusion or not, Pilaf felt a newfound strength compared to his former self. In reality, this was no mere figment of his imagination. During the days spent toiling in the fields, Yuan continuously guided the spiritual energy to cleanse Pilaf's body. Through relentless physical labor, this spiritual power was entirely absorbed by Pilaf, becoming an integral part of his strength. Who are you? Approached a man with golden hair, looking down at Pilaf with an air of arrogance. This man was impeccably groomed, not a speck of dust upon him, while Pilaf, covered in dirt and grime, resembled a creature that had crawled out from some forgotten corner. How did you fall from the sky? The man inquired again, frowning. After a prolonged silence, noticing that Pilaf remained lost in thought, he muttered under his breath, So, he is a fool. Someone, take this fool away and interrogate him properly. The golden-haired man summoned the soldiers behind him. This is the headquarters of our Red Silk Army. We cannot allow any suspicious individuals to enter. Yes. A soldier behind him replied loudly. The expression on the golden-haired man's face darkened the next moment. I have told you, he slowly turned his head, glaring at the soldier who had just spoken. I absolutely detest others speaking loudly behind my General Brew. His countenance twisted into a menacing scowl. In the next instant, he drew a gun from his waist and shot the soldier directly in the forehead, creating a gaping hole. Ah, that feels better, he sighed. Finally, no bothersome flies to disturb me. The sudden gunshot jolted Pilaf back to reality, pulling him from his reverie of newfound powers. Witnessing General Brew so easily execute his subordinate filled Pilaf with discomfort. Although he often considered himself a villain and never regarded himself as a good person, he could assert without exaggeration that he would win a championship for his treatment of subordinates within the Red Silk Army. After all, it was an evil organization. Expecting them to have any compassion for their members was utterly impossible. In the eyes of the higher-ups in the Red Silk Army, these lower-ranking soldiers were merely expendable cannon fodder. They cared little for the lives of their subordinates. Indeed, I admire your ruthless disposition, Pilaf laughed heartily. Had this been the past, I would have certainly wanted you as my subordinate. Alas, I have reformed. Pilaf's demeanor was exceptionally boastful. If you all surrender, I might just spare you. A wave of boisterous laughter erupted from the crowd. Ha ha ha, how ridiculous. A mere little creature dares to speak such bravado. One voice chimed in. I am curious how this person found us in the Red Silk Army. Could there be a traitor among us? Little one, run back to your mother. Excellent. I have not encountered someone so audacious in a long time. General Blue sneered. I shall not allow you to perish immediately. I intend to relish the spectacle of your demise. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan observed the impending clash with intrigue. This General Blue stirred a faint recollection in Lu Yuan's mind. As he remembered the character from the original narrative, a mere side character possessing a rather trivial superpower. Yet, the system panel revealed that General Blue's combat prowess was far from insignificant. Of course, this was merely relative. When pitted against the specially trained Pilaf, it paled in comparison. On the other hand, Pilaf had already engaged General Blue in combat. The general initially believed he could dispatch the oddly colored little creature with ease. However, as the two exchanged blows, he soon realized something was amiss. Pilaf's attacks were entirely unrefined, relying solely on his innate reflexes. He was certainly no martial artist. Yet, Pilaf's speed was astonishing, and his strength was remarkable. General Blue's punches landed without effect, while Pilaf's casual swipes proved excruciatingly powerful. What was happening? How was General Blue managing to hold his own against that diminutive adversary? General Blue was humiliated. A nearby soldier whispered, "He enjoys tormenting his foes slowly." In the blink of an eye, they engaged in several more exchanges. A sense of foreboding crept into General Blue's mind. Seizing an opportunity while Pilaf attacked, he deftly dodged a punch. "I didn't expect you to be so treacherous." General Blue's gaze was fixed intently on Pilaf. "You feigned ignorance to lower my guard. You are the fool, and your entire family is foolish." Pilaf retorted, jabbing a finger at General Blue's nose. "You've fallen for my ruse." General Blue smirked. "You have succumbed to my superpower. I trust you now find yourself paralyzed and unable to move." He relished the moment, explaining his ability to immobilize foes through direct eye contact. "Though your strength is commendable, this is where your journey ends." With a sinister grin, he drew a pistol from his waist. "I shall first shatter your limbs, and then relish the slow torture that follows." Rather than intimidate Pilaf, these threats elicited a derisive laugh from him. "Is this your greatest weapon?" Pilaf feigned disappointment. "In the past, I might have been ensnared, but I am utterly transformed now. Your trick is entirely ineffective against me." With that declaration, Pilaf unleashed a roar, his form expanding dramatically, breaking the eye contact between them and rendering General Blue's superpower null and void. Observing the spectacle, Lu Yuan could not help but nod in approval. He had long suspected that the system panel's claim regarding Pilaf's ability, extraordinary mind, was misleading. Regardless of the perspective one adopts, Pilaf does not appear to be particularly intelligent. However, it seems that his cunning has been redirected elsewhere. At the very least, his combat instincts are not significantly inferior to those of others. Observing the towering giant before them, the entire Red Ribbon army stood in stunned silence. "Open fire! Launch missiles! Shoot! What are you waiting for?" At General Blue's commanding shout, the assembled troops finally sprang into action, unleashing an overwhelming barrage of firepower upon Pilaf. The Red Ribbon Army's equipment was sophisticated and formidable. In the face of the now vastly enhanced Pilaf, it was utterly insignificant. Chapter 49. Pilaf's Hubris. Pilaf's sturdy physique allowed him to navigate the hail of bullets as though it were a tranquil realm. Even when the tanks of the Red Ribbon Army rolled out, Pilaf simply crushed one underfoot. Missiles with a bit more power were swatted aside by Pilaf with ease, posing no real threat. With a flurry of punches and kicks, he wreaked havoc upon the entire base of the Red Ribbon Army. Though there were martial artists within the base, the disparity in their physicality rendered any technique futile against him at this level of combat prowess. Under Pilaf's overwhelming presence, these martial artists could only struggle to defend themselves, let alone inflict any harm upon him. In his arrogance, Pilaf rampaged through the base, reveling in his strength. Prior to his specialized training with Lu Yuan, his transformation could only be sustained for 2 minutes, a duration shorter than that of Ultraman. However, after 3 days of rigorous training, he found himself capable of maintaining his transformation for half an hour without feeling fatigued. An hour passed, and he began to feel the strain of his own stamina. The sensation of exhaustion struck him more swiftly than he had anticipated. He had not even exited the base's main gate before he could no longer sustain his form, instantly reverting to his diminutive purple self. Despite Pilaf's fall, the chaos did not cease. Some individuals remained oblivious to the unfolding events, merely following the commotion in a panic. The lower-ranked soldiers could only join the frenzy, while the higher-ups, particularly the martial artists, quickly realized that Pilaf had vanished. The more astute among them understood that Pilaf had exhausted his energy and rushed toward the last location he was seen, while the less perceptive began to regroup their remaining forces, attempting to restore order amidst the turmoil. Lu Yuan observed this scene and could not help but sigh, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Pilaf's temperament was incomparable to that of his other disciples. It was only on Earth that he could display such bravado. Should he find himself in the cosmos, not only Frisia and his ilk, but even the Jinyu force under Frisia's command would likely trample Pilaf mercilessly. No matter how formidable his power may become, the outcome would remain largely unchanged. Unbeknownst to Pilaf, who was still situated elsewhere, he would soon face the consequences of his actions upon his return. Pilaf now finds himself in a state of utter despair. His excessive pride has rendered him oblivious to the fact that his energy has been completely depleted. At this moment, he is unable to even muster the strength to rise and flee. He can scarcely move a finger. Lying on the ground, he fervently prays that no one notices this pitiful little figure sprawled before them. Were it not for his exhaustion, he would have wished to dig a hole and bury himself. Yuan, who can hear Pilaf's thoughts through his telepathy, cannot help but twitch his mouth in irritation, pondering how he ever came to accept this character into his fold. A disgrace to the sect, indeed. Yet, a flicker of hope lingers in Yuan's heart. Perhaps Pilaf still possesses a hidden talent? However, the unfolding events leave much to be desired for both Pilaf and Yuan. Did you not boast of your capabilities just moments ago? A dark, ominous egg appears before Pilaf. Desperately, he tries to plead for mercy, but for reasons unknown. When he opens his mouth, no sound emerges. You have caused us great suffering, Red Silk Army. Black snarls through clenched teeth. I cannot quell my rage until you are utterly destroyed. If you were to weep and beg for mercy now, I might grant you a swifter demise. Pilaf opens his mouth wide, yet not a single sound escapes. Excellent. The dark egg suddenly bellows. Indeed, you are a tough one. A person like you is worthy of being our adversary. Black sneers. I shall treat you well. Pilaf now finds himself in a predicament, unable to voice his anguish. It is not that he is unyielding. Rather, he is truly incapable of uttering a word. This is, of course, the handiwork of Yuan, who cannot bear to witness Pilaf as please and has silenced him completely. Deputy Black, a red-haired man, stands at attention, reporting loudly. The chaos within the base has subsided. Please provide instructions. Good. Black nods in satisfaction. Colonel Saliba, you have performed admirably. I shall report your achievements to the Marshal without embellishment. I give you 3 days. By then, I expect to see a base restored to its former glory. With that, Black drags Pilaf towards the dungeons of the base. Suspending Pilaf upon the torture rack, Black coldly injects him with 3 vials of a mysterious liquid. This is a toxin potent enough to paralyze the muscles of 100 elephants. Black's eyes glimmer with cruelty. Even if you transform into that giant again, you will lack the strength to move. If you can tell me who sent you here now, I might be inclined to go easy on you. Seeing Pilaf remain silent, Black's smile fades. Very well, he exclaims with feigned admiration. You truly are a tough character. I, Black, shall honor you as the hardest man in the world. In that case, do not hold it against me for being unmerciful. I'll cease this. Within the confines of the chamber, a voice resonated softly. A brilliant light suddenly ignited in Pilaf's eyes, and he was on the verge of tears from excitement. Master, have you finally come to rescue me? Alas, he remained unable to utter a word. Otherwise, he would surely convey to Yuan the essence of a profound master-disciple bond and the true meaning of filial piety. Who are you? Black, initially in a state of panic, felt a wave of relief wash over him upon realizing the figure before him was merely a seemingly frail young man. Is this pretty boy your accomplice? Black's gaze darted between the two, convinced they were part of a premeditated scheme. I shall see if this pretty boy possesses the same toughness as you. With that, Black produced a small handgun seemingly from thin air and fired a shot at Yuan's feet. Though the bullet posed no real threat to Yuan, its power far exceeded his expectations. The ground erupted, leaving a crater 30 centimeters in diameter and several meters deep. A bottomless pit, it appeared. Yuan's expression shifted slightly. Could this weapon be related to the androids? In the original Dragon Ball narrative, androids are undeniably a significant anomaly, having repeatedly posed dire threats to the Dragon Ball warriors. In a parallel universe, there even existed a scenario where Android 17 and Android 18 annihilated all the Dragon Ball fighters, leaving only Vegeta's son, Trunks, alive. Not to mention the formidable foes introduced later in the tale, such as Cell, Hell's Android 17, and Super Android 17. Some might contend that technology is utterly useless in the world of Dragon Ball, asserting that personal strength is paramount. However, this is a misconception. Scientific advancement is the foremost driving force of productivity applicable in any realm. Throughout the Dragon Ball saga, aside from the main cast, the androids have played a prominent role, often plunging the protagonists into despair. All these androids were the creations of the true mastermind behind the Red Ribbon Army, Dr. Gero. Had it not been for Bulma's invention of the time machine in the parallel universe, even the Dragon Ball warriors of the primary universe might have met a grim fate. In truth, one could argue that Dr. Gero stands on equal footing with Bulma, that ingenious young scientist. However, their areas of expertise differ. Dr. Gero's genius is devoted entirely to biological weaponry, while Bulma's talents lean towards mechanical creations. Some may feel that the two cannot be compared, but this is not the case. The only means of traversing parallel universes, aside from the gods of destruction and angels, is the time machine devised by Bulma. Naturally, Zeno, due to his unique nature, falls outside the scope of this discussion. Dr. Gero's accomplishments are nothing short of remarkable. From the very beginning of the narrative, when a young Goku encounters the artificial being known as Android 8, to the emergence of androids 17 and 18 during the Super Saiyan era, as well as the formidable Cell. Each of these creations is the result of Dr. Gero's ingenuity. Cell, in particular, stands out as the most astonishing, following Dr. Gero's demise. He autonomously evolved through a computer program, ultimately developing into the original Cell. This being possesses the extraordinary ability to absorb the cells of other androids and powerful fighters, allowing him to continuously evolve to the point where even Gohan, in his Super Saiyan 2 form, could not contend with him. Had it not been for Gohan's awakening, spurred by Goku's encouragement, the outcome could have been drastically different. In the underworld, Dr. Gero, alongside Dr. Mu, developed Hell's Android 17, which upon absorbing Android 17, transformed into the omnipotent Super 17 capable of infinite energy absorption. Had Dr. Gero not met his untimely end, he might have very well eradicated the entire main cast. Are you too frightened to speak? Brack's arrogant voice jolted Yuan from his reverie. The weapons devised by Dr. Gero are indeed formidable. Ha! If this weapon is so powerful, why didn't you use it against Pilaf just now? Yuan inquired with a hint of curiosity. I don't mind revealing the truth, Brack asserted, exuding an air of confidence. While this weapon is impressive, it would not have served well against that giant, as the damage it can inflict is quite limited. Moreover, the production and firing frequency of this weapon are extremely constrained. Yuan had merely posed a casual question, yet he was taken aback by Brack's candidness, who seemed to believe he had everything under control and thus laid all his cards on the table without hesitation. However, it is understandable given that at this moment, the overall environment on Earth leaned towards peace, with very few nefarious individuals. The so-called Red Ribbon Army is merely a tool that Dr. Gero cultivated to finance his research. The ostensible leader of this army collects Dragon Balls solely to enhance his height. It can be said that, apart from Dr. Gero, there is not a single rational mind within this organization. It is no wonder, had there been a sane individual among them, Dr. Gero would have long been usurped. Upon scrutinizing the crater on the ground, Yuan utilized his spiritual sense to examine the gun in Brack's possession and quickly grasped the situation. Although the weapon appeared powerful, its actual damage output was limited. The gun's power could neither be increased nor decreased, and its range was rather short, even inferior to some handguns. In essence, this gun was designed solely for close combat. While it might suffice against ordinary foes, when confronting Pilaf's massive form, one must question whether it could even make contact, let alone the extent of damage it could inflict. Nevertheless, the design concept of this weapon is certainly commendable. Among the concepts related to energy transformation, some design ideas are particularly intriguing, and they should provide inspiration for Bulma. Yuan discovered that this firearm exhibits signs of utilizing the ethereal energy present in the air during its design phase. It is noteworthy that the infusion of ethereal energy into the world has only occurred recently, and many individuals have scarcely noticed the changes around them. However, Dr. Gero not only recognized these alterations, but has also commenced research on harnessing the air's ethereal energy to create more formidable weapons. Yuan could not help but marvel at the ingenuity of the individuals in this world, reinforcing his resolve to remain hidden until he achieves unparalleled strength. Fearing that the butterfly effect might lead Dr. Gero to produce even more terrifying artificial beings, Yuan resolved to eradicate this threat at its inception. Nevertheless, as he scanned the entire base with his spiritual awareness, he found no trace of Dr. Gero and was compelled to abandon his search. Even after exhausting his mind, he could not recall any clues regarding the location of Dr. Gero's research facility from the original narrative. It was impractical to sweep his awareness across the entire globe. Such an endeavor would be overwhelmingly laborious. With that time, it would be far more beneficial to refine his skills at the dojo. Once his strength reached a sufficient level, he would have no reason to fear any artificial beings. Moreover, within the dojo, Lu Yuan was invincible. This fact alone secured his position of supremacy. "I'm inquiring about you." Brack appeared increasingly agitated, exclaiming, "If you do not reveal who sent you, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Brack's spittle flew in all directions, nearly splattering Lu Yuan's face. Lu Yuan gently shook his head as he drifted into thought. Initially, he had considered keeping them as a litmus test for old age, but he ultimately decided, "Never mind, I shall take you all for labor reform instead." Within the dojo, Lu Yuan was omnipotent. However, beyond the dojo and the confines of the island, there were areas he found challenging to manage. As he continued to gather more disciples, he would inevitably face certain material needs, which he could not perpetually fulfill through his own efforts. Thus, Lu Yuan resolved to capture a group of laborers to reclaim land from the sea, thereby expanding the island, whether for agriculture or commercial development. Such endeavors would benefit the entire sect. If the opportunity arose, Lu Yuan even contemplated hosting the world's foremost martial arts tournament on his island. This would attract a greater number of martial artists, and with an increased influx of visitors, it was conceivable that some might be inclined to seek him as a mentor. Lu Yuan had no qualms about welcoming more disciples. Even if attendees were not inclined to become disciples, their presence would likely lead to spirited exchanges with surrounding martial artists. Over time, this would naturally draw even more warriors to the area. As the number of martial artists increased, so too would the quantity of skilled practitioners, allowing his disciples to engage in combat with the finest fighters from across the world without ever leaving home. Alas, for the sake of his disciples, he truly bore an immense burden. Lu Yuan sighed and suddenly vanished from the secret chamber. Before Black could express his astonishment, a whirlwind ensued, leaving him dazed and uncertain of how much time had elapsed. To his surprise, he found himself on a desolate little island. Merely a few dozen meters away across the water lay another island shrouded in mist. As he surveyed his surroundings, Black was astonished to discover that the entire Red Silk Army had appeared on this barren isle. Just as these individuals exchanged confused glances, two bald figures, one large and one small, descended from the sky. The smaller of the two seemed to struggle with his flying technique, landing unsteadily. Among the Red Silk Army, although many were martial artists, none had ever heard of anyone being able to fly, leaving them utterly stunned by the display of Tianjin Fan and Klin. "Your task is to develop this deserted island." Undoubtedly, Lu Yuan had summoned these individuals through his formidable magical prowess, a technique known as Sleeve Universe. The purpose of gathering these people was to fulfill Lu Yuan's prior vision. As for the island designated for the Red Silk Army, it was also procured nearby using the same technique. The island, though not vast, was considerably larger than an average town. Considering the need for expansion and various other requirements, Lu Yuan intended to have Bulma inscribed formations on the island to reinforce its stability, ensuring it would not be shattered by the fervent martial artists in the future. The spatial formations were also to be arranged, allowing this modest isle to serve a grander purpose. This could also serve as an assignment to assess Bulma's capabilities. For the moment, however, Lu Yuan resolved to deal with Pilaf first. Master, I knew you would never abandon me," Pilaf exclaimed, immediately beginning to flatter Master. "You are as graceful and handsome as a pine tree in the wind. You truly saved me from the brink in my time of need. You cannot imagine how that Black Egg commander subjected me to severe torture. I was quite defiant, not uttering a word. Even the Black Egg was impressed. Calling me a tough guy. Is that so?" Lu Yuan smirked. "I seem to recall someone cursing me, claiming I sent him to his doom. What? How could that be?" Pilaf's cold sweat began to bead. "You must have misheard. Such a thing is utterly impossible. Could it be that my inner thoughts slipped out?" Pilaf pondered, recalling that he had been unable to speak at that time. Lu Yuan softly articulated Pilaf's secret musings. Pilaf's complexion turned a deep shade of gray. "Do you wish to know how to prevent me from hearing your thoughts?" Lu Yuan chuckled gently. "Practice diligently. One day, you'll achieve that goal." With a light pat on Pilaf's head, a peculiar energy surged into his body. Pilaf's expression shifted continuously with the influx of memories, ultimately transforming into a fit of ecstatic joy. "Thank you, Master. Do not be too hasty in your joy." Lu Yuan gently patted Pilaf's canine head, a gentle smile gracing his face. "In order to temper your character and prepare you to be worthy of this power, I have decided to subject you to 3 months of labor reform. During this period, you shall toil alongside the Red Silk Army. You will not be released until I am satisfied. Your treatment will be the same as that of the Red Silk Army, so do not expect any special privileges. I will ensure that your fellow brothers are informed. No, master, let me explain. With a cry of despair, Paraf was cast into the midst of the Red Silk Army. His powers sealed away. The power Lu Yuan had chosen for Paraf was quite peculiar. When one thinks of transformation and gigantism, what comes to mind? Indeed, is the light giants. These extraterrestrial beings may sound trivial, but their potential prowess is anything but simple. They can obliterate monstrous foes, traverse time and parallel universes, and even bring about the destruction of the cosmos itself. However, what Lu Yuan bestowed upon Paraf was not a specific ability of any light giant, but rather a seed of potential, the nature of which would entirely depend on Paraf's personal capabilities. Should he fail to strive, he might only grow into a giant several dozen meters tall, able to challenge minor monsters, easily toppled by any passerby. Conversely, if Paraf were to exert himself sufficiently, he might surpass even Frisia, and should he fully develop this potential, he could perhaps contend with the likes of Super Saiyan gods and destroyers. Naturally, Lu Yuan held little hope for such an outcome. Master, a voice filled with resentment echoed from behind Lu Yuan. You promised to grant me one wish. It has been 3 hours. Where have you gone? Lu Yuan inwardly lamented, realizing he had become so engrossed in Paraf that he had forgotten about Bulma. Paraf misled me. Nothing of the sort. I merely sent your junior brother to develop an uncharted island, while concurrently imparting to him a training system tailored to his abilities. This system is quite distinct from yours. Lu Yuan deftly shifted the conversation to a topic that piqued Bulma's interest, training. As anticipated, Bulma was immediately intrigued. What kind of training system? How is it different from ours? She inquired, instantly dismissing her previous displeasure. You see, in this universe, there exist certain races capable of altering their appearances and even their genetic structures to enhance their strength. They typically refer to this process as transformation. Transformation? Bulma's eyes widened in astonishment. Wait, did you just say this universe? Are there really extraterrestrials in this world? Chapter 52, Disseminating Knowledge. Indeed, there are extraterrestrials. Lu Yuan nodded slightly, asserting that Earth had been visited by extraterrestrial beings more than once. Is that true? Bulma's enthusiasm suddenly waned. While she believed in the existence of aliens, she found it hard to fathom that they might have visited Earth, leading her to suspect that her master was deceiving her. Of course it's true, Lu Yuan replied with a gentle shake of his head. Well, have I ever lied to you? In fact, the god of Earth is an alien from planet Namek. Wait, master, Bulma exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Are you saying there is a god? Do gods really exist in this world? Indeed they do. Lu Yuan lightly tapped Bulma on the head. Remember the last time I helped revive the people of that city? You encountered King Yin there, didn't you? If a figure like King Yin exists, then the existence of a god is hardly remarkable. Bulma, realizing the truth, cradled her head in mild distress. All right, I just needed a moment to recall that. However, strictly speaking, the gods on Earth are not true gods. Subsequently, Lu Yuan elaborated on certain cosmic knowledge, discussing the Galactic Patrol, the 4 Supreme Kais, and the Destroyers. Doesn't that imply we are in danger? Bulma asked with concern. What if a destroyer decides to annihilate our planet? You need not worry about that, Lu Yuan replied, shaking his head slightly. Although a destroyer's role is to destroy planets, they are not inherently malevolent. Destruction and creation are 2 forces that maintain the balance of a universe. The Supreme Kai oversees creation. When a planet is destroyed, they will create a new one to uphold cosmic stability. As for the likelihood of a destroyer visiting Earth, such an occurrence is exceedingly rare due to Earth's remote location. Besides, if a destroyer were to appear, my presence would offer protection. In this instance, Lu Yuan was not entirely truthful. In reality, the arrival of the destroyer Beerus on Earth was inevitable, yet his demeanor was notably gentle. In the original narrative, had it not been for the conflict over putting between Bu and Beerus, the latter would not have sought to obliterate Earth. However, Lu Yuan felt no apprehension. Given the pace at which his strength was growing, by the time Beerus arrived, the disparity in their powers would be uncertain. Perhaps even the Angel Wisps would not be his match, a confidence stemming from his reliance on the system. Moreover, even if Lu Yuan's strength fell short of Beerus's, he possessed myriad methods to ensure that Beerus departed without impacting Earth. With you around, Master, there is no cause for concern, Bulma declared, her faith in Lu Yuan's abilities unwavering. This confidence was not solely due to the techniques he had imparted to her, but also because, regardless of her own growth and power, she found it impossible to glean even a glimpse of Yuan's true capabilities. Meanwhile, on a different note, Pilaf was not enjoying a comfortable existence. When the members of the Red Ribbon Army discovered that Pilaf had also been cast onto a desolate island for land development, they felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Few things in this world can evoke such joy as witnessing an adversary suffering more than oneself, particularly when that adversary is at one's mercy. However, the retribution against Pilaf concluded in less than 10 minutes, as above them loomed the vigilant oversight of Tien, Kakarot, and Krillin. The selection of these three was a deliberate choice by Yuan. Among his 9 disciples, he deemed Krillin as the one most in need of tempering his character. The remaining 8, whether it be Goku, the martial arts enthusiast, Bulma, the scientist, or Tien, who hails from an assassin's lineage, required no such meticulous attention from Yuan. With the right challenges, they would flourish swiftly. Krillin, being the sole child among them, warranted special guidance during his formative years. Yuan understood that honing his character early would prevent him from making foolish mistakes due to naivety when he ventured into the cosmos. One need only observe that Saiyans are assigned tasks from the moment of birth, while this is undoubtedly tied to their innate gifts. Such a brutal selection process is what earns them the reputation of a warrior race in the universe. Nonetheless, this Spartan-like method of upbringing has its drawbacks. Allowing children to grow freely may rapidly showcase the gifted, yet without systematic training, many talents are squandered. Sun Wukong, a lower-tier warrior, epitomizes this predicament. Since Krillin chose the path of a martial artist to gain strength, Yuan was more than willing to nurture him. A powerful disciple would ultimately benefit Yuan as well, a mutually advantageous endeavor. In arranging for Krillin's companionship, Yuan intended for him to gradually acclimatize to the harsh realities of this world. The members of the Red Ribbon Army were notorious for their heinous deeds. Executing them all might lead to the wrongful demise of innocents. Yet among those remaining, it was certain that many would be guilty. Prior to their arrival, Yuan had granted Tien ample authority to decide the fate of these individuals. He was no tyrant. On the journey back, he utilized his mental connection to review the actions of these individuals, marking those who were virtuous, malevolent, or possessed of a conscience yearning for redemption. The irredeemable were to be swiftly dealt with as a warning to others, while the good ones could be assigned lighter tasks or even elevated to management roles. Yuan provided Tien with a general direction, but the specifics of execution were left to Tien's discretion. This, too, served as a test for Tien. In the chaotic scenario surrounding Tianjin Fan, it was evident that his mind was clouded, lacking clarity regarding the intricate relationships at play. Had it not been for the timely interjection of Jiaozi, he might have recklessly opted to eliminate a group of adversaries without a second thought. Despite Jiaozi's persistent counsel urging Tianjin Fan to exercise restraint, a faction of aggressors soon launched a surprise attack, intent on ending Tianjin Fan's life. Naturally, he would not show any mercy. Upon discerning the identities of these assailants, he ensured that not a single one was spared, casting them all into the sea to feed the sharks. Yet, this was merely the beginning. With the assistance of Jiaozi and Krillin, after assigning tasks to the Red Ribbon Army, Tianjin Fan discovered a conspiracy brewing against Pilaf. Chapter 53, An Education for Krillin. Regardless of his disdain for Pilaf, the latter was still his junior disciple. The teachings of brotherly love in their sect were not to be forgotten, and even though Pilaf was undergoing punishment, their master had explicitly instructed against revealing Pilaf's identity. Without hesitation, Tianjin Fan acted decisively, ensuring that those on the list of heinous individuals met the same fate as the others, cast into the sea for the sharks. If I discover anyone plotting against others again, do not blame me for my ruthlessness, Tianjin Fan declared coldly, casting a detached glance at those present before settling down cross-legged to meditate quietly. Jiaozi, Krillin murmured softly. Noticing the look of confusion from Jiaozi, he inched closer. Are we being too cruel? He questioned, his expression conflicted. After all, let them perish. A missile, adorned with a crimson and azure tail, soared toward the two boys. Observing the stationary figures of the children, Lieutenant Arno could not suppress a smug grin. Although both children possessed the ability to fly, he doubted their extraordinary capabilities, suspecting they were merely employing some form of trickery to achieve such a result. Thus, he planned to swiftly eliminate the pale-faced child on the left, then seize the other child amidst the chaos caused by the missile's blast, thereby gaining leverage over the three-eyed one. Despite the formidable strength of the three-eyed being, Arno was confident that holding a hostage would compel compliance. The only flaw in his scheme was the possibility of the three-eyed one reacting swiftly enough to capture or even kill him before he could act. Nevertheless, with the missile already launched, no one could outpace it. Even if he failed to capture one child, he believed he could at least secure a one-for-one exchange. I have the upper hand, he thought, reveling in his perceived advantage. As the adage goes, smoke without harm, the thick mist dissipated, leaving Jiaozi and Krillin unscathed. As for Krillin, while his potential had yet to be fully realized, he was destined to become a formidable force. A mere missile posed no threat to him. As a being endowed with extraordinary powers, Dumpling exhibited unparalleled strength. The instant the missile was launched, he calculated its trajectory and the magnitude of its explosion, determining that it posed no threat to himself. Consequently, he could hardly be bothered to evade it. It seemed that this time, no further explanation was necessary. Dumpling let out a soft sigh, remarking, "You see, Klin, many among these individuals are irredeemable criminals. Thus, we must harbor no compassion whatsoever." Klin, with his innocent mind, was momentarily struck dumb, unable to fathom the depths of human malevolence. "But how can we truly ascertain whether he is a villain?" he stammered. "Our master has thoroughly investigated and informed us. Tian Shinhan knows who deserves to perish and who embodies goodness. This is a matter he has firmly decided in his heart. However, when we venture into the world without our master by our side, we cannot be told who is virtuous and who is wicked. Therefore, it is imperative that we remain ever vigilant. You may treat others with sincerity, yet as martial artists, we must never lower our guard. Vigilance is paramount." Lieutenant Arno's triumphant smile had yet to fully bloom when it abruptly froze upon his face. The dismissive attitudes of the three-eyed beings and the two children he had attacked only fueled his anger. "You lot should not underestimate me." Arno's face flushed with rage as his right hand detached from his shoulder, launching toward the two individuals. Arno's fist moved with astonishing speed, so swift that the average person could scarcely discern its phantom. Yet in the next moment, Dumpling extended a single finger, effortlessly blocking the fist before him. Moments latte. The fist disintegrated into countless particles of ash, scattering with the wind before the astonished onlookers. Dumpling had employed his extraordinary ability to dismantle the very structure of Arno's fist at the molecular level, creating a scene that resembled a miracle. The members of the Red Silk Army below were left agape, with the more timid trembling in fear, nearly wetting themselves. "Do you understand now?" Upon seeing Klin nod gravely, Dumpling displayed a reassuring smile and then turned his gaze toward Lieutenant Arno. A cyborg, is it?" Being entirely mechanical, perhaps feeding the fish would not be appropriate. Dumpling tilted his head slightly, and in the next heartbeat, he appeared before Arno like a phantom. "Let us proceed thus." Dumpling gently tapped his finger on Arno's forehead, and the lieutenant's trembling body seemed to be pressed by an invisible pause button, freezing instantaneously. In the next heartbeat, a gust of wind swept through, and Arno's form crumbled into a handful of dust, settling upon the nearby individuals. One person, upon receiving the dust, rolled his eyes back and fainted. A ghost! A ghost! Among the Red Silk Army, some had already knelt in prayer, weeping profusely as they confessed their sins. Others, terror-stricken, soiled themselves, and many succumbed to unconsciousness. Was that too frightening? This might pose a bit of a challenge. Klin shivered involuntarily at the sight. He couldn't shake the feeling that this junior disciple had awakened something profound within himself. 2 days later, after the tumult of the first day, the members of the Red Ribbon Army had settled down, no longer daring to act out of line, under the arrangement of Tianjin Fan and his companions. The task of developing the deserted island progressed in an orderly fashion. On the island, the Red Ribbon Army members toiled with fervor, and none dared to slack off. Ordinarily, even with supervision, many of them might have worked half-heartedly, content to endure the lackluster meals provided, but that was not the case anymore. During the first dinner, after Tianjin Fan had thrown several of the laziest individuals into the sea to feed the sharks, a palpable fear took hold, and no one dared to shirk their responsibilities. Although the ones cast into the depths were deemed deserving of their fate, truly virtuous souls, or those genuinely remorseful, were spared such a grim end. However, the others were unaware of this distinction. They only recognized that neglecting their duties could lead to being fed to sharks, thus galvanizing them into diligent labor. Tianjin Fan, however, did not expect them to work to the point of exhaustion. There were designated breaks, albeit merely sufficient to rest, not enough to lead a life of comfort. During these 2 days, the one who suffered the most on the island was Pilaf. Among the prisoners, he stood alone as the only enemy of the Red Ribbon Army, facing constant ostracism and disdain. Chapter 54. Genuine Affection in the World. Despite the leadership of the Red Ribbon Army not being entirely eradicated, a significant number of individuals remained astute enough to avoid the fallout. Thus, within a mere 2 days, they formed small factions once again. Ideally, during such times, those in higher positions should oversee those of lesser rank. Yet, this order crumbled after just 1 day due to some individuals exploiting their status to seize others' rations, believing they needed extra sustenance to maintain their strength for work. Initially, the victims remained silent, but as more people suffered, unrest ensued. After another wave of individuals were cast into the sea by Tianjin Fan, a new order emerged the following day. Tianjin Fan allocated tasks to each individual with careful consideration, basing the workload on their physical condition and the balance of their good and bad deeds. He did not require an intricate division of labor. A broad outline sufficed. And with the astonishing computational abilities of Jiaozi, the task distribution was accomplished with ease. Among them were those who, upon completing their own duties, had the energy to assist others. When the first individual extended a helping hand and received food in return during mealtime, others who had finished their tasks also began to follow suit. Thus, an order emerged where status was determined by the extent of one's willingness to assist others. As for Pilaf, he found himself almost entirely bereft of assistance. Humans are inherently inclined to conform. In the isolation led by those who harbor disdain for Pilaf, even those indifferent to him hesitate to speak in his defense, let alone offer assistance. The most disheartening aspect is that, whether during labor or mealtime, he is persistently disturbed. Whether intentionally or inadvertently, someone carelessly tramples on the fields he has painstakingly cultivated or nearly topples his bowl of food in the span of merely 2 days. Such occurrences have transpired more than once. Time passes, fortunes shift, and one should not underestimate the youth in their struggles. Pilaf cried out in anguish. "Share a bit of your food with me." A bear seated beside him extended the remnants of his meal. This bear, a commander of the radio division within the Red Silk Army, was an anthropomorphic creature. He approached his role as a mere job, oblivious to the true significance of the signals he transmitted, embodying a quintessentially exploited figure. It was his innate innocence that prompted him to reach out, even as others shunned Pilaf. His motivation was not the food itself, but rather a heartfelt sympathy for such a small being undertaking arduous labor while consuming so little. Seeing Pilaf refrain from accepting the food, the bear, misinterpreting his hesitance as concern for his well-being, chuckled warmly. "You need not worry about me. I am robust and can manage with less. Please eat up. You are small, and without sufficient sustenance, you may struggle to endure tomorrow. Even if you give him the food, it will merely go to waste. I wager he will be tossed into the sea to feed the sharks by tomorrow. Indeed, better to give it to me. I can assist you tomorrow. While what use is it to him?" There were those who mocked from the sidelines. Yet they only dared to speak, knowing that any attempt to seize the food would result in being cast into the ocean as well. Pilaf's mouth fell agape. He had never before encountered such unadulterated kindness, a stark contrast to the world he had known. "What do you gain from this?" he murmured, tears glimmering in his eyes. No one comprehended the profound impact of the bear's gesture on him. It was the sole act of kindness he had experienced in recent days. What benefit? Helping others requires no ulterior motive. The bear replied with a simple smile. "I just did it because I wanted to." Pilaf accepted the bowl from the bear's hands, bowing his head in silence, and after a moment began to devour the food ravenously, unnoticed by anyone. A glimmer of silver flashed at the corner of Pilaf's eye. In that instant, the dormant power within him surged to life, beginning to intertwine harmoniously with his very essence. Perhaps for the first time in his life, he felt the desire to protect something. This sentiment was purer and more powerful than the typical conviction of guardianship possessed by most individuals. The power of light began to merge deeply with Pilaf for the first time. Naturally, this did not escape Lu Yuan's discerning eye, which filled him with satisfaction, knowing that his efforts had not been in vain. With utmost seriousness, Pilaf meticulously licked his bowl clean before bowing his head and returning it to the bear. "Who cares about your food? I don't want any of it," he muttered softly. The bear, oblivious, smiled cheerfully. "It's all right, as long as you don't mind." "Hey, bear, you really are foolish." Someone nearby laughed loudly. "You offer food to him, but he doesn't appreciate it." "Yes, bear, don't do such silly things again." The bear did not retort. He simply smiled. Pilaf clenched his fists, wanting to say something, but no sound escaped his lips. The following day, after a night of merging with the power of light, Pilaf's physical abilities surged, allowing him to complete his tasks with ease. However, when he attempted to assist the bear, he was met with rejection. "I enjoy farming," the bear stated. Pilaf remained silent, quietly picking up tools to help the bear cultivate the wasteland. "What a pretender. I can't believe this little fellow can manage much work. Mind your own business." The bear seemed a bit irritated, though the onlookers did not immediately cease their jests. They dared not voice their comments in the presence of the strong bear. In such an environment, no one wished to provoke him. By nightfall, no one dared to claim that Pilaf was merely pretending. Even the most discerning observers noted that he had accomplished at least half of the day's work alongside the bear. As evening set in, some began to contemplate the idea of offering their food to curry favor with Pilaf. Compared to others, the cost-effectiveness of giving food to Pilaf was remarkable. Just a small portion of food could yield half the labor, while others often took away more than half of the food for a mere third of the work. Chapter 55, The Trial. Pilaf did not accept the food offered by these individuals, and he himself could not ascertain why. According to his previous disposition, he would likely have become arrogant and taken these people as followers by now. After rejecting everyone, Pilaf silently sat beside the bear and began to eat without uttering a word. "How pretentious," someone scoffed. Yet, after hundreds of years of hearing such remarks, Pilaf remained silent, merely casting a cold glance at the speaker. Unbeknownst to the one who spat, such a trivial act had already sealed his fate in Pilaf's heart. Don't ask. The answer is that he is not a good person. 3 days passed, and when Yuan felt the time was ripe, he quietly appeared on the deserted island. Among the 4 disciples present, it was not the formidable Tianjin Fan, nor the theoretically astute Jiaozi, who first sensed Yuan's arrival. It was surprisingly the seemingly unremarkable Pilaf. "Master." Pilaf paused his tasks and slowly bowed to the void. As Tianjin Fan and the others expressed their confusion, they noticed Yuan gradually materializing from the nothingness. In their haste to pay their respects, they couldn't help but regard Pilaf with newfound respect. Indeed, it seemed that these past few days had fostered an impressive synergy between him and the power of light. Yuan nodded in satisfaction and inquired, "Have you gleaned any insights during these 2 days?" "Thank you for your guidance, Master," Pilaf replied, his tone considerably more mature. "I feel as though I've grasped something, yet at the same time, I seem to understand nothing." "Your comprehension is not entirely lacking," Yuan acknowledged with a nod. "In that case, allow me to illuminate your path. As a disciple of the Celestial Court, even if you do not act as a champion of justice, you must not engage in wrongdoing. I need not elaborate on your previous conduct, do I?" Seeing Pilaf deep in thought, Yuan continued, "Only when you experience the sensation of being powerless can you learn how to refrain from oppressing the weak. Do you comprehend what I am saying?" "I understand," Pilaf exclaimed, a newfound clarity washing over him, imbued with gratitude and admiration. Had it not been for the energy expended in the last 2 days upon gaining freedom, Pilaf might have succumbed to even worse misdeeds. While he was not inclined toward great evil, he would undoubtedly have acted according to his own whims, which could easily harm those who were defenseless. Prior to becoming Yuan's disciple, Pilaf, with his naive aspirations of world domination, had not incurred severe consequences for his actions. Yet in the original narrative, his ignorance led to the unleashing of the monstrous King Piccolo, and had it not been for the dragon, the Earth population would have halved due to his tyranny. Now, however, Pilaf was beginning to reflect on the repercussions of his actions before embarking on them. In other words, he had taken the first steps toward understanding the essence of benevolence. "Now, do you wish to return to the island with me for further training?" "I am willing." Pilaf's expression was one of excitement. Despite the changes he had undergone over the past 2 days, he remained fundamentally that innocent little sprite, unable to conceal his emotions. His expression uncontrollably betrayed his joy upon hearing the good news. However, he must remain. Yuan's demeanor suddenly turned serious as he pointed at the bear standing beside the flabbergasted Red Ribbon Army. Like everyone else, no one could have predicted that Pilaf would be Yuan's disciple. After all, during their days of toil, Pilaf had faced consistent punishment for his mistakes. Who could have imagined that their fellow inmate was in cahoots with the guards? As Pilaf conversed with Yuan, the crowd gazed enviously at Xiong, believing he had ascended to greater heights, each harboring feelings of jealousy and resentment. However, when Yuan uttered a particular statement, the atmosphere around them abruptly stagnated. Moments later, a buzz of discussions erupted. Among the members of the Red Silk Army, reactions varied. Some expressed regret, while others relished the misfortune. A cacophony of responses ensued. "Master? Why is that?" Pilaf's smile faltered. He was aware of Yuan's ability to discern the thoughts of others. So it was no surprise that his master knew of his desire to leave with Xiong. Yet, he was puzzled as to why his master would disallow it. In truth, Yuan seldom employed his telepathic abilities on his disciples, particularly when they intentionally shielded their minds with their own powers. Even if such barriers could not impede him, he refrained from using such capabilities lightly, as he was a prisoner. Master, it's not like that. Xiong is a good person. He has never taken a life or committed any heinous acts. Truly, Xiong is a good person. Pilaf's words spilled forth in a flurry of emotion. His affiliation with the Red Silk Army alone was enough to warrant a death sentence. Yuan's expression hardened, and a palpable aura of menace sent shivers down the spines of all present. Allowing him to repay his debt through labor instead of executing him is already a mercy. What else do you desire? Then, Master, I am willing to remain and labor alongside Xiong. The fervor in his declaration was unmistakable. An intense wave of energy emanated from Yuan, clearly illustrating his fury. You truly mean that? Pilaf, drenched in sweat, managed to stammer this affirmation. What are you saying? Xiong exclaimed, bewildered. I'm doing just fine here. You need not stay with me. Hurry and apologize to your master. No, Pilaf's head hung low, nearly unable to hold itself upright. You are the first friend I've ever made. I will never abandon you, even if it means being expelled from the sect. Will you still persist? Yuan's demeanor grew even more frigid. Master, Krillin seemed to wish to intercede on Pilaf's behalf, but was silenced by Yuan's piercing gaze, which forced him to swallow his remaining words. If Krillin, caught in the aftermath of Yuan's oppressive aura, struggled to speak, it was even more remarkable that Pilaf could still manage to utter words. Master, Pilaf's voice trembled. I do not know if my actions are right or wrong. You have taught me the ways of life and the arts. I should not go against your will. Yet, I feel that what I am doing is just. Therefore, I shall adhere to my previous choice. A single meal's kindness shall be remembered for eternity. Suddenly, Yuan withdrew all his oppressive energy. Stay true to your heart, unafraid of power. Old little eight, you truly have surprised me greatly. Yuan intended to address him as Old Eight, but upon reflection, found it somewhat inappropriate, and thus adjusted his words to Little Eight. Chapter 56, Ginseng Fruit. However, Xiao Ba seemed somewhat amiss, caught in a dilemma that nearly made him burst into laughter. Master? Pilaf's face was filled with confusion. What does this mean? This is merely a test for you, Yuan replied with a subtle smile. It appears you have performed quite well. Then may I now? Pilaf inquired tentatively. Indeed, you may return to the island with your friends. Yuan nodded slightly. However, the teachings of our sect are not to be disseminated. I hope you understand. Yes, Master, Pilaf exclaimed, his face alight with joy. Yet, to the astonishment of all present, Xiong resolutely declined to return to the island with Pilaf. His heart truly lay in farming. Before joining the Red Ribbon Army, he had been a carefree little bear, joyfully tending to his land in the mountains. Unfortunately, his peaceful abode was discovered by the Red Ribbon Army, who found significant mineral deposits there, forcing him into a life of homelessness and ultimately leading him to join their ranks. Through a series of fortuitous events, he was recognized for his talent in communications, gradually rising to the role of communications commander. Now, on this desolate island, he had finally realized his initial dream of farming. Pilaf ultimately decided to honor his friend's aspirations. Initially, some mocked Xiong as a fool for turning down a chance to escape his troubles, choosing instead to remain and cultivate the land. Yet, as the saying goes, how can one know the joy of a fish if one is not a fish? Those who had derided Xiong soon found themselves silenced. That very afternoon, Xiong was promoted to a management position, with Tianjin Fan entrusting him with a portion of authority. Whether in task allocation or rewards, Xiong excelled, prompting Tianjin Fan to delegate even more responsibility to him. Within merely 2 days, Xiong emerged as the sole leader among the group. As the chief commander, Xiong possessed a remarkable aptitude for strategic planning. The naysayers quickly fell silent. While they toiled in the fields out of obligation, Xiong relished his work as a farmer. Driven by passion, although his daily labor was no less than theirs, the significance of his efforts was entirely different. 3 months later, the once desolate island blossomed with vitality. Houses sprang forth, and neatly arranged farmlands flourished on one side of the isle. During this period, some of the more malevolent individuals, unable to endure the labor, began to revolt, only to meet the inevitable fate of being fed to the sharks. Compared to the initial numbers, the Red Ribbon Army had dwindled to approximately 3/5 of its original strength. The remaining members had either genuinely repented or were never truly malicious. Throughout these 3 months, Not only were the basic structures established, but other facilities on the island were also meticulously enhanced by Lu Yuan's many disciples. At the heart of the island lay a vast training ground, surrounded by 8 smaller training arenas, each uniquely arranged. Even the smaller arenas can accommodate up to 8,000 spectators, while the grandest arena at the center can host a staggering 30,000 onlookers for the competitions. Regardless of the arena's size, the combat platforms are uniformly square and elevated. Though not overly large, each platform is inscribed with spatial arrays, enabling the entire structure to seamlessly transition between various terrains such as marshlands, grasslands, and deserts upon activation. Even competitors like Pilaf, who possess the ability to grow to monumental heights, can effortlessly showcase their prowess once the array is engaged. These 9 arenas are not far apart, but are arranged in an intriguing rhythm, subtly forming a bagua, 8 trigrams, arrangement. Undoubtedly, this is a creation of Bulma. The purpose of this bagua formation is to connect the 9 combat platforms, allowing the flow of celestial energy to circulate endlessly between them, significantly enhancing the defensive capabilities of each platform. Tianjin Fan and others have tested this, unless one deliberately seeks to exploit a weakness in the formation. Even a fierce battle among several participants would only result in a slight tremor of the arrays. Of course, should a weakness be discovered, any disciple would possess the ability to dismantle the formation with ease. This is an unavoidable circumstance, as the bagua formation operates without a host, and Lu Yuan is already quite satisfied with its current effectiveness. Once Bulma's strength increases, these arrays can be further refined and upgraded. A deep, resounding bell tolled across the island, signaling Lu Yuan's summons. The disciples, recognizing the call, paused their training and gathered in the central dojo of the island. Excellent, excellent, Lu Yuan remarked, surveying the gathered disciples. You have all trained diligently over the past 3 months and made significant progress. Among the disciples, some, like Goku, have methodically developed the abilities bestowed by Lu Yuan, as he had not undergone any prior training and thus had no concept of fusion. Others, such as Master Roshi, have combined their previous practices with new techniques to forge their own unique paths. In this journey of self-discovery, Master Roshi has shown the most remarkable advancement among the disciples. Having once been revered as the god of martial arts, Lu Yuan takes great pride in his achievements. To reward your hard work over these 3 months, I have decided to grant each of you a ginseng fruit. Ginseng fruit? Bulma inquired, puzzled. Hooray, something delicious again, Goku exclaimed, rubbing his stomach in anticipation. Though unaware of what it entailed, he was already salivating. Indeed, the ginseng fruit, also known as the grass returning elixir, blossoms once every 3,000 years, bears fruit after another 3,000 years, and takes yet another 3,000 years to mature. It is even more precious than the finest peaches of immortality. Wow, Master! Does consuming the ginseng fruit mean one can experience a significant leap in cultivation? Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement. How many times have I taught you? In the pursuit of cultivation, one must avoid the pitfalls of greed and recklessness. Lu Yuan lightly tapped the dust whisk upon Bulma's head as a warning. This fruit, though it may not significantly enhance one's cultivation, allows an ordinary person to live for 360 years merely by inhaling its fragrance. Consuming one would grant them an astonishing lifespan of 47,000 years. For cultivators, it fortifies the foundation and dispels inner demons. However, the appearance of this fruit may be somewhat alarming, so do not hesitate to partake. What peculiar fruits have I not tasted? Is there anything that could frighten me? Bulma boasted boldly. Master, please reveal it. Lu Yuan smiled faintly, flicking the dust whisk, and a sound of an infant's wailing suddenly resonated throughout the hall. As everyone focused their gaze, they were astonished to find a small infant, no larger than a palm, crying in their hands. Chapter 57. The Prelude to the Era of Great Warriors. What is this? Everyone present was taken aback, except for Wukong, who without a second thought, stuffed the fruit into his mouth the moment it was in his grasp. Huh, why does this fruit have no flavor? Wukong scratched his head in confusion. Wukong, you stay it like that? Bulma's expression stiffened. Indeed. Hey, Bulma, what is it you are holding? Why is it still crying? Fool, this is the ginseng fruit. Bulma exclaimed, kicking Wukong in frustration. How can one possibly eat this? Krillin struggled to swallow his saliva. This is clearly a child. Butterflies evolved vibrant colors to deter predators, and mushrooms developed toxins to avoid being consumed. Likewise, how could a divine treasure like the ginseng fruit lack a similar defense mechanism? In truth, regardless of the species, Upon encountering the ginseng fruit, what they perceive will always be the young of their kind. Furthermore, the cries of the ginseng fruit possess a captivating effect. When it falls from the tree upon encountering metal, it drops, and upon meeting wood, it withers. When it encounters water, it dissolves. When it meets fire, it scorches. And when it touches soil, it disappears without a trace. Of course, if any of you are unwilling to consume it, I shall not force you. Simply return this rare treasure to me. With that, Yuan chuckled at the audience. In reality, this is akin to some individuals who cannot bring themselves to eat seafood or overly peculiar foods. It is merely a psychological barrier. Although the ginseng fruit can mesmerize the mind, it possesses no inherent intelligence. If one were to describe it, it resembles a reflex mechanism found in animals. Even the ginseng fruit tree itself lacks wisdom, existing in a state of ignorance. Such a natural treasure, endowed with countless years of lifespan, would not spontaneously gain sentience without the intervention of a great master wielding profound magical powers. It is impossible for it to naturally acquire intelligence, let alone the fruit it produces. Although the disciples wore grim expressions, with Wukong leading the charge and their master providing explanations, they were not as obstinate as Tang Sung, who would blindly consume without thought. The ginseng fruit slid effortlessly into their stomachs, as if it melded directly within, leaving their mouths devoid of sensation, akin to an experience of solitude. In simpler terms, they had eaten, yet not entirely so. The gathered individuals were perplexed, while Yuan merely smiled in silence. Recognizing that insular thinking is not a prudent approach, I have resolved to grant you the opportunity to embark on a journey to hone your skills. Yuan then shifted his tone, declaring that he had a task for them. Kame Senin, given your esteemed status as a martial arts deity and your extensive network, I entrust you with the responsibility of discovering the identity of the organizer of the World Martial Arts Tournament and securing the rights to host it for ourselves. The original text of Dragon Ball makes no mention of who orchestrates the tournament, merely alluding to its establishment by an unnamed wealthy individual. Initially held every 5 years, it was later changed to a 3-year interval. Yuan proposed to divide the World Martial Arts Tournament into 2 segments. One would be an annual martial arts competition, requiring fewer participants and possessing lesser authority, merely serving as a platform for martial artists to gain renown. The other would be the true World Martial Arts Tournament, occurring every 3 years. This grand event would require 3 years of meticulous planning, and in Yuan's vision, its scale, prize for the victor, and overall attention would eclipse anything seen in the planet's history. Furthermore, due to its immense scale, rewards would not be limited to just the champion. The top 16, 8, 4, and the first 3 places would also receive substantial prizes. While monetary rewards are undoubtedly significant, for some, wealth is merely a superficial concern, and even the title of world's best may hold little value. Thus, it is plausible that such individuals may be reluctant to travel great distances for the tournament. However, what if the rewards included not only wealth and fame, but also elixirs and even top-tier martial arts techniques? Should Yuan choose to do so, the Dragon Balls could also be offered as prizes, although the specific rewards are yet to be determined. It is unquestionable that items such as ginseng fruits and peaches of immortality will feature among the incentives. With a year remaining until the tournament, Yuan has ample time to devise what treasures will serve as prizes. Thus, it is believed that all martial arts masters from across the world will be drawn to this event. When the inaugural World Martial Arts Tournament, hosted by Yuan, commences, it promises to be an unprecedented celebration, a true festivity for martial artists. It is even conceivable that this tournament may herald a new era for martial practitioners. Therefore, the tasks assigned to the disciples are clear, aside from Kame Senin, who must legitimately secure the rights to host the tournament. The remainder need only to propagate this matter during their journeys. You are free to act independently or band together in groups. Yuan gazed at the 9 individuals before him, his eyes brimming with hope. I earnestly wish that, 1 year hence, when the Grand Martial Arts Tournament commences, you shall uphold the esteemed reputation of the Heavenly Court. I would be loath to see the rewards, painstakingly prepared by me, claimed by others. There are several points you must heed during this trial, Yuan said with a gentle smile. You may freely impart the cultivation techniques I've shared with you to others, but be cautious not to divulge everything indiscriminately, and pay close attention to the character and disposition of those to whom you teach. I have never been concerned about the dissemination of my techniques. In fact, I welcome a greater number of practitioners honing their skills through my methods. If all of humanity were to embrace my teachings, it it is inevitable that some would encounter difficulties in their cultivation. At that juncture, would they seek guidance from anyone but me, the original master? It would be absurd. What truly concerns me is the potential for my techniques to fall into the hands of those with ulterior motives, who might exploit them for nefarious purposes. I do not wish to become a sinner whose actions lead to the demise of the innocent. Thus, while martial arts exchanges and the sharing of certain cultivation methods are permissible, I strictly prohibit my disciples from transmitting the complete techniques and methodologies. If someone genuinely desires to cultivate and yearns for my techniques, they need only to come and seek my mentorship. What? You wish to obtain my techniques without the commitment of apprenticeship? Have you taken all the advantages in the world for yourself? Do you find that equitable? Advanced techniques cannot be shared indiscriminately. However, I will allow my disciples to disseminate foundational principles and training methods beneficial to the entire martial arts community during this journey. In Liu Yuan's view, the root of the current issues plaguing the martial arts realm lies in the scarcity of true strength. Practitioners are akin to fledgling chicks pecking at one another. Even if a few catfish occasionally emerge among this school of sardines, their impact on the martial arts community remains minimal. In the vast expanse of Earth, throughout the passage of many years, only a handful of schools have emerged, and the number of renowned masters is strikingly few, primarily due to the absence of a comprehensive cultivation system. Consider the renowned Turtle School's methods for physical training, which involve delivering milk and farming. It cannot be denied that these methods yield commendable results for certain prodigies, enabling them to master their bodies and unlock their potential to the fullest. Yet, such methods remain overly rudimentary. Individuals with slightly lesser talent may not only fail to grasp the essence within, but may risk harming themselves in their training. It can be said that the vast majority of disciples cultivated by contemporary martial arts schools possess alarmingly low baselines, and their potential ceilings are similarly unremarkable. Conversely, the cultivation techniques imparted by Liu Yuan possess not only a high baseline, but also a ceiling that far exceeds the aspirations of these martial arts schools, which would struggle throughout their lifetimes to reach such heights. Liu Yuan places great importance on this matter. Hence, even Bulma, a research-oriented individual, has been required to accompany the disciples on their journey of exploration. Before parting, Liu Yuan bestowed a protective talisman upon each individual, ensuring that in critical moments, they could be transported back. Thus, even if Bulma ventured out alone, Liu Yuan harbored no fears for her safety. The following day, after making their preparations, the 9 disciples set out in small groups to hone their skills. Master Rashi, needing to seek the organizers of the World Martial Arts Tournament, embarked alone. Pilaf naturally teamed up with Ash and Xiaowu. Tin, Kairatsu, and Krillin formed a trio, accompanying Pilaf's group, yet they soon diverged in different directions after their departure. The final duo consisted of Bulma and Goku, after a night of revelry, during which Goku indulged in feasting until late. Bulma discovered upon finishing her preparations that Goku was still fast asleep. Frustrated, she kicked him in the face and dragged him away from the mountain gate. Regarding their modes of travel, the disciples exhibited a variety of choices. Master Rashi, of course, rode his little turtle, leisurely gliding towards the east. Although Pilaf had made good progress in merging with the power of light, he had yet to master the art of flight. And Ash was still learning the fundamentals of body conditioning from Tien, hence neither could soar through the skies. This left Xiao Wu in a predicament, as the 3 of them squeezed onto her flying sword, wobbling unsteadily as they headed west. Tien and his companions, adept in the art of flight, departed with great flair, vanishing into the horizon in mere moments. Bulma, the heiress of the Universal Capsule Corporation, was well equipped with an array of capsules. After learning the art of formation from Liu Yuan, she cleverly combined her intellect with her capsules, developing a version of the flying nimbus that could be stored within them. This iteration was not the genuine nimbus found atop Karen Tower, nor the one Liu Yuan had taught Goku, but rather a flying artifact resembling the nimbus in appearance. While unassuming, it bore a total of 36 intricately inscribed formations, ensuring both safety and practicality. Should Bulma succeed in mass-producing it, Liu Yuan might even consider introducing it as the premier product of the Heavenly Court. Indeed, Liu Yuan resolved to instigate a commercial revolution within the martial arts community on Earth. Although the annual martial arts tournament could elevate the reputation of select few fighters to global recognition, Liu Yuan sought not the ascendance of merely a handful. He yearned for a widespread resurgence of martial arts practice across the entire planet. This ambition, however, could not be fulfilled solely through the World Martial Arts Tournament. as most individuals, particularly ordinary folk, were preoccupied with earning a living. They lacked the prowess or opportunity to participate in such grand events. Their only recourse was to return home from work, switch on the television, and cheer for their favored competitors, nothing more. Yuan imparted not only the methods of martial cultivation, but also the art of spiritual practice. He eagerly anticipated the sparks that would fly between practitioners of the mystical arts and scientists. Bulma served as a splendid example of this potential synergy. In due time, cultivation may seamlessly integrate into the fabric of daily life, perhaps leading to a shift in public interest from various sports to martial contests of all kinds. By then, Yuan would no longer be confined to selecting disciples from familiar narrative figures. Instead, he would choose from the billions of individuals inhabiting the earth, significantly increasing the probability of encountering prodigious talents. Interestingly, Yuan did not foresee that merely a few hours into their journey, Bulma and Goku would encounter unexpected complications. Half an hour after their departure, witnessing Goku still sprawled atop the flying Nimbus in a deep slumber, Yuan's irritation surged. He yanked Goku's tail, toppling him from the Nimbus, and subjected him to an hour of wind-blown awakening before allowing him to return. At this moment, Goku's tail remained a vulnerability. Despite his efforts to overcome it, the results were still lackluster. He could barely manage to engage in physical activities while having his tail pinched. Yet this was a vast improvement over the previous state of complete debilitation at the slightest touch. Amidst their bickering, the Nimbus unexpectedly collided with an unseen object, halting abruptly in midair. The binding array on the Nimbus seemed to have been disrupted, failing to function as intended, and the two were violently hurled out by inertia. Fortunately, their enhanced physiques allowed them to perform a somersault in the air, regaining their balance and stabilizing in the void. What is happening? Bulma queried, equally perplexed. She began anxiously inspecting her Nimbus. Oh no, the spiritual energy pathways have been completely disrupted. Bulma lamented, her frustration evident. Next time, I need to incorporate a stabilizing array into its internal structure. Look, Bulma, a town, Goku exclaimed, pointing eagerly downward. But I haven't eaten yet today. I'm so hungry. Let's go get something to eat. All right, I can't argue with you. Bulma sighed exasperatedly. Day in and day out. Is eating all you think about? I also think about cultivation, Goku replied, completely oblivious to Bulma's sarcasm, naively believing she was inquiring about his interests. This quaint town held a certain intrigue. Far away, Yuan observed with keen interest the two figures reflected in the water mirror. Chapter 59, The Peculiar Town. Unbeknownst to Bulma and Goku, as they stepped into the town, a subtle ripple manifested at the entrance, as if they had crossed into some mystical barrier. Yuan, however, sensed the anomaly. In an instant, he appeared above the town, his consciousness sweeping across the area, absorbing every detail. Within mere seconds, he grasped the unfolding events and sighed, contemplating the circumstances surrounding the quaint settlement. Yuan chose to remain silent, wishing to observe how the two would respond to the unexpected situation before them. Although the town's offerings posed no significant threat to their lives, a lack of caution could undoubtedly lead to considerable trouble. It served as a test of their recent cultivation efforts. Oddly enough, why was this town so desolate? Bulma wandered through the streets, utterly perplexed. Her confusion peaked when she noticed that the only large supermarket in the town had its doors firmly shut. The town was neither particularly large nor small. Thus, as the commercial hub, one would expect the shopping center to remain open past 8 in the evening. Yet, it was clearly midday, and even if foot traffic was sparse, the supermarket should not be closed during daylight hours. After walking around, it became evident that not only shops but also restaurants and inns were shuttered, with no merchant willing to conduct business. However, if one were to claim this was an abandoned town, that would not be accurate. Throughout her stroll, Bulma had seen numerous individuals peeking from behind windows at the two of them. But whenever they attempted to greet or inquire about something, those people would hastily shut their windows, ignoring their calls and refusing to engage in conversation. The town was inhabited, and its population was not insignificant. Yet why was no one willing to acknowledge them? Both Bulma and her companion were left in bewilderment. I'm so hungry, Goku lamented, clutching his stomach in dismay. Very well, let us seek sustenance elsewhere, Bulma replied. Just as they were about to leave, the door of a nearby villa suddenly swung open. Young lady, young man, have you come from afar? An elderly woman's voice beckoned. Come inside and rest for a while. Upon turning, they beheld a gaunt woman, her skin wrinkled like that of a plucked chicken, gazing at them. Bulma's heart skipped a beat, She had never encountered anyone with such an unsettling visage. Goku, however, remained unperturbed. During his solitary days, he had associated with wild animals, and the ferocity of the dinosaurs and wild boars in the mountains far surpassed that of this elderly woman. Yes, yes, Goku exclaimed, bouncing towards the woman's home. Do you have food? I am starving. What a delightful child. The woman chuckled, though her laughter sent shivers down their spines, being eerily unsettling. Of course I have food. You may have whatever your heart desires. Seeing Goku follow the old woman into the villa, Bulma reluctantly trailed behind. However, being a reasonable person, she knew to express her gratitude beforehand. Thank you for your hospitality. We apologize for the intrusion. Not at all. Not at all, the woman replied cheerfully. It has been ages since I had guests. My home has been so quiet. Today, I shall treat you well. Recently, the household servant resigned, leaving me to manage everything at home. The elderly woman brought forth a platter of dried fruits, saying, Dear child, why don't you have a snack to tide you over? The meal will take a little while. Thank you, Grandma, replied son Wukong, who eagerly accepted the dried fruits and settled on the sofa to indulge. Once the elderly woman had departed, Bulma, feeling somewhat helpless, exclaimed, Wukong, have you forgotten what Master taught you? Not at all. Son Wukong grinned in response. Rest assured, this grandma is a good person. She won't harm us. Here, would you like some dried fruits? Bulma, who had not eaten breakfast and had been busy all morning, felt a bit hungry and, without overthinking it, began to nibble on the dried fruits Wukong offered her. As she ate, she surveyed the decor of the villa. The elderly woman appeared somewhat fearsome, yet the interior exuded a youthful charm. Whether in the living room, on the balcony, or in the garden, everything radiated a vibrant, youthful energy, more reminiscent of a young woman's home than that of an elderly lady. Meals are ready. A cheerful call interrupted Bulma's reverie, as an enticing aroma wafted from the dining room. Children, come quickly. The elderly woman remarked, at my age, my body isn't as resilient as it used to be. Wow, you're amazing, Grandma, Wukong exclaimed, staring at the dining table, utterly astonished. The large table was filled to the brim with an array of dishes, each one a feast for the senses. It was more than enough to host a grand banquet for a dozen guests, let alone just Bulma and Wukong. You are truly remarkable, Bulma marveled, feeling a touch embarrassed. I'm so sorry for the trouble. Not at all, not at all. It's really no trouble. The elderly woman replied with a smile, ushering them to their seats. Without hesitation, son Wukong picked up his chopsticks and began to eat with gusto, his manner of dining more akin to devouring than simply eating. In contrast, Bulma maintained a more civilized approach to her meal. By the way, Grandma, Bulma inquired curiously, I noticed that no one in town was opening their doors as I walked here. Everyone seems rather shy, and the shops are closed. Why is that? The elderly woman's expression stiffened momentarily. That is a matter pertaining to our town. Dear children, you needn't concern yourselves with it. Her once warm demeanor suddenly turned cool. It's best not to inquire too much. It won't benefit you. Oh, I see, Bulma replied awkwardly, sensing the shift and choosing not to press further. Observing Bulma's sudden discretion, the elderly woman quickly resumed her warm demeanor. After the meal, when Bulma offered to help with the dishes, she was gently refused, leaving Bulma no choice but to accompany Wukong to the garden to admire the flowers. Standing in the dining room, the elderly woman glanced out the window at the two, and with a sudden sigh, she turned away. In the next moment, a colossal shadow emerged behind her, from which countless tendrils erupted, swiftly transforming the entire restaurant into a desolate state. Chapter 60. Inhuman. They are innocent. Let them go. The elderly woman sighed heavily. After a long pause, a peculiar and muffled voice resonated in the void. Tomorrow, today, cease, fail. The voice appeared to lack coherent linguistic abilities, yet the old woman easily comprehended its meaning. Very well. After some time, the elderly woman donned a warm and inviting expression, contemplating the arrival of Wukong and his companion. It has been ages since I last entertained guests. Why not stay with this old woman tonight? The elderly woman earnestly invited them. Although Bulma sensed something awry, she felt reluctant to decline, casting a pleading glance at Wukong. However, Wukong seemed oblivious to Bulma's concern and cheerfully agreed. You only think of food. As the elderly woman turned her attention elsewhere, Bulma lightly tapped Wukong's head, assuming he was simply enamored with the old woman's culinary delights. Don't you feel something is off? I do. To Bulma's surprise, Wukong nodded with certainty. What? What is wrong? That old woman is not human, Wukong remarked, causing Bulma to swiftly cover his mouth in alarm. What? The elderly woman appeared to sense something, turning back with a puzzled expression. What is it? Oh, it's nothing, Bulma chuckled nervously. We're just playing around. Huh. Children are so full of energy. The elderly woman replied with a gentle smile. Come, let me show you the flowers I've nurtured. Each one is blooming beautifully. What are you talking about? Bulma retorted, feeling exasperated. Are you foolish? Though the old woman may look peculiar, she has treated us kindly. How can you say she is not human? It is quite impolite. But she is not human, Wukong replied, somewhat puzzled. I did not insult her. I merely stated what I observed. Is that wrong? Wait, are you serious? Bulma suddenly recalled that Wukong possessed eyes that could pierce through all illusions. And a chill ran down her spine. Is that old woman truly not human? Well, one could say that, Wukong responded, growing uncertain. There is something about her that seems inseparable from her being, which is why I thought she was not human. However, the more I think about it, that thing does not seem to originate from her. It feels like it came from elsewhere. Wukong's cryptic words left Bulma utterly bewildered. It was no surprise. Wukong's thoughts were inherently simple, and he rarely interacted with others in the mountains. Only in the recent months, during his training at the mountain gate, had he begun to engage more with his fellow disciples, gradually becoming more attuned to normalcy. The situation surrounding the old woman is quite intricate, and it seems rather unfair to expect the young son Wukong to elucidate it clearly. Bulma, lacking Wukong's extraordinary ability to perceive illusions, was unable to discern any abnormalities through her various investigative methods, which left her feeling somewhat disheartened. What could be the old woman's intention in keeping us here? A shiver ran down Bulma's spine as a troubling thought crossed her mind. Could she be scheming to harm us? What if the food we consumed was poisoned? Oh no, this is disastrous. The more she pondered, the more apprehensive she became, sensing danger lurking all around. Fear not, Wukong proclaimed confidently, thumping his chest. As the elder brother, I shall protect you. Besides, did I not just assert that the old woman is not malevolent? Despite Wukong's assurances, Bulma remained uneasy and discreetly retrieved her treasured artifact, preparing it for immediate activation. In contrast, Wukong appeared remarkably unperturbed, spending the entire afternoon sharing jovial exchanges with the old woman, eliciting hearty laughter from her. However, as evening approached, and after a humble dinner, the old woman's demeanor shifted to one of chilling severity. She urged them to retire to their quarters promptly. After arranging their rooms, she specifically cautioned them not to venture out, regardless of any sounds they might hear during the night, assuring them that they could safely depart once dawn broke. Subsequently, she locked the door behind them, ignoring Bulma's calls as she walked away without uttering another word. Bulma attempted to open the door herself, but soon realized that a peculiar energy enveloped the entire house, making it nearly impossible to unlock the door without employing her artifact. Her magical abilities alone would not suffice. What should we do now? Bulma pondered, uncertain whether they should wait patiently until morning or explore later. Wukong, what do you think? She inquired. I am open to anything. I will follow your lead. Although Wukong noticed that the old woman's condition was somewhat peculiar, he could not grasp its deeper implications. To him, it seemed akin to how some individuals might resemble bears or possess a third eye. Observing Wukong's naive expression, Bulma sighed, realizing she could not rely on him for a solution. Resigned, she began to analyze the situation based on the information at hand. While she could not pinpoint what about the old woman suggested she was not human, her taut nerves throughout the afternoon had not been for naught. Whenever the old woman expressed joy or heightened emotion, an eerie and chilling aura emanated from her. Coupled with Wukong's insights, Bulma concluded that the old woman was likely once an ordinary person, now inexplicably host to some strange entity. The nature of the object remains ambiguous to Bulma. However, one thing is certain. The elderly woman intends to engage in some activity this evening. As Bulma traverses the quaint town, the old lady stands as the sole individual willing to open her door and extend her kindness. Deep down, Bulma harbors no desire to harm this grandmotherly figure who has played with them and treated them to a sumptuous meal. Not only Goku, but she too senses that the woman harbors no malice towards them. Thus, she finds herself torn between obeying the old lady's wishes and waiting patiently until dawn, or venturing out to uncover what truly lies ahead. Ultimately, Bulma resolves to first investigate the peculiar energy emanating from within the house before determining her next course of action. At this juncture, Yuan smiles with reassurance. Chapter 61, The Truth Behind. Had it been the old Bulma, she would have likely dashed out with Goku without a second thought. Yet now, until she unravels the secrets hidden beneath the surface, she is reluctant to resort to violence unless absolutely necessary. Bulma, this bed is enormous. It's even larger than the one on my island, Goku exclaims, bouncing joyfully on the bed. Do not disturb me. I am deep in thought, Bulma replies, feeling a slight headache. Despite Goku's formidable strength, having never lost a sparring match with his numerous brothers on the island, he remains, at his core, a child, one lacking in common sense. Thus, each day spent with Goku inevitably leads Bulma to experience countless moments of exasperation. Who would have thought that this young maiden would so early in her life feel akin to a caretaker? Bulma, look, there's another room here. Goku cheerfully pushes open a rather inconspicuous door set into the wall. Wow, there's so many books. A study? Bulma blinks in surprise, following Goku's gaze to discover a room filled with books. A study? Why would there be a study in a guest room? She muses with curiosity as she steps inside alongside Goku. The study is spacious, dominated by a large desk cluttered with various items and manuscripts. What are these? Bulma picks up a manuscript, only to feel a wave of nausea wash over her after a mere glance. The drawings depict human organs, accompanied by unsettling and grotesque diagrams of incantations. Struggling against her revulsion, Bulma examines the incantations more closely, realizing that they collectively form a grand sacrificial array. While the outcomes of the sacrifice elude her understanding, Bulma discerns that this array could extract the very essence of the sacrificed, body and soul, rendering them utterly obliterated. In other words, once the sacrifice commences, the victim will vanish without a trace, leaving no possibility for reincarnation. In the world of Dragon Ball, an underworld exists where the deceased may partake in reincarnation. Virtuous souls ascend to paradise, while the wicked descend into hell. Moreover, this inferno possesses a remarkable degree of humanity, as it customizes its torments for different individuals. For instance, in the original narrative, Frieza finds himself in a section of hell that is adorned with the melodious sounds of birds and fragrant blooms, where little sprites sing and dance daily to amuse him. For a being like Frieza, whose heart is rife with violence and madness, existing in such an environment is scarcely preferable to eternal death. However, whether ascending to paradise or descending into hell, there remains a glimmer of hope for reincarnation. Furthermore, the souls in the Dragon Ball universe are inherently resilient. It has never been said that a soul can be extinguished. These are the fundamental truths that Yuan imparted to Bulma. Thus, when Bulma encountered the descriptions of these formations, the shock within her was palpable. Not only Bulma, but even Yuan found himself taken aback. Although he was aware that the old woman intended to sacrifice the entire town's populace, he had not anticipated the formidable power of this sacrificial array. Unlike Bulma, Yuan knew that the sacrificial targets of these formations were directed toward a singular entity. Well, to phrase it more accurately, a singular being. Once the sacrificial array is activated, every person and creature in the town, their bodies, souls, and everything that constitutes their essence, would be absorbed by the enigmatic being that clings to the old woman. This small town, while not immense, boasts a population of several thousand. Should that being consume them all, it is unfathomable what kind of monstrosity could be birthed. One must consider that this creature would also absorb souls. Yuan has every reason to believe that this monstrosity emerged or was resurrected alongside the global influx of spiritual energy a few months ago. The powers of such an ancient being, whose lifespan is shrouded in mystery, are beyond even Yuan's imagination. He stifled the impulse to act and chose to defer the decision to Bulma and Goku, curious to observe their choices. After swiftly perusing the manuscripts on the table, Bulma discovered a diary tucked away at the bottom of the pile. The diary, adorned in pink, appeared to belong to a youthful maiden. Although she was uncertain of its original owner, Bulma had no alternative but to open it, seeking clues within its pages. Year 749 of the Age of the Universe. March 14th, Sunny. I'm so excited. In just 2 months, I will celebrate my 18th birthday. I wonder what my father will prepare for my birthday gift this year. Year 749 of the Age of the Universe. March 15th, Sunny. March? Bulma furrowed her brow. That was merely half a year ago. Upon meticulously examining the diary, Bulma's frown deepened. According to its entries, half a year prior, the town was a peaceful place, and its residents were exceedingly friendly. The diary's author enjoyed a blissful family life. Yet, the diary abruptly ceased after just 1 month, with the remaining pages seemingly torn away by some unseen hand. What shall I do? Where have the remaining entries vanished? Bulma, in exasperation, tousled her azure short hair into a disheveled mess. Goku, must you continue to cause chaos? She scolded, delivering a light kick to Goku's behind as he busied himself under the table. "I'm not causing trouble. I'm trying to help," Goku replied, a hint of grievance in his voice. "Look, is this not what you were seeking?" He presented a box to Bulma, who eyed it with skepticism. Upon gently shaking the box, she discovered a ring crafted from an indiscernible material, adorned with intricate patterns that were undeniably beautiful. However, a black fissure encircled the entire ring, threatening to rend it asunder. Beneath the ring lay a thick stack of papers, the remaining diary pages Bulma had been yearning for. "Now, confess," Bulma tugged at Goku's ear. "Did you already know something was hidden beneath this table, and chose not to share? Were you merely waiting to see me fumble in frustration? How could that be?" Goku chuckled innocently, his demeanor devoid of any malicious intent. "But how did you know something was there?" Bulma remained unconvinced by his words. "It's just a hunch." Goku responded, flashing a bright smile. "I sensed something was amiss and decided to investigate. If not for the panel he had in the system, even Yuan might have suspected Goku was being deliberately mischievous." Universal understanding. This was the new ability Goku had acquired. Chapter 62, Ritual Activation. Communication with all things. Beginner level. Effect. Enables the listener to hear the voices of all entities. This vague explanation left Yuan somewhat perplexed. Yet when he discovered the complete version of this ability in the marketplace, he couldn't help but exclaim its absurdity. The effect of hearing the voices of all entities did not grant one the ability to listen to the sounds of all matter in the world. Rather, it established a peculiar connection between the individual and their environment. When one is within a particular setting and desires to accomplish something or locate an object, intuition would guide them on where to go and what to do. The beginner level of this ability is limited in range, covering no more than the size of a room. Goku possessed an extraordinary combat intuition, allowing him to swiftly identify his adversary's weaknesses and facilitating rapid growth during battles. Communication with all things is a derivative of this formidable combat intuition. It is the result of Goku expanding his instincts from combat into everyday life, initially enabling him to easily uncover hidden items. However, when this ability reaches its pinnacle, Goku will be capable of truly communicating with all things, from flora and fauna to celestial bodies and galaxies, even the entire universe, or the very essence of cosmic will. In that eventuality, those who stand against Goku will find themselves at odds with the universe itself, as he draws upon its boundless power to confront his foes. How does this sound somewhat reminiscent of the Spirit Bomb? Yuan mused, stroking his chin, and resolved to acquire the cultivation method of the Spirit Bomb when the opportunity arose. Returning to the matter at hand, Bulma, after perusing the notes within the box, finally comprehended the events that had transpired in the town. The elderly woman they encountered was named Ace, and 6 months prior, on her 18th birthday, her father gifted her a ring as a birthday present. Undoubtedly, that ring was the very one contained within the box, albeit without the crack it bore now. The once blissful family experienced a precipitous decline following Ace's 18th birthday. First, Ace's mother fell gravely ill and passed away within mere days, after which this peculiar affliction began to spread throughout the entire town. In just a week, dozens had succumbed to the illness. Panic ensued among the townsfolk, and rumors began to circulate. Why was it that everyone was afflicted with this contagious disease, yet Ace remained unscathed? The plague must have been brought by her. Initially, it was merely gossip, and the townspeople shunned Ace, but as the death toll rose, their composure shattered. They began to regard Ace as the harbinger of doom, convinced that she was responsible for the calamity. Thus, on the night of the 9th day, following Ace's mother's death, the townspeople, brandishing torches, stormed into Ace's home. Even though Ace's father argued fervently, the enraged crowd paid no heed to his pale and powerless words. The kind-hearted man, usually benevolent, was deemed an accomplice of evil and was pushed down the stairs, meeting his end within the villa. When the townsfolk rushed into Ace's room, intent on driving her from the town, a strange voice echoed in her ears. She acquiesced to the voice's plea and fused with the peculiar entity from the ring. Ace acquired formidable power, yet her terrifying visage only served to corroborate the villagers' tales of demons. At this juncture, no one could expel Ace from the town any longer. In a state of terror, the villagers fled home, hastily gathering their belongings in preparation to abandon the town. However, they soon discovered that it appeared as though some force had encircled the town, for no matter which direction they attempted to escape, they would find themselves returning from another. Meanwhile, upon witnessing her father's tragic demise at the hands of the crowd, Ace was engulfed in despair. Yet, under the influence of that voice, She succumbed to the deceitful promise of resurrecting her parents and began learning the nefarious sacrificial rituals under the guidance of the strange entity. Following its commands, she established a sacrificial array throughout the town, aiming to bring her parents back to life. Throughout these months, Ace had contemplated surrendering, but the entity reminded her that these individuals were the culprits behind her father's death, and the principle of retribution for murder was only just. Thus, Ace persevered. During this period, there were indeed individuals who resisted. However, how could ordinary people stand against such a bizarre creature? Those who dared to oppose were left battered and near death. As Ace delved deeper into the sinister rituals, her vitality waned, transforming her from a youthful maiden into her current frail state within just a few months. The creature's waking hours lengthened in tandem with Ace's diminishing life force, and its power gradually intensified. Ace's final diary entry was penned a week ago. Regret filled her heart. Yet the creature's gaze was relentless. Since that week prior, it had maintained a constant state of wakefulness, leaving Ace powerless to act beneath its watchful eyes. Consequently, she concealed her diary to avoid arousing any suspicion. Tonight marked the commencement of the sacrifice. Once the ritual began, not a single villager in the town would survive, not even Bulma and Goku. The creature had deceived Ace. This ritual was neither intended to resurrect Ace's parents, nor did it spare Bulma and Goku. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted outside, illuminating the sky with a burst of fiery brilliance. Bulma's expression shifted. The ritual had begun, regardless of the truth behind the circumstances. Their immediate task was to prevent Ace from initiating the ritual. Otherwise, not only the thousands of residents in the town, but also the two of them could fall victim. Bulma formed a hand seal, her spiritual energy pouring into the artifact with abandon. A surge of dazzling white light struck the bedroom door with tremendous force. The peculiar energy was momentarily obstructed before being violently dispersed by Bulma's spiritual power, creating a large breach in the door. Goku, let's go. What is happening? Are we going to fight? Goku, still bewildered by the situation, felt an undeniable thrill surge within him. I don't know where I am, but I know I'm ready for a big battle. This sentiment encapsulated Goku's true essence. He preferred to leave the strategizing to the clever ones while he focused solely on the fight. Upon exiting the villa, the duo beheld a figure radiating a blood-red glow. Hovering in the center of the town, without hesitation, they soared towards the crimson silhouette. Chapter 63, The Lord of Fear. Undoubtedly, the figure floating in the town's center was Ace, yet she could no longer be considered human. She had become deeply entwined with the creature, or rather, she was on the verge of being wholly consumed by it. At this moment, Yuan hovered above the town at an altitude of several tens of thousands of meters, quietly observing the unfolding events. Spirit-eating monster. Combat power. 20,000, increasing. An ancient demonic entity from the underworld, born from a consumption of human souls and capable of spreading plague. Parasitic beings attach themselves to other organisms, draining their life force, devouring their souls, and ultimately seizing their corporeal forms. Creatures from the demon realm? Yuan murmured. The demon realm is an exceedingly enigmatic place. Only a handful of characters from this realm have appeared in the original narrative, primarily during the Bu saga. Given that beings like Majin Bu and Dabura could traverse to Earth, it is hardly surprising that ancient entities from the demon realm have also visited our planet. This soul-devouring creature possesses formidable combat prowess, largely derived from the formation beneath its feet. At this rate of growth, it may very well exceed a power level of 100,000 for Bulma and her companion. Even a power level of 30,000 would prove to be a formidable challenge. I never anticipated that you two are martial artists. Ace remarked with a cold smile as the two approached. Regrettably, the ritual has already commenced. You can no longer thwart my plans. Who are you? What is your purpose? Bulma demanded sharply. Who am I? I am the Lord of Terror from the demon realm, Rabe. Rabe grinned malevolently. What is my purpose? I seek to restore my strength and annihilate every inhabitant of this planet. You shall all serve as nourishment for my vengeance. Ha ha ha. Vengeance? Were you sealed away by someone in the past? Bulma mocked. After being confined in a ring for so many years, I imagine it feels quite unpleasant. Silence. Rabe snarled in fury. I have inquired, and there is absolutely no one on this planet capable of sealing me again. TSK, TSK, TSK. When the tiger is away, the monkeys assume dominance. You must be that monkey. Bulma scoffed. Shout all you want. The louder you scream, the more you will experience true cruelty. Rabe cackled. Fool. Can't you see that I am stalling for time? Foolishness. Can't you tell that I am also stalling? Bulma replied with a soft smile. She then whispered, Goku, you engage that fellow while I disrupt his ritual. All right. Goku laughed heartily, transforming into a streak of light as he charged toward Rabe. Rabe's dark pupils widened in shock. I didn't anticipate such a powerful being still existed on this planet. You must be the strongest here, right? You've come to thwart my resurrection, haven't you? Once I eliminate you, no one will be able to stop me. How convenient. You've saved me the trouble of seeking you out, Rabe boasted. But before he could finish his sentence, Goku's fist struck him squarely in the face, sending him flying several meters away. Let us just fight and skip the chatter, Goku muttered, launching into another relentless assault. However, this time, Rabe effortlessly blocked Goku's punch. It seems I underestimated you, Rabe remarked, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with a disdainful snort. In light of this, I shall not hold back any longer. Prepare to experience the dread emanating from the Lord of Terror of the Abyss. With a thunderous roar, Rabe clenched his fists before his chest and crouched low, dark flames materializing around him, an intangible aura of intimidation rapidly spreading. Within a radius of 100 meters, several feeble creatures were so thoroughly frightened that they perished on the spot. Wukong stood still, waiting for a moment, then scratched his head in confusion. Hey, what are you doing? Is that a bowel movement? You do realize one must lower their trousers for that, right? Wukong, somewhat disdainful, pinched his nose. At your age, you still can't manage a basic act like that? How embarrassing. What? Rabe exclaimed, utterly astonished. Why are you not affected by my aura of fear? The aura of fear was his signature technique as a devourer of souls. Typically, any creature encountering his fear aura would, at the very least, lose their fighting spirit. And even the strongest would experience symptoms like shortness of breath and a racing heart, significantly impairing their combat efficacy. Yet Wukong appeared entirely unaffected. You are the one who is in a bind. Rabe, filled with indignation, increased the energy output of his aura. Nevertheless, Wukong remained unperturbed. Wukong, having no comprehension of fear and boasting an innate resistance to mental attacks, was impervious to the effects of the fear aura. Ah, so you weren't actually incapacitated. Wukong released his nose and, in the next moment, vanished from his position. Rabe was struck in the abdomen by Wukong's fist, expelling a mouthful of bile. What followed were countless rapid strikes. What instilled the greatest terror in Rabe was the subtle sound of wind and thunder accompanying Wukong as punches and kicks. Each blow penetrating his body with an inexplicable energy, causing him immense discomfort. After enduring a relentless barrage for a full minute, Rabe finally seized an opportunity, unleashing a powerful surge of energy that forced Wukong back. Though I do not understand why my aura of fear has no effect on you. Rabe wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. You are certainly not my match. Hissing, Rabe inhaled sharply, his body radiating a crimson glow, his momentum inexplicably heightened. Wukong, what are you doing? Quick, hold him. Bulma shouted anxiously from below. The ritual's absorption of life force is accelerating. So, your plan is to stall me to halt the ritual? Rabe sneered. Unfortunately, that is an impossibility. Once the ritual is initiated, there is no chance of cessation. However, to prevent any unforeseen complications, I best resolve this swiftly. As Rabe prepared to expedite the ritual's operation, Wukong charged upward. Yet in mere seconds, Rabe's energy surged to a heart-stopping level. Now, he met Wukong's assault with ease, as if it required no effort at all. Even as Wukong unleashed his powers in a desperate bid to extract every ounce of spiritual energy from within himself, the strength he could muster paled in comparison to that of Rabe. With each passing moment, Rabe grew stronger while Wukong's resolve waned. It soon became evident that Wukong was no match for Rabe. In Chapter 64, The Resurrection of Piccolo, success dawned upon Rabe as his countenance shifted dramatically. He realized that the formation, which had once bestowed energy upon him, now began to siphon away his very life force. What was happening? What had transpired? Rabe's expression morphed into one of madness. The formation was his greatest asset, the very foundation of his arrogance in this confrontation. Driven by desperation, he sought to break through Wukong's defenses to restore the formation to its intended function. Countless energy attacks rained down upon Wukong, yet he deftly evaded each one. Feigning an assault on Wukong, Rabe's true aim was to strike at the formation below. He was a decisive individual. After only a few probing attempts, he concluded that breaching Wukong's blockade in a short span was impossible, prompting him to attempt to dismantle the formation. At the very least, he sought to temporarily alleviate its detrimental effects on himself. However, his intentions had already been discerned by Wukong, who effortlessly blocked every strike aimed below. Let us see how much you can withstand. Rabe's expression grew increasingly frenzied. His relentless attacks could not conceal the undeniable reality of his diminishing energy levels. Within mere minutes, his body began to visibly age. How could this be? How could this be? Rabe lamented, trembling as he touched his face, which gradually transformed into a swirling black mist. What was unfolding? Wukong scratched his head in confusion. He had yet to fully engage, and now his opponent was vanishing. This is all my doing? Bulma chuckled with pride. While the sacrificial ritual couldn't be halted, I merely implemented a subtle change that reversed its effects, from supplying that guy with life force to absorbing it instead. As his life force was drained, he naturally dissipated into black smoke. Wukong nodded, though he did not entirely grasp the situation. All that mattered was that the enemy had perished. At that moment, Ace, who lay nearby, began to regain her senses. With Rabe's demise, the life force he had absorbed gradually returned to her. Was it you two who aided me? Ace remarked with a hint of melancholy. Thank you, for I have avoided a grave mistake. If only I could have perished instead. I realized, once that fiend fully awakened, that he was responsible for my mother's death, my father's demise, and for compelling me to commit such heinous acts. It is not your fault. Bulma consoled her. Who could have foreseen such events? As she spoke, Bulma handed Ace a ring she had brought from the study. If your father watches over you from beyond, he would surely wish to see you grow up healthy and strong. Ace gazed at the ring in Bulma's hand, her eyes gradually sparkling with resolve. You are right. My mother adored traveling during her lifetime. Allow me to take her place and truly explore this world, Ace declared, as she took the ring. As for the instigator of this turmoil, let it be cast away. With that, Ace hurled the ring far into the distance. After bidding farewell to Ace, the two resumed their journey. They attempted to contact Yuan, hoping to find a way to resurrect Ace's parents. Unfortunately, not even the dragon nor Yuan possessed any means to revive those who had lost their souls, and the matter of resurrection was deemed impossible. However, unbeknownst to Yuan, the ring that Ace had discarded had tumbled into the sea, where it was swallowed by a large fish. Just a few hours later, the fish wriggled in agony, eventually plunging towards the ocean floor in a frenzied manner. This act of self-destruction hastened its demise, and soon it was enveloped in a swirling black mist, gradually sinking into the depths. By an uncanny coincidence, the lifeless fish landed near a dilapidated rice cooker, bearing a yellow-brown seal that appeared most peculiar. Moments later, the fish's body began to shrivel as its vitality was absorbed by the ring lodged in its stomach. One might never expect that I would leave a fragment of myself sealed within the very ring that binds me. A minuscule, smoke-like avatar of Labii emerged atop the fish carcass. Is there a hapless soul sealed within here as well? It seems the seal has not endured for many years. Its life force remains quite tenacious. Labii expressed gleefully. Another morsel delivered to me. Absorbing it would be equivalent to consuming half the populace of town. Soon, I shall restore my former strength, you wretched brat. I will find you in no time. With that, Labii tore down the seal on a rice cooker and dove inside, merging with the creature within. Labii aimed to seize the body of the sealed being before it awoke, intending to slowly, step by step, devour its very soul. Oddly enough, before he could unleash his powers, the sealed being actively fused with him, beginning to siphon his life, force, and soul in return. Labii was filled with terror. After countless years, he had never encountered a being capable of actively consuming a soul devourer. However, there was no opportunity for escape. In mere moments, the weakened Labii was completely consumed by the creature within a rice cooker. The being sealed within was none other than King Piccolo. In truth, King Piccolo was a manifestation of the evil thoughts separated from the Namekian Piccolo. As a Namekian, they possessed the remarkable ability to absorb and assimilate their kin. It was this extraordinary power that created a fascinating chemical reaction with the abilities of the soul devourer. As the slumbering Piccolo sensed the approach of a pure soul energy, which harbored the intent to merge with him, he instinctively activated the fusion ability bestowed upon him by his Namekian genes. Thus, under the influence of these extraordinary powers, Piccolo, whose strength remained largely intact and whose soul was robust, emerged as the orchestrator of this ritual, absorbing all of Rabe's essence. Although Rabe's power was currently quite feeble, he possessed a combat system entirely distinct from Piccolo's own. Simultaneously, Piccolo acquired Rabe's complete memories and abilities. It can be asserted that this incarnation of Piccolo was even more formidable than the original character portrayed in the text. In the depths of the obsidian waters, A flicker of yellow light flashed. We must proceed with caution. Come forth, Simbalu, my child. You shall be tasked with gathering intelligence and aiding me in the restoration of my powers. Chapter 65. The World Martial Arts Tournament. Despite being immensely malevolent, the Demon King Piccolo was also a figure of great prudence. Prior to regaining his strength, he would never act recklessly, especially after merging with Rabe and acquiring his memories, which revealed the existence of formidable warriors like Son Goku. Thus, he refrained from making any impulsive moves. Piccolo concealed himself adeptly, and even the once arrogant Simbalu, under Piccolo's counsel, refrained from indulging in wanton slaughter, leading to a period during which no one was aware that the Demon King Piccolo, who had once ravaged the Earth a century ago, had been resurrected. Furthermore, due to Rabe's abilities, Piccolo abandoned the notion of using the Dragon Balls to restore his youth, as such an action would attract too much attention. By remaining hidden, he could effortlessly rejuvenate himself by consuming the energy of other beings. After a brief journey, Master Roshi utilized his extensive connections to contact the organizers of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Upon revealing his identity as a martial arts deity, the organizers promptly granted him the rights to host the event in exchange for merely imparting a few minor cultivation techniques. Subsequently, Master Roshi visited the Ox King, who welcomed his master with open arms and eagerly complied with his requests. Upon learning that Master Roshi intended for him and his daughter Chi-Chi to undertake further training together, the Ox King readily agreed without hesitation. Having completed the task assigned by Yuan, Master Roshi did not rush back to his dojo. Instead, he chose a path entirely different from the one he had taken on his arrival, imparting techniques as he walked. Meanwhile, Yuan had already instructed the bear to begin preparations for the World Martial Arts Tournament venue without needing any notification from Master Roshi. A month later, news of the new location for the World Martial Arts Tournament spread across the globe, accompanied by the announcement of the tournament's prizes. The substantial rewards for the top 16 and 8 contenders need no elaboration. What is truly astonishing are the prizes for the first 3 positions: the 9 turns revitalizing pill, the ginseng fruit, and the 9,000-year peach. The 9 turns revitalizing pill possesses the extraordinary ability to resurrect the deceased and significantly enhance one's cultivation, regardless of one's background. Consuming this elixir guarantees elevation to an unparalleled master of the age. The effects of the ginseng fruit and 9,000-year peach are equally legendary, with whispers of their miraculous properties spreading across the world, to the extent that obtaining a top 3 finish and consuming these treasures would supposedly enable one to conquer the world and venture into the cosmos. Skepticism regarding these claims was quelled upon the mention of Master Roshi, the legendary martial arts sage, whose reputation left no room for doubt. After all, he would never jeopardize his esteemed name, especially given that this information was disseminated by the official organizers of the World Martial Arts Championship. In an instant, a fervor for cultivation swept across the globe, with many practitioners clinging to the hope of a last-minute effort. Even securing a place in the top 16 would be an exceptional achievement. However, what no one anticipated was that this martial arts tournament would transform into a showcase of supremacy for the heavenly realm. A year passed swiftly, and when the preliminary rounds of the World Martial Arts Championship commenced, warriors from all corners of the earth flocked to the small island adjacent to the Yuan dojo. To the astonishment of all, although the island appeared modest in size from the outside, its interior was remarkably vast. Externally, it resembled an unremarkable, deserted isle, yet within, towering edifices rose in splendid array. Furthermore, certain areas of the island were enveloped in a dense mist, which, upon inhalation, invigorated the spirit and enhanced one's cultivation remarkably. The preliminary matches unfolded with fervor, and due to the overwhelming number of participants, the selection process extended over an entire week. Following this, a chaotic battle ensued, where only the last 16 standing would advance to the final competition. While this format was undeniably harsh, it was also exceedingly fair, with the intensity of the battles igniting the passions of countless spectators. Numerous cameras captured every moment of the contests, broadcasting them without a blind spot. Thus, the prowess of the 16 finalists was beyond reproach. Inevitably, this tournament devolved into a personal showcase for Yuan's disciples. Not only did seasoned entrants like Yukong excel, but even those who had trained under Yuan for merely 2 months, such as Nyoemo Wang and Chi-Chi, made it into the top 16. Rather than being a World Martial Arts Championship, it resembled an internal conflict among Yuan's pupils. The disappointment of Earth's warriors was understandable. The true cause lay in the overwhelming strength of Liu Yuan's disciples. Moreover, Liu Yuan himself discreetly donned a disguise and registered to compete. The rationale was simple. He intended to impart an unforgettable lesson to his students, ensuring they remained humble and did not succumb to arrogance. With Liu Yuan's participation, a total of 12 individuals from the heavenly realm advanced to the top 16. Among the remaining 4 individuals, 2 were mere pawns, despite possessing some skill. Liu Yuan could instantly discern that they were merely decorative, with no hope of advancement. The only 2 who piqued Liu Yuan's interest were the green-skinned beings. Indeed, they were none other than King Piccolo and his subordinate, Cymbaloo. Although King Piccolo had been resurrected a year prior, he had spent that time in quietude, stealthily cultivating his powers. With the resurgence of spiritual energy on Earth, a plethora of formidable beings emerged, and throughout the year, Piccolo had relentlessly hunted these creatures for sustenance. As a result, he had not only regained his youthful physique, but had also experienced a terrifying amplification of strength. On Liu Yuan's system panel, merely standing there, King Piccolo's combat power had reached an astonishing 500,000. This figure could rival Frisia's power upon his first appearance. It could be said that with Piccolo's prowess, annihilating Earth would be a trivial task. His purpose for emerging after a year of hiding was, of course, to claim the prize of the world's greatest martial arts tournament, the Peaches of Immortality. The current Piccolo was no longer the cautious entity that had just escaped his seal. His demeanor was now brimming with arrogance. Indeed, he had the capital to be so audacious. On the night the 16 finalist battle list was announced, many of Liu Yuan's disciples gathered at the same restaurant for a celebratory feast. "Has anyone seen Master?" Bulma asked with a hint of frustration. "I visited his dojo several times, yet I couldn't find him." "I haven't seen him either. I have no idea where he went," others chimed in, shaking their heads. They then began discussing their opponents in the top 16. Chapter 66, Great Sage vs. Saitama. "Just you wait, Goku. I will absolutely not lose to you," Krillin exclaimed with a hearty laugh as he clinked his glass against Goku's. After a year of training in the outside world, he had finally unlocked some of the powers within his bloodline. Since the day he began to harness this inner strength, he had left Tien and Kaiatsu far behind. Now, he had almost solidified his reputation as one-punch man. Anyone struck by him would surely be incapacitated on the spot. Krillin's only weakness lay in his frail resistance to mental attacks or supernatural powers, which could easily catch him off guard. His opponent for the following day was Goku. To his knowledge, possessed no mental attacks. Therefore, he was confident he would advance with ease. Well, I won't lose either. The next day, the tournament commenced as scheduled, with the first match featuring Goku against Krillin. Krillin truly embodied the bloodline power bestowed upon him by Liu Yuan, with just a single punch. He nearly knocked Goku off the stage. "Not bad," Goku remarked, a hint of surprise crossing his face. "In that case, I must show my true abilities." As he spoke, he unexpectedly plucked a handful of hair from his own head. "Goku, have you lost your mind?" Krillin laughed heartily. "If you can't defeat me, you can't. Do you really think turning yourself into a bald man will give you the upper hand?" However, the next moment, the smile on Krillin's face froze. With a gentle breath from Goku, those strands of hair scattered to the ground, transforming into dozens of miniature Gokus. These duplicates bore an uncanny resemblance to the original Goku, indistinguishable to the naked eye. Perhaps a skilled practitioner of spiritual perception could detect a subtle difference in their aura, but Krillin, being rather simple-minded, could not discern which was real and which was a mere illusion. The true Goku hid among these doppelgangers, collectively launching an assault on Krillin. Krillin's strength was formidable. Any single doppelganger struck by him would instantly dissipate into smoke. Yet, there were dozens of Gokus in the arena, and even if they remained stationary, it was not something Krillin could swiftly resolve. Whenever Krillin attempted to capture Goku, the latter cleverly evaded, inciting Krillin's frustration to a boiling point. "If you're a man, come out and face me directly. Hiding like this is hardly a testament to your true skill." Krillin fumed. His provocation was so inept that even the simple-minded Goku was not fooled. Realizing this, Krillin, in desperation, unleashed his full power, instantly elevating his speed to an extraordinary level, becoming a streak of light darting across the arena. This was his ultimate technique, initially intended for dealing with someone like Dumpling, who possessed extraordinary abilities, but now forced out by Goku. In the blink of an eye, all of Goku's doppelgangers were eradicated. "Got you." A gleam of joy flashed in Krillin's eyes. Yet, the very next moment, he felt a heavy blow to the back of his head. How could Goku be unprepared? In truth, the moment the numerous doppelgangers emerged. Goku had transformed into a tiny insect, quietly hiding upon Krillin's shoulder. Just as Krillin relaxed, believing victory was assured, Goku revealed his true form and struck with all his might at the back of Krillin's head. Krillin had yet to become the true One-Punch Man. Though he did not faint on the spot, he fell dazed, his steps unsteady. Goku, seizing the opportunity, unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, leaving Krillin with no means to retaliate. Despite being at an absolute disadvantage, Krillin's formidable physique refused to succumb, even displaying the strength to counterattack. Just as Goku decided to deliver the final blow, Krillin, having amassed his energy, finally erupted. The two unleashed their ultimate strikes, colliding at that very moment. The arena fell silent for a heartbeat. A powerful gust of wind erupted at the moment the two figures collided. Had it not been for the protective barrier, the ordinary spectators surrounding the arena would have been instantaneously reduced to mere fragments by the ferocious gale. The bodies of the combatants were violently propelled apart by the force of the wind. Ultimately, it was Goku's superior strength that prevailed as Krillin was swept off the stage, while Goku narrowly managed to maintain his balance at the edge of the platform after several somersaults. I declare the victor of this match to be Son Goku, bellowed the bespectacled host, his fervor bordering on madness. This was the most exhilarating contest he had witnessed in decades of the World Martial Arts Tournament. How could he not be ecstatic? Just as the outcome of the match between Goku and Krillin was determined, the results of other contests in the stands began to unfold. Piccolo and his subordinate, Shinberu, were fortunate enough to encounter two unremarkable opponents, advancing with ease. Concerned that inflicting serious harm could provoke the attention of other formidable fighters, leading to a collective attack against him, Piccolo merely incapacitated his adversaries without resorting to lethal force. His true intention for participating in this tournament was, of course, to acquire the miraculous 9-turn resurrection pill, the ginseng fruit, and the peaches of immortality. Indeed, he intended to claim them all. In other words, he had no genuine intention of relying solely on victory to secure his rewards. His participation in the World Martial Arts Tournament was twofold. Firstly, to assess the current caliber of elite fighters in the world, and secondly, to witness firsthand whether the prizes offered by the organizers were as extraordinary as rumored. To avoid being recognized and inciting unnecessary conflict, Piccolo exercised extreme caution. Nevertheless, his ruthless fighting style drew considerable criticism. Since the preliminary rounds commenced, every opponent Piccolo faced proved to be exceptionally strong, yet they crumbled effortlessly in his presence. Although he refrained from delivering fatal blows, his adversaries were left severely battered, each suffering grievous injuries. While other disciples engaged in combat in pairs, it is unnecessary to elaborate on their battles. Coincidentally, Lu Yuan's opponent was none other than Bulma. If you surrender now, I can assure you that your defeat won't be too humiliating, Bulma declared imperiously. Should you refuse my kindness, do not blame me for being ungracious. Lu Yuan retorted with keen interest. Oh, I am eager to see how you intend to be ungracious. Just make sure you don't end up crying and running home to your mother. With that, Bulma forcefully slammed her artifact to the ground. A colossal array of hexagrams materialized, enveloping both Lu Yuan and Bulma within its confines. Chapter 67, Lu Yuan vs. Bulma. Bulma had been harboring frustration for the past few days. After finally returning from her travels, she found it impossible to locate her master, and the nearly year-long separation had intensified her longing for Lu Yuan. She was perplexed by the emotions she was experiencing, yet her current state of agitation was undeniable. Especially when confronted by a nameless pawn, Bulma showed no mercy, recognizing the opponent's lack of discernment. With her hands clasped together, an uncountable number of golden small swords materialized in the air, spinning gracefully. These swords appeared solid, yet were merely ethereal projections conjured by Bulma's magical prowess. At her command, the myriad of small swords surged toward Lu Yuan with great velocity. Excellent, Lu Yuan exclaimed, his hands moving in a peculiar rhythm. As the small swords approached him, they seemed to stagger, veering off in all directions. What kind of technique is this? Bulma's expression sharpened, her initial arrogance dissipating. She executed a spell, causing the colors of the sky within the barrier to shift from blue to green, then to red. With this transformation, the barrier was animated by the emergence of tumultuous waves, flourishing flora, and roaring flames. The waves surged toward Lu Yuan, crashing against him, while the plants entwined around his legs. As the waves receded, a torrent of flames followed, intensified by the wind, raising the temperature of the fire significantly. Within the flames lurked subtle traces of molten lava. A mere touch would likely result in grievous harm. What a splendid array of the 5 elements, Yuan mused inwardly, admiring Bulma's adept use of the principle of mutual generation among the elements. Metal generates water, water nurtures wood, wood fuels fire, and fire merges with earth, all while molten lava concealed within the flames. Her assault was fierce, yet remarkably economical in its consumption of magical energy due to the clever utilization of elemental synergy. However, overconfidence can be a perilous flaw. Yuan smiled subtly, understanding that the 5 elements not only generate but also counteract one another. His comprehension of the elemental arts surpassed Bulma's. Even as the flames rushed toward him, Yuan remained unperturbed. With a swift motion of his right hand, he extracted a sphere of fire element from Bulma's flames. Fire generates earth, he declared, and as the words left his lips, the fire element in his grasp swelled dramatically, gradually forming a mass of earthen material. Earth generates metal, metal generates water, and water generates wood. Yuan's speech quickened, the elements multiplying in his hands. The tumultuous fire element, the tranquil wood element, the gentle water element, the sharp metal element, and the weighty earth element. All 5 distinct elements transformed into obedient manifestations in his grasp. With his hands clasped together and then opened, an ice wall materialized before him. The molten lava collided with the ice wall, instantaneously filling the barrier with steam. Yet, Yuan's offensive was far from over. With a resounding crack, a blue lightning bolt sliced through the heavy mist, striking fiercely at Bulma. Though this sequence of events may seem lengthy, it transpired in the blink of an eye. After all, Bulma had spent an entire year honing her skills in the outside world, gaining considerable combat experience. Thus, upon witnessing the appearance of the ice wall, she instinctively prepared her defenses. Regrettably, Bulma's comprehension of the 5 elements remains confined within their own sphere, unable to transcend the interactions of generation and restraint to conjure new elements. How could a singular elemental defense withstand the onslaught of a myriad of elements coalescing into a tempestuous thunder? The triple-layered defense she erected was as fragile as paper, easily shattered by the thunder's might. In a moment of peril, Bulma narrowly teleported a short distance to the left, causing the thunder to veer off course and sparing her from significant harm. A gust of wind swept through, dispersing the thick fog that enveloped the arena. Bulma's pupils constricted sharply. The once ensnared Yuan, whom she had immobilized with the wood element, had vanished without a trace. Instinctively, she activated the Linglong Tower to shield herself. Almost simultaneously, an immense force surged upwards, crashing against Bulma's defenses, followed by Yuan's relentless barrage of attacks. What is the most effective strategy against a formation master? It is to deny them the opportunity to activate their formation. Although Yuan could easily secure victory, he chose to restrain his power to match Bulma's level. Yet even so, she found herself utterly overpowered, incapable of retaliation. While Bulma's defenses were formidable, they were no match for such ferocious assaults. Prolonging the conflict would only lead to a gradual defeat. While an ordinary individual might have conceded, Bulma erupted with astonishing resolve in her dire predicament. The great formation of the 5 elements, governed by the principles of mutual generation and restraint, could unleash tremendous power if reversed. However, in this scenario, Bulma found herself unable to control the frenzied elements, and the ensuing explosion would likely engulf her as well, presenting a significant risk. Nevertheless, she acted without hesitation. I too wish for my master to witness my progress. Bulma gritted her teeth and forcibly reversed the 5 elements, striving to carve out an opportunity for counterattack. Therefore, I absolutely cannot be defeated by you. A commendable notion, Yuan sighed softly, but it is rather too radical. The elemental forces that Bulma struggled to command behaved as docile as lambs in Yuan's hands, who effortlessly gathered the 5 elements to create a shield large enough for 2. Why you wish to save me? Bulma's eyes reflected her confusion. In truth, after unleashing her final strike, she possessed no further strength to continue fighting. A commendable idea, yet it lacks practical experience, Yuan smiled. You have performed admirably this year, and I am quite pleased. You are. Bulma's eyes widened in astonishment. Sure. Yuan raised a finger to his lips. You must keep this a secret. Bulma nodded vigorously, only to find herself unceremoniously cast off the stage by Yuan. As Bulma landed, her fellow disciples, who had been waiting below, quickly surrounded her with concern. Yet, Rather than displaying any sorrow for her elimination, Bulma felt a flicker of joy, leaving everyone bewildered. The battle on Liu Yuan's side concluded swiftly, and the other matches also progressed without much delay. Among those who have advanced to the top 8, aside from Goku, Yuan, and the duo of Piccolo, the remaining 4 are Tianjin Fan, Jiaozi, Master Roshi, and Pilaf. After a 2-day respite, the quarterfinals commence once more. The matchups in the quarterfinals are quite intriguing. Goku faces Simbalu, Tianjin Fan takes on Master Roshi, Jiaozi battles against the Demon King Piccolo, and Yuan goes up against Pilaf. The first match of the quarterfinals features Goku pitted against Simbalu. Chapter 68, The Terrifying Piccolo. Simbalu's strength is not formidable, although his power has been somewhat enhanced due to Piccolo's resurgence. Before Goku, he remains as feeble as an infant. Weakness is not alarming. What is truly frightening is a lack of self-awareness regarding one's own frailty, compounded by an audacious arrogance. As the match commenced, Simbalu began boasting, threatening to slay this and that. Were it merely bravado, Goku might have merely given him a sound thrashing, but, in a twist of fate, this fool began to brag about his past misdeeds as if they were accomplishments. Goku, a paragon of justice, could hardly tolerate such insolence and unleashed his full power upon the fool. The imbecile collapsed to the ground, motionless and oblivious to his fate. The outcome was inevitable. Goku advanced without hesitation. However, Piccolo observed this scene with considerable displeasure. Regardless of Simbalu's foolishness or weakness, he remains a subordinate of the Demon King Piccolo. It was not for others to intervene. Were it not for the prizes awaiting the champion, Piccolo would never have restrained himself. I will ensure your demise is most gruesome. Piccolo grinned menacingly at Goku, then swiftly drew his thumb across his neck, the threat evident in his demeanor. Await me in the finals. Disguised as an ordinary person, Yuan coldly observed the unfolding events, saying nothing. Why don't you intervene? A person like this should not be allowed to continue in the competition. Bulma whispered furtively, as if conspiring. Ever since discovering Yuan's masquerade as a contestant, Bulma had been closely following him. Fortunately, her disguise was convincing enough to evade the notice of other disciples, allowing Yuan to remain undetected. Patience, let us toy with him, Yuan replied with a slight smile. He is a formidable opponent for you all. I wish to see if any among you can triumph over him. The second match features Yuan against Pilaf. Over the past year, Pilaf has undergone considerable transformation. Compared to his former self, he has changed dramatically. Throughout his year of training in the outside world, Pilaf has become known for his benevolence, intervening to aid those in distress, and the good deeds he has performed are countless. This has also accelerated his integration with the power of light within him. Now, Pilaf is even capable of controlling his body size after transformation. He can effortlessly shift from the size of an ordinary person to that of a giant towering over 100 meters. If the clash between Yuan and Bulma showcased the essence of the fantastical to those present, then the battle between Pilaf and Yuan unveiled the terror of colossal beings. As Pilaf and Yuan enlarged themselves, they engaged in a fierce struggle, plummeting from the skies to the ground, only to ascend once more from below. After countless exchanges, Pilaf ultimately succumbed to exhaustion, unable to sustain the relentless pace of the battle. Their fierce encounters, where each strike landed with palpable force, thrilled the audience, rendering this duel between true warriors well worth the price of admission. The match between Tianjin Fan and Master Roshi was equally noteworthy. Over the course of a year, Tianjin Fan had developed his Sharingan into the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, greatly enhancing his combat prowess. Although Master Roshi lacked the flamboyant abilities of others, his approach bore resemblance to Krillin's, albeit with a different focus. Master Roshi had significantly strengthened his physical form, yet he did not pursue the path of sheer brute force. Instead, he adopted a technique-oriented style, blending Yuan's teachings with the Turtle School martial arts. Even when faced with Tianjin Fan's peculiar ocular techniques, he remained competitive. However, Tianjin Fan began to falter due to the inherent flaws of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Just as defeat seemed imminent, a surge of intense emotion awakened his eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. This transformation dramatically amplified his power, unleashing an array of bizarre techniques. Master Roshi, nearing his limits, found himself unable to continue and ultimately conceded. While the spectacle of this match paled in comparison to the previous one, leaving many spectators bewildered, it heightened Piccolo's vigilance towards Tianjin Fan. Such unpredictable ocular techniques instilled a sense of caution even in Piccolo, who could not guarantee immunity from their effects. The final bout featured Jiaozi against the formidable King Piccolo. In a bid to instill fear, King Piccolo unleashed his full might, effortlessly overpowering Jiaozi. The latter's psychic abilities proved utterly inadequate against King Piccolo, and in physical combat, he was decisively outmatched. Even Jiaozi's prideful molecular disassembly faltered before the overwhelming aura radiating from Piccolo. Had Tianjin Fan and the others not intervened promptly to concede, Jiaozi might have met a grim fate on the arena floor. You have slain my subordinates. Rest assured, I shall not allow you to enjoy your victory, King Piccolo declared, surveying the crowd from his elevated position. His very presence served as a warning to Tianjin Fan and his companions. It mattered little to him whether he could eliminate Jiaozi. Once the prize was secured, he intended to systematically eliminate each of them. They were merely pests, afforded a brief extension of existence. Goku, what odds do you believe you have against me? Tianjin Fan wore a solemn expression. The overwhelming dominance exhibited by Piccolo during the recent match left him breathless, and one could only speculate whether Piccolo harbored additional hidden strengths. I am uncertain. Goku's demeanor was equally grave. Had Piccolo merely displayed the prowess he had shown thus far, I would be confident of a resounding victory. However, Goku's words trailed off, yet all present comprehended his implication, plunging the atmosphere into a momentary gloom. Do not worry, do not worry. Bulma encouraged the group with a smile. How could one concede before even engaging in battle? That is not the spirit of my disciples. Upon hearing her words, Tianjin Fan felt a surge of revitalization. I, Tianjin Fan, am not one to falter easily. Encouraged by Bulma, not only Goku but even Tianjin Fan found his spirits lifted, especially Tianjin Fan, who had just experienced a breakthrough and triumphed over Master Roshi. This was a time for pride, and he could not allow his resolve to wane. The final semi-final matchups were swiftly determined. Yuan against Tianjin Fan, and Goku against Piccolo. Upon seeing their respective opponents, Tianjin Fan did not feel at ease. Rather, his expression grew even more serious. While he held confidence in facing Goku, the prospect of battling Yuan left him feeling uncertain. This unfamiliar contender seemed to possess an uncanny familiarity with their respective martial arts techniques. Chapter 69, The Finals. Tianjin Fan employed his keen perception to continuously simulate Yuan's behavioral patterns in his mind, striving to discern any potential weaknesses. Yet, despite his exhaustive analysis, he could not uncover a single shred of hope for victory against Yuan. The last individual to instill such a sense of pressure within him was indeed Yuan. Wait! A sudden realization struck Tianjin Fan, prompting him to instinctively glance in Yuan's direction, only to find Yuan regarding him mysteriously, lifting a finger to his lips in a gesture of silence. In that instant, Tianjin Fan comprehended everything, and his emotions began to swell with excitement. This would mark his first genuine confrontation with Yuan, and the anxiety that had previously plagued him transformed into eager anticipation. The semi-finals commenced swiftly, with the first match featuring Yuan against Tianjin Fan. However, this battle left the audience utterly perplexed. To their astonishment, both combatants stood motionless at the start. After a considerable duration, dark flames ignited around them, accompanied by a series of inexplicable phenomena. After a prolonged gaze exchanged between them, a purple silhouette emerged behind each. However, the purple figure coalescing behind Yuan manifested at a noticeably quicker pace than that behind Tianjin Fan. By the time the silhouette behind Tianjin Fan had merely taken the form of a skeletal structure, Yuan's immense purple figure had already materialized into a humanoid shape. Without the slightest hint of triviality, two violet figures collided fiercely, stirring up countless clouds of smoke. This battle was purely a contest of psychic prowess. Tianjin Fan was the first to initiate the moon reading technique. However, Yuan possessed an equal capability, leading to an incessant clash within their mental realms. Subsequently, their skills collided until the emergence of Susanoo, and in every aspect of their confrontation, Yuan consistently maintained the upper hand over Tianjin Fan. Throughout the encounter, Tianjin Fan was relentlessly pressured by Yuan, yet he also garnered substantial insights. Should he effectively assimilate the experiences from this battle upon his return, a significant enhancement in his strength could be anticipated. Conversely, the battle between Goku and Piccolo was far more brutal. From the onset of the match, Goku and Piccolo exchanged blows, and in terms of martial arts alone, Goku was not inferior to Piccolo. However, as Piccolo gradually released the suppression on his own aura, Goku began to feel overwhelmed. In desperation, he resorted to various techniques, clones, transformations, and even summoning storms and thunder. In this confrontation, Goku adeptly utilized the technique of 72 transformations, which proved immensely beneficial in both direct combat and tactical diversions. Nevertheless, in the face of absolute raw power, these strategies could merely be considered auxiliary and could not secure victory. Indeed, Goku's 72 transformations posed significant challenges for Piccolo, yet due to Goku's still developing prowess, a disparity in raw strength remained. This became especially evident after Piccolo unleashed his full might, causing the very planet to tremble. Observing this, Yuan furrowed his brow slightly and, with a calm demeanor, quelled the planet's tremors. Should Piccolo's unleashed energy impact Earth, countless lives might be lost amidst the ensuing climatic and geological upheaval. Ha ha ha, just wait for death. You will never defeat me. Piccolo bellowed arrogantly. Following the fierce battle, Goku's stamina had been thoroughly depleted. After all, he was still a child, not yet fully matured. It was hardly Goku's fault for not being able to contend with Piccolo. Had Goku confronted him in his teenage years, even with equivalent strength, Piccolo would have had to pay a significant price for victory, rather than a gap in strength. The disparity lay more in their ages. In total, Goku had only been training for a little over a year and was merely 5 or 6 years old. You have done remarkably well. You can take a rest now, Yuan remarked as he soared into the air, gently catching Goku, who still longed to continue fighting, and placing him softly into Bulma's arms. Master, Master, Goku struggled to open his eyes, finally feeling at ease. It's all right. You may rest now, Yuan said, and with a gentle sweep of his hand, Goku fell into a deep slumber. Observing the vitality gradually returning within Goku, Yuan couldn't help but marvel at the Saiyans' extraordinary resilience. Only through battles between life and death can a Saiyan grow rapidly. After Goku's awakening this time, it is likely that his power will soon rival that of Piccolo, perhaps even surpassing him in combat. This is the terrifying nature of the Saiyans. Is that my next opponent? Piccolo sneered. Once I defeat you, there will be no one left in this world to obstruct my rule. If you know what is good for you, surrender gracefully, and perhaps I shall bestow upon you a portion of the tournament's prize after my victory. Once I dominate the world, I could grant you the position of my chief general. This is the Dark Lord's grace. Mortal, kneel and express your gratitude. Kneel. Piccolo esse furios roar, imbued with spiritual energy, was like a gentle breeze to Yuan, having no effect whatsoever. Under Yuan's control, Piccolo's shout did not even penetrate the arena's barrier. Does a flickering firefly dare to compete with the brilliance of the full moon? Yuan slowly ascended into the air. Then let me show you the difference in our strengths. Thus, the finals of the First World Martial Arts Tournament officially commenced. Seeing his meticulously planned initial assault ineffective, Piccolo was infuriated. Without further ado, he raised his hand and unleashed a ki blast the size of a fist. This was a highly concentrated surge of spiritual energy, with tremendous penetrating power, and Piccolo was exceedingly confident in this strike. However, this destructive blow was caught effortlessly by Yuan with a single hand, and then, as if it were a docile lamb, the ki blast circled in Yuan's grasp before returning on its original path. What? Piccolo gasped in shock, narrowly evading the beam of light. At this moment, a sense of foreboding began to creep into his heart, yet he remained unaware of the gravity of the situation. Against you, I need only one hand, Yuan smiled faintly. If you can make me move in midair, I shall consider myself defeated. Do not underestimate me. Enraged and embarrassed, Piccolo unleashed a multitude of energy orbs, instantly appearing behind Yuan. Yuan did not even turn around, facing the incoming energy blasts. He gracefully traced an arc with his right hand. The energy orbs accelerated inexplicably, circling around Yuan before hurtling towards Piccolo from behind. Chapter 70, Easily Overcoming Piccolo. Gritting his teeth, Piccolo decided to trade injury for injury. The moment his palm struck Yuan's back, countless energy blasts simultaneously bombarded him. No, this is impossible. Piccolo understood the power of his own attacks. The energy orbs had multiplied in potency after merely circling in Yuan's hand. Caught off guard, one of Piccolo's arms was shattered by the force. Yet, this was not the most despairing aspect for him. The most disheartening realization was that his anticipated strike against Yuan had not even ruffled the hem of his clothing. How is this possible? Piccolo gasped for breath, his eyes devoid of despair, instead filled with a fierce determination. With a ferocious roar, Bick audaciously tore off his severed arm. What would he possibly intend to achieve? Below the arena, the onlookers were enveloped in confusion. Amidst a piercing scream of agony, a new arm astonishingly sprouted from a wound where Bik's severed limb had once been. Was he trading vitality for combat prowess? Lu Yuan offered a slight smile, yield. For no matter the circumstances, you shall never be my match. Is that so? Bik replied with a sinister grin. It is time for me to reveal my true capabilities. With that, he produced a small cloth pouch from his bosom and swiftly ingested a blood-red crystal from within. You shall pay dearly for this. Lu Yuan's gaze turned icy. The blood-red crystal exuded an intense metallic scent, a concoction derived from the lives of the living, harvested by Bik. Upon swallowing the crimson crystal, Bik's aura surged dramatically. With a thunderous roar, his veins bulged, and the force he emanated shattered the barrier surrounding them. Instantly, an oppressive pressure enveloped the entire island, causing the very ground to tremble. The ordinary spectators succumbed to unconsciousness without a moment's hesitation. With a flick of his hand, Lu Yuan restored the shattered barrier, as if time itself had reversed. Droplets of sweet dew descended, gradually reviving the fallen crowd, some of whom even realized their bodies had been enhanced, rejuvenated by this unexpected turn of fate. Yet Bik, lacking any sense of nobility, seized the opportunity to strike, while Lu Yuan tended to the others. This time, he charged forth with a ferocity that was a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. Each of Bik's punches was imbued with immense force, interspersed with countless energy attacks, creating a haze of smoke in the air from the sheer impact. Ha ha! Bik laughed maniacally, appearing and vanishing in mid-air, unleashing the energy within him, leaving the disciples below in a state of trepidation. Such an assault, even a mere graze, would be too much for them to withstand. Master, how is he faring? Bulma clenched her fists against her chest, her trust in Lu Yuan unwavering, yet unable to suppress her anxiety. Prepare to receive my final strike. Bik bellowed, a blood-red beam slicing through the sky, hurtling towards Lu Yuan. Demon-penetrating light cannon. The crimson light collided with Lu Yuan amidst the smoke, sending forth an even greater cloud of obscurity. A sudden wave of foreboding surged within Bik. The demon-penetrating light cannon was a technique he had devised specifically for ensnaring its target, possessing immense destructive power. If this attack were to encounter a mountain, it would effortlessly pierce through it. Thus, logically, it would create a gaping hole in the enemy without causing an explosion. Now it is my turn. A voice emerged from the smoke, and a powerful gust of wind erupted, dispersing the haze in an instant. Bek's pupils dilated sharply as he beheld Lu Yuan before him, utterly unscathed, not even a strand of his hair disheveled. Those you have slain must have been engulfed in despair before their demise, Lu Yuan murmured. To die without experiencing despair would be too lenient a fate for you. Bek managed to force out a couple of words through his constricted throat. He had exhausted all his trump cards, yet he could not inflict even a single hair on his opponent. As Lu Yuan had articulated, he was now ensnared in profound hopelessness. If I cannot win, I must flee. As long as I survive, an opportunity will surely arise. Without a moment's hesitation, Bek turned to depart. As long as I hide and gradually siphon the lives of others, there will come a day when I shall surpass you. He mused inwardly, feeling a wave of relief wash over him when he sensed no pursuers behind. However, moments later, an unsettling realization struck him. Bek glanced back, his heart racing. Despite his utmost efforts to soar away from Lu Yuan, he found himself inexorably drawing closer. Gritting his teeth, he began to burn his life force in a desperate bid to accelerate. Yet, instead of widening the distance, he found himself hurtling towards Lu Yuan even faster. The scene was utterly bizarre. Although Bek was flying forward, his form was being relentlessly pulled back. What kind of technique is this? Bek shrieked, his fear intensifying. No matter how fiercely he bit down, drawing blood from his gums, he could not alter the fact that he was inexorably approaching Lu Yuan. Who exactly are you? If he had simply been outmatched, even if he were being pummeled into helplessness, Bek would not have felt such terror. Instead, he would have hurled the most vicious curses, wishing his opponent to suffer in hell. Yet this sense of powerlessness, this enigma, shattered Bek's heart completely. In his centuries of existence, he had never encountered such an adversary. I beg you, I implore you, spare me. Bek pleaded in a pitiful tone. I swear, I vow to never commit evil again. Those whom you have murdered must have pleaded for mercy in the same way before their deaths, Lu Yuan replied softly. At that moment, Bek found himself directly before Lu Yuan, who gently reached out and seized his neck. You have fallen for my ruse. Bek cackled sinisterly. as his neck inexplicably swelled several times. With a retching sound, he expelled a massive white egg into the distance. If you kill me, my doppelganger will survive. He will come seeking vengeance against your disciples. As for you, you shall accompany me to hell now. With that, Beck's form swelled dramatically, a tempestuous aura gathering within him. He was preparing to self-destruct. Who has granted you this illusion? Yuan maintained his calm demeanor. To think you could play tricks in my presence? With a flick of his left hand, the white egg returned along its original path, instantaneously landing in Yuan's grasp. What? You? Chapter 71. The Remarkably Potent Bick. As Bick's words faded, he was horrified to discover that the tempestuous energy within him was gradually becoming subdued. The self-detonation that was halfway through had been forcibly halted by Yuan. Look into my eyes, Bick. Yuan commanded fiercely, his gaze piercing into Bick. In the next instant, Bick was reduced to ashes in Yuan's grasp. To the outside world, merely a second had passed, yet within the moon-reading space, Bick and Yuan traversed a fleeting yet interminable 72 hours together. Brief for Yuan, yet excruciatingly long for Bick. In this realm, Bick experienced dozens of gruesome deaths each second: drowning, burning, decapitation, starvation. Within those brief 72 hours, he perished millions of times, each demise fraught with unimaginable agony. A minute into this torment, Bick's soul began to unravel. However, Yuan, wielding tremendous magical prowess, safeguarded Bick's essence, ensuring it endured for the full 72 hours before succumbing entirely. The damage inflicted was profound. At the instant moon reading concluded, Bick's corporeal form also disintegrated into ash. This was the true annihilation of both body and spirit. Unless one could traverse time to rescue the living Bick, not even the dragon or the Omni King could resurrect him henceforth. Everything Bick had in this world was meticulously erased by Yuan. Sighing, Yuan felt a twinge of pity for Bick. Glancing at the white egg in his hand, a subtle smile crossed his lips. Intriguing. In an instant, he vanished from his location, leaving the onlookers in bewildered silence. With the disappearance of the first and second contestants, the organizers were left with no choice but to hold another competition to determine the new champions. As the live stream spread, tales of Yuan began to circulate across the globe. Regardless of how formidable warriors or practitioners emerged in the future, none dared to claim the title of the world's strongest, for they all knew an unparalleled cultivator loomed above them. As the grand award ceremony of the world's #1 martial arts conference unfolded amidst great fanfare, Yuan quietly returned to his sanctuary in the heavenly realm. How fascinating! Yuan observed the colossal white egg before him with keen interest. He seemed to have unraveled the secret of how the Namekians could merge within their kind and reproduce asexually. Every Namekian inherently possessed the ability to command souls. Within this white egg resided a fragment of Bick's soul alongside a nascent spirit. At that moment, these two essences clashed violently, each striving to devour the other. Undoubtedly, should Bick's lingering soul prevail, this newborn would emerge as the resurrected Bick. However, should the new soul triumph, what will emerge is a spiritual continuation of Piccolo. Having consumed the remnants of Piccolo's soul, he embodies Piccolo, yet not entirely. This newborn will become an independent entity endowed with all of Piccolo's memories. Nevertheless, it will also be profoundly influenced by Piccolo's essence. Allow me to assist you. Yuan effortlessly extracted the remnants of Piccolo's soul, leaving only the nascent spirit within the colossal egg. Simultaneously, the life force of this white egg began to wane, resembling a being deprived of half its soul. Yuan swiftly grasped the secret of the Namekian reproduction. Normally, Namekians would merge fragments of their own souls into the eggs of their offspring. Yet these fragmented souls lack the aggressiveness exhibited by Piccolo. They merely provide nurturing sustenance for the growth of the newborn. In this manner, the newly born child possesses the capacity for self-protection, inherits the entirety of its ancestral memories, and possesses an independent personality, thus becoming a wholly new being. If this continues, the descendants of the Namekians will grow increasingly powerful, making it unsurprising should individuals like Frisia, born with formidable strength, emerge in the future. However, the protracted lifespan of the Namekians renders reproduction a significant burden, which will inevitably prolong this process. In summary, this is a race with potential rivaling that of the Saiyans. Yuan was immediately inspired by a sense of appreciation for talent. The profound weight of this generational inheritance reminded him of a capability exceptionally suited for the young Piccolo. If he could fully unlock the ancestral power residing within this newborn, it would instantly possess combat prowess on par with any of his disciples. Resolute in his decision, Yuan erased all traces of personality from Piccolo's remnants, leaving only the purest essence of power and memory to nourish the newborn within the colossal egg. Concurrently, Yuan waved his wand, causing a cascade of ethereal dew, formed from spiritual energy, to descend upon the egg. Under the catalyst of this energy, the egg soon cracked open, revealing a remarkably adorable green-skinned child. Master, the green-skinned child bowed deeply to Yuan. Why do you call me Master? Yuan found himself somewhat amused. He had never anticipated such a scenario. You assisted in my birth, akin to a parent, the child stated earnestly. However, we Namekians do not have a term for father, so I decided to use the most fitting title from Earth to address you. Once a master, always a father. Yuan nodded in satisfaction. You're quite thoughtful. Initially, the remnants of Piccolo's soul contained only the memories of his own lifetime, devoid of the knowledge and power of the Namekian ancestors. After all, Piccolo himself was merely a fragment of a celestial being. However, Yuan wielded immense power, tracing back to the origins, directly restoring the memories of the lingering soul, even delving into the fundamental laws of the universe. Yet, for Yuan in his current state, such formidable abilities were merely a casual endeavor. Since you are willing to address me as master, I shall accept you as my disciple, Yuan remarked with a smile. Having inherited the memories and powers of Piccolo, you must also bear his karmic burdens. Why not call yourself Piccolo as well? As you command, master. The young Piccolo bowed respectfully. Piccolo caused great harm in his lifetime, thus you must atone for his sins. It is imperative to refrain from wrongdoing and to engage in benevolence. Do you understand? I understand. The young Piccolo nodded vigorously. I can strip you of Piccolo's memories and powers, relieving you of this undeserved responsibility. What say you? Chapter 72, Traversing the Universe. Someone must bear this burden. The young Piccolo replied calmly. If I refuse, this karma will fall upon my master. I do not wish for that to happen. A teachable child indeed. Yuan was immensely pleased with the young Piccolo, who exhibited a remarkable sense of duty and responsibility, coupled with a heart full of gratitude. A rarity indeed. In that case, I shall assist you in unlocking the powers inherited from your ancestors. Yuan gently said, step forward. Placing his hand upon Piccolo's head, a warm current surged through the young Piccolo's body, and a formidable power erupted from within him. The legacy of fire shall be passed on. Yuan withdrew his hand. This is the name of your ability. However, you currently cannot fully control the power within you. Thus, I shall impose a 9-layer seal. You may lift the seal at any time, yet should the final layer be unsealed, you may very well fall into a state of chaos, unable to distinguish friend from foe. For you at present, even the first layer of the seal will impose a significant burden on your body. Therefore, this power must be used with utmost caution. As you command. The young Piccolo expressed his gratitude with a bow towards Yuan. Ding! Detected that the number of disciples has reached 12, initiating the distribution of cosmic spiritual energy. The system begins a 3-hour upgrade. By the way, Master, I have one more matter to discuss. The young Piccolo began before Yuan could thoroughly examine the system upgrade. Speak freely, Yuan replied, his brow slightly furrowing. The young Piccolo brought forth a rather troublesome piece of news. He had inherited all the memories of his ancestors, including those of the celestial deities. When the celestial beings separated Piccolo, they did not extract all of the malevolent thoughts. The Namekians are adept at manipulating souls, and the celestial beings have perfected this art. What was stripped away was merely a portion of insignificant remnants. Although closely tied to his essence, the celestial beings could restore them through other means. This method is known as the Divine Dragon. The Dragon Balls on Earth are not as splendid as depicted in the original work. They serve as tools for the celestial being to harvest the malevolent thoughts and souls of humanity. Those who have summoned the Divine Dragon often meet untimely ends within a span of 2 to 10 years due to various unforeseen circumstances. The essence of the deceased becomes sustenance for the celestial being, aiding in its growth. In truth, each individual who invoked the Divine Dragon is a potential seed carefully selected by the celestial being. Due to its secretive nature and infrequent interventions, no one has uncovered its sinister plot for centuries. The Namekian from the heavens had already created the Dragon Balls before ascending to the position of the celestial being. During the separation of Piccolo, he had already absorbed the souls of dozens. The audacity displayed prior to assuming the celestial throne is unfathomable, and the number of souls consumed since then over the centuries is beyond imagination. Furthermore, the celestial being is exceedingly discerning. Having only absorbed the souls of martial arts prodigies throughout the years, the essence of these individuals is equivalent to that of thousands, if not tens of thousands, of ordinary souls. Thus, the extent of the celestial being's power remains an enigma to all. Master, just as Lu Yuan was deep in thought, a voice of surprise echoed from the entrance of the hall. It was Bulma. I missed you so much after a year, Bulma exclaimed, suddenly throwing herself into Lu Yuan's arms. With her warmth enveloping him, Lu Yuan felt a pang of discomfort. Ahem, your master has missed you all dearly as well, he replied, maintaining a serious demeanor as he discreetly withdrew his arm from her embrace. The young girl had developed quite a bit during their time apart. Lu Yuan mused quietly. Master, who is he? Goku asked, eyeing the young Piccolo with suspicion, poised for action. Not only Goku, but the other disciples, save for the carefree Bulma, also regarded the young Piccolo with vigilant eyes. The resemblance to the older Piccolo was unmistakable. There is no need for alarm. Lu Yuan reassured with a smile. This is your junior brother. Although he bears the name Piccolo, he is not the same Piccolo. Greetings, senior brothers, the young Piccolo said composedly, bowing respectfully. Though he appeared as a mere child, his aura exuded a maturity and steadiness surpassing that of any disciple. So, you'll be my junior brother from now on? Goku was the first to lower his guard. I look forward to learning from you. How strange. You look just like that villain from earlier, Goku remarked playfully, ignoring the ongoing banter. Lu Yuan then assigned new tasks to the disciples. They were to rest for 3 days and assimilate the insights gained from their battles before embarking with him to the celestial realm. After explaining the reasons to his disciples, Lu Yuan began to review the system updates. The infusion of spiritual energy into the universe needs no further elaboration. It will elevate the overall strength of the cosmos and give rise to a myriad of treasures. In the future, as the disciples venture into the universe for training, they will encounter escalating dangers, yet opportunities will also abound as a result. Regarding the second feature of the system update, it is indeed intriguing. This pertains to the ability to traverse parallel universes. While Lu Yuan can navigate these parallel realms without the assistance of the system, it requires a considerable expenditure of magical energy and necessitates the establishment of anchor points in advance. It is not merely a matter of desire. Conversely, the system imposes far fewer restrictions. As long as Lu Yuan provides specific selection criteria, universes that align with his conditions will materialize before him, allowing for effortless comings and goings. Lu Yuan's own method of traversal is akin to riding a bicycle, time-consuming and laborious, requiring navigation skills to avoid getting lost. In contrast, the system's traversal resembles a plane on standby, ready to whisk Lu Yuan to his desired destination at any moment. Furthermore, upon crossing over, the system guarantees Lu Yuan's safety unequivocally. Even if he were to land amidst a battlefield of deities, he would emerge unscathed, free to arrive and depart at will. Given the dynamic spatial relationships between various parallel universes, the list of traversable universes is perpetually in flux. Unless Lu Yuan specifies particular conditions, this list will continue to evolve. Feeling intrigued, Lu Yuan casually selected a universe to test the traversal function. In one moment, he vanished from his original location, and in the next, he reappeared. Upon departure, he bore no trace of his journey, yet upon his return, he found himself dusted with a hint of grime. Regardless of how long he spent in that realm. Did only a second elapse here? Chapter 73, Reflections on Traversal. After the system's elucidation, Lu Yuan learned that because the Dragon Ball is situated in his primary universe, time here remains suspended. No matter how long he lingers in other universes, only a second would pass in this realm. However, time flows differently in other universes. Once Lu Yuan departs, their time does not halt but continues at its normal pace. He also has the option to pause, accelerate, or decelerate time in the corresponding universe. Though such actions come at a significant cost, Lu Yuan smacked his lips. Previously, he had ventured to an unknown planet, a place of untamed wilderness teeming with bizarre and formidable beasts engaged in fierce battles. Intrigued, he even engaged in combat with the most powerful creature on the planet. Unfortunately, the creature proved no match for Lu Yuan, who easily subdued it. During his time on that planet, he also discovered humanoid beings living in tribal formations, distinguishable from humans solely by the single horn adorning their foreheads. These beings struggled greatly under the dominance of the beasts, and moved by compassion. Yuan chose a few tribes to impart cultivation techniques. He instructed the system to record the coordinates of this universe, expressing a desire to return one day to observe the progress of these beings. One traversal was not enough to satiate his curiosity. With time at his disposal, Yuan initiated another journey into the unknown. Enveloped in darkness, Yuan stood upon a cerulean orb, unmistakably Earth. Everything appeared remarkably normal. However, it was this eerie semblance of normalcy that instilled a subtle sense of unease within him. Through the communication system, Yuan discerned the source of his disquiet. In his line of sight, two colossal beings battled fiercely in the void, wielding massive swords forged from the very fabric of the galaxy. Their clash intensified, shattering the crystalline barriers and disrupting the turbulence of space and time beyond the cosmos. As they fought, their forms swelled in size. This time, their weapons transformed from galactic swords to entire universes, the fragile realms consumed as sustenance, while the more resilient ones were hurled like bricks at one another. The larger universes morphed into lethal blades, viciously piercing each other's corporeal forms. Rather than succumbing to fear at this spectacle, Yuan felt a surge of excitement. The strength of these giants appeared formidable, yet he held unwavering confidence in his own prowess, rivaling either of them. Alas, he lacked a corresponding colossal physique to engage them in combat, compelling him to refrain from direct confrontation. Although he could harness the fundamental principles and rules to fight, such an approach did not appeal to him. The essence of manhood lies in the raw intimacy of a physical struggle. Resisting the urge to join the fray, he departed with a sense of resignation. He resolved to acquire the ability to manifest a similarly immense form at the earliest opportunity. The titanic duel ultimately reached no conclusion, suggesting that a resolution would require no less than a decade or more. As Yuan traversed through myriad worlds, he beheld an array of breathtaking wonders. He witnessed humanity's desperate struggle for survival amidst apocalyptic landscapes, divine beings shaping the cosmos, and realms plagued by malevolent entities. In a most extraordinary encounter, he found himself in the sacred domain of a sage. Although protected by the system, which rendered him undetected by the sage, the palpable pressure exuded by the sage instilled a profound trepidation within him. This journey across the myriad realms left Yuan deeply introspective. After 2 days of seclusion, his strength ascended to new heights. At this juncture, he had fully grasped the fundamental laws of this universe. Even outside the system's sanctuary, he was confident that none could harm him. With his power elevated to this level, the tension in Yuan's heart began to ease. While he had achieved invincibility in this universe, he remained cautious about facing unfamiliar laws in other realms or within the void, where his confidence in invulnerability waned. Much like the titans he had first encountered, though he believed himself equal to either, manipulating them at what would prove a considerable challenge. The path of cultivation demanded unwavering diligence. Time was drawing near. As Yuan contemplated, a faint smile graced his face. Let me discern the true nature of this celestial being. The grand bell tolled, summoning numerous disciples to gather in the great hall. My apprentices, let us march towards the celestial realm. Yes, the disciples resounded in unison. Yuan selected only 5 companions: Tianjin Fan, Jiaozi, Wukong, Krillin, and Bulma, leaving the remainder to guard the heavenly abode. Their strength was insufficient. Even under Yuan's protection, they might not glean any insights from the battle. After all, the level of conflict here was far too advanced for them. Thus, Yuan chose only the 4 most formidable individuals as the primary attackers, with Bulma assisting from the sidelines through formations. Indeed, Yuan had no intention of personally entering the fray unless Bulma and the others were unable to handle the celestial being, at which point he would emerge as a trump card. If every situation necessitated Yuan's direct intervention, what purpose would there be in training these disciples? Furthermore, Yuan was acutely aware that his disciples constituted the foundation of his existence. The more disciples he cultivated, the greater his own strength would become. Just as Yuan prepared to depart, Piccolo raised his hand. Master, me too. You forgot to take me. How could I possibly overlook this little one? Yuan realized, awakening to the oversight. As a manifestation of the celestial being, Piccolo should, in theory, possess a spiritual connection with the deity. If one perished, the other would inevitably face a similar fate. Although Yuan had not detected any signs of such a connection within Piccolo, the ramifications of the celestial being's demise on Piccolo remained uncertain. Thus, for precautionary measures, it was prudent to keep the young Piccolo close at hand. Summoning a cloud, the 7 of them soared towards Corinne Tower. The dwelling of the celestial being was positioned directly above Corinne Tower. Yuan had initially presumed it to be a temple suspended high in the atmosphere, yet a thorough search of the global atmosphere revealed no trace of such a structure. Upon reflection, he discerned that the temple did not reside in any part of Earth, but rather in an unknown alternate dimension. Countless alternate dimensions existed in the world, emerging and vanishing by the minute. Consequently, locating a specific alternate dimension without coordinates was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, a formidable challenge. However, Yuan possessed a simpler solution: Corinne Tower. In the original tale, Wukong had reached the temple utilizing the golden staff. It now seemed evident that Corinne Tower served as the spatial anchor for the alternate dimension housing the temple, while the golden staff acted as the key to that realm. Naturally, if the celestial being opened the gateway to the alternate dimension, it would link with the spatial realm of Earth, allowing anyone aware of the temple's location to access it at any time. As for Yuan, once he knew the anchor point, there would be no need for a key. He could simply tear through the fabric of the alternate dimension with sheer force. Ascending along the path of Kalinta, one soon arrived at its pinnacle. "Who are you?" The cat sage regarded the cloud-walking entourage with keen suspicion. This feline, draped in a coat of purest white, exhibited subtle streaks of black that were not easily discernible. Yuan chose to disregard the cat sage, instead attuning himself to the spatial fluctuations of the area, intent on locating the spatial anchor point. Yet, the cat sage was not inclined to let them pass unchallenged. A chilling aura enveloped the air as he brandished his staff, towering over him, in charge of the group. Yuan sensed an anomaly. "Jiaozi, intercept him." Jiaozi responded instantly, leaping forward to utilize her powers in an attempt to halt the advancing cat sage. Meow! A piercing cry erupted as the barrier conjured by Jiaozi was shattered in an instant by the cat sage's roar. Unperturbed, Jiaozi deftly gestured again, summoning numerous visible barriers that encircled the cat sage, confining him to a minuscule space where he could not move. However, in the next moment, the cat sage's pristine white fur transformed entirely to black, and his aura surged ominously. The barriers constructed by Jiaozi were instantly obliterated. At last, the cat sage closed in on Jiaozi, his staff poised to strike at her head. If this blow landed, Jiaozi would not just face immediate demise, but would likely lose the capacity to fight again. With the adversary showing no intention of restraint, Jiaozi too resolved to unleash her full power. Just as the staff was about to connect, Jiaozi disintegrated into a multitude of blue particles, reappearing behind the cat sage at a moment when his strength was waning. With a mere gesture, she pointed, and at the instant her finger made contact with the cat sage, Yuan interjected, "Show mercy." The finger hesitated briefly, but ultimately pressed down firmly upon the cat sage. The cat sage expelled a torrent of black blood and promptly lost consciousness, plummeting towards the base of Kalinta. A small hand emerged from behind him, seizing the nape of his neck and lifting him up. "Master, why should I show mercy?" Jiaozi inquired, perplexed as she shook the unconscious cat sage. At that moment, the cat sage's fur reverted to its original snowy hue, revealing no trace of black. His mind has been usurped. His actions are not of his own volition. Yuan remarked with a slight shake of his head, taking the cat sage from Jiaozi's grasp and, with a wave of his hand, summoned clouds to enter the interior of Kalinta. From the outside, Kalinta appeared unremarkable, yet within, it was suffused with a chilling atmosphere. At the center lay a large vat exuding an aura of malevolence, filled with a viscous, pitch-black liquid that emitted a foreboding scent. "At last, I have found you." Yuan smiled faintly, for within this vat resided the famed super divine water, known for its unparalleled ability to unlock the full potential of the human body. The super divine water possesses a tremendous toxicity. Only those capable of withstanding its venom can unlock their potential. However, the super divine water here has completely lost its efficacy in developing human capabilities. Anyone who consumes it will be directly controlled by Bic. Moreover, this super divine water serves as an anchor point for the divine temple's alternate space. Every individual who drinks it will be irresistibly drawn into the realm where the deities reside. Undoubtedly, that place has been meticulously transformed into an impregnable stronghold by the divine beings. Those who partake in the super divine water will fall under Bic's dominion. Even if they are not controlled, they will exist in a state of limbo, ultimately being drawn into the divine stronghold. Under such triple safeguards, No one has managed to escape the clutches of the divine beings for centuries. Not even the cat sage guarding the temple entrance, who has also succumbed to their control. Next to the vat containing the super divine water, a row of small ceramic jars is arranged, filled with snacks resembling beans. These are the legendary celestial beans. Lu Yuan picked one up and shook his head slightly. The celestial beans are reputed to heal all injuries and appear far superior to any peaches or ginseng fruits. However, this is a misconception. The healing properties of celestial beans are intrinsically linked to the fundamental laws of this universe. While they indeed function as described in the Dragon Ball universe, in a realm governed by different principles, these beans are merely ordinary yellow beans with a longer shelf life. The reason why divine peaches and ginseng fruits are revered as divine artifacts is that, regardless of the universe or its governing laws, their effects remain consistent. There is no scenario where they transform into mundane items in another universe. For Lu Yuan, these celestial beings hold little value, yet for others in this world, they're a rare treasure. After all, not everyone is afforded the opportunity to traverse different universes. Lu Yuan collected 2 jars, recognizing that although their utility is limited, he could experiment with cultivating celestial beings that might work across various universes. Subsequently, Lu Yuan waved his wand, and the entire Karen Tower was instantly purified, awakening the unconscious cat sage. "Thank you for saving my life, mighty martial artist." The cat sage bowed to Lu Yuan. "However, I advise you not to proceed any further. You're not a match for that demon king." Despair resonated in the cat sage's voice. His power is beyond the imagination of ordinary mortals. "How coincidental. My strength is equally unimaginable to you," Lu Yuan replied with newfound enthusiasm. He recalled that the heavenly court lacked a mascot, and the cat sage before him would be the perfect emblem, with a dog also present on the island. He thought it would make for a splendid duo of cat and dog. "Let's wager," Lu Yuan smiled. "If we can defeat the deity, you shall return with me. After all, the worst that could happen is that you are controlled once more. If we fail, where else could you flee? It's a gamble. A bicycle could transform into a motorcycle." Lu Yuan gently persuaded. Having already hit rock bottom, any further movement can only be upward. "Come now." Chapter 75, Teaming Up to Conquer the Boss. In the end, the cat immortal could not resist Lu Yuan's allure, or perhaps he had already resigned himself to fate. The cat immortal resolved that if Lu Yuan were to falter, he would perish alongside the deity, choosing death as a statement of defiance. He was utterly unwilling to return to the days of being controlled, mindlessly delivering one vibrant life after another into the hands of the divine. To enter the temple, one must first consume the super divine water. Only then could Bic. Why complicate matters? Before the cat immortal could finish his thought, he witnessed Lu Yuan, with a sweep of his dust, tear open a black rift in space. Behind it loomed the temple. How is this possible? The cat immortal was so astonished that he opened his eyes, which he had always kept shut, revealing a significant gap. Lu Yuan smiled silently, taking the lead into the rift. At the moment Lu Yuan breached the rift, the deity became aware of their arrival. Undoubtedly, their intentions were not benign. Thus, the deity wasted no time. As soon as Lu Yuan revealed himself, a tempest of ferocious strikes ensued. "Your adversaries are them, not me." Lu Yuan's figure dissipated into the air. In a narrow confrontation, the brave prevail. Both sides exchanged a glance and immediately engaged in battle. The deity showed no concern for the origins or motives of the opposing force. Once they dispatched the adversaries and absorbed their memories, everything would become clear. Due to the concern for the vanishing Lu Yuan, the deity refrained from unleashing his full power, always reserving some strength to guard against a potential ambush. On the opposing side, leading the charge was Sun Wukong. After several days of practice, Wukong had become adept at wielding the true Rui Jingu Bang. In truth, this was not their first collaboration against an enemy. During their days at the dojo, many disciples often engaged in group battles, so their current coordination felt seamless. Wukong, being the strongest, took the lead in the direct assault, while Tianjin Fan and Krillin provided side support, ready to assume primary offensive duties if the opportunity arose. Bulma, under the protection of Jiaozi, initiated formations to bolster their combat strength while simultaneously weakening their opponent. Furthermore, due to Jiaozi's unique abilities, he could continuously disrupt the enemy from a distance, preventing them from focusing their attacks on a single target. Observing the deity's waning vitality under the well-coordinated onslaught of his companions, Lu Yuan couldn't help but ponder. He felt as if they were engaging in a strategic online game against a boss. Wukong played the role of the main damage dealer, Tianjin Fan and Krillin as secondary damage dealers, Bulma served as the healer, and Jiaozi acted as the support. Such a lineup could undoubtedly conquer any boss. The cat immortal initially intended to assist, but upon the onset of battle, he reluctantly realized that his involvement was utterly unnecessary. Continuing on this path, it may indeed become possible. A glimmer of hope gradually illuminated the eyes of the cat sage, with a designated NPC for commentary. This truly felt like a raid against a boss. Lu Yuan could not resist the urge to scoff. "Master, what did you say?" Piccolo vaguely heard Lu Yuan's mutterings. "Ahem. Nothing," Lu Yuan replied earnestly. "Observing your senior brother's battles will benefit you." The focus shifted back to the battlefield. Clearly, the celestial god understood the necessity of finding a breakthrough. Otherwise, this would merely be a slow march towards demise. Having accumulated power over several centuries within the temple, the celestial god undoubtedly possessed hidden trump cards. A fact that Goku and his companions were acutely aware of as they prepared for the celestial god's potential eruption. From a celestial god's perspective, it quickly became apparent that among the trio on the offensive, Krillin was the easiest to handle. Goku's strength was self-evident, and Tien, due to the presence of a Sharingan, posed a risk of falling victim to the opponent's illusions. Since the onset of the battle, the most significant injury the celestial god sustained was from Goku's strike, which followed Tien's illusion. Although Krillin's combat prowess was formidable, he was straightforward and devoid of any extravagant abilities, making him the most manageable adversary. Realizing this, the celestial god altered his strategy, opting for a trade of injuries, even bravely enduring the dumpling's superpower with his own flesh. Through this reckless approach, the celestial god indeed broke through the encirclement. Tien was perplexed as to why the celestial god was so desperate to escape the surrounding trap. But regardless of the enemy's intentions, their objective was simply to obstruct him. Dumpling. Years of partnership allowed Dumpling to instantly grasp Tien's meaning. Just as the celestial god was about to break free, a stream of blue particles reformed into Dumpling right before him. It was in that fleeting moment of obstruction that Goku and the others caught up from behind. Krillin unleashed his full power into a punch. Goku swung his staff mercilessly down, and Tien shot forth a crimson beam from below. Surrounded on all sides, the celestial god seemed to find himself in an inescapable predicament. Success. The cat sage was overwhelmed with excitement. "I never expected that you would truly defeat the celestial god." "Not yet," Lu Yuan replied, neither elated nor disheartened. Letting out a soft sigh, "They're still too hasty." In the next instant, a hint of a triumphant smile appeared on the celestial god's face. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted as the cornered celestial god chose to self-destruct. Caught off guard, Goku and his companions were immediately engulfed by the blast. As the smoke cleared, fortunately, no one had perished. However, the recently encircled comrades were all left injured. "We did it!" The cat sage leaped with joy. "The celestial god has been defeated. You have saved the world. This is wonderful." The cat sage spoke in a frenzy, tears welling in the corners of his eyes. "You are truly remarkable. Let's not be too hasty in celebrating." Lu Yuan pointed towards the direction of the temple, exclaiming, "Do you see that?" Following his gesture, the cat immortal was horrified to discover a celestial being emerging unscathed from a small chamber at the heart of the temple. "Excellent, excellent. Your strength has earned my recognition," the celestial being remarked with a smile, clapping his hands. "Join me as my subordinates, and I shall lead you to conquer the entire universe." Conquer the universe? Tianjin Fan's countenance darkened, yet he managed to maintain his composure. "Is that what you plan to do, hiding here? What does it even mean to conquer the universe? Can it be consumed?" was Goku's response. "You despicable fiend," Krillin exclaimed, his emotions surging, and due to his formidable physique, he sustained the least injury among the group. "Enough. I do not expect mere words to sway you," the celestial being declared, clapping his hands again. "Indeed, I must first subdue you before we can have a proper conversation." No sooner had he spoken than 6 identical celestial beings appeared behind him. Chapter 76, The Powerful Clones. Indeed, the celestial being that had just manifested was not his true self, but rather a clone he had created. "I am quite surprised that you managed to defeat my clone, but this is where it ends," the celestial being sneered. "Each of the clones behind me possesses less than 1/5 of my original strength, but they will suffice to deal with you." With a sweep of his arm, the 6 clones charged forward. The 5 of them struggled against a single clone, let alone being besieged by 6, and soon found themselves at a disadvantage. How could this happen? The cat immortal felt a chill, succumbing to despair. "Do not fret. Let the bullets fly a while longer," Lu Yuan assured, remaining calm. Indeed, in the next moment, Goku was the first to unleash his power. The most effective and expedient ability he possessed was his cloning technique. With a single hair plucked, countless mini Gokus sprang forth, instantly alleviating the pressure on the group. You have more people than I do? I have even more. The tactic of overwhelming numbers is always practical. Even if each clone's strength paled in comparison to the clones of the celestial being, the sheer multitude was sufficient to hold them at bay for a time. As Goku bought precious moments for his teammates, Bulma and the others began to deploy their most formidable techniques. In an instant, a kaleidoscope of colors filled the battlefield. As the team support, Bulma was undoubtedly the one most well-protected, allowing her to unleash her abilities without hindrance. With her hands weaving intricate gestures, arrays inscribed with mysterious symbols materialized before her. Now, her array formations were no longer constrained by geography or materials, enabling her to harness her magical power to inscribe formidable arrays at will. Of course, she had yet to master the creation of cataclysmic formations like the Nine Curves Yellow River Array or the extermination of Immortals Array. However, formations that relied purely on the five elements, or even derivative elemental powers, posed absolutely no challenge for Bulma, with Bulma's arrays backing them up. Goku and the others barely felt any drain on their stamina or energy. The moment they spent even a little, it was instantly replenished. The longer they fought, the more energized they became. Tien, in particular, was completely unfazed. He actually managed to summon a full Susanoo without any strain at all. The giant, over 10 meters tall, dominated the battlefield, single-handedly holding back 3 replicas at once. Krillin, on the other hand, had it the worst. While his close combat ability was incredibly strong, the replicas weren't pushovers either. Knowing Krillin excelled in hand-to-hand combat, they simply refused to fight him head-on. The replica facing Krillin never engaged directly. Instead, it relied on its superior control of ki, constantly firing ki blasts and kiting him around the battlefield. Even though Krillin's body was tough enough that these attacks barely hurt him, he couldn't land a single hit in return. He ended up getting blasted around, covered in dust and dirt, furious but helpless. For some reason, a saying popped into Krillin's mind. A toad sitting on your foot doesn't T-bite, but it sure disgusts you. The others try to help him. As long as they could restrain one replica, Krillin's raw melee power would be more than enough to finish it off. The replicas were well aware of this too. Every time someone attempted to support Krillin, the replicas would desperately block them, trading injuries, even pretending they were about to self-destruct just to stop the assault. The group was infuriated by these shameless tactics, yet there was nothing they could do. At the same time, the replicas had also realized how crucial Bulma was. If the fight dragged on, the warriors backed by Bulma were guaranteed to win. And at that very moment, Bulma finally completed the golden formation she had been preparing since the battle began. The Golden Light Formation was one of the 10 ultimate formations of the GS sect. It killed enemies by reflecting lethal golden light through mirrors. Its power was terrifying. Even a graze meant injury. A direct hit meant instant death. Bulma didn't possess Golden Light Holy Mother's 21 divine mirrors. Instead, the mirrors used in her formation were condensed entirely from her own energy. While the raw power was slightly weaker, its portability and flexibility far surpassed the original. At Bulma's signal, Goku and the others deliberately exposed an opening. Instantly, 3 replicas rushed straight toward her. The next second, a flash of golden light. The 3 replicas didn't even have time to react before they were completely reduced to ash. What a devastating strike. Off to the side, Korin watched in utter shock, his entire body frozen in disbelief. He never could have imagined that replicas which seemed utterly unstoppable could be wiped out in a single blow by such an unassuming young girl. Just one more time. Just one more strike like that, and victory would be within reach. Don't be impatient. Lu Yuan remained calm, his expression completely unchanged. The Guardian of Earth was no match for Goku and the others, but there was no way he would fall so easily, and certainly not like this. And just as Lu Yuan had expected, the Battle-S development did not disappoint. Bulma's Golden Light Formation was indeed terrifying. Anyone it hit would be instantly annihilated, reduced to dust on the spot. However, the prerequisite is to strike the opponent. Although the speed of the Golden Light Formation is swift, it is not impossible to evade. With heightened vigilance, it is feasible for the clone to dodge the attacks. Indeed, after the initial strike, despite the distractions caused by Goku and others, Bulma's Golden Light Formation managed to eliminate only one clone, leaving the remaining 2 entirely unscathed. After all, the Golden Light Formation possesses formidable lethality against Goku and his companions. Reality is not a game, and there are no allies who are immune to damage. Soon, Bulma's magical energy was insufficient to sustain the golden light formation. This is a significant flaw in Bulma's method of formation, which heavily relies on the caster's magical reserves. Unlike formations that utilize artifacts, where the primary caster expends minimal energy to unleash potent attacks, Bulma's reliance on her own power proves to be a weakness. The traditional method of utilizing artifacts has both advantages and disadvantages. If the artifacts are destroyed, the entire formation collapses. Yuan crafted an indestructible artifact for Bulma precisely to prevent such a scenario. However, Yuan did not anticipate that Bulma would not depend on the artifact he provided. Instead, she innovated and developed a completely different method of formation, one that could establish a new school of thought in any realm. Returning to the matter at hand, Bulma's magical energy ultimately could not sustain the golden light formation any longer, as she needed to reserve some energy for emergencies, forcing her to reluctantly withdraw the formation. With the Damocles sword that had loomed overhead vanishing, the remaining two clones, aware of their impending defeat, unhesitatingly unleashed their final trump card, fusion. Indeed, the clones of the Celestial also possess the ability to merge and enhance their strength. This fusion could yield a result far exceeding the sum of its parts. Fusion among ordinary Namekians requires a certain amount of time, followed by a period to adapt to the dramatically increased power. However, the clones, perhaps due to their shared origin, do not require such cumbersome steps. In the mere instant their palms touched, the two clones seamlessly merged into one. The entity that appeared before everyone, while slightly darker in skin tone, exhibited no other outward changes. Though its appearance remained the same, the clone's strength multiplied several times over. When a disparity in power is within certain limits, combat skills and experience can help bridge the gap. Yet when the opponent's strength is several times greater, all experience and tactics become utterly ineffective. Naturally, Goku and his companions still have their trump cards, but they have not forgotten that the Celestial's true form is also present. If dealing with the clones proves so arduous, they cannot believe that the Celestial himself would be weaker than these 6 clones. Initially, Bulma thought she would not need to resort to this tactic. She closed her eyes. It seems that she has no choice but to employ it now. Bulma's eyes suddenly widened, a wondrous light uniting everyone. This was a new technique she had developed after a year of external training. Utilizing this extraordinary beam, they could completely connect with one another, sharing vitality, magical energy, and even physical strength, factors that significantly influence combat. If one person was injured, the burden will be shared by all 5. This could be termed a form of fusion or even a combination. The quintet needed no verbal communication to comprehend each other's thoughts and intentions, seamlessly coordinating their tactical assaults without delay. Such synergy could not be achieved even with years of training. The efficacy of this technique rivaled that of the Namekian fusion arts. You have indeed surprised me greatly. The deity observed the unwavering effort of the fighters, undeterred by the fact that his own clone was at a disadvantage. I find it hard to let you perish so easily. The deity laughed heartily. You have proven your worth. If you surrender now, I assure you, your consciousness will remain intact. Dream on, clean your neck, and wait for death. Krillin's voice, filled with resentment, echoed. Throughout this battle, he had suffered the most, enduring relentless blows like a mere punching bag, with little opportunity for retaliation. Ultimately, this predicament stemmed from Krillin's insufficient training. When he reaches the pinnacle of his abilities, no matter the opponent's tactics, he would shatter them with sheer force. Krillin is a classic late bloomer. For now, he can only play the role of a tank. Connected through Bulma's soul link, the group's momentum surged dramatically, unleashing a force not inferior to that of the fused clone. The 5 surged forward without the need for any communication. Within the soul link, everything was shared, except for the unique techniques each person possessed. This ability was perhaps the least favorable for Krillin, but for the others, it allowed them to share in Krillin's formidable physique, significantly enhancing their combat prowess. Even Goku, the strongest among them, could achieve several times his previous resilience. Faced with the dramatically empowered group, even the fused clone began to falter, gradually succumbing. A clever tactic, but can you withstand this? The deity snapped his fingers, and the clone's body swelled ominously. This is bad. He is about to self-destruct. Master Roshi exclaimed in a mix of anger and fear. How despicable. Thanks to the soul link, Goku and his companions bypassed the need for discussion, instinctively forming a defensive formation. The range of the clone's self-detonation was vast, and given the confines of this alternate space, there was no escape. Thus, They chose to defend rather than evade. Within the nexus of consciousness, following a brief exchange, the group positioned themselves to withstand the impending onslaught from 5 distinct directions. Boom! The explosion arrived sooner than anticipated. However, through their collective efforts, only Bulma showed signs of fatigue and not a single individual was harmed. Although the last 2 replicas fell, a faint smile graced the lips of the god. The prowess of these individuals surpassed his expectations, yet he found himself increasingly pleased. For no matter how formidable they were, they would ultimately become his sustenance, their immense strength serving as a stepping stone for his ascendancy. Clap, clap, clap. The god applauded. Truly remarkable, simply splendid. He remarked with a smile. My previous promise remains valid. As long as you are willing to bow, I can guarantee that you shall rank above others, second to none. His words were imbued with an unusual enchantment, compelling belief in his declarations. The eyes of the cat sage began to glimmer with a hint of crimson. For one who had already been subdued, succumbing to the god's control once more was rendered even simpler. Ah, and there's still one more. The god's gaze swept across the alternate dimension. Who is that person? Your leader? Where has he gone? Has he fled in fear, abandoning you? Enough chatter. Take this. Wukong swung his golden staff down upon Piccolo's head with tremendous force. Clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed as Piccolo, relying solely on his right hand, withstood Wukong's powerful strike. Ha! Wukong gritted his teeth as the staff became a myriad of phantoms, crashing down. Yet each blow was deftly blocked by the god, who displayed no sign of exertion. In the next moment, Wukong suddenly dodged, and the god's gaze met that of Tianjin. For a fleeting instant, the god froze. In the next heartbeat, Wukong's golden staff, Krillin's fist, and Zhaozi's supernatural abilities struck simultaneously at the immobilized god. Wow! Tianjin suddenly spat blood. In a mental clash, he had been bested by the god. The god, 2 bore injuries, one arm hanging limply, clearly unable to rise. Yet, despite being struck head-on by their combined might, he remained alive, showcasing remarkable vitality. Chapter 78, The Black Dragon Ball. Well done, you have successfully incited my wrath, the god remarked coldly. He had intended to merely play the part, yet nearly found himself ensnared. Were it not for his inherently robust life force, this assault could have claimed his life. How dare you wound me to such an extent? He gasped, his breath heavy. I have changed my mind. I shall rend you into pieces. A stream of black luminescence erupted from the celestial being, manifesting 7 dragon balls the size of fists in the void. However, these orbs were not the customary orange-red. Instead, they were shrouded in darkness, with ominous white glimmers emanating from within. The moment the 7 Dragon Balls appeared, they were absorbed into the celestial being's body, leaving the onlookers without a chance to intervene. Having operated in this realm for centuries, the celestial being still possessed considerable strength. Lu Yuan silently nodded. While others may not discern it, Lu Yuan immediately recognized that these 7 Dragon Balls were the embodiment of the rules governing this peculiar space. Each Dragon Ball represented a distinct dimension, and these dimensions intertwined and fused, giving rise to the fundamental laws of this alternate realm. In other words, by assimilating these 7 Dragon Balls, the celestial being had effectively unified all the principles of this space. What did this signify? It meant that within this realm, the celestial being was the creator, the one true deity. This, in turn, was the source of the celestial being's arrogance. At the instant the celestial being integrated the Dragon Balls, the rift at the entrance of the alternate space, which Lu Yuan had torn open, instantly merged. This state could not be sustained for long, so I must act swiftly, or it will be to your advantage. After merging with the Dragon Balls, the celestial being indeed experienced a surge in power, even forcing Lu Yuan, who had been lurking in the shadows, out into the open. Ah, so you were hiding here, little mouse, the celestial being remarked with an odd tone. What is the matter? Are you so overwhelmed by my formidable appearance that you can scarcely move? The celestial being's form had not drastically changed. The only distinction was the 7 Dragon Balls, arranged perfectly from the back of the left hand to that of the right. 3 on each side and 1 on the forehead, which gleamed like a radiant 4-star ball. Merely a pitiful creature enslaved by power, Lu Yuan sighed, glancing at the trembling cat sage nearby, whose lips quivered in fear. With a gentle touch of his finger on the sage's forehead, Lu Yuan alleviated his terror. To expect you insignificant ants to comprehend the beauty of power is indeed a folly, the celestial being lamented theatrically. Submit to me and perish. No sooner had the celestial being uttered these words than a small black hole materialized at the center of his body, tearing at the very fabric of space and unleashing a tempest throughout the alternate realm. Even Goku and the others could hardly withstand the pull, one after another being drawn toward the black hole. You have done remarkably well, Yuan acknowledged, waving his wand to summon Goku and the others back to his side. It is not that you lack effort. The opponent's centuries of accumulation are simply too formidable. He reassured them. Each of you has only trained under my guidance for a year or two, so do not belittle yourselves. Now, let us see what your master can accomplish. Ha ha! What a whimsical dream you weave. The celestial being cackled. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? In this alternate realm, I am the true deity, an omnipotent god. What is divinity but a mere puppet, controlled by power and stripped of consciousness by the rules? Yuan's gaze was filled with compassion. Why else would you not maintain such a form perpetually? Perhaps it is your own fear that grips you. The dread of being usurped by such an existence, losing your inherent consciousness. You speak nonsense. The celestial being, enraged and humiliated, clearly struck at a vulnerable point. A wave of darkness emanated from the god, rippling outward, causing the fabric of space to contort, hinting at impending fracture. Stop! Yuan uttered a single word, and a magnificent golden lotus appeared, radiating a serene glow. The black waves vanished upon contact with the lotus, as if they had never graced this world. Where the lotus's light shone, the waves dissipated like spring snow melting away, leaving no trace behind. Yuan's tongue trembled as he spoke again. This time, a golden rope manifested beside the celestial being. The rope, seemingly alive, swiftly coiled around the god, rendering him powerless. Gather. Another word escaped Yuan's lips, and the celestial being, in a state of terror, realized that the rules he had forcibly integrated within himself were departing his body. No. The god, both frightened and furious, attempted to regain control over the rules, yet his efforts appeared utterly futile and laughable in the face of a higher power. If I cannot possess it, then I shall destroy it, he declared with venomous resentment. Let us descend into hell together. Why do you always resort to self-destruction? Yuan sighed. At this moment, he found himself utterly unable to prevent the god's self-detonation, as the being had ignited all the power of the rules within himself. This was akin to indirectly igniting the entire alternate realm. The celestial being's readiness for such a contingency showcased a premeditated strategy. In an instant, countless chaotic currents of space engulfed the entire realm, exposing Yuan and his companions to the crevices of the cosmos. This place was rife with turbulence of time and space. A moment's carelessness could result in being shattered by the currents or transformed into a skeletal remnant by the winds of time. Surprisingly, the 7 Dragon Balls remained intact amidst this perilous void, even scattering in all directions due to the explosion's force. Yuan yearned to seize these Dragon Balls. Yet with a multitude of small beings needing protection behind him, he hastily managed to grasp only one, the 7-Star Ball. As for the remaining 6 Dragon Balls, they were swept away by the chaotic currents, lost to the unknown. As he gazed at the receding Dragon Balls, Yuan felt little inclination to linger. He turned and, accompanied by numerous disciples, forcefully breached the crystalline barriers of the universe, returning to the realm of the Dragon Balls. However, due to the turbulence they had just experienced, the group found themselves not on Earth, but rather on an unknown planet within the cosmos. Chapter 79. A 3-day excursion on an alien planet. Observing the bizarre flora and fauna surrounding them, the group gradually comprehended that they had indeed arrived on another celestial body. Even the young ones, including Goku, were filled with curiosity, and Yuan himself could not help but marvel at this unfamiliar environment, for it was his inaugural visit to another planet. The planet's gravity was approximately 5 times that of Earth, and its atmospheric composition differed significantly. Upon a brief assessment, Yuan discovered that the oxygen content of this planet's air was an astonishing 45%. Such elevated levels of oxygen resulted in the dominance of arthropods. And through mere perception, Yuan discerned countless formidable creatures inhabiting this world. This led to brutal conflicts erupting across the entire planet. During just half an hour of observing their surroundings, the group endured several attacks, as every creature that laid eyes upon them sought to regard them as potential prey. Nonetheless, this danger was trivial to the group. Master, can we stay here for a couple more days? Bulma exclaimed with excitement. The ecological environment is so fascinating. I wish to study it further. Yes, Master. I've discovered many powerful opponents on this planet. I long to engage with them. Goku chimed in, equally exhilarated. Even the typically earnest Chaozu expressed a desire to linger a bit longer in this alien realm. Unfortunately for Master Cat, the others seemed unfazed by the planet's fivefold gravity. Only he, lacking the requisite strength, struggled in this environment characterized by high gravity and oxygen levels. After merely half an hour, he exhibited symptoms of oxygen intoxication, a veritable embarrassment for any cultivator. Reluctantly, Yuan encased Master Cat in a protective shield, acknowledging that despite his shortcomings, he was still a celestial being, albeit one with a diluted essence. It would be utterly comical if he were to perish from the inhospitable conditions of an alien planet. Ultimately, in response to the unanimous pleas of his companions, Yuan decided to extend their stay on this planet for an additional 2 days, granting them the chance to revel in their newfound freedom. After all, having just emerged from a fierce battle, an unexpected journey to unwind was indeed splendid. Furthermore, the heavier gravity presented an excellent opportunity for physical conditioning, and perhaps due to the infusion of spiritual energy, the planet's aura was also commendable. From every conceivable perspective, Yuan found no grounds to refuse. Initially, Goku and the others were brimming with enthusiasm, but within just a few hours, one by one, they began to appear lethargic. It is not that it is devoid of amusement. Rather, the environment of this planet proves to be excessively harsh for the native inhabitants of Earth. Even Goku has begun to consciously regulate his breathing rate, lest he inhale an excessive amount of oxygen, imposing an undue burden on his body. Yuan, observing from the sidelines, chuckles to himself, regretting now, are we? It's too late. As night fell, the weariness of the group reached its zenith. Having endured a fierce battle during the day, their physical and mental stamina had been severely depleted, and now they were faced with predators emerging from every corner, driving them to the brink of despair. Fortunately, Bulma's habit of carrying multifunctional capsules ensured that they had a place to rest at night. However, the shelter created by the capsules lacked the capability to ward off the lurking predators, necessitating that someone keep watch. Ultimately, the 5 decided to take turns guarding the night in order of their ages, from youngest to oldest. As for little Piccolo, although he expressed his willingness to stand guard, his tender age and lack of strength led to a unanimous rejection by his elder peers. Little did they know that Piccolo was among the least affected, aside from Yuan, as he was an alien, a Namekian gifted with the ability to rapidly adapt to different planetary environments. During the day, he had refrained from participating in the battle, instead opting to accompany Yuan and observe the events unfold, thus preserving his strength intact. However, considering that Piccolo had only been born a mere 3 or 4 days prior, it would be rather absurd to ask an infant to keep watch. Even Tenshinhan and Goku would be too embarrassed to impose such a task. The night passed in silence. Fortunately, the duration of day and night on this planet is not vastly different from that of Earth. Otherwise, they might have all gone mad. After a full night of adaptation and rest, the spirits of all had considerably revived, and even Bulma, with the least physical strength, appeared much more vibrant. As dawn broke, Goku could hardly contain his excitement and set out to hunt with Krillin and Yamcha. Having grown up in the mountains, he was thoroughly familiar with the art of hunting. However, upon their return, the expressions of the group turned a shade of green. The creatures Goku and the others had brought back were grotesque in appearance. In Yuan's words, they resembled a bizarre amalgamation of a cockroach, a mantis, and a rat. The mere sight of them was enough to sap one's vitality. Among those present, only Goku was willing to consume such a catch. Ultimately, the others opted for the delectable food that Yuan had stored in his spatial pouch. Only Goku, adhering to his principle of not wasting food after finishing a proper breakfast, kindled a fire and roasted the Cthulhu-esque creature. According to him, it tasted rather pleasant, even possessing a hint of sweetness, albeit with a slightly fishy undertone. The enthusiastic Goku even attempted to offer a piece of the roasted meat to Yuan for him to sample. Your grilling skills are commendable, but you must not roast again next time. Yuan was reluctant to consume something that, upon a mere glance, made one wish to pluck their own eyes out. After a morning filled with playful banter, the group commenced their daily training regimen. Tianjin Fan and Wukong, the battle enthusiasts, wasted no time in seeking out a waterfall to hone their physiques. As for the cat sage, after finishing his meal, he expressed a desire to remain still, opting instead for a nap. Yuan, on the other hand, took young Bick under his wing, eager to explore the planet in search of intelligent life forms, perhaps even acquiring a disciple to bring back with him. Yuan harbored no concerns for the cat sage. The protective shield surrounding him had been meticulously crafted by Yuan himself. While it might not withstand a god of destruction, even a formidable foe like Frisia would find it challenging to contend with the cat sage. Within mere minutes, Yuan scanned the planet with his divine sense, identifying all the capable life forms present. Regrettably, the intelligence of these beings left much to be desired. The planet, abundant in resources, fostered fierce competition among various species, leading most to prioritize muscle development over cerebral advancement. Chapter 80. The Jinyu Force. From a biological standpoint, these creatures were inherently low in intelligence. Thus, despite Yuan's exhaustive exploration of the planet, he encountered only a scant few capable of meaningful communication. Most beings had dedicated their skills entirely to combat. When it came to fighting, their myriad techniques were impressive. Some cunning, more intelligent creatures had even mastered the art of crafting weapons from their surroundings and devising rudimentary tactics. However, when it came to dialogue, they could only manage incoherent babble. Just as Yuan was on the verge of conceding defeat, he stumbled upon the existence of truly intelligent life forms in an inconspicuous little gorge. Though these beings bore a striking resemblance to the other creatures on the planet, they were unmistakably arthropods. Lacking the physical prowess of their counterparts, they had resorted to utilizing their intellect to collaborate in hunting. Had he not stealthily followed these ant-like beings back to their dwelling, Yuan would have scarcely believed that beneath the surface of this planet, these ant-like creatures had begun to establish a nation. They had even initiated a production line for weaponry. Alas, on this planet, the efficacy of weapons was severely limited. Unless they progressed to the level of developing starships or androids, the notion of dominating the planet with their rudimentary weapons was sheer folly. Nevertheless, this was a species that had formed its own nation, developed a written language, and possessed the capacity for communication. Yuan resolved to attempt dialogue with them. However, the moment Yuan and the cat sage made their appearance, every ant-like creature that beheld them was gripped by an overwhelming terror. On a vast street, a throng of people, akin to a swarm of ants, vanished in an instant. Moments later, Yuan and his companions found themselves encircled by a group of guards, armed with long-handled weapons and clad in gray armor. Yuan felt a twinge of confusion, even if they had never encountered a creature of his kind. They should not have fled at first sight, nor summoned an army to surround him. What perplexed Yuan even more was the palpable fear exhibited by these soldiers, as if they instinctively understood that he was beyond their capacity to contend with. To uncover the truth, Yuan employed his telepathic abilities, acquiring not only their language, but also the reason behind the ants' trepidation. In reality, the kingdom of the ant people had once been quite extensive. However, 3 years prior, an egg-shaped spacecraft descended upon this planet. Upon its opening, a 4-year-old child emerged, distinguished only by a tail wrapped around his waist, resembling an ordinary earthling. Indeed, this child was a Saiyan, hailing from the renowned warrior race of the cosmos. At that time, the Saiyan was still under the command of Frisia, tasked with exterminating all high-power beings on the planet, recording coordinates to facilitate the sale of the planet to affluent buyers. Unfortunately, this young Saiyan encountered an insurmountable challenge. The planet's combat capabilities were extraordinarily high, concealed until provoked, leading Frisia's command to significantly underestimate its danger. Typically, such circumstances would warrant a report to the intelligence department to request a reassessment of the mission. However, the unfortunate child had damaged his communicator upon landing, rendering him unable to contact headquarters. With no means to reach his superiors and unable to contend with the formidable beings, he resorted to bullying the weaker ant people, perceiving them as no different from ants. Fortuitously, fate intervened, and during one of his outings, he attracted the attention of a more powerful creature, which swiftly proved to be his undoing. The Saiyan was no match for this entity and was quickly consumed, granting the ant people their long-awaited liberation. Under the pressure exerted by the Saiyan, the ant people underwent several technological revolutions in a mere 3 years, transitioning directly from tribal civilization to industrialization. Although the Saiyan had perished, the scars he inflicted upon this race lingered, instilling a constant vigilance against the emergence of another Saiyan. To the naked eye, Yuan bore no distinguishing features from an ordinary Saiyan, and the terrified ant people were oblivious to such details as a tail. Just as Yuan helplessly attempted to communicate with these beings, 5 spherical spacecraft struck the ground on the opposite side of the planet, creating a massive crater. 5 peculiar individuals emerged from the spacecraft. This planet appears to be quite prosperous, mused Jisoo as he activated the combat detector. It might fetch a handsome price. Exercise caution. Can you advise prudently? Intelligence reports indicate that this planet has previously exhibited combat power levels exceeding 1,000,000. Thus, we must proceed with vigilance. 1,000,000, you say? In my view, it is merely a blunder by the inept technicians. Gudo scoffed. Otherwise, why would they dispatch us to investigate the situation? If there truly were 1,000,000 in combat power, it should be Lord Frisia himself who takes action. Indeed, these 5 were none other than the infamous Ginyu Force, notorious throughout the galaxy. While a planet of such modest development may hold value, it hardly warranted the Ginyu Force's personal investigation. Their presence was prompted by a recent detection of individuals exhibiting combat power in the millions by the technical department. Upon further examination, it was revealed that the malfunction stemmed from burnt-out components within the detector, yet the Ginyu Force still chose to make the journey. Primarily, they were simply bored, and this planet had been on their hunting list. Regrettably, the previous team dispatched had proven utterly incompetent, perishing on this very world, thus affording the Ginyu Force an opportunity to stretch their legs under the guise of this incident. Speaking of which, the Saiyan race is truly pathetic, Gudo sneered. This must be the last of the Saiyan infants. Now only that so-called prince and his few lackeys remain alive. One wonders why Lord Frisia harbors such apprehension toward the Saiyans. In my opinion, the so-called Super Saiyan is merely a fleeting legend. Silence, Gudo. Kinyu fixed a cold gaze upon Gudo, his expression icy. Is Frisia someone you can speak of so casually?